The old man, who was busy about something, lifted up his head, and seeing a youth who had an appearance of grandeur in his air, started and asked him whence he came, and what business had brought him there. King Better satisfied him in a few words, and the old man further asked him if he had met anybody on the road. "You are the first person I have seen," answered the king, "and I cannot comprehend how so fine and large a city comes to be without inhabitants." "Come in, sir. Stay no longer upon the threshold," replied the old man, "or peradventure some misfortune may happen to you. I will satisfy your curiosity at leisure, and give you a reason why it is necessary you should take this precaution." King Better would not be bid twice. He entered the shop and sat down by the old man. The latter, who had learnt from him an account of his misfortunes, knew he must want nourishment, therefore immediately presented him what was necessary to recover his strength. And although King Better was very earnest to know why he had taken the precaution to make him enter the shop, he would nevertheless not be prevailed upon to tell him anything till he had done eating, for fear the sad things he had to relate might balk his appetite. In a word, when he found he eat no longer, he said to him, "You have great reason to thank God you got hither without any ill accident." "Alas, why?" replied King Better, very much surprised and alarmed. "Because," answered he, "this city is called the City of Enchantments, and governed not by a king but a queen, who is not only one of the finest of her sex, but likewise a notorious and dangerous sorceress. You will be convinced of this," added he, "when you know that these horses, mules, and other animals that you have seen are so many men, like you and me, whom she has transformed by her diabolical art. And when young men like you enter the city, she has persons planted to stop and bring them, either by fair means or force, before her. She receives them in the most obliging manner. She caresses them, regales them, and lodges them magnificently, and gives them so many reasons to believe that she loves them, that she never fails of success. But she does not suffer them long to enjoy this happiness. There is not one of them but she has transformed into some animal or bird at the end of 40 days. You told me all these animals presented themselves to oppose your landing and hinder your entering the city. This was the only way they could make you comprehend the danger you were going to expose yourself to, and they did all in their power to divert you. This account exceedingly afflicted the young king of Persia. "Alas," cried he, "to what extremities has my ill fortune reduced me? I am hardly freed from one enchantment, which I look back upon with horror, but I find myself exposed to another much more terrible." This gave him occasion to relate his story to the old man more at length, and to acquaint him of his birth, quality, his passion for the Princess of Samandal, and her cruelty in changing him into a bird the very moment he had seen her, and declared his love to her. When the prince came to speak of his good fortune in finding a queen who broke the enchantment, the old man, to encourage him, said, "Notwithstanding all I have told you of the magic queen be true, that ought not to give you the least disquiet, since I am generally beloved throughout the city, and am not unknown to the queen herself, who has much respect for me. Therefore it was your peculiar happiness led you to address yourself to me rather than elsewhere. You are secure in my house, where I advise you to continue, if you think fit, and provided you do not stray from hence, I dare assure you, you will have no just cause to complain of my insincerity, so that you are under no sort of constraint whatsoever." King Better thanked the old man for his kind reception, and the protection he was pleased so readily to afford him. He sat down at the entrance of the shop, where he no sooner appeared, but his youth and good person drew the eyes of all that passed that way. Many stopped and complimented the old man on his having acquired so fine a slave, as they imagined the king to be, and they were the more surprised, as they could not comprehend how so beautiful a youth could escape the queen's knowledge. "Believe not," said the old man, "this is a slave. You all know that I am not rich enough, nor of rank to have one of this consequence. He is my nephew, son of a brother of mine that is dead, and as I had no children of my own, I sent for him to keep me company." They congratulated his good fortune in having so fine a young man for his relation, but could not help telling him they feared the queen would take him from him. "You know her well," said they to him, "and you cannot be ignorant of the danger to which you are exposed, after all the examples you have seen. How grieved would you be, if she should serve him as she has done so many others that we know of?" "I am obliged to you," replied the old man, "for your goodwill towards me, and I heartily thank you for the care you seem to take of my interest. But I shall never entertain the least thought that the queen will do me any injury, after all the kindness she has professed for me. In case she happens to hear of this young man, and speaks to me about him, I doubt not she will cease to think of him, as soon as she comes to know he is my nephew." The old man was exceedingly glad to hear the commendations they bestowed on the young king of Persia. He was as much affected with them as if he had been his own son, and he conceived such a kindness for him as augmented every day during the stay he made with him. They had lived about a month together, when King Better sitting at the shop door, after his ordinary manner, Queen Labe, so was this magic queen named, happened to come by with great pomp. The young king no sooner perceived the guards coming before her, but he arose, and going into the shop, asked the old man what all that show meant. "The queen is coming by," answered he, "but stand still and fear nothing." The queen's guards, clothed in purple uniform, and well armed and mounted, marched in 4 files with their sabers drawn to the number of 1,000, and every one of their officers, as they passed by the shop, saluted the old man. Then followed a like number of eunuchs, habited in brocaded silk and better mounted, whose officers did the old man the like honors. Next came as many young ladies on foot, equally beautiful, richly dressed, and set off with precious stones. They marched gravely, with half-pikes in their hands, and in the midst of them appeared Queen Labe, on a horse glittering with diamonds, with a golden saddle, and a housing of inestimable value. All the young ladies saluted the old man as they passed by him, and the queen, struck with the good mien of King Better, stopped as soon as she came before the shop. "Abdallah, so was the old man named," said she to him. "Tell me, I beseech thee, does that beautiful and charming slave belong to thee? And is it long that thou hast been in possession of him?" Abdallah, before he answered the queen, threw himself on the ground, and rising again, said, "Madam, it is my nephew, son of a brother I had, who has not long been dead. Having no children, I look upon him as my son, and sent for him to come and comfort me, intending to leave him what I have when I die." Queen Labe, who had never yet seen anyone to compare with King Better, and began to conceive a mighty passion for him, thought immediately of getting the old man to abandon him to her. "Father," quoth she, "will you not oblige me so far as to make me a present of this young man? Do not refuse me, I conjure you, and I swear by the fire and the light, I will make him so great and powerful that no individual in the world ever arrived at such good fortune. Although my purpose were to do evil to all mankind, yet he shall be the sole exception. I trust you will grant me what I desire, more on the account of the friendship I know you have for me, than for the esteem you know I always had, and shall ever have, for your person." "Madam," replied the good Abdallah, "I am infinitely obliged to your majesty for all the kindness you have for me, and the honors you propose to do my nephew. He is not worthy to approach so great a queen, and I humbly beseech your majesty to excuse him." "Abdallah," replied the queen, "I all along flattered myself you loved me, and I could never have thought you would have given me so evident a token of your slighting my request. But I here swear once more by the fire and light, and even by whatsoever is most sacred in my religion, that I will pass on no farther till I have conquered your obstinacy. I understand very well what raises your apprehensions, but I promise you shall never have occasion to repent having obliged me in so sensible a manner." Old Abdallah was exceedingly grieved, both on his own account and King Better's, for being in a manner forced to obey the queen. "Madam," replied he, "I would not willingly have your majesty entertain an ill opinion of the respect I have for you, and my zeal always to contribute whatever I can to oblige you. I put an entire confidence in your royal word, and I do not in the least doubt but you will keep it. I only beg of your majesty to delay doing this great honor to my nephew till you shall again pass this way." "That shall be tomorrow," said the queen, who inclined her head as a token of her being pleased, and so went forward towards her palace. When Queen Labe and all her attendants were out of sight, the good Abdallah said to King Better, "Son," for so he was wont to call him, for fear of some time or other discovering him when he spoke of him in public, "it has not been in my power, as you may have observed, to refuse the queen what she demanded of me with so great earnestness, to the end I might not force her to employ her magic both against you and myself openly or secretly, and treat you, as much from resentment to you as to me, with more signal cruelty than all those she has had in her power till now, as I have already told you. But I have some reason to believe she will use you well, as she promised me, on account of that particular esteem she professes for me. This you may have seen by the respect shewn, and the honors paid me by all her court. She would be a cursed creature indeed if she should deceive me, but she shall not deceive me unrevenged, for I know how to be even with her." These assurances, which appeared very doubtful, were not sufficient to support King Better's spirits. "After all you have told me of this queen's wickedness," replied he, "you cannot wonder if I am somewhat fearful to approach her. I should, it may be, slight all you could tell me of her, and suffer myself to be dazzled by the luster of grandeur that surrounds her, did I not know by experience what it is to be at the mercy of a sorceress. The condition I was in, through the enchantment of the Princess Jeuhara, and from whence I was delivered only to enter almost immediately into another, has made me look upon such a fate with horror." His tears hindered him from going on, and sufficiently showed with what repugnance he beheld himself in a manner under a fatal necessity of being delivered to Queen Labe. Son, replied old Abdallah, do not afflict yourself. For though I must own there is no great stress to be laid upon the promises and oaths of so perfidious a queen, yet I must withal acquaint you, her power extends not to me. She knows it full well herself, and that is the reason, and no other, that she pays me so great respect. I can quickly hinder her from doing you the least harm, if she should be perfidious enough to attempt it. You may depend upon me, and provided you follow exactly the advice I shall give you, before I abandon you to her, she shall have no more power over you than she has over me. The magic queen did not fail to pass by the old man's shop the next day, with the same pomp as the day before, and Abdallah waited for her with great respect. Father, cried she, stopping just against him, you may judge of my impatience to have your nephew with me, by my punctual coming to put you in mind of your promise. I know you are a man of your word, and I cannot think you will break it with me. Abdallah, who fell on his face as soon as he saw the queen approaching, rose up when she had done speaking, and as he would have nobody hear what he had a mind to say to her, he advanced with great respect as far as her horse's head, and then said softly, Puissant queen, I am persuaded your majesty will not be offended at my seeming unwillingness to trust my nephew with you yesterday, since you cannot be ignorant of the reasons I had for it. But I conjure you to lay aside the secrets of that art which you possess in so wonderful a degree. I regard my nephew as my own son, and your majesty would reduce me to despair if you should deal with him as you have done with others. I promise you I will not, replied the queen, and I once more repeat the oath I made yesterday, that neither you nor your nephew shall have any cause to be offended at me. I see plainly, added she, you are not yet well enough acquainted with me. You never saw me yet but through a veil, but as I find your nephew worthy of my friendship, I will show you I am not any way unworthy of his. With that she threw on her veil and discovered to King Bedr, who came near her with Abdallah, an incomparable beauty. But King Bedr was little charmed. It is not enough, said he within himself, to be beautiful. One's actions ought to correspond in regularity with one's features. Whilst King Bedr was making these reflections, with his eyes fixed on Queen Labe, the old man turned towards him, and taking him by the arm, presented him to her majesty. Here he is, madam, said he, and I beg of your majesty once more to remember he is my nephew, and to let him come and see me sometimes. The queen promised he should, and to give a farther mark of her gratitude, she caused a bag of 1,000 pieces of gold to be given him. He excused himself at first from receiving them, but she insisted absolutely upon it, and he could not refuse her. She had caused a horse to be brought as richly harnessed as her own for the king of Persia. Whilst he was mounting him, I forgot, said the queen to Abdallah, to ask you your nephew's name. Pray, how is he called? He answered, his name was Bedr, the full moon. Her majesty replied, sure your ancestors were mistaken. They ought to have given you the name of Shems, the sun. When King Bedr was mounted, he would have taken his post behind the queen, but she would not suffer him, and made him ride on her left hand. She looked upon Abdallah, and after having made him an inclination with her head, she set forward on her march. Instead of observing a satisfaction in the people's faces at the sight of their sovereign, King Bedr took notice that they looked at her with contempt, and even cursed her. The sorceress, said some, has got a new subject to exercise her wickedness upon. Will heaven never deliver the world from her tyranny? Poor stranger, cried out others, thou art much deceived if thou thinkest thine happiness will last long. It is only to render thy fall more terrible, that thou art raised so high. This talk gave King Bedr to understand Abdallah had told him nothing but the truth of Queen Labe, but as it now depended no longer on himself to escape the mischief, he committed himself to divine providence and the will of heaven respecting his fate. The magic queen arrived at her palace, whither she was no sooner come, out she alighted, and giving her hand to King Bedr, entered with him, accompanied by her women and the officers of her eunuchs. She herself showed him all her apartments, where there was nothing to be seen but massy gold, precious stones, and furniture of wonderful magnificence. When she had carried him into her closet, she led him out into a balcony, from whence he observed a garden of surprising beauty. King Bedr commended all he saw with a great deal of wit, but nevertheless so that he might not be discovered to be any other than old Abdallah's nephew. They discoursed of indifferent matters, till the queen was informed that dinner was upon table. The queen and King Bedr arose, and went to place themselves at the table, which was of massy gold, and the dishes of the same metal. They began to eat, but drank hardly at all till the dessert came, when the queen caused a cup to be filled for her with excellent wine. She took it and drank to King Bedr's health, and then, without putting it out of her hand, caused it to be filled again, and presented it to him. King Bedr received it with profound respect, and by a very low bow signified to her majesty that he in return drank to her health. At the same time, 10 of Queen Labe's women entered with musical instruments, with which and their voices they made an agreeable concert, while they continued drinking till late at night. At length both began so to be heated with wine, that King Better insensibly forgot he had to do with a magic queen, and looked upon her only as the most beautiful queen he ever saw. As soon as the queen perceived she had wrought him to the pitch she desired, she made a sign to her eunuchs and women to retire. They obeyed, and King Better and she lay together. Next morning the queen and King Better, as soon as they rose, went to the bath. And when they came out, the women who had served the king there presented him with fine linen and a magnificent habit. The queen likewise, who was more splendidly dressed than the day before, came to receive him, and they went together to her apartments, where they had a good repast brought them, and spent the remainder of the day in walking in the garden and in various other amusements. Queen Labe treated King Better after this manner for 40 days, as she had been accustomed to do all her lovers. The 40th night, as they were in bed together, she, believing he was really asleep, arose without making any noise. But he was awake, and, perceiving she had some design upon him, watched all her motions. Being up, she opened a chest, from whence she took a little box full of a certain yellow powder. Taking some of the powder, she laid a train of it across the chamber, and it immediately flowed in a rivulet of water, to the great astonishment of King Better. He trembled with fear, but still pretended to sleep, that he might not discover to the sorceress he was awake. Queen Labe next took up some of the water in a vessel, and poured it into a basin, where there was flour, with which she made a paste, and kneaded it for a long time. Then she mixed with it certain drugs, which she took from different boxes, and made a cake, which she put into a covered baking pan. As she had taken care first of all to make a good fire, she took some of the coals and set the pan upon them. And while the cake was baking, she put up the vessels and boxes in their places again. And on her pronouncing certain words, the rivulet, which run along the end of the room, appeared no more. When the cake was baked, she took it off the coals and carried it into her closet, and afterwards returned to bed again to King Better, who dissembled so well that she had not the least suspicion that he had seen anything of what she had done. King Better, whom the pleasures and amusements of a court had made to forget his good host Abdallah, began now to think of him again, and believed he had more than ordinary occasion for his advice. After all, he had seen the queen do that night. As soon as he was up, therefore, he expressed a great desire to go up and see his uncle, and begged of her majesty to permit him. "What, my dear Better," cried the queen, "are you then already tired? I will not say with living in so superb a palace as mine is, where you must find so many pleasures, but with the company of a queen, who loves you so passionately as I do, and has given you many marks of affection." "Great queen," answered King Better, "how can I be tired of so many favors and graces as your majesty perpetually heaps upon me? So far from it, that I desire this permission, madam, purely to go and give my uncle an account of the mighty obligations I have to your majesty. I must own likewise, it is partly for this farther reason that my uncle, loving me so tenderly, as I well know he does, and I having been absent from him now 40 days without once seeing him, I would not give him reason to think that I consent to remaining longer without seeing him. Go, said the queen, you have my consent, but you will not be long before you return if you consider I cannot possibly live without you." This said, she ordered him a horse richly caparisoned, and he departed. Old Abdallah was overjoyed to see King Better. Without regard to his quality, he embraced him tenderly, and King Better returned the like, that nobody might doubt but that he was his nephew. As soon as they were sat down, "Well," said Abdallah to the king, "how have you done, and how have you passed your time with that infidel sorceress?" "Hitherto," answered King Better, "I must needs own she has been extraordinary kind to me, and has done all she could to persuade me that she loves me entirely. But I observed something last night, which gives me just reason to suspect that all her kindness hitherto is but dissimulation. Whilst she thought me asleep, although I was really awake, she stole from me with a great deal of precaution, which made me suspect her intention, and therefore I resolved to watch her, still feigning myself asleep." Going on with his discourse, he related to Abdallah how and after what manner he had seen her make the cake, and then added, "Hitherto," said he, "I must needs confess, I had almost forgotten, not only you, but all the advice you gave me concerning the wickedness of this queen. But this last action of hers gives me reason to fear she neither intends to observe any of her promises or solemn oaths to you. I thought of you immediately, and I esteem myself happy in that I have obtained permission to come to you." "You are not mistaken," replied old Abdallah, with a smile, which showed he did not himself believe she would have acted otherwise. "Nothing is capable of obliging a perfidious woman to amend. But fear nothing, I know the way to make the mischief she intends you fall upon herself. You are alarmed in time, and you could not have done better than to have recourse to me. It is her ordinary practice to keep her lovers only 40 days, and after that time, instead of sending them home, to turn them into animals, to stock her forests and parks. But I thought of measures yesterday to prevent her doing you the same harm. The earth has borne this monster long enough, and it is now high time she should be treated as she deserves. So saying, Abdallah put 2 cakes into King Bedr's hands, bidding him to keep them to make use of as he should direct. You told me, continued he, the sorceress made a cake last night. It was for you to eat, depend upon it, but take great care you do not touch it. Nevertheless, do not refuse to receive it when she offers it to you. But instead of tasting it, break off part of one of the 2 I shall give you unobserved, and eat that. As soon as she thinks you have swallowed it, she will not fail to attempt transforming you into some animal, but she shall not succeed. Which when she sees, she will immediately turn the thing into pleasantry, as if what she had done was only out of joke to frighten you. But she will conceal a mortal grief in her heart, and think she omitted something in the composition of her cake. As for the other cake, you shall make a present of it to her, and press her to eat it, which she will not refuse to do, were it only to convince you she does not mistrust you, though she has given you so much reason to mistrust her. When she has eat of it, take a little water in the hollow of your hand, and throwing it in her face, say, quit that form you now wear, and take that of such or such animal, as you shall think fit. Which done, come to me with the animal, and I will tell you what you shall do afterward. King Bedr told Abdallah, in the most expressive terms, the great obligations he had to him, for his endeavors to defend him from the power of a pestilent sorceress, and after some farther discourse, took his leave of him, and returned to the palace. Upon his arrival, he understood that the queen waited for him with great impatience in the garden. He went to her, and she no sooner perceived him, but she came in great haste to meet him. My dear Bedr, said she, it is said, with a great deal of reason, that nothing shows more the force and excess of love than absence from the object beloved. I have had no quiet since I saw you, and it seems ages since I have been separated from you. If you had stayed ever so little longer, I was preparing to come and fetch you once more to my arms. Madam, replied King Bedr, I can assure your majesty I was no less impatient to rejoin you. But I could not refuse to stay a little longer with an uncle that loves me, and had not seen me for so long time. He would have kept me still longer, but I tore myself away from him, to come where love calls me. Of all the collations he prepared for me, I have only brought away this cake, which I desire your majesty to accept. King Bedr had wrapped up one of the 2 cakes in a handkerchief very neatly, took it out and presented it to the queen, saying, I beg your majesty to accept of it. I do accept it with all my heart, replied the queen, receiving it, and will eat it with pleasure for yours and your good uncle's sake. But before I taste of it, I desire you for my sake will eat a piece of this, which I have made for you during your absence. Fair queen, answered King Bedr, receiving it with great respect, such hands as your majesty's can never make anything but what is excellent, and I cannot sufficiently acknowledge the favor you do me. King Bedr then artfully substituted in the place of the queen's cake the other which old Abdallah had given him, and having broken off a piece, he put it in his mouth, and cried while he was eating, Ah, queen, I never tasted anything so charming in my life. They being near a cascade, the sorceress seeing him swallow one bit of the cake, and ready to eat another, took a little water in the palm of her hand, and throwing it in the king's face, said, Wretch, quit that form of a man, and take that of a vile horse, blind and lame. These words not having the desired effect, the sorceress was strangely surprised to find King Bedr still in the same form, and that he only started for fear. Her cheeks reddened, and as she saw that she had missed her aim, dear Bedr, cried she, This is nothing, recover yourself. I did not intend you any harm, I only did it to see what you would say. I should be the most miserable and most execrable of women, should I attempt so black a deed. I do not only say, after all the oaths I have sworn, but even after so many testimonies of love as I have given you. Puissant queen, replied King Bedr, persuaded as I am that what your majesty did was only to divert yourself, yet I could not help being surprised. What could hinder me from being a little moved at the pronouncing of so strange a transformation? But, madam, continued he, let us drop this discourse, and since I have eat of your cake, would you do me the favor to taste mine? Queen Labe, who could not better justify herself than by showing this mark of confidence in the king of Persia, broke off a piece of his cake and ate it. She had no sooner swallowed it, but she appeared much troubled and remained, as it were, motionless. King Bedr lost no time, but took water out of the same basin, and throwing it in her face, cried, Abominable sorceress! Quit that form of a woman, and be turned instantly into a mare. The same instant Queen Labe was transformed into a very beautiful mare, and her confusion was so great to find herself in that condition, that she shed tears in great abundance, which perhaps no mare before had ever been known to do. She bowed her head to the feet of King Better, thinking to move him to compassion. But though he could have been so moved, it was absolutely out of his power to repair the mischief he had done. He led her into the stable belonging to the palace, and put her into the hands of a groom to bridle and saddle. But of all the bridles which the groom tried upon her, not one would fit her. This made him cause 2 horses to be saddled, one for the groom and the other for himself, and the groom led the mare after him to old Abdallah's. Abdallah, seeing at a distance King Better coming with the mare, doubted not but he had done what he advised him. "Cursed sorceress," said he immediately to himself, in a transport of joy, "heaven has at length punished thee as thou deservest." King Better alighted at Abdallah's door, and entered with him into the shop, embracing and thanking him for all the signal services he had done him. He related to him the whole matter, with all its circumstances, and moreover told him he could find no bridle fit for the mare. Abdallah, who had one for every horse, bridled the mare himself, and as soon as King Better had sent back the groom with the 2 horses, he said to him, "My lord, you have no reason to stay any longer in this city. Mount the mare and return to your kingdom. I have but one thing more to recommend to you, and that is, if you should ever happen to part with the mare, be sure not to give up the bridle." King Better promised to remember it, and having taken leave of the good old man, he departed. The young king of Persia no sooner got out of the city, but he began to reflect with joy on the deliverance he had had, and that he had the sorceress in his power, who had given him so much cause to tremble. 3 days after he arrived at a great city, where, entering the suburbs, he met a venerable old man, walking on foot towards a pleasure house he had there. "Sir," said the old man, stopping him, "may I presume to ask from what part of the world you come?" The king stopped to satisfy him, and as they were discoursing together, an old woman came up who, stopping likewise, wept and sighed bitterly at the sight of the mare. King Better and the old man left off discoursing to look on the old woman, whom the king asked what cause she had to lament so much. "Alas, sir," replied she, "it is because your mare resembles so perfectly one my son had, and which I still mourn the loss of on his account, and should think yours were the same, did I not know she was dead. Sell her to me, I beseech you. I will give you more than she is worth, and thank you too." "Good woman," replied King Better, "I am heartily sorry I cannot comply with your request. My mare is not to be sold." "Alas, sir," continued the old woman, "do not refuse me this favor for the love of God. My son and I shall certainly die with grief if you do not grant it." "Good woman," replied the king, "I would grant it with all my heart. Ill was disposed to part with so good a beast. But if I were so disposed, I believe you would hardly give 1,000 pieces of gold for her, and I could not sell her for less." "Why should I not give so much?" replied the old woman. "If that be the lowest price, you need only say you will take it, and I will fetch you the money." King Better, seeing the old woman so poorly dressed, could not imagine she could find the money. Therefore, to try her, he said, "Go fetch the money, and the mare is yours." The old woman immediately unloosed a purse she had fastened to her girdle, and desiring him to alight, bid him tell over the money. And in case he found it came short of the sum demanded, she said her house was not far off, and she could quickly fetch the rest. The surprise King Better was in at the sight of this purse was not small. "Good woman," said he, "do you not perceive I have bantered you all this while? I will assure you the mare is not to be sold." The old man, who had been witness to all that was said, now began to speak. "Son," quoth he to King Better, "it is necessary you should know one thing, which I find you are ignorant of, and that is, that in this city it is not permitted to anyone to tell a lie, on any account whatsoever, on pain of death. You cannot refuse taking this good woman's money and delivering your mare when she gives you the sum according to the agreement, and this you had better do without any noise than expose yourself to what may ensue." King Better, sorely afflicted to find himself thus trapped by his rash proffer, alighted with great regret. The old woman stood ready to seize the bridle, and immediately unbridled the mare, and taking some water in her hand from the stream that ran in the middle of the street, she threw it in the mare's face, uttering these words: "Daughter, quit that strange shape and reassume thy own." The transformation was effected in a moment, and King Better, who swooned as soon as he saw Queen Labe appear, would have fallen to the ground if the old man had not hindered him. The old woman, who was mother to Queen Labe, and had instructed her in all her magic secrets, had no sooner embraced her daughter, but to show her fury, in an instant she, by whistling, caused to rise a genie of a gigantic form and stature. This genie immediately took King Better on one shoulder, and the old woman with the magic queen on the other, and transported them in a few minutes to the palace of Queen Labe in the City of Enchantments. The magic queen immediately fell upon King Better, reproaching him grievously in the following manner: "Is it thus, ungrateful wretch, that thy unworthy uncle and thou repay me for all the kindnesses I have done for you? I shall soon make you both feel what you deserve." She said no more, but taking water in her hand, threw it in his face with these words: "Come out of that shape, and take that of a vile owl." These words were soon followed by the effect, and immediately she commanded one of her women to shut up the owl in a cage and give him neither meat nor drink. The woman took the cage and, without regarding what the queen ordered, gave him both meat and drink. And being old Abdallah's friend, she sent him word privately how the queen had treated his nephew, and her design to destroy both him and King Bedr, that he might give orders to prevent it and secure himself. Abdallah knew no common measures would do with Queen Labe. He therefore did but whistle after a certain manner, and there immediately arose a vast giant, with 4 wings, who, presenting himself before him, asked what he would have with him. "Lightning," said Abdallah to him, for so was the genie called, "I command you to preserve the life of King Bedr, son of Queen Gulnare. Go to the palace of the magic queen, and transport immediately to the capital of Persia the compassionate woman who has the cage in custody, to the end she may inform Queen Gulnare of the danger the king her son is in, and the occasion he has for her assistance. Take care not to frighten her when you come before her, and acquaint her from me what she ought to do." Lightning immediately disappeared, and got in an instant to the palace of the magic queen. He instructed the woman, lifted her up into the air, and transported her to the capital of Persia, where he placed her on the terrace that was near the apartment where Queen Gulnare was. She went downstairs to the apartment, and she there found Queen Gulnare and Queen Farash, her mother, lamenting their mutual misfortunes. She made them a profound reverence, and by the relation she gave them, they soon understood the great need King Bedr was in of their assistance. Queen Gulnare was so overjoyed at the news that, rising from her seat, she went and embraced the good woman, telling her how much she was obliged to her for the service she had done her. Then going immediately out, she commanded the trumpets to sound and the drums to beat, to acquaint the city that the king of Persia would suddenly return safe to his kingdom. She then went again and found King Sail her brother, whom Farash had caused to come speedily thither by a certain fumigation. "Brother," said she to him, "the king your nephew, my dear son, is in the city of enchantments, under the power of Queen Labe. Both you and I must go to deliver him, for there is no time to be lost." King Sail forthwith assembled a puissant body of his marine troops, who soon rose out of the sea. He also called to his assistance the genies his allies, who appeared with a much more numerous army than his own. As soon as the 2 armies were joined, he put himself at the head of them with Queen Farash, Queen Gulnare, and the princesses, who would all have their share in this action. They then lifted themselves up into the air, and soon poured down on the palace and city of enchantments, where the magic queen, her mother, and all the adorers of fire were destroyed in an instant. Queen Gulnare had ordered the woman who brought her the news of Queen Labe's transforming and imprisoning her son to follow her close, and bid her, in the confusion, only go and seize the cage and bring it to her. This order was executed as she wished, and Queen Gulnare was no sooner in possession of the cage, but she opened it and took out the owl, saying, as she sprinkled a little water upon him, "My dear son, quit that strange form and resume thy natural one of a man." In a moment, Queen Gulnare no more saw the hideous owl, but King Bedr her son. She immediately embraced him with an excess of joy, her tears supplying more forcibly the place of words. She could not find in her heart to let him go, and Queen Farash was obliged to force him from her in her turn. After her, he was likewise embraced by the king his uncle and his relations. Queen Gulnare's first care was to look out for old Abdallah, to whom she had been obliged for the recovery of the king of Persia, and who being brought to her, she said to him, "My obligations to you, sir, have been so great, that there is nothing within my power but I would freely do for you as a token of my acknowledgement. Do but satisfy me in what I can serve you." "Great queen," replied Abdallah, "if the lady whom I sent to your majesty will but consent to the marriage I offer her, and the king of Persia will give me leave to reside at his court, I will spend the remainder of my days in his service." Then the queen turned to the lady, who was present, and finding by her modest shame that she was not averse to the match proposed, she caused them to join hands, and the king of Persia and she took care of their fortune. This marriage occasioned the king of Persia to speak thus to the queen. "Madam," said he, "I am heartily glad of this match which his majesty has just made. There remains one more which I desire you to think of." Queen Gulnare did not at first comprehend what marriage he meant, but after a little considering, she said, "Of yours you mean, son? I consent to it with all my heart." Then turning and looking on her brother's sea attendants and the genies who were still present, "Go," said she, "and traverse both sea and land to find out the most lovely and amiable princess, worthy of the king my son, and come and tell us." "Madam," replied King Bedr, "it is to no purpose for them to take all that pains. You have no doubt heard that I have already given my heart to the Princess of Samandal, upon the bare relation of her beauty. I have seen her, and do not repent of the present I then made her. In a word, neither earth nor sea, in my opinion, can furnish a princess like her. It is true, upon my declaring my love to her, she treated me in a way that would have extinguished any flame less strong than mine. But I hold her excused. She could not treat me with less rigor, after imprisoning the king her father, of which I was the innocent cause. But it may be, the king of Samandal may have changed his resolution, and his daughter the princess may consent to love me, when she sees her father has agreed to it. Son, replied Queen Gulnare, if only the Princess Jeuhara can make you happy, it is not my design to oppose you. The king your uncle need only have the king of Samandal brought, and we shall soon see whether he be still of the same untractable temper. Strictly as the king of Samandal had been kept during his captivity by King Sale's orders, yet he always had great respect shown him, and was become very familiar with the officers who guarded him. King Sale caused a chafing dish of coals to be brought, into which he threw a certain composition, uttering at the same time some mysterious words. As soon as the smoke began to arise, the palace shook, and immediately the king of Samandal, with King Sale's officers, appeared. The king of Persia cast himself at the king of Samandal's feet, and kneeling said, "It is no longer King Sale that demands of your majesty the honor of your alliance for the king of Persia. It is the king of Persia himself that humbly begs that boon, and I persuade myself your majesty will not persist in being the cause of the death of a king, who can no longer live if he does not share life with the amiable Princess Jeuhara." The king of Samandal did not long suffer the king of Persia to remain at his feet. He embraced him, and obliging him to rise, said, "I should be very sorry to have contributed in the least to the death of a monarch who is so worthy to live. If it be true that so precious a life cannot be preserved without the possession of my daughter, live, sir," said he, "she is yours. She has always been obedient to my will, and I cannot think she will now oppose it." Speaking these words, he ordered one of his officers, whom King Sale had permitted to be about him, to go and look for the Princess Jeuhara and bring her to him immediately. The princess continued where the king of Persia had left her. The officer perceived her and brought her soon with her women. The king of Samandal embraced her and said, "Daughter, I have provided a husband for you. It is the king of Persia you see there, the most accomplished monarch at present in the universe. The preference he has given you to all other princesses obliges us both to express our gratitude." "Sir," replied the princess Jeuhara, "your majesty well knows I never have presumed to disobey your will in anything. I shall always be ready to obey you, and I hope the king of Persia will forget my ill treatment of him, and consider it was duty, not inclination, that forced me to it." The nuptials were celebrated in the palace of the City of Enchantments, with the greater solemnity that all the lovers of the magic queen, who resumed their pristine forms, as soon as ever that queen ceased to live, assisted at them, and came to return their thanks to the king of Persia, Queen Gulnare, and King Sale. They were all sons of kings or princes or persons of high rank. King Sale at length conducted the king of Samandal to his dominions, and put him in possession of them. The king of Persia, at the height of his wishes, returned to his capital with Queen Gulnare, Queen Farash, and the princesses, and Queen Farash and the princesses continued there till King Sale came to reconduct them to his kingdom under the waves of the sea. The history of Ghanem, son to Abu Ayyub, and known by the surname of Love's Slave. "Sir," said Scheherazade to the Sultan of the Indies, "there was formerly at Damascus a merchant, who had by care and industry acquired great wealth, on which he lived in a very honorable manner. His name was Abu Ayyub, and he had one son and a daughter. The son was at first called Ghanem, but afterwards surnamed Love's Slave. His person was graceful, and the excellent natural qualities of his mind had been improved by able masters, whom his father had taken care to provide him. The daughter's name was Alkalam, signifying ravisher of hearts, because her beauty was so perfect that whoever saw her could not but love her. Abu Ayyub died and left immense riches. 100 loads of brocades and other silks that lay in his warehouse were the least part of it. The loads were ready made up, and on every bale was written in large characters, "For Baghdad." Mahamd, the son of Solomon, surnamed Zinbai, reigned at that time at Damascus, the capital of Syria. His kinsman Harun al-Rashid, whose residence was at Baghdad, had bestowed that kingdom on him as his tributary. Soon after the death of Abu Ayyub, Ghanem discoursing with his mother about their domestic affairs, and amongst the rest concerning the loads of merchandise in the warehouse, asked her the meaning of what was written upon each bale. "My son," answered his mother, "your father used to travel sometimes into one province, and sometimes into another. and it was customary with him, before he set out, to write the name of the city he designed to repair to on every bale. He had provided all things to take a journey to Baghdad, and was upon the point of setting out, when death, she had not power to finish. The lively remembrance of the loss of her husband would not permit her to say more, and drew from her a shower of tears. Gainham could not see his mother so sensibly affected, without being himself equally so. They continued some time silent. But at length he recovered himself, and as soon as he found his mother calm enough to listen to him, he directed his discourse to her, and said, "Since my father designed these goods for Baghdad, and is no longer in being, to put his design into execution, I will prepare myself to perform that journey. And I am of opinion it will be proper for me to hasten my departure, for fear those commodities should perish, or that we lose the opportunity of selling them to the best advantage." Abu Ayyub's widow, who tenderly loved her son, was much surprised at this resolution, and replied, "My dear child, I cannot but commend you for designing to follow your father's example. But consider that you are too young, inexperienced, and unaccustomed to the fatigue of traveling. Besides, can you think of leaving me, and adding to that sorrow with which I am already oppressed? Is it not better to sell those goods to the merchants of Damascus, and take up with a moderate profit, than to expose yourself to the danger of perishing?" It was in vain for her to oppose Gainham's resolution by the strongest arguments. They had no weight with him. An inclination to travel, and to accomplish himself by a thorough knowledge of the world, urged him to set out, and prevailed over all his mother's remonstrances, her entreaties, and even her tears. He went to the market where the slaves are sold, and bought such as were able-bodied, hired 100 camels, and having provided all other necessaries, he entered upon his journey with 5 or 6 merchants of Damascus, who were going to trade at Baghdad. Those merchants, attended by all their slaves, and accompanied by several other travelers, made up such a considerable caravan, that they had nothing to fear from the Bedouin Arabs, who make it their only profession to range the country, and to attack and plunder the caravans when they are not strong enough to repulse them. They had no other difficulty to encounter, but the usual fatigues of a long journey, which were easily forgotten when they came in sight of the city of Baghdad, where they arrived in safety. They alighted at the most magnificent and most frequented khan in the city, but Gainham, who chose to be lodged conveniently, and by himself took no apartment there. He only left his goods there in a warehouse for their greater security, and hired a very fine house in the neighborhood, richly furnished, having a garden which was very delightful, on account of the many waterworks and shady groves that were in it. Some days after this young merchant had been settled in his house, and perfectly recovered of the fatigue of his journey, he dressed himself genteelly, and repaired to the public place, where the merchants met to buy and sell. A slave followed him, carrying a parcel of fine stuffs and silks. The merchants received Gainham very courteously, and their syndic, or chief, to whom he first made application, took and bought all his parcel, at the price set down in the ticket annexed to every piece of stuff. Gainham continued his trade so successfully that he sold all the goods he exposed daily. He had but one bale left, which he had caused to be carried from the warehouse to his own house, and then went to the public rendezvous, where he found all the shops shut. This seemed somewhat extraordinary to him, and having asked the cause of it, was told that one of the first merchants whom he knew was dead, and that all his brother traders were gone to his funeral. Gainham inquired for the mosque where the prayer was to be made, and whence the body was to be conducted to the grave, and having been told, sent back his slave with the goods and walked towards the mosque. He got thither before the prayers were ended, which were said in a hall hung with black satin. The corpse was taken up, and followed by the kindred, the merchants, and Gainham, to the place of burial, which was at a great distance without the city. It was a stone structure, in form of a dome, purposely built to receive the bodies of all the family of the deceased, and being very small, they had pitched tents all about it, that all the company might be sheltered during the ceremony. The monument was opened, and the corpse laid into it, after which it was shut up again. Then the imam and other ministers of the mosque sat down in a ring on carpets in the largest tent, and said the rest of the prayers. They also read the chapter of the Quran appointed for the burial of the dead. The kindred and merchants sat round, in the same manner, behind the ministers. It was near night before all was ended. Gainham, who had not expected such a long ceremony, began to be uneasy, and the more so, when he saw meat served up in memory of the deceased, according to the custom of Baghdad. He was also told that the tents had not been set up only against the heat of the sun, but also against the evening dew, because they should not return to the city before the next morning. Those words perplexed Gainham. "I am a stranger," said he to himself, "and have the reputation of being a rich merchant. Thieves may take the opportunity of my absence and go rob my house. My slaves may be tempted by so favorable an opportunity. They may run away with all the gold I have received for my goods, and whither shall I go to look for them? Full of these thoughts, he ate a few mouthfuls hastily, and dexterously slipped away from the company. He made all possible haste. But as it often happens that the more a man puts on, the less he advances, he mistook his way, and went astray in the dark, so that it was near midnight when he came to the city gate, which, to add to his misfortune, was shut. That disappointment was a fresh affliction to him, and he was obliged to look for some convenient place to pass the rest of the night in, and wait till the gate was opened. He went into a burial place, so spacious that it reached from the city to the very place he was come from. He advanced to some high walls, which enclosed a small field, being the peculiar burial place of a family, and in which there was a palm tree. There was an infinite number of other particular burial places, the doors whereof they did not take care to fasten. Gainham, finding that the burial place where the palm tree grew was open, went into it and shut the door after him. He lay down on the grass and did all he could to sleep, but the uneasiness at being absent from home would not permit him. He got up, and after having passed before the door several times, he opened it, without knowing why, and immediately perceived at a distance a light, which seemed to come towards him. He was startled at that sight, put to the door, which had nothing to secure it but a latch, and got up as fast as he could to the top of the palm tree, looking upon that as the safest retreat under his present apprehensions. Next, no sooner was he got up than by the help of the light which had frightened him, he plainly perceived three men, whom, by their habit, he knew to be slaves, come into the burial place. One of them went foremost with a lanthorn, and the two others followed him, being loaded with a chest between 5 and 6 feet long, which they carried on their shoulders. They set it down, and then one of the three slaves said to his comrades, "Brothers, if you will be advised by me, we will leave the chest here and return to the city." "No, no," replied another, "that is not executing our mistress's orders. We may have cause to repent not doing as we were commanded. Let us bury the chest, since we are so enjoined to do." The two other slaves complied. They began to break ground with the tools they had brought for that purpose. When they had made a deep trench, they put the chest into it and covered it with the earth they had taken out, then departed and returned home. Gainham, who from the top of the palm tree had heard every word the slaves had spoken, could not tell what to think of that adventure. He concluded that the chest must contain something of value, and that the person to whom it belonged had some particular reasons for causing it to be buried in that cemetery. He resolved immediately to satisfy his curiosity, came down from the palm tree, the departure of the slaves having dissipated his fear, and fell to work upon the pit, plying his hands and feet so well that in a short time he uncovered the chest, but found it secured with a great padlock. This new obstacle to the satisfying of his curiosity was no small mortification to him, yet he was not discouraged. But the day beginning then to appear, he saw several great pebbles about the burial place. He picked out one with which he easily knocked off the padlock, and then with much impatience opened the chest. Gainham was strangely surprised when, instead of finding money in it, he discovered a young lady of incomparable beauty. Her fresh and rosy complexion, and her gentle, regular breathing, satisfied him she was alive, but he could not conceive why, if she were only asleep, she had not waked at the noise he made in forcing off the padlock. Her habit was so costly, with bracelets and pendants of diamonds, and a necklace of true pearl so large, that he made not the least doubt of her being one of the principal ladies about the court. At the sight of so beautiful an object, not only compassion and natural inclination to relieve persons in danger, but something more powerful, which Gainham could not then account for, prevailed on him to afford that young beauty all the assistance in his power. He first shut the gate of the burial place, which the slaves had left open, then returning, took the lady in his arms out of the chest, and laid her on the soft earth he had thrown off the said chest. As soon as the lady was laid down and exposed to the air, she sneezed, and by the motion in turning her head, there came from her mouth a liquor, with which her stomach seemed to have been loaded. Then opening and rubbing her eyes, she with such a voice as charmed Gainham, whom she did not see, cried out, "Zoreb Boston, Shagram Margin, Kasabo Saukar, Nuran Nihar, Najanato Sohai, Nuzito Zaman, why do you not answer? Where are you?" These were the names of 6 female slaves that used to wait on her and signified flower of the garden, branch of coral, sugar cane, light of the day, morning star, and delight of the season. She called them and wondered that nobody answered, but at length looking about and perceiving she was in a burial place, she was seized with fear. "What," cried she, much louder than before, "are the dead raised? Is the day of judgment come? What a wonderful change is this from evening to morning." Gainham did not think fit to leave the lady any longer in her perplexity, but presented himself before her with all possible respect, and in the most courteous manner. "Madam," said he, "I am not able to express my joy for having happened to be here to do you the service I have done, and to offer you all the assistance you may stand in need of under your present circumstances." In order to persuade the lady to repose a confidence in him, he, in the first place, told her who he was and what accident had brought him into that place. Next, he acquainted her with the coming of the three slaves and how they had buried the chest. The lady, who had covered her face with her veil as soon as Gainem appeared, was extremely sensible of the obligations she owed him. "I return thanks to God," said she, "for having sent so worthy a person as you are to deliver me from death. But since you have begun so charitable a work, I conjure you not to leave it imperfect. Let me beg of you to go into the city, and provide a muleteer to come with his mule, and carry me to your house in this chest. For should I go with you on foot, my dress being different from that of the city ladies, someone might take notice of it and follow me, which it highly concerns me to prevent. When I shall be in your house, I will give you an account of myself, and in the meantime be assured that you have not obliged an ungrateful person." Before the young merchant left the lady, he drew the chest out of the pit, which he filled up with earth, laid her again in the chest, and shut it in such a manner that it did not look as if the padlock had been forced off. But for fear of stifling her, he did not put it quite close, leaving room for the air to get in. Going out of the burial place, he drew the door after him, and the city gate being then open, soon found what he sought for. He returned with speed to the burial place, and helped the muleteer to lay the chest across his mule, telling him, to remove all cause of suspicion, that he came to that place the night before with another muleteer, who, being in haste to return home, had laid down the chest in the burial place. Gainem, who, since his arrival at Baghdad, had minded nothing but his business, was still unacquainted with the power of love, and now felt the first attacks of it. It had not been in his power to look upon the young lady without being dazzled, and the uneasiness he felt at following the muleteer at a distance, and the fear lest any accident might happen by the way, that should deprive him of his conquest, taught him to unravel his thoughts. It was an extraordinary satisfaction to him, when, being arrived safe at home, he saw the chest unloaded. He dismissed the muleteer, and having caused a slave to shut the door of his house, he opened the chest, helped the lady out, gave her his hand, and conducted her to his apartment, lamenting how much she must have endured in that close confinement. "If I have suffered," said she, "I have satisfaction sufficient in what you have done for me, and in the pleasure of seeing myself out of danger." Though Gainem's apartment was very richly furnished, the lady did not so much regard that as she did the handsome presence and engaging mien of her deliverer, whose politeness and obliging behavior heightened her gratitude. She sat down on a sofa, and to begin to give the merchant to understand how sensible she was of the service done her, she took off her veil. Gainem, on his part, was sensible of the favor so lovely a lady did in uncovering her face to him, or rather felt he had already a most violent passion for her. Whatever obligations she owed him, he thought himself more than requited by so singular a favor. The lady dived into Gainem's thoughts, yet was not at all alarmed, because he appeared very respectful. He, judging she might have occasion to eat, and not willing to trust any but himself with the care of entertaining so charming a guest, went out with a slave to an eating-house to give directions for a treat. From thence he went to a fruiterer, where he chose the finest and best fruit, buying also the choicest wine, and the same bread that was eaten at the caliph's table. As soon as he returned home, he, with his own hands, made a pyramid of the fruit he had bought, and serving it up himself to the lady in a large dish of the finest chinaware. "Madam," said he, "be pleased to make choice of some of this fruit, while a more solid entertainment and more worthy yourself is made ready." He would have continued standing before her, but she declared she would not touch anything unless he sat down and eat with her. He obeyed, and when they had eaten some small matter, Gainem observing that the lady's veil, which she laid down by her on a sofa, was embroidered along the edge with golden letters, begged her leave to look on that embroidery. The lady immediately took up the veil and delivered it to him, asking him whether he could read. "Madam," replied he, with a modest air, "a merchant would be ill qualified to manage his business if he could not at least read and write." "Well then," said she, "read the words which are embroidered on that veil, which gives me an opportunity of telling you my story." Gainem took the veil and read these words: "I am yours, and you are mine, thou descendant from the Prophet's uncle." That descendant from the Prophet's uncle was the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, who then reigned, and was descended from Abbas Mahomet's uncle. When Gainem perceived the meaning of these words, "Alas, madam," said he in a melancholy tone, "I have just saved your life, and this writing is my death. I do not comprehend all the mystery, but it convinces me I am the most unfortunate of men. Pardon, madam, the liberty I take of telling you this. It was impossible for me to see you without giving you my heart. You are not ignorant yourself, that it was not in my power to refuse it you, and that makes my presumption excusable. I propose to myself to touch your heart by my respectful behavior, my care, my complacence, my assiduity, my submission, my constancy, and no sooner had I formed the flattering design than I am robbed of all my hopes. I cannot long survive so great a misfortune. But be that as it will, I shall have the satisfaction of dying entirely yours. Proceed, madam, I conjure you, and give me full information of my unhappy fate. He could not utter those words without letting fall some tears. The lady was moved, but was so far from being displeased at the declaration he made that she felt secret joy, for her heart began to yield. However, she concealed it, and as if she had not regarded what Gainham said, I should have been very cautious, answered she, of showing you my veil, had I thought it would have given you so much uneasiness, and I do not perceive that what I have to say to you can make your condition so deplorable as you imagine. You must understand, proceeded she, in order to acquaint you with my story, that my name is Fetnah, which signifies torments, which was given me at my birth, because it was judged that the sight of me would one day occasion many calamities. You cannot be a stranger to it, since there is nobody in Baghdad but knows that the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, my sovereign lord and yours, had a favorite so called. I was carried into his palace in my tenderest years, and I have been brought up there with all the care that is usually taken with such persons of my sex as are destined to reside there. I made no little progress in all they took the pains to teach me, and that, with some share of beauty, gained me the affection of the Caliph, who allotted me a particular apartment adjoining to his own. That prince was not satisfied with such a mark of distinction. He appointed 20 women to wait on me, and as many eunuchs, and ever since he has made me such considerable presents that I saw myself richer than any queen in the world. You may judge by what I have said, that Zobeide, the Caliph's wife and kinswoman, could not but be jealous of my happiness. Though Harun has all the regard imaginable for her, she has taken every possible opportunity to ruin me. Hitherto I had secured myself against all her snares, but at length I fell under the last effort of her jealousy, and, were it not for you, I had now been exposed to inevitable death. I question not but she had corrupted one of my slaves, who last night, in some lemonade, gave me a drug which causes such a dead sleep that it is easy to dispose of those who have taken it. For that sleep is so profound that nothing can dispel it for the space of 7 or 8 hours. I have the more reason to judge so, because naturally I am a very bad sleeper, and apt to wake at the least noise. Zobeide, the better to put her design in execution, has laid hold of the opportunity of the absence of the Caliph, who went lately to put himself at the head of his troops, to chastise some neighboring kings, who have formed a league to make war on him. Were it not for this opportunity, my rival, outrageous as she is, durst not have presumed to attempt anything against my life. I know not what she will do to conceal this action from the Caliph, but you see it highly concerns me that you should keep my secret. My life depends on it. I shall be safe in your house, as long as the Caliph is from Baghdad. It concerns you to keep my adventure private, for should Zobeide know the obligation I owe you, she would punish you for having saved me. When the Caliph returns, I shall not need to be so much upon my guard. I shall find means to acquaint him with all that has happened, and I am fully persuaded he will be more earnest than myself to requite a service which restores me to his love. As soon as Harun al-Rashid's beautiful favorite had done speaking, Gainham began, and said, Madam, I return you 1,000 thanks for having given me the information I took the liberty to desire of you, and I beg of you to believe that you are here in safety. The sentiments you have inspired in me are a pledge of my secrecy. As for my slaves, I own there is cause to suspect them. They may perhaps fail of the fidelity they owe me, should they know by what accident, and in what place I had the happiness to find you, but it is impossible they should guess at that. Nay, I dare assure you that they will not have the curiosity to inquire after it. It is so natural for young men to purchase beautiful slaves, that it will be no way surprising to them to see you here, as believing you to be one, and that I have bought you. They will also believe that I had some particular reasons for bringing you home as they saw I did. Set your heart, therefore, at rest as to that point, and remain satisfied that you shall be served with all the respect that is due to the favorite of so great a monarch as ours is. But how great soever he is, give me leave, madam, to declare that nothing will be capable of making me recall the present I have made you of my heart. I know, and shall never forget, that what belongs to the master is forbidden to the slave. But I loved you before you told me that you were engaged to the Caliph. It is not in my power to overcome a passion which, though now in its infancy, has all the force of a love strengthened by a perfect correspondence. I wish your august and most fortunate lover may avenge you of the malice of Zobeide, by calling you back to him, and when you shall be restored to his wishes, that you may remember the unfortunate Gainham, who is no less your conquest than the caliph. Powerful as that prince is, I flatter myself he will not be able to blot me out of your remembrance. He cannot love you more passionately than I do, and I shall never cease to sigh for you, into whatever part of the world I go to expire, after having lost you. Fetnah perceived that Ganem was under the greatest of afflictions, and it affected her. But considering the uneasiness she was likely to bring upon herself, by prosecuting the discourse upon that subject, which might insensibly lead her to discover the inclination she felt in herself for him. I perceive, said she, that this conversation gives you too much uneasiness. Let us change the discourse, and talk of the infinite obligation I owe you. I can never sufficiently express my satisfaction when I reflect that, without your assistance, I should never again have beheld the light of the sun. It was happy for them both that somebody just then knocked at the door. Ganem went to see who it was, and found it was one of his slaves, to acquaint him that the entertainment was ready. Ganem, who by way of precaution would have none of his slaves come into the room where Fetnah was, took what was brought and served it up himself to his beautiful guest, whose soul was ravished to behold what attention he paid her. When they had eaten, Ganem took away as he covered the table, and having delivered all things at the chamber door to his slaves, Madam, said he to Fetnah, you may now perhaps desire to take some rest. I will leave you, and when you have reposed yourself, you shall find me ready to receive your commands. Having spoken these words, he left her, and went to purchase 2 women slaves. He also bought 2 parcels, one of fine linen, and the other of all such things as were proper to make up a toilet fit for the caliph's favorite. Having conducted home the 2 women slaves, he presented them to Fetnah, saying, Madam, a person of your quality cannot be without 2 waiting maids at least to serve you. Be pleased to accept of these. Fetnah, admiring Ghanem's attention, my lord, said she, I perceive you are not one that will do things by halves. You add by your courtesy to the obligations I owe you already. But I hope I shall not die ungrateful, and that heaven will soon put me into a condition to return all your acts of generosity. When the women slaves were withdrawn into a chamber adjoining, where the young merchant sent them, he sat down on the sofa where Fetnah was, but at some distance from her, in token of the greater respect. He then began again to discourse of his passion, and said very moving things on the invincible obstacles which robbed him of all his hopes. I dare not so much as hope, said he, by my passion, to excite the least sensibility in a heart like yours, destined for the greatest prince in the world. Alas, it would be a comfort to me in my misfortunes, if I could flatter myself that you have not looked upon the excess of my love with indifference. My lord, answered Fetnah, alas. Madam, said Ganem, interrupting her at the word lord, this is the 2nd time you have done me the honor to call me lord. The presence of the women slaves hindered me the first time from taking notice of it to you. In the name of God, madam, do not give me this title of honor. It does not belong to me. Treat me, I beseech you, as your slave. I am, and shall never cease to be so. No, no, replied Fetnah, interrupting him in her turn, I shall be cautious how I treat after that manner a man to whom I owe my life. I should be ungrateful, could I say or do anything that did not become you. Leave me, therefore, to follow the dictates of my gratitude, and do not require it of me that I misbehave myself towards you, in return for the benefits I have received. I shall never be guilty of it. I am too sensible of your respectful behavior to abuse it, and I will not hesitate to own that I do not look upon all your care with indifference. You know the reasons that condemn me to silence. Ganem was ravished at that declaration. He wept for joy, and not being able to find expressions significant enough, in his own opinion, to return Fetnah thanks, was satisfied with telling her that as she knew what she owed to the caliph, he, on his part, was not ignorant that what belongs to the master is forbidden to the servant. Night drawing on, he rose up to fetch a light, which he brought in himself, as also some collation, as is the custom in the city of Baghdad, where, having made a good meal at noon, they passed the evening with eating some fruit and drinking a glass of wine and agreeable conversation till bedtime. They both sat down at table, and at first complimented each other on the fruit, as they presented it reciprocally. The excellency of the wine insensibly drew them both on to drink, and having drank 2 or 3 glasses, they agreed that neither should take another glass without singing some air first. Ganem sung verses he composed extempore, expressive of the vehemence of his passion, and Fetnah, encouraged by his example, composed and sung verses relating to her adventure, and always containing something which Ganem might take in a sense favorable to him. Except this, she most exactly observed the fidelity due to the caliph. The collation held till very late, and the night was far advanced before they thought of parting. Ganem then withdrew to another apartment, leaving Fetnah where she was, the women slaves he had bought coming in to wait upon her. They lived together after this manner several days. The young merchant went not abroad, unless upon business of the utmost consequence, and even for that took the time when the lady was at her rest. For he could not prevail upon himself to lose a moment that might be spent in her company. All his thoughts were taken up with his dear Fetnah, who, on her side, giving way to her inclination, confessed she had no less affection for him than he had for her. However, fond as they were of each other, their respect for the Caliph kept them within due bounds, which still heightened their passion. Whilst Fetnah, thus snatched from the jaws of death, passed her time so agreeably with Ghanem, Zobeide was not without some apprehensions in Harun al-Rashid's palace. No sooner had the three slaves, entrusted with the execution of her revenge, carried away the chest, without knowing what was in it, or having the least curiosity to inquire into it, as being used to pay a blind obedience to her commands, than she was seized with a tormenting uneasiness. 1,000 perplexing thoughts disturbed her rest, sleep fled from her eyes, and she spent the night in contriving how to conceal her crime. "My consort," said she, "loves Fetnah more than ever he did any of his favorites. What shall I say to him at his return, when he inquires of me after her?" Many contrivances occurred to her, but none were satisfactory. Still she met with difficulties, and knew not where to fix. There lived with her an ancient lady, who had bred her up from her infancy. As soon as it was day she sent for her, and having entrusted her with the secret, said, "My good mother, you have always assisted me with your advice. If ever I stood in need of it, it is now, when the business before you is to still my thoughts, distracted by a mortal anxiety, and to show me some way to satisfy the Caliph." "My dear mistress," replied the old woman, "it had been much better not to have run yourself into the difficulties you labor under. But since the thing is done, the best is to say no more of it. All that must now be thought of is how to deceive the commander of the believers, and I am of opinion that you immediately cause a wooden image resembling a dead body to be carved. We will shroud it up in old linen, and when shut up in a coffin, it shall be buried in some part of the palace. Then shall you immediately cause a marble monument to be built, in the form of a dome, over the burial place, and erect a figure, which shall be covered with a black cloth, and set about with great candlesticks and large wax tapers. There is another thing," added the old lady, "which ought not to be forgot. You must put on mourning, and cause the same to be done by all your own and Fetnah's women, your eunuchs, and all the officers of the palace. When the Caliph returns and sees you all in the palace in mourning, he will not fail to ask the occasion of it. Then will you have an opportunity of insinuating yourself into his favor, by saying it was out of respect to him that you paid the last honors to Fetnah, snatched away by sudden death. You may tell him you have caused a mausoleum to be built, and in short, that you have paid all the last honors to his favorite, as he would have done himself had he been present. His passion for her being extraordinary, he will certainly go to shed tears upon her grave. And perhaps," added the old woman, "he will not believe she is really dead. He may, perhaps, suspect you have turned her out of the palace through jealousy, and look upon all the mourning as an artifice to deceive him, and prevent his making search after her. It is likely he will cause the coffin to be taken up and opened, and it is certain he will be convinced of her death, as soon as he shall see the figure of a dead body buried. He will be pleased with all you shall have done, and express his gratitude. As for the wooden image, I will undertake to have it cut myself by a carver in the city, who shall not know what use it is to be put to. As for your part, madam, order Fetnah's woman, who yesterday gave her the lemonade, to give out, among her companions, that she has just found her mistress dead in her bed, and to the end that they may only think of lamenting, without offering to go into her chamber, let her add, she has already acquainted you with it, and that you have ordered Messer to cause her to be buried." As soon as the old lady had spoken these words, Zobeide took a rich diamond ring out of her casket, and putting it on her finger, and embracing her in a transport of joy, said, "How infinitely am I beholden to you, my good mother. I should never have thought of so ingenious a contrivance. It cannot fail of success, and I begin to recover my peace of mind. I leave the care of the wooden figure to you, and will go myself to order the rest." The wooden image was got ready with as much expedition as Zobeide could have wished, and then conveyed by the old lady herself into Fetnah's bedchamber, where she dressed it like a dead body, and put it into a coffin. Then Mesrer, who was himself deceived by it, caused the coffin and the representation of Fetnah to be carried away, and buried with the usual ceremonies, in the place appointed by Zobeide, the favorite's women weeping and lamenting, she who had given her the lemonade setting them an example by her cries and howlings. That very day Zobeide sent for the architect of the palace and of the caliph's other houses, and, according to the orders he received from her, the mausoleum was finished in a very short time. Such potent princesses as the consort of a monarch, whose power extended from east to west, are always punctually obeyed in whatsoever they command. She soon put on mourning with all the court, so that the news of Fetnah's death was quickly spread all over the city. Ganem was one of the last who heard of it, for, as I have before observed, he hardly ever went abroad. Being, however, at length informed of it, madam, said he to the caliph's fair favorite, you are believed in Baghdad to be dead, and I do not question but that Zobeide herself believes it. I bless heaven that I am the cause and the happy witness of your being alive, and would to God that, taking the advantage of this false report, you would share my fortune and go far from hence to reign in my heart. But whither does this pleasing transport carry me? I do not consider that you are born to make the greatest prince in the world happy, and that only Harun al-Rashid is worthy of you. Supposing you could resolve to give him up for me, and that you would follow me, ought I to consent to it? No, it is my part always to remember that what belongs to the master is forbidden to the slave. The lovely Fetnah, though moved by the tenderness of the passion he expressed, yet prevailed with herself not to answer it. My lord, said she to him, we cannot obstruct Zobeide's triumphing. I am not at all surprised at the artifice she makes use of to conceal her guilt. But let her go on. I flatter myself that sorrow will soon follow her triumph. The caliph will return, and we shall find the means privately to inform him of all that has happened. In the meantime, let us be more cautious than ever, that she may not know I am alive. I have already told you the consequences. At the end of 3 months, the caliph returned to Baghdad with glory, having vanquished all his enemies. He entered the palace with impatience to see Fetnah, and to lay all his new laurels at her feet, but was amazed to see all the officers he had left behind him in mourning. He was struck without knowing the cause, and his concern was redoubled, when coming into the apartment of Zobeide, he espied that princess coming to meet him in mourning, with all her women. He immediately asked her the cause of it with much agitation. Commander of the believers, answered Zobeide, I am in mourning for your slave Fetnah, who died so suddenly that it was impossible to apply any remedy for her distemper. She would have proceeded, but the caliph did not give her time, being so surprised at the news that he cried out, and fainted in the arms of Ja'afar, his grand vizier, who attended him. But soon recovering himself, he with a feeble voice, which sufficiently expressed his extreme grief, asked where his dear Fetnah had been buried. Sir, said Zobeide, I myself took care of her funeral, and spared no cost to make it magnificent. I have caused a marble mausoleum to be built over her grave, and will attend you thither if you desire it. The caliph would not permit Zobeide to take that trouble, but contented himself to have Mesrer conduct him. He went thither just as he was, that is, in his camp dress. When he saw the figure covered with a black cloth, the wax lights round it, and the magnificence of the mausoleum, he was amazed that Zobeide should have performed the obsequies of her rival with so much pomp. And being naturally of a jealous temper, he suspected his wife's generosity, and fancied his mistress might perhaps be yet alive, that Zobeide, taxing the advantage of his long absence, might have turned her out of the palace, ordering those she had entrusted to conduct her, to convey her so far off that she might never more be heard of. This was all he suspected, for he did not think Zobeide wicked enough to have attempted the life of his favorite. The better to discover the truth himself, this prince ordered the figure to be removed, and caused the grave and the coffin to be opened in his presence. But when he saw the linen wrapped round the wooden image, he durst not proceed any farther. This religious caliph thought it would be an irreligious act to suffer the body of the dead lady to be touched, and this scrupulous fear prevailed over his love and curiosity. He doubted not of Fetnah's death. He caused the coffin to be shut up again, the grave to be filled, and the figure to be placed as it was before. The caliph, thinking himself obliged to pay some respect to the tomb of his favorite, sent for the ministers of religion, the officers of the palace, and the readers of the Quran, and whilst they were collecting together, he remained in the mausoleum, moistening with his tears the earth that covered the phantom of his mistress. When all the persons he had sent for were come, he stood before the figure, and they about it recited long prayers, after which the readers of the Quran read several chapters. The same ceremony was performed every day for a whole month, morning and evening, the caliph being always present, with Ja'afar the grand vizier, and the principal officers of the court, all of them in mourning, as well as the caliph himself, who all the time ceased not to honor the memory of Fetnah with his tears, and would not hear of any business. The last day of the month, the prayers and reading of the Quran lasted from morning till break of day the next morning, and at length, when all was done, every man returned home. Harun al-Rashid, being tired with sitting up so long, went to take some rest in his apartment and fell asleep on a sofa between two of the court ladies, one of them sitting at the bed's head and the other at the feet, who, whilst he slept, were working some embroidery and observed a profound silence. She who sat at the bed's head, and whose name was Nuran Nihar, that is, dawn of the day, perceiving the caliph was asleep, whispered to the other, called Negmatos Sohai, signifying morning star, "There is great news. The commander of the believers, our master, will be overjoyed when he awakes, and here's what I have to tell him. Fetnah is not dead, she is in perfect health." "O heavens!" cried Morningstar in a transport of joy, "is it possible that the beautiful, the charming, the incomparable Fetnah should be still among the living?" Morning Star uttered these words with so much vivacity, and so loud that the caliph awaked. He asked why they had disturbed his rest. "Alas, my sovereign lord," answered Morning Star, "pardon me this indiscretion. I could not without transport hear that Fetnah is still alive. It caused such emotion in me that I could not conceal it." "What then is become of her," said the caliph, "if she is not dead?" "Chief of the believers," replied Dawn of the Day, "I this evening received a note, not signed from a person unknown, but written with Fetnah's own hand, who gives me an account of her melancholy adventure and orders me to acquaint you with it. I thought fit, before I fulfilled my commission, to let you take some few moments' rest, believing you must stand in need of it after your fatigue." "And give me that note," said the caliph, interrupting her eagerly. "You were wrong to defer delivering it to me." Dawn of the Day immediately presented to him the note, which he opened with much impatience, and in it Fetnah gave a particular account of all that had befallen her, but enlarged a little too much on the care Ghanem took of her. The caliph, who was naturally jealous, instead of being provoked at the inhumanity of Zobeide, was more concerned at the infidelity he fancied Fetnah had been guilty of towards him. "Is it so?" said he, after reading the note. "The perfidious wretch has been 4 months with a young merchant, and has the effrontery to boast of his attention to her. 30 days are past since my return to Baghdad, and she now bethinks herself of sending me news of herself. Ungrateful creature! Whilst I spend the days in bewailing her, she passes them in betraying me. Go to, let us take vengeance of a false woman, and that bold youth who affronts me." Having spoken these words, that prince rose up, and went into a great hall where he used to appear in public, and give audience to the great men of his court. The first gate was opened, and immediately all the courtiers, who were waiting without, entered. The Grand Vizier came in, and prostrated himself before the throne the caliph sat on. Then rising, he stood before his master, who, in a tone which denoted he would be instantly obeyed, said to him, "Ja'afar, your presence is requisite for putting in execution an important affair I am about to commit to you. Take 400 men of my guards along with you, and first inquire where a merchant of Damascus lives, whose name is Ghanem, the son of Ayyub. When you have learnt it, repair to his house and cause it to be raised to the foundation. But first secure Ghanem and bring him hither with my slave Fetnah, who has lived with him these 4 months. I will punish her, and make an example of that insolent man who has presumed to fail in respect to me." The Grand Vizier, having received this positive command, made a low bow to the caliph, having his hand on his head, in token that he would rather lose it than disobey him, and departed. The first thing he did was to send to the syndic of the dealers in foreign stuffs and fine silks for the new ones bought of Ghanem, with strict orders, above all things, to find out the street and house he lived in. The officer he sent with these orders brought him back word that he had scarce been seen for some months, and no man knew what could keep him at home if he was there. The same officer likewise told Ja'afar where Ghanem lived, and the name of the widow who had let him the house. Upon this exact information, that minister, without losing time, marched with the soldiers the caliph had ordered him to take, went to the judge of the police, whom he caused to bear him company, and attended by a great number of carpenters and masons with the necessary tools for raising a house, came to that where Ghanem lived. And finding it stood single, he posted his soldiers round it to prevent the young merchant's making his escape. Fetnah and Ghanem had just dined. The lady was sitting at a window next the street. Hearing a noise, she looked out through the lattice, and seeing the Grand Vizier draw near, with all his attendants, she concluded she was their object as well as Ghanem. She perceived her note had been received, but had not expected such an answer, having hoped that the caliph would have taken the matter in a different light. She knew not how long that prince had been come home, and though she was acquainted with his jealous temper, yet she apprehended nothing on that account. However, the sight of the Grand Vizier and the soldiers made her tremble, not indeed for herself, but for Ghanem. She did not question clearing herself, provided the caliph would but hear her. As for Ghanem, whom she loved less out of gratitude than inclination, she plainly foresaw that his incensed rival would see, and might be apt to condemn him, upon account of his youth and person. Full of that thought, she turned to the young merchant and said, "Alas, Ghanem, we are undone. It is you and I that are sought after." He presently looked through the lattice and was seized with dread when he beheld the caliph's guards with their naked scimitars and the grand vizier with the civil magistrate at the head of them. At that sight he stood motionless, and had not power to utter one word. "Gainham," said the favorite, "there is no time to be lost. If you love me, put on the habit of one of your slaves immediately, and daub your face and arms with soot. Then put some of these dishes on your head. You may be taken for a servant belonging to the eating house, and they will let you pass. If they happen to ask you where the master of the house is, answer without any hesitation that he is within." "Alas, madam," answered Gainham, less concerned for himself than for Fetnah, "you only take care of me, what will become of you?" "Let not that trouble you," replied Fetnah, "it is my part to look to that. As for what you leave in this house, I will take care of it, and I hope it will be one day faithfully restored to you, when the caliph's anger shall be over. But do you avoid his fury. The orders he gives in the heat of passion are always fatal." The young merchant's affliction was so great that he knew not what course to fix upon, and would certainly have suffered himself to have been seized by the caliph's soldiers, had not Fetnah pressed him to disguise himself. He submitted to her persuasions, put on the habit of a slave, daubed himself with soot, and it was high time, for they were knocking at the door, and all they could do was to embrace each other tenderly. They were both so overwhelmed with sorrow that they could not utter one word. Thus they parted. Gainham went out with some dishes on his head. He was taken for the servant of an eating house, and nobody offered to stop him. On the contrary, the grand vizier, who was the first that met him, gave way and let him pass, little thinking that he was the man he looked for. Those who were behind the grand vizier made way as he had done, and thus favored his escape. He got speedily to one of the city gates, and so clear away. Whilst he was making the best of his way from the grand vizier Giafar, that minister came into the room where Fetnah was sitting on a sofa, and where there were many chests full of Gainham's clothes, and of the money he had made of his goods. As soon as Fetnah saw the grand vizier come into the room, she fell flat on her face, and continuing in that posture, as it were, ready to receive her death, "My lord," said she, "I am ready to undergo the sentence passed against me by the commander of the believers. You need only make it known to me." "Madam," answered Giafar, falling also down till she had raised herself, "God forbid any man should presume to lay profane hands on you. I do not intend to offer you the least harm. I have no farther orders than to entreat you will be pleased to go with me to the palace, and to conduct you thither with the merchant that lives in this house." "My lord," replied the favorite, "let us go. I am ready to follow you. As for the young merchant, to whom I am indebted for my life, he is not here. He has been gone about a month since to Damascus, whither his business called him, and he has left these chests you see under my care till he returns. I conjure you to cause them to be carried to the palace, and order them to be secured, that I may perform the promise I made him to take all possible care of them." "You shall be obeyed," said Giafar, and immediately sent for porters, whom he commanded to take up the chests and carry them to Mesrer. As soon as the porters were gone, he whispered the civil magistrate, committing to him the care of seeing the house razed, but first to cause diligent search to be made for Gainham, who, he suspected, might be hid, notwithstanding what Fetnah had told him. Then he went out, taking this young lady with him, attended by the two slaves that waited on her. As for Gainham's slaves, they were not regarded. They ran in among the crowd, and it was not known what became of them. No sooner was Giafar out of the house than the masons and carpenters began to raise it, and did their business so effectually that, in a few hours, none of it remained. But the civil magistrate, not finding Gainham, after the strictest search, sent to acquaint the grand vizier with it, before that minister reached the palace. "Well," said Harun al-Rashid, seeing him come into his closet, "have you executed my orders?" "Yes, sir," answered Giafar. "The house Gainham lived in is leveled with the ground, and I have brought you your favorite Fetnah. She is at your closet door, and I will call her in if you command me. As for the young merchant, we could not find him, though every place has been searched, and Fetnah affirms that he has been gone a month to Damascus." Never was any man in such a passion as the caliph, when he heard that Gainham had made his escape. As for his favorite being possessed that she had been false to him, he would neither see nor speak to her. "Mesrer," said he to the chief of the eunuchs, who was then present, "take the ungrateful, the perfidious Fetnah, and go shut her up in the dark tower." That tower was within the precinct of the palace, and commonly served as a prison for the favorites who any way offended the caliph. Mesrer, being used to execute his sovereign's orders, though never so unjust, without making any answer, obeyed this with some reluctance. He signified his concern to Fetnah, who was the more grieved at it, because she had reckoned that the caliph would not refuse to speak to her. She was obliged to submit to her hard fate, and to follow Mesrer, who conducted her to the dark tower, and there left her. In the meantime, the enraged caliph dismissed his grand vizier, and, only hearkening to his passion, writ the following letter with his own hand to the king of Syria. his cousin and tributary who resided at Damascus. The letter from the Caliph Harun al-Rashid to Mohammed Zinbai, king of Syria. A cousin. This letter is to inform you that a merchant of Damascus, whose name is Ghanem, the son of Abu Ayyub, has seduced the most amiable of my women slaves, called Fetnah, and is fled. It is my will that when you have read my letter, you cause search to be made for Ghanem and secure him. When he is in your power, you shall cause him to be loaded with irons, and for 3 days successively, let him receive 50 strokes with a bull's pizzle. Then let him be led through all parts of the city, with a crier, crying, "This is the smallest punishment the commander of the believers inflicts on him that offends his lord and debauches one of his slaves. After that, you shall send him to me under a strong guard. It is my will that you cause his house to be plundered, and when it shall be razed, order the materials to be carried out of the city into the middle of the plain. Besides this, if he has father, mother, sister, wives, daughters, or other kindred, cause them to be stripped, and when they are naked, expose them 3 days to the whole city, forbidding any person on pain of death to afford them any shelter. I expect you will without delay execute my command." Harun al-Rashid, the caliph, having written this letter, sent it away by an express, ordering him to make all possible speed, and to take pigeons along with him, that he might the sooner hear what had been done by Mohammed Zinbai. The pigeons of Baghdad have this peculiar quality, that, though they be carried never so far, they return to Baghdad as soon as they are turned loose, especially when they have young ones. A letter rolled up is made fast under their wing, and by that means, advice is speedily received from such places as it is desired. The caliph's courier traveled night and day, as his master's impatience required, and being come to Damascus, went directly to King Zinbai's palace, who sat upon his throne to receive the caliph's letter. The courier having delivered it, Mohammed, looking upon it and knowing the hand, stood up to show his respect, kissed the letter, and laid it on his head, to denote he was ready submissively to obey the orders contained in it. He opened it, and having read it, immediately descended from his throne, and, without losing time, mounted on horseback, with the principal officers of his household. He also sent for the civil magistrate, who came to him, and then he went directly to Ghanem's house, attended by all his guards. That young merchant's mother had never heard or received any letter from him since he left Damascus, but the other merchants with whom he went to Baghdad were returned, and all of them told her they had left her son in perfect health. However, seeing he did not return himself, and neglecting to write, the tender mother could not but be persuaded that he was dead, and was so fully convinced of it in her imagination, that she went into mourning. She bewailed Ghanem as if she had seen him die, and had herself closed his eyes. Never mother expressed greater sorrow. And so far was she from seeking any comfort, that she delighted in indulging her sorrow. She caused a dome to be built in the middle of the court belonging to her house, in which she placed a figure representing her son, and covered it with black cloth. She spent the greatest part of the days and nights in weeping under that dome, as if her son had been buried there. The beautiful Alkalam, or ravisher of hearts, her daughter, bore her company and mixed her tears with hers. It was now some time since they had thus devoted themselves to sorrow, and since the neighborhood, hearing their cries and lamentations, pitied such tender relations, when King Mohammed Zinbai knocked at the door, which being opened by a slave belonging to the family, he went briskly into the house, inquiring for Ghanem, the son of Abu Ayyub. Though the slave had never seen King Zinbai, she easily guessed by his retinue that this must be one of the principal officers in Damascus. "My lord," said she, "that Ghanem you inquire for is dead. My mistress, his mother, is in that monument you see there, actually lamenting the loss of him." The king, not regarding what was said by the slave, caused all the house to be diligently searched by his guards for Ghanem. Then he advanced towards the monument, where he saw the mother and daughter sitting on a mat by the figure which represented Ghanem, and their faces appeared to him bathed in tears. These poor women immediately veiled themselves as soon as they beheld a man at the door of the dome. But the mother, knowing the king of Damascus, got up, and ran to cast herself at his feet. "My good lady," said he, "I was looking for your son Ghanem. Is he here?" "Alas, sir," cried the mother, "it is a long time since he has ceased to be. Would to God I had at least put him into his coffin with my own hands, and had the comfort of having his bones in this monument. Oh, my son, my dear son." She would have said more, but was oppressed with so violent sorrow that she was not able. Zinbai was moved, for he was a prince of a mild nature, and had much compassion for the sufferings of the unfortunate. "If Ghanem alone is guilty," thought he to himself, "why should the mother and the daughter, who are innocent, be punished? Ah, cruel Harun al-Rashid, what a mortification do you put upon me, in making me the executioner of your vengeance, obliging me to persecute persons who have not offended you. The guards whom the king had ordered to search for Ganem came, and told him their search was without any success. He was fully convinced of this. The tears of those two women would not leave him any room to doubt. It distracted him to be obliged to execute the caliph's order. "My good lady," said he to Ghanem's mother, "come out of this monument with your daughter. It is no place of safety for you." They went out, and he, to secure them against any insult, took off his own robe, which was very large, and covered them both with it, bidding them keep close to him. Then he ordered the populace to be let in to plunder, which was performed with the utmost rapaciousness, and with shouts, which terrified Ghanem's mother and sister the more, because they knew not the reason of it. The rabble carried off the richest goods, chests full of wealth, the fine Persian and Indian carpets, cushions covered with cloth of gold and silver, fine chinaware. In short, all was taken away. Nothing was left but the bare walls of the house, and it was a dismal spectacle for the unhappy ladies to see all their goods plundered, without knowing why they were so cruelly treated. When the house was plundered, Mohammed ordered the civil magistrate to raise the house and monument, and while that was doing, he carried away Alcalam and her mother to his palace. There it was he redoubled their affliction, acquainting them with the caliph's will. "He commands me," said he to them, "to cause you to be stripped, and exposed stark naked for 3 days to the view of the people. It is with the utmost reluctance that I execute that cruel and ignominious sentence." The king delivered these words with such an air, as plainly made it appear his heart was really pierced with grief and compassion. Though the fear of being dethroned prevented his following the dictates of his pity, yet he in some measure moderated the rigor of Harun al-Rashid's orders, causing large shifts, without sleeves, to be made of coarse horsehair for Ghanem's mother and his sister Alcalam. The next day, these two victims of the caliph's rage were stripped of their clothes, and their horsehair shifts put upon them. Their headdress was also taken away, so that their disheveled hair hung floating on their backs. Alcalam had the finest hair in the world, and it hung down to the ground. In that condition they were exposed to the people. The civil magistrate, attended by his officers, went along with them, and they were conducted through the city. A crier went before them, who every now and then cried, "This is the punishment due to those who have drawn on themselves the indignation of the commander of the believers." Whilst they walked in this manner along the streets of Damascus, with their arms and feet naked, clad in such a strange garment, and endeavoring to hide their confusion under their hair, with which they covered their faces, all the people were dissolved in tears, more especially the ladies, looking on them as innocent persons through their lattice windows, and being particularly moved by Alcalam's youth and beauty, made the air ring with their dreadful shrieks as they passed before their houses. The very children, frightened at those shrieks, and at the spectacle that occasioned them, mixed their cries with that general lamentation, and added new horror to it. In short, had an enemy been in Damascus, putting all to fire and sword, the consternation could not have been greater. It was near night when that dismal scene concluded. The mother and daughter were both conducted back to King Mohammed's palace. Not being used to walk barefoot, they were so spent that they lay a long time in a swoon. The Queen of Damascus, highly afflicted at their misfortune, notwithstanding the caliph's prohibition to relieve them, sent some of her women to comfort them, with all sorts of refreshments and wine to recover their spirits. The queen's women found them still in a swoon, and almost past receiving any benefit by what they offered them. However, with much difficulty, they were brought to themselves. Ghanem's mother immediately returned them thanks for their courtesy. "My good ladies," said one of the queen's ladies to her, "we are highly concerned at your affliction, and the Queen of Syria, our mistress, has done us a favor in employing us to assist you. We can assure you that princess is much afflicted at your misfortunes, as well as the king her consort." Ghanem's mother entreated the queen's women to return her majesty 1,000 thanks from her and her daughter Alcalam, and then directing her discourse to the lady that spoke to her, "Madam," said she to her, "the king has not told me why the chief of the believers inflicts so many outrages on us. Pray be pleased to tell us what crimes we have been guilty of." "My good lady," answered the other, "the origin of your misfortunes proceeds from your son Ghanem. He is not dead, as you imagine. He is accused of having stolen the beautiful Fetnah, the best beloved of all the king's favorites, and he having, by timely flight, withdrawn himself from that prince's indignation, the punishment is fallen on you. All the world condemns the caliph's resentment, but all the world fears him, and you see King Sinbad himself dares not resist his orders for fear of incurring his displeasure. All we can do is to pity you and exhort you to have patience." "I know my son," answered Ghanem's mother. "I have educated him very carefully and in that respect which is due to the commander of the believers. He has not committed the crime he is accused of. I dare answer for his innocence." but I will give over murmuring and complaining, since it is for him that I suffer, and he is not dead. O Ganem, added she in a transport of love and joy, my dear son Ganem, is it possible that you are still alive? I am no longer concerned for the loss of my goods, and how extravagant soever the caliph's orders may be, I forgive him all the severity of them, provided heaven has preserved my son. I am only concerned for my daughter. Her sufferings alone afflict me, yet I believe her to be so good a sister as to follow my example. At hearing these words, Alcalam, who, till then, had appeared insensible, turned to her mother, and clasping her arms about her neck, "Yes, dear mother," said she, "I will always follow your example, whatever extremity your love for my brother brings you to." The mother and daughter, thus interchanging their sighs and tears, continued a considerable time in such moving embraces. In the meantime, the queen's women, who were much moved at that spectacle, omitted no persuasions to prevail with Ghanem's mother to take some sustenance. She eat a morsel out of complaisance, and Alcalam did the like. The caliph having ordered that Ghanem's kindred should be exposed 3 days successively to the sight of the people in the condition already mentioned, Alcalam and her mother afforded the same spectacle the second time next day, from morning till night. But that day and the following, things did not pass after the same manner. The streets, which at first had been full of people, were now quite empty. All the merchants, incensed at the ill usage of Abu Ayyub's widow and daughter, shut up their shops and kept themselves close within their houses. The ladies, instead of looking through their lattice windows, withdrew into the back parts of their houses. There was not a soul to be seen in the public places those unfortunate women were carried through. It looked as if all the inhabitants of Damascus had abandoned their city. On the fourth day, King Mahmud Zinbai, who was resolved punctually to obey the caliph's orders, though he did not approve of them, sent criers into all quarters of the city to make proclamation, strictly forbidding all the inhabitants of Damascus and strangers, of what condition soever, upon pain of death, and having their bodies cast to the dogs to be devoured, to receive Ghanem's mother and sister into their houses, or to give them a morsel of bread or a drop of water, and, in a word, to afford them the least support, or hold the least correspondence with them. When the criers had performed what the king had enjoined them, that prince ordered the mother and the daughter to be turned out of the palace, and left to their choice to go where they thought fit. As soon as they appeared, all persons fled from them, so great an impression had the late prohibition made upon them all. They easily perceived that every body shunned them, but not knowing the reason of it, were much surprised, and their amazement was the greater, when coming into any street, or among many persons, they recollected some of their best friends, who presently vanished with as much haste as the rest. "What is the meaning of this?" said Ghanem's mother. "Do we carry the plague about us? Must the unjust and barbarous usage we have received render us odious to our fellow citizens? Come, my child," added she, "let us depart from Damascus with all speed. Let us not stay any longer in a city where we are become frightful to our very friends." The two wretched ladies, discoursing after this manner, came to one of the extremities of the city, and retired to a ruined house, there to pass the night. Thither some Mussulmen, out of charity and compassion, resorted to them after the day was shut in. They carried them provisions, but durst not stay to comfort them, for fear of being discovered and punished for disobeying the caliph's orders. In the meantime, King Zinbai had let fly a pigeon to give Harun al-Rashid an account of his exact obedience. He informed him of all that had been done, and conjured him to direct what he would have done with Ghanem's mother and sister. He soon received the caliph's answer the same way, which was that he banished them from Damascus forever. Immediately the king of Syria sent men to the old house, with orders to take the mother and daughter, and to conduct them 3 days' journey from Damascus, and there to leave them, forbidding them ever to return to the city. Zinbai's men executed their commission, but being less exact than their master, in the strict performance of every tittle of Harun al-Rashid's orders, they in pity gave Alcalam and her mother some small pieces of money to buy them some subsistence, and each of them a bag, which they hung about their necks to carry their provisions. In this miserable condition they came to the first village. The peasants' wives flocked about them, and as it appeared through their disguise that they were people of some fashion, they asked them what was the occasion of their traveling after that manner, in a habit that did not seem to belong to them. Instead of answering the question put to them, they fell to weeping, which only served to heighten the curiosity of the peasants and to move their compassion. Ghanem's mother told them what she and her daughter had endured, at which the good countrywomen were sensibly afflicted, and endeavored to comfort them. They treated them as well as their poverty would permit, took off their horsehair shifts, which were very uneasy to them, and put on them others which they gave them, with shoes, and something to cover their heads and save their hair. Having expressed their gratitude to those charitable women, Alkalam and her mother departed from that village, taking short journeys towards Aleppo. They used at night to retire near or into the mosques, where they passed the night on the mat, if there was any, or else on the bare pavement, and sometimes put up in the public places appointed for the use of travelers. As for sustenance, they did not want it, for they often came to places where bread, boiled rice, and other provisions are distributed to all travelers who desire it. At length they came to Aleppo, but would not stay there, and continuing their journey towards the Euphrates, crossed that river, and entered into Mesopotamia, which they traversed as far as Mosul. Thence, notwithstanding all they had endured, they proceeded to Baghdad. That was the place they had fixed their thoughts upon, hoping to find Ghanem there, though they ought not to have fancied that he was in the city where the Caliph resided. But they hoped, because they wished it, their affection for him increasing instead of diminishing, in spite of their misfortunes. Their conversation was generally about him, and they inquired for him of all they met. But let us leave Alkalam and her mother and return to Fetnah. She was still confined close in the dark tower, ever since the day that had been so fatal to Ghanem and her. However, as disagreeable as her prison was to her, it was much less grievous than the thoughts of Ghanem's misfortune, the uncertainty of whose fate was a killing affliction to her. There was scarce a moment in which she did not lament him. The Caliph was accustomed to walk frequently at night within the enclosure of his palace, for he was the most inquisitive prince in the world, and sometimes by those night walks, he came to the knowledge of things that happened in his palace, which would otherwise never have come to his ear. One of those nights, in his walk, he happened to pass by the dark tower, and fancying he heard somebody talk, he stopped and drew near the door to listen, and distinctly heard these words, which Fetnah, whose thoughts were always on Ghanem, uttered with a loud voice. "O Ghanem, too unfortunate Ghanem! Where are you at this time? Whither has thy cruel fate led thee? Alas, it is I that have made you wretched. Why did you not let me perish miserably, rather than afford me your generous relief? What melancholy reward have you received for your care and respect? The commander of the faithful, who ought to have rewarded, persecutes you, and in return for having always regarded me as a person reserved for his bed, you lose all your goods and are obliged to seek for safety in flight. O Caliph, barbarous Caliph, what will you say for yourself, when you shall appear with Ghanem before the tribunal of the supreme judge, and the angels shall testify the truth before your face? All the power you are now invested with, and which makes almost the whole world tremble, will not prevent your being condemned and punished for your violent and unjust proceedings." Here Fetnah ceased her complaints, her sighs and tears putting a stop to her utterance. This was enough to make the Caliph reflect. He plainly perceived that if what he heard was true, his favorite must be innocent, and that he had been too hasty in giving such orders against Ghanem and his family. Being resolved to be rightly informed in an affair which so nearly concerned him in point of equity, on which he valued himself, he immediately returned to his apartment, and that moment ordered Mesrer to repair to the Dark Tower and bring Fetnah to him. By this command, and much more by the Caliph's manner of speaking, the chief of the eunuchs guessed that his master designed to pardon his favorite and take her to himself again. He was overjoyed at it, for he loved Fetnah, and had been much concerned at her disgrace. And therefore flying instantly to the tower, "Madam," said he to the favorite, with such an air as expressed his satisfaction, "be pleased to follow me. I hope you will never more return to this vile dark tower. The commander of the faithful wishes to speak with you, and I draw from it a happy omen." Fetnah followed Mesrer, who conducted her into the Caliph's closet. She prostrated herself before that prince, and so continued, her face bathed in tears. "Fetnah," said the Caliph, without bidding her rise, "I think you charge me with violence and injustice. Who is he that, notwithstanding the regard and respect he had for me, is in a miserable condition? Speak freely. You know the natural goodness of my disposition, and that I love to do justice." By these words the favorite saw plainly that the Caliph had heard what she had said, and laying hold on so favorable an opportunity to clear her dear Ghanem, commander of the true believers, said she, "If I have let fall any word that is not agreeable to your Majesty, I most humbly beseech you to forgive me, but he whose innocence and wretched state you desire to be informed of is Ghanem, the unhappy son of Abu Ayyub, merchant of Damascus. He is the man that saved my life and afforded me a safe sanctuary in his house. I must own that, from the first moment he saw me, he perhaps designed to devote himself to me, and conceived hopes of engaging me to admit his services. I guessed at this by the eagerness he showed in entertaining me, and doing me all the good offices which I wanted under the circumstances I was then in. But as soon as he heard that I had the honor to belong to you, "Ah, madam," said he, that which belongs to the master is forbidden to the slave. From that moment, I owe this justice to his virtue. His behavior was always suitable to his words. However, you, commander of the true believers, well know with what rigor you have treated him, and you will answer for it before the tribunal of God. The caliph was not displeased with Fetnah for the freedom of those words. But may I, answered he, rely on the assurance you give me of Ghanem's virtue? Yes, replied Fetnah, you may. I would not for the world conceal the truth from you, and to prove to you that I am sincere, I must make a confession to you, which perhaps may displease you, but I beg pardon of your majesty beforehand. Speak, daughter, said Harun al-Rashid. I forgive you all, provided you conceal nothing from me. Well then, replied Fetnah, let me inform you that Ghanem's respectful behavior, joined to all the good offices he did me, gained him my esteem. I went farther yet, you know the tyranny of love. I felt some tender inclination rising in my breast. He perceived it, but far from availing himself of my frailty, and notwithstanding the flame which consumed him, he still remained steady in his duty. And all that his passion could force from him was those words I have already told your majesty. That which belongs to the master is forbidden to the slave. This ingenuous confession might have provoked any other man than the caliph, but it completely appeased that prince. He commanded her to rise, and making her sit by him, tell me your story, said he, from the beginning to the end. She did so with much art and spirit, passing slightly over what regarded Zobeide and enlarging on the obligation she owed to Ghanem, the expense he had been at for her. And above all, she highly extolled his discretion, endeavoring by that means to make the caliph sensible that she had been under the necessity of remaining concealed in Ghanem's house, to deceive Zobeide. She concluded with the young merchant's escape, which she plainly told the caliph she had compelled him to, that he might avoid his indignation. When she had done speaking, that prince said to her, I believe all you have told me, but why was it so long before you let me hear from you? Was there any need of staying a whole month after my return, before you sent me word where you were? Commander of the true believers, answered Fetnah, Ghanem went abroad so very seldom, that you need not wonder we were not the first that heard of your return. Besides that, Ghanem, who took upon him to deliver the letter I wrote to Nur an-Nihar, was a long time before he could find an opportunity of putting it into her own hands. Next. It is enough, Fetnah, replied the caliph. I acknowledge my fault and would willingly make amends for it by heaping favors on that young merchant of Damascus. Consider, therefore, what I can do for him. Ask what you think fit, and I will grant it. Hereupon the favorite fell down at the caliph's feet, with her face to the ground, and rising again said, Commander of the true believers, after returning your majesty thanks for Ghanem, I most humbly entreat you to cause it to be published throughout your dominions, that you pardon the son of Abu Ayyub, and that he may safely come to you. I will do more, rejoined that prince, in requital for having saved your life and the respect he has shown me, to make amends for the loss of his goods, and in short, to repair the wrong I have done to his family. I give him to you for a husband. Fetnah had not words expressive enough to thank the caliph for his generosity. She then withdrew into the apartment she had occupied before her melancholy adventure. The same furniture was still in it, nothing had been removed, but that which pleased her most was to find their Ghanem's chests and packs, which Messer had taken care to convey thither. The next day Harun al-Rashid ordered the Grand Vizier to cause proclamation to be made throughout all his dominions, that he pardoned Ghanem, the son of Abu Ayyub. But this proved of no effect, for a long time elapsed without any news of that young merchant. Fetnah concluded that he had not been able to survive the pain of losing her. A dreadful uneasiness seized her mind, but as hope is the last thing which forsakes lovers, she entreated the caliph to give her leave to seek for Ghanem herself. Which being granted, she took a purse with 1,000 pieces of gold out of her casket, and went one morning out of the palace, mounted on a mule she had out of the caliph's stables, very richly accoutred. Black eunuchs attended her, with their hands on each side upon the mule's rump. Thus she went from mosque to mosque, bestowing her alms among the devotees of the Mahometan religion, desiring their prayers for the accomplishment of an affair on which the happiness of two persons, she told them, depended. She spent the whole day and the 1,000 pieces of gold in giving alms at the mosques, and returned to the palace in the evening. The next day she took another purse of the same value, and, in the like equipage as the day before, went to the place where all the jewelers' shops were, and stopping at the door without alighting, sent one of her black eunuchs for the syndic or chief of them. That syndic, who was a most charitable man, and spent above 2/3 of his income in relieving poor strangers, whether they happened to be sick or in distress, did not make Fetnah wait, knowing by her dress that she was a lady belonging to the palace. I apply myself to you, said she, putting the purse into his hands, as a person whose piety is cried up throughout the city. I desire you to distribute that gold among the poor strangers you relieve, for I know you make it your business to assist poor strangers who apply to your charity. I am also satisfied that you prevent their wants, and that nothing is more agreeable to you than to have an opportunity of relieving their misery. Madam, answered the syndic, I shall obey your commands with pleasure, but if you desire to exercise your charity in person, and will be pleased to step to my house, you will there see two women worthy of your compassion. I met them yesterday as they were coming into the city. They were in a deplorable condition, and it moved me the more because I thought they were persons of rank. Through all the rags that covered them, notwithstanding the impression the sun has made on their faces, I discovered a noble air, not to be commonly found in those poor people I relieve. I carried them both to my house and delivered them to my wife, who was of the same opinion with me. She caused her slaves to provide them good beds, whilst she herself washed their faces and gave them clean linen. We know not as yet who they are, because we wish to let them take some rest before we trouble them with our questions. Fetnah, without knowing why, felt a curiosity to see them. The syndic would have conducted her to his house, but she would not give him the trouble, and was satisfied that a slave of his should show her the way. She alighted at the door, and followed the syndic's slave, who was gone before to give notice to his mistress, she being then in the chamber with Alcalam and her mother, for they were the persons the syndic had been speaking of to Fetnah. The syndic's wife, being informed by the slave that a lady from the palace was in her house, was going out of the room to meet her. But Fetnah, who had followed the slave close, did not give her time. And coming into the chamber, the syndic's wife prostrated herself before her, to express the respect she had for all that belonged to the caliph. Fetnah took her up and said, My good lady, I desire you will let me speak with those two strangers that arrived at Baghdad last night. Madam, answered the syndic's wife, they lie in those two little beds you see close by each other. The favorite immediately drew near the mother, and viewing her carefully, Good woman, said she, I come to offer you my assistance. I have a considerable interest in this city, and may be of service to you and your companion. Madam, answered Ghanem's mother, I perceive by your obliging offers that heaven has not quite forsaken us, though we had cause to believe it, after so many misfortunes as have befallen us. Having uttered these words, she wept so bitterly that Fetnah and the syndic's wife could not forbear letting fall some tears. The caliph's favorite having dried up here, said to Ghanem's mother, Be so kind as to tell us your misfortune, and recount your story. You cannot give the relation to any persons better disposed than we are to use all possible means to comfort you. Madam, replied Abu Ayyub's disconsolate widow, a favorite of the commander of the true believers, a lady whose name is Fetnah, is the occasion of all our misfortunes. These words were like a thunderbolt to the favorite, but suppressing her agitation and concern, she suffered Ghanem's mother to proceed in the following manner. I am the widow of Abu Ayyub, a merchant of Damascus. I had a son called Ghanem, who coming to trade at Baghdad, has been accused of having carried off that Fetnah. The caliph has caused search to be made for him everywhere, to put him to death, and not finding him, has written to the king of Damascus, to cause our house to be plundered and razed, and to expose my daughter and me 3 days successively stark naked to the populace, and then to banish us out of Syria forever. But how unworthy soever our usage has been, I should still be comforted, were my son alive and I could meet with him. What a pleasure would it be for his sister and me to see him again. Embracing him, we should forget the loss of our goods and all the evils we have suffered for him. Alas, I am fully persuaded he is only the innocent cause of them, and that he is no more guilty towards the caliph than his sister and I. No doubt of it, said Fetnah, interrupting her there, he is no more guilty than you are. I can assure you of his innocence, for I am that very Fetnah you so much complain of, who, through some fatality in my stars, have occasioned you so many misfortunes. To me you must impute the loss of your son if he is no more, but if I have occasioned your misfortune, I can in some measure relieve it. I have already justified Ghanem to the caliph. That prince has caused it to be proclaimed throughout his dominions that he pardons the son of Abu Ayyub, and doubt not he will do you as much good as he has done you harm. You are no longer his enemies. He waits for Ghanem to requite the service he has done me, by uniting our fortunes. He gives me to him for his consort, therefore look on me as your daughter, and permit me to vow eternal friendship to you. Having so said, she bowed down on Ghanem's mother, who was so astonished that she could return no answer. Fetnah held her a long time in her arms, and only left her to run to the other bed to embrace Alcalam, who, sitting up, held out her arms to receive her. When the caliph's charming favorite had given the mother and daughter all the tokens of affection they could expect from Ghanem's wife, she said to them, Cease both of you to afflict yourselves. The wealth Ghanem had in this city is not lost. It is in my apartment in the palace. I know all the treasure of the world cannot comfort you without Ganem. I judge so of his mother and sister, if I may judge of them by myself. Blood is no less powerful than love in great minds, but why should we despair of seeing him again? We shall find him. The happiness of meeting with you makes me conceive fresh hopes. Perhaps this is the last day of your sufferings, and the beginning of a greater felicity than you enjoyed in Damascus, when Ganem was with you. Fetnah would have gone on when the syndic of the jewelers came in. Madam, said he to her, I come from seeing a very moving object. It is a young man, whom a camel driver has just carried to the hospital at Baghdad. He was bound with cords on a camel, because he had not strength enough to sit on him. They had already unbound him, and were carrying him into the hospital, when I happened to pass by. I went up to the young man, viewed him attentively, and fancied his countenance was not altogether unknown to me. I asked him some questions concerning his family and his country, but all the answers I could get were only sighs and tears. I took pity on him, and by being so much used to sick people, perceived that he had need to have particular care taken of him. I would not permit him to be put into the hospital, for I am too well acquainted with their way of managing the sick, and am sensible of the incapacity of the physicians. I have caused him to be brought home to my house by my slaves, and they are now, by my orders, in a private room where I placed him, putting on some of my own linen, and treating him as they would do me. Fetnah's heart leaped at these words of the jeweler, and she felt a sudden emotion for which she could not account. Show me, said she to the syndic, into that sick man's room. I should be glad to see him. The syndic conducted her, and whilst she was going thither, Ghanem's mother said to Alkalam, Alas, daughter, wretched as that sick stranger is, your brother, if he be living, is not perhaps in a more happy condition. The caliph's favorite, coming into the chamber where the sick man was, drew near the bed, in which the syndic's slaves had already laid him. She saw a young man whose eyes were closed, his countenance pale, disfigured, and bathed in tears. She gazed earnestly on him, her heart beat, and she fancied she beheld Ghanem, but yet she would not believe her eyes. Though she found something of Ghanem in the object she beheld, yet in other respects he appeared so different that she durst not imagine it was he that lay before her. Unable, however, to withstand the earnest desire of being satisfied, Ghanem, said she, with a trembling voice, is it you I behold? Having spoken these words, she stopped to give the young man time to answer, but observing that he seemed insensible, alas, Ghanem, added she, it is not you that I talk to. My imagination being overcharged with your image has given this stranger a deceitful resemblance. The son of Abu Ayyub, though never so sick, would know the voice of Fetnah. At the name of Fetnah, Ghanem, for it was really he, opened his eyes and turned his face towards the person that spoke to him, and knowing the caliph's favorite, Ah, madam, said he, by what miracle he could say no more, such a sudden transport of joy seized him that he fainted away. Fetnah and the syndic did all they could to bring him to himself, but as soon as they perceived he began to revive, the syndic desired the lady to withdraw, for fear lest the sight of her should heighten Ghanem's distemper. The young man, having recovered his senses, looked all around, and not seeing what he looked for, cried out, What has become of you, charming Fetnah? Did you really appear before my eyes, or was it only an illusion? No, sir, said the syndic, it was no illusion. It was I that caused that lady to withdraw, but you shall see her again, as soon as you are in a condition to bear her sight. You now stand in need of rest, and nothing ought to obstruct your taking it. The situation of your affairs is altered. Since you are, as I suppose, that Ghanem, in favor of whom the commander of the true believers has caused a proclamation to be made in Baghdad, declaring that he forgives him what is past. Be satisfied for the present with knowing so much. The lady who just now spoke to you will acquaint you with the rest. Therefore think of nothing but recovering your health. I will contribute all in my power towards it. Having spoken these words, he left Ghanem to take his rest, and went himself to provide for him all such medicines as were proper to recover his strength, exhausted by hard living and toil. During that time, Fetnah was in the room with Alkalam and her mother, where almost the same scene was acted over again. For when Ghanem's mother understood that the sick stranger whom the syndic had just brought into his house was Ghanem himself, she was so overjoyed that she also swooned away. And when, with the assistance of Fetnah and the syndic's wife, she was again come to herself, she would have got up to go and see her son. But the syndic coming in hindered her, representing that Ghanem was so weak and emaciated that it would endanger his life to excite in him those emotions which must be the consequence of the unexpected sight of a beloved mother and sister. There was no occasion for the syndic saying any more to Ghanem's mother. As soon as she was told that she could not converse with her son without hazarding his life, she ceased insisting to go and see him. Then Fetnah said, Let us bless heaven for having brought us all together into one place. I will return to the palace to give the caliph an account of all these adventures, and tomorrow morning I will return to you." This said, she embraced the mother and the daughter, and went away. As soon as she came to the palace, she sent Mesrer to request a private audience of the caliph, which was immediately granted. And being brought into that prince's closet, where he was alone, she prostrated herself at his feet, with her hands on the ground, according to custom. He commanded her to rise, and having made her sit down, asked whether she had heard any news of Ganem. "Commander of the true believers," said she, "I have been so successful that I have found him, as also his mother and sister." The caliph was curious to know how she could find them in so short a time, and she satisfied his curiosity, saying so many things in commendation of Ghanem's mother and sister that he desired to see them as well as the young merchant. Though Harun al-Rashid was passionate, and in his heat sometimes guilty of cruel actions, yet in return he was just and the most generous prince in the world as soon as his anger was over, and he was made sensible of the wrong he had done, having therefore no longer cause to doubt, but that he had unjustly persecuted Ghanem and his family, and having publicly wronged them, he resolved to make them public satisfaction. "I am overjoyed," said he to Fetnah, "that your search has proved so successful. It is a mighty satisfaction to me, not so much for your sake as for my own. I will keep the promise I have made you. You shall marry Ghanem, and I here declare you are no longer my slave. You are free. Go back to that young merchant, and as soon as he has recovered his health, you shall bring him to me with his mother and sister." The next morning early Fetnah repaired to the syndic of the jewelers, being impatient to hear of Ghanem's health, and to tell the mother and daughter the good news she had for them. The first person she met with was the syndic, who told her that Ghanem had rested very well that night, and that his distemper proceeded altogether from melancholy, and the cause being removed, he would soon recover his health. Accordingly, the son of Abu Ayyub was much amended, rest and the good medicines he had taken, but, above all, the different situation of his mind had wrought so good an effect, that the syndic thought he might without danger see his mother, his sister, and his mistress, provided he was prepared to receive them, because there was ground to fear that, not knowing his mother and sister were at Baghdad, the sight of them might occasion too great surprise and joy. It was therefore resolved that Fetnah should first go alone into Ghanem's chamber, and then make a sign to the two other ladies to appear, when she thought it was proper. Matters being so ordered, the syndic announced Fetnah's coming to the sick man, who was so transported to see her, that he was again near fainting away. "Well, Ghanem," said she, drawing near to his bed, "you have again found your Fetnah, whom you thought you had lost forever." "Ah, madam," eagerly interrupting her, "what miracle has restored you to my sight? I thought you were in the caliph's palace. That prince has doubtless listened to you. You have dispelled his jealousy, and he has restored you to his favor." "Yes, my dear Ghanem," answered Fetnah, "I have cleared myself before the commander of the true believers, who, to make amends for the wrong he has done you, bestows me on you for a wife." These last words occasioned such an excess of joy in Ghanem that he knew not for a while how to express himself, otherwise than by that passionate silence so well known to lovers. At length he broke out in these words: "Beautiful Fetnah," cried he, "may I give credit to what you tell me? May I believe that the caliph really resigns you to Abu Ayyub's son?" "Nothing is more certain," answered the lady. "That prince, who before caused search to be made for you, to take away your life, and who in his fury caused your mother and your sister to suffer 1,000 indignities, desires now to see you, that he may reward the respect you had for him. And there is no question to be made but that he will load your family with his favors." Ghanem asked what the caliph had done to his mother and sister, which Fetnah told him, and he could not forbear letting fall some tears at that relation, notwithstanding the thoughts which arose in his mind at the news of being married to his mistress. But when Fetnah informed him that they were actually in Baghdad, and in the same house with him, he appeared so impatient to see them, that the favorite could no longer defer giving him that satisfaction, and accordingly called them in. They were at the door, only waiting for that moment. They came in, went up to Ghanem, and embracing him in their turns, kissed him 1,000 times. What tears were shed amidst those embraces! Ghanem's face was bathed with them, as well as his mother's and sister S, and Fetnah let fall abundance. The syndic himself and his wife were so moved at the spectacle that they could not forbear weeping, nor sufficiently admire the secret workings of Providence, which brought together into their house 4 persons, whom fortune had so cruelly parted. When they had all dried up their tears, Ghanem drew fresh torrents, by the recital of all he had suffered from the day he left Fetnah till the moment the syndic brought him to his house. He told them that having taken refuge in a small village, he there fell sick, that some charitable peasants had taken care of him, but finding he did not recover, a camel driver had undertaken to carry him to the hospital at Baghdad. Fetnah also told them all the uneasiness of her imprisonment, How the Caliph, having heard her talk in the tower, had sent for her into his closet, and how she had cleared herself. In conclusion, when they had related what accidents had befallen them, Fetnah said, "Let us bless heaven, which has brought us all together again, and let us think of nothing but the happiness that attends us. As soon as Ghanem has recovered his health, he must appear before the Caliph with his mother and sister. But as they are not in a condition to be seen, I will make some provision for them. I desire you to stay a moment." This said, she went away to the palace, and soon returned to the Syndic's with a purse containing 1,000 pieces of gold, which she delivered to the Syndic, desiring him to buy clothes for the mother and daughter. The Syndic, who was a man of good taste, chose such as were very handsome, and had them made up with all speed. They were finished in 3 days, and Ghanem, finding himself strong enough to go abroad, prepared for it. But on the day he had appointed to pay his respects to the Caliph, when he was making ready, with his mother and sister, the Grand Vizier Ja'afar came to the Syndic's house. That minister came on horseback, attended by a great number of officers. "Sir," said he to Ghanem, as soon as he came in, "I am come from the commander of the true believers, my master and yours. The orders I have differ very much from those which I do not care to revive in your memory. I am to bear you company, and to present you to the Caliph, who is desirous to see you." Ghanem returned no other answer to the vizier's compliment than by profoundly bowing his head, and then mounted a horse brought from the Caliph's stables, which he managed very gracefully. The mother and daughter were mounted on mules belonging to the palace, and whilst Fetnah on another mule led them by way to the prince's court, Ja'afar conducted Ghanem another way and brought him into the hall of audience. The Caliph was there sitting on his throne, encompassed with emirs, viziers, and other attendants and courtiers, Arabs, Persians, Egyptians, Africans, and Syrians, of his own dominions, not to mention strangers. When the vizier had conducted Ghanem to the foot of the throne, that young merchant paid his obeisance, prostrating himself with his face to the ground, and then rising, made a handsome compliment in verse, which, though extempore, met with the approbation of the whole court. After his compliment, the Caliph caused him to draw near, and said to him, "I am glad to see you, and desire to hear from your own mouth where you found my favorite, and all that you have done for her." Ghanem obeyed and appeared so sincere that the Caliph was convinced of his sincerity. That prince ordered a very rich vest to be given him, according to the custom observed with those who are admitted to audience. After which he said to him, "Ghanem, I will have you live in my court." "Commander of the true believers," answered the young merchant, "a slave has no will but his master's, on whom his life and fortune depend." The Caliph was highly pleased with Ghanem's answer, and assigned him a considerable pension. Then the prince came down from his throne, and causing only Ghanem and the Grand Vizier to follow him, went into his own apartment. Not questioning but that Fetnah was there, with Abu Ayyub's widow and daughter, he caused them to be called in. They prostrated themselves before him. He made them rise, and was so taken with Al-Kalam's beauty, that after viewing her very attentively, he said, "I am so sorry for having treated your charms so unworthily, that I owe them such a satisfaction as may surpass the injury I have done them. I take you to wife, and by that means shall punish Zobeide, who shall become the first cause of your good fortune, as she was of your past sufferings. This is not all," added he, turning towards Ghanem's mother. "You are still young. I believe you will not disdain to be allied to my Grand Vizier. I give you to Ja'afar, and you, Fetnah, to Ghanem. Let a cadi and witnesses be called, and the 3 contracts be drawn up and signed immediately." Ghanem would have represented to the Caliph that it would be honor enough for his sister to be one of his favorites, but that prince was resolved to marry her. He thought this such an extraordinary story that he ordered a famous historian to commit it to writing with all its circumstances. It was afterwards laid up in his library, and many copies being transcribed from that original, it became public. After Scheherazade had finished the history of Ghanem, son of Abu Ayyub, the Sultan of the Indies expressed his satisfaction. "Sir," said the Sultaness, "since this story has pleased you, I humbly entreat your majesty to be pleased to hear that of Zayn al-Lasnam and the king of the genii, which will afford you equal pleasure." Shargar consented. But as day began to appear, it was deferred till the following night, when she began as follows. The history of Prince Zayn al-Lasnam and the king of the genii. A king of Balsara, who possessed great wealth and was well beloved by his subjects, had no children, which was a great affliction to him, and therefore he made presents to all the holy persons in his dominions, to engage them to beg a son for him of heaven. And their prayers being effectual, the queen proved with child and was happily delivered of a prince, who was named Zayn al-Lasnam, which signifies ornament of the statues. The king caused all the astrologers in his kingdom to be assembled, and ordered them to calculate the infant's nativity. They found by their observations that he would live long and be very brave, but that all his courage would be little enough to carry him through the misfortunes that threatened him. The king was not daunted at this prediction. "My son," said he, "is not to be pitied since he will be brave. It is fit that princes should have a taste of misfortunes, for adversity tries virtue, and they are the better qualified to reign." He rewarded the astrologers and dismissed them, and caused Zayn to be educated with the greatest care imaginable, appointing him able masters as soon as he was of age to receive their instructions. In short, he proposed to make him an accomplished prince, when on a sudden this good king fell sick of a distemper, which all the skill of his physicians could not cure. Perceiving his disease was mortal, he sent for his son, and among other things advised him rather to endeavor to be beloved than to be feared by his people, not to give ear to flatterers, to be as slow in rewarding as in punishing, because it often happens that monarchs, misled by false appearances, load wicked men with favors and oppress the innocent. As soon as the king was dead, Prince Zayn went into mourning, which he wore 7 days, and the 8th he ascended the throne, taking his father's seal off the royal treasury and putting on his own, beginning thus to taste the sweets of ruling, the pleasure of seeing all his courtiers bow down before him and make it their whole study to show their zeal and obedience. In a word, the sovereign power was too agreeable to him. He only regarded what his subjects owed to him, without considering what was his duty towards them, and consequently took little care to govern them well. He wallowed in all sorts of debauchery among the voluptuous youth, on whom he conferred the prime employments of the kingdom. He lost all command of his power. Being naturally prodigal, he set no bounds to his grants, so that his women and his favorites insensibly drained his treasury. The queen, his mother, was still living, a discreet, wise princess. She had several times unsuccessfully tried to check her son's prodigality and debauchery, giving him to understand that if he did not soon take another course, he would not only squander his wealth but would also alienate the minds of his people and occasion some revolution, which perhaps might cost him his crown and his life. What she had foretold was very near falling out. The people began to murmur against the government, and their murmurs had certainly been followed by a general revolt, had not the queen had the address to prevent it. But that princess, being acquainted with the ill posture of affairs, informed the king, who at last suffered himself to be prevailed upon. He committed the government to discreet aged men who knew how to keep the people within the bounds of duty. Zayn, seeing all his wealth consumed, repented that he had made no better use of it. He fell into a deadly melancholy, and nothing could comfort him. One night he saw in a dream a venerable old man coming towards him, who with a smiling countenance said, "Know, Zayn, that there is no sorrow but what is followed by mirth, no misfortune but what in the end brings some happiness. If you desire to see the end of your affliction, get up, set out for Egypt, go to Grand Cairo. A great fortune attends you there." The prince, when he awaked in the morning, was struck with this dream, and spoke of it very seriously to his mother, who only laughed at it. "My son," said she to him, "would you now go into Egypt on the faith of that fine dream?" "Why not, madam?" answered Zayn. "Do you imagine all dreams are chimerical?" "No, no, some of them are mysterious. My preceptors have told me 1,000 stories, which will not permit me to doubt of it. Besides, though I were not otherwise convinced, I could not forbear giving some credit to my dreams. The old man that appeared to me had something supernatural. He was not one of those men whom nothing but age makes venerable. There appeared a divine air about his person. In short, he was such a one as our great prophet is represented, and yet you will have me tell you what I think. I believe it was he who, pitying my affliction, designs to relieve it. I rely on the confidence he has inspired me with. I am full of his promises, and have resolved to follow his advice." The queen endeavored to dissuade him, but in vain. The prince committed to her the government of the kingdom, set out one night very privately from his palace, and took the road to Cairo, without suffering any person to attend him. After much trouble and fatigue, he arrived at that famous city, like which there are few in the world, either for extent or beauty. He alighted at the gate of a mosque, where, being spent by weariness, he lay down. No sooner was he fallen asleep than he saw the same old man who said to him, "I am pleased with you, my son. You have given credit to my words. You have come hither without being deterred by the length or the difficulties of the way. But no, I have not put you upon undertaking such a long journey with any other design than to try you. I find you have courage and resolution. You deserve I should make you the richest and happiest prince in the world. Return to Balsara, and you shall find immense wealth in your palace. No king ever possessed so much as there is." The prince was not pleased with that dream. "Alas," thought he to himself when he awaked, "how much was I mistaken? That old man, whom I took for our prophet, is no other than the production of my disturbed imagination. My fancy was so full of him that it is no wonder I have seen him again. I had best return to Balsara. What should I do here any longer?" It is very happy that I told none but my mother the motive of my journey. I should become a jest to my people if they knew it. Accordingly, he set out again for his kingdom, and as soon as he arrived there, the queen asked him whether he returned well pleased. He told her all that had happened, and was so much concerned for having been so credulous, that the queen, instead of adding to his vexation, by reproving or laughing at him, comforted him. "Forbear afflicting yourself, my son," said she. "If God has appointed you riches, you will have them without any trouble. Be easy. All that I recommend to you is to be virtuous. Renounce the delights of dancing, music, and high-colored wine. Shun all these pleasures, they have already almost ruined you. Apply yourself to make your subjects happy. By securing their happiness, you will establish your own." Prince Zain swore he would for the future follow his mother's advice, and be directed by the wise viziers she had made choice of to assist him in supporting the weight of the government. But the very night after he returned to his palace, he saw the old man the third time in a dream, who said to him, "The time of your prosperity is come, brave Zain. Tomorrow morning, as soon as you are up, take a little pickaxe and go dig in the late king's closet. You will there find a mighty treasure." As soon as the prince awaked, he got up, ran to the queen's apartment, and with much eagerness told her the new dream of that night. "Really, my son," said the queen, smiling, "that is a very positive old man. He is not satisfied with having deceived you twice. Have you a mind to believe him again?" "No, madam," answered Zayn, "I give no credit to what he has said. But I will, for my own satisfaction, search my father's closet." "I really fancied so," cried the queen, laughing heartily. "Go, my son, satisfy yourself. My comfort is, that work is not so fatiguing as the journey to Egypt." "Well, madam," answered the king, "I must own that this third dream has restored my confidence, for it is connected with the two others. Let us examine the old man's words. He first directed me to go into Egypt. There he told me he had put me upon taking that journey only to try me. 'Return to Balsora,' said he. 'That is the place where you are to find treasures.' This night he has exactly pointed out to me the place where they are. These three dreams, in my opinion, are connected. After all, they may be chimerical, but I would rather search in vain than blame myself as long as I live, for having perhaps missed of great riches by being unseasonably incredulous." Having spoken these words, he left the queen's apartment, caused a pickaxe to be brought him, and went alone into the late king's closet. He fell to breaking up the ground, and took up above half the square stones it was paved with, and yet saw not the least appearance of what he sought after. He ceased working to take a little rest, thinking within himself, "I am much afraid my mother had cause enough to laugh at me." However, he took heart, and went on with his labor, nor had he cause to repent. For on a sudden he discovered a white stone, which he took up, and under it found a door, made fast with a steel padlock. This he broke with the pickaxe, and opened the door, which covered a staircase of white marble. He immediately lighted a candle, and went down those stairs into a room, the floor whereof was laid with tiles of chinaware, and the roof and walls were of crystal. But he particularly fixed his eyes upon four shelves, a little raised above the rest of the floor, on each of which there were 10 urns of porphyry. He fancied they were full of wine. "Well," said he, "that wine must be very old. I do not question but it is excellent." He went up to one of the urns, took off the cover, and with no less joy than surprise perceived it was full of pieces of gold. 92 he searched all the 40, one after another, and found them full of the same coin, took out a handful, and carried it to the queen. That princess, it may be imagined, was amazed when the king gave her an account of what he had seen. "Oh, my son," said she, "take heed you do not lavish away all that treasure foolishly, as you have already done the royal treasure. Let not your enemies have so much occasion to rejoice." "No, madam," answered Zayn, "I will from henceforward live after such a manner as shall be pleasing to you." The queen desired the king her son to conduct her to that wonderful subterraneous place, which the late king her husband had made with such secrecy, that she had never heard the least of it. Zayn led her to the closet, down the marble stairs, and into the chamber where the urns were. She observed everything with the eye of curiosity, and in a corner spied a little urn of the same sort of stone as the others. The prince had not before taken notice of it, but opening, found in it a golden key. "My son," said the queen, "this key certainly belongs to some other treasure. Let us look all about. Perhaps we may discover the use it is designed for." They examined the chamber with the utmost exactness, and at length found a keyhole in one of the panels of the wall, and guessed it to be that to which the key belonged. The king immediately tried, and as readily opened the door, which led into a chamber, in the midst of which were 9 pedestals of massy gold, on 8 of which stood as many statues, each of them made of a single diamond, and from them came such a brightness that the whole room was perfectly light. "Oh heavens!" cried Zayn in astonishment, "where could my father find such rarities?" The ninth pedestal redoubled this amazement, for it was covered with a piece of white satin, on which were written these words: "Dear son, it cost me much toil to get these 8 statues. But though they are extraordinarily beautiful, you must understand that there is a ninth in the world which surpasses them all. That alone is worth more than 1,000 such as these. If you desire to be master of it, go to the city of Cairo in Egypt. One of my old slaves, whose name is Moberk, 93, lives there. You will easily find him. The first person you meet will show you his house. Find him out, and tell him all that has befallen you. He will know you to be my son, and he will conduct you to the place where that wonderful statue is, which you will get with safety." The prince, having read these words, said to the queen, "I should be sorry to be without that ninth statue. It must certainly be a very rare piece, since all these together are not of so great value. I will set out for Grand Cairo. Nor do I believe, madam, that you will oppose my design." "No, my son," answered the queen, "I am not against it. You are certainly under the special protection of our great prophet. He will not suffer you to perish in this journey. Set out when you think fit. Your viziers and I will take care of the government during your absence." The prince made ready his equipage, but would take only a small number of slaves with him. Nothing remarkable befell him by the way, but arriving at Cairo, he inquired for Moberk. The people told him he was one of the wealthiest inhabitants of the city, that he lived like a great lord, and that his house was open, especially for strangers. Zayn was conducted thither, knocked at the gate, which a slave opened, and said, "What is it you want, and who are you?" "I am a stranger," answered the prince, "and having heard much of the Lord Moberk's generosity, am come to take up my lodging with him." The slave desired Zayn to stay a while and went to acquaint his master, who ordered him to desire the stranger to walk in. The slave returned to the gate and told the prince he was welcome. Zayn went in, crossed a large court, and entered into a hall magnificently furnished, where Moberk expected him, and received him very courteously, returning thanks for the honor he did him in accepting a lodging in his house. The prince, having answered his compliment, said to Moberk, "I am son to the late king of Balsara, and my name is Zayn al-Lasnam." "That king," said Moberk, "was formerly my master, but my lord, I never knew of any children he had." "What is your age?" "I am 20 years old," answered the prince. "How long is it since you left my father's court?" "Almost 22 years," replied Moberk. "But how can you convince me that you are his son?" "My father," rejoined Zayn, "had a subterraneous place under his closet, in which I have found 40 porphyry urns of gold." "And what more is there?" said Moberk. "There are," answered the prince, 9 pedestals of massive gold, on 8 whereof there are 8 diamond statues, and on the ninth is a piece of white satin, on which my father has written what I am to do to get another statue, more valuable than all those together. You know where that statue is, for it is mentioned on the satin that you will conduct me to it." As soon as he had spoke these words, Moberk fell down at his feet, and kissing one of his hands several times, said, "I bless God for having brought you hither. I know you to be the king of Balsara's son. If you will go to the place where the wonderful statue is, I will conduct you, but you must first rest here a few days. This day I treat the great men of the court. We were at table when word was brought me of your being at the door. Will you vouchsafe to come and be merry with us?" "I shall be very glad," replied Zayn, "to be admitted to your feast." Moberk immediately led him under a dome where the company was, seated him at the table, and served him on the knee. The great men of Cairo were surprised, and whispered to one another, "Who is this stranger, to whom Moberk pays so much respect?" When they had dined, Moberk, directing his discourse to the company, said, "Great men of Cairo, do not think much to see me serve this young stranger after this manner. Know that he is the son of the king of Balsara, my master. His father purchased me with his money and died without making me free, so that I am still a slave, and consequently all I have of right belongs to this young prince, his sole heir." Here Zayn interrupted him. "Moberk," said he, "I declare before all these lords that I make you free from this moment, and that I renounce all right to your person and all you possess. Consider what you would have me do more for you." Moberk then kissed the ground and returned the prince most hearty thanks. Wine was then brought in, they drank all day, and towards the evening presents were distributed among the guests, who then went away. Next. The next day Zayn said to Moberk, "I have taken rest enough. I came not to Cairo to take my pleasure. My design is to get the ninth statue. It is time for us to set out in search of it." "Sir," said Moberk, "I am ready to comply with your desires, but you know not what dangers you must encounter to make this precious conquest." "Whatsoever the danger may be," answered the prince, "I have resolved to undertake it. I will either perish or succeed. All that happens in this world is by God's direction. Do you but bear me company, and let your resolution be equal to mine." Moberk, finding him determined to set out, called his servants, and ordered them to make ready his equipage. Then the prince and he performed the ablution, or washing, and the prayer enjoined, which is called fars, And that done, they set out. By the way, they took notice of abundance of strange and wonderful things, and traveled many days, at the end whereof, being come to a delightful spot, they alighted from their horses. Then Moberk said to all the servants that attended them, Do you stay in this place, and take care of our equipage till we return? Then he said to Zane, Now, sir, let us two go on by ourselves. We are near the dreadful place where the ninth statue is kept. You will stand in need of all your courage. They soon came to a lake. Moberk sat down on the brink of it, saying to the prince, We must cross this sea. How can we cross it, answered Zane, when we have no boat? You will see one appear in a moment, replied Moberk. The enchanted boat of the king of the genii will come for us. But do not forget what I am going to say to you. You must observe a profound silence. Do not speak to the boatman, though his figure seem never so strange to you. Whatsoever extraordinary circumstance you observe, say nothing. For I tell you beforehand that if you utter the least word when we are embarked, the boat will sink down. I shall take care to hold my peace, said the prince. You need only tell me what I am to do, and I will strictly observe it. While they were talking, he spied on a sudden a boat in the lake, and it was made of red sandal wood. It had a mast of fine amber and a blue satin flag. There was only one boatman in it, whose head was like an elephant's and his body like a tiger's. When the boat was come up to the prince and Moberk, the monstrous boatman took them up one after another with his trunk, and put them into his boat, and carried them over the lake in a moment. He then again took them up with his trunk, set them on shore, and immediately vanished with his boat. Now we may talk, said Moberk. The island we are on belongs to the king of the genii. There are no more such in the world. Look round you, prince. Can there be a more delightful place? It is certainly a lively representation of the charming place God has appointed for the faithful observers of our law. Behold the fields adorned with all sorts of flowers and odoriferous plants. Admire those beautiful trees, whose delicious fruit makes the branches bend down to the ground. Enjoy the pleasures of those harmonious songs formed in the air, by 1,000 birds of as many various sorts unknown in other countries. Zane could not sufficiently admire the beauties of those with which he was surrounded, and still found something new as he advanced farther into the island. At length they came before a palace made of fine emeralds, encompassed with a ditch on the banks whereof at certain distances were planted such tall trees that they shaded the whole palace. Before the gate, which was of massy gold, was a bridge made of one single shell of a fish, though it was at least 6 fathoms long and 3 in breadth. At the head of the bridge stood a company of genii of a prodigious height, who guarded the entrance into the castle with great clubs of china steel. Let us go no farther, said Moberk. These genii will knock us down, and in order to prevent their coming to us, we must perform a magical ceremony. He then drew out of a purse which he had under his garment 4 long slips of yellow taffety. One he put about his middle, and laid the other on his back, giving the other 2 to the prince, who did the like. Then Moberk laid on the ground 2 large tablecloths, on the edges whereof he scattered some precious stones, musk, and amber. Then he sat down on one of those cloths, and Zane on the other. And Moberk said to the prince, I shall now, sir, conjure the king of the genii, who lives in the palace that is before us. May he come in a peaceable mood to us. I confess I am not without apprehension about the reception he may give us. If our coming into this island is displeasing to him, he will appear in the shape of a dreadful monster. But if he approves of your design, he will show himself in the shape of a handsome man. As soon as he appears before us, you must rise and salute him, without going off your cloth, for you would certainly perish should you stir off it. You must say to him, Sovereign Lord of the genii, my father, who is your servant, has been taken away by the angel of death. I wish your majesty may protect me, as you always protected my father. If the king of the genii, added Moberk, ask you what favor you desire of him, you must answer, sir, I must humbly beg of you to give me the 9th statue. Moberk, having thus instructed Prince Zane, began his conjuration. Immediately their eyes were dazzled with a long flash of lightning, which was followed by a clap of thunder. The whole island was covered with a thick darkness, a furious storm of wind blew, a dreadful cry was heard, the island felt a shock, and there was such an earthquake as that which Israel is to cause on the day of judgment. Zane was startled and began to look upon that noise as a very ill omen, when Moberk, who knew better than he what to think of it, began to smile and said, Take courage, my prince, all goes well. In short, that very moment the king of the genii appeared in the shape of a very handsome man, yet there was something of a sternness in his air. As soon as Prince Zane had made him the compliment he had been taught by Moberk, the king of the genii, smiling, answered, My son, I loved your father, and every time he came to pay me his respects, I presented him with a statue, which he carried away with him. I have no less kindness for you. I obliged your father some days before he died to write that which you read on the piece of white satin. I promised him to receive you under my protection and to give you the 9th statue, which in beauty surpasses those you have already. I have begun to perform my promise to him. It was I whom you saw in a dream, in the shape of an old man. I caused you to open the subterraneous place, where the urns and the statues are. I have a great share in all that has befallen you, or rather am the occasion of it. I know the motive that brought you hither. You shall obtain what you desire. Though I had not promised your father to give it, I would willingly grant it to you. But you must first swear to me by all that is sacred, that you will return to this island, and that you will bring a maid that is in her 15th year, and who has never known man, nor desired to know any. She must also be perfectly beautiful, and you so much a master of yourself as not even to desire to enjoy her, as you are conducting her hither. Zayn took the rash oath that was required of him. But my lord, said he then, suppose I should be so fortunate as to meet with such a maid as you require, how shall I know that I have found her? I own, answered the king of the genii, smiling, that you might be mistaken in her appearance. That knowledge is above the sons of Adam, and therefore I do not mean to depend upon your judgment in that particular. I will give you a looking-glass, which will be more certain than your conjectures. When you shall have seen a maiden 15 years of age, perfectly beautiful, you shall only need look into the glass, in which you shall see her figure. If she be chaste, the glass will remain clean and unsullied. But if, on the contrary, it sullies, that will be a certain sign that she has not always been prudent, or at least that she has desired to cease to be so. Do not forget the oath you have taken. Keep it like a man of honor. Otherwise I will take away your life, as much kindness as I have for you. Prince Zayn al-Asnam protested again that he would faithfully keep his word. Then the king of the genii delivered to him a looking-glass, saying, My son, you may return when you please. There is the glass you are to make use of. Zayn and Moberk took leave of the king of the genii and went towards the lake. The boatman with the elephant's head brought the boat and carried them over the lake as he had done before. They joined their servants and returned with them again to Cairo. Prince Alasnam rested a few days at Moberk's house, and then said to him, Let us go to Baghdad to seek a maiden for the king of the genii. Why are we not at Grand Cairo? Said Moberk. Shall we not there find beautiful maidens enough? You are in the right, answered the prince, but how shall we do to find where they are? Do not trouble yourself about that, sir, answered Moberk. I know a very shrewd old woman whom I will entrust with that affair, and she will acquit herself well. Zayn al-Asnam and the king of the genii. Next. Accordingly, the old woman found means to show the prince a considerable number of beautiful maidens of 15 years of age. But when he had viewed them, and came to consult his looking-glass, the faithful touchstone of their virtue, the glass always appeared sullied. All the maidens in the court and city that were in their 15th year underwent the trial one after another, and the glass never remained bright and clear. When they saw there were no chaste maids to be found in Cairo, they went to Baghdad, where they hired a magnificent palace in one of the chief quarters of the city and began to live splendidly. They kept open house, and after all people had eaten in the palace, the fragments were carried to the dervises, who by that means had comfortable subsistence. There lived in that quarter a man, whose name was Balbakir Musin, a vain, haughty, and envious person. He hated the rich only because he was poor, his misery making him angry at his neighbor's prosperity. He heard talk of Zayn al-Asnam, and of the plenty his house afforded. This was enough for him to take an aversion to that prince, and it proceeded so far that one day after the evening prayer in the mosque, he said to the people, Brethren, I have been told there is come to live in our ward a stranger, who every day gives away immense sums. How do we know but that this unknown person is some villain, who has committed a great robbery in his own country, and comes hither to enjoy himself? Let us take care, brethren. If the caliph should be informed that such a man is in our ward, it is to be feared he will punish us for not acquainting him with it. I declare, for my part, I wash my hands of it, and if anything should happen amiss, it shall not lie at my door. The multitude, who are easily led away, with one voice cried to Babakir, It is your business, doctor. Do you acquaint the council with it? The Imam went home well pleased and drew up a memorial, resolving to present it to the caliph next day. But Moberk, who had been at prayers, and heard all that was said by the doctor, as well as the rest of the company, put 500 pieces of gold into a handkerchief, made up with a parcel of several silks, and went away to Babakir's house. The doctor asked him in a harsh tone what he wanted. Doctor, answered Moberk with an obliging air, and at the same time putting into his hand the gold and the silk, I am your neighbor and your servant. I come from Prince Zayn, who lives in this ward. He has heard of your worth, and has ordered me to come and tell you that he desires to be acquainted with you, and in the meantime desires you to accept of this small present. Balbakir was transported with joy, and answered Moberk thus. Be pleased, sir, to beg the prince's pardon for me. I am ashamed I have not yet been to see him, but I will atone for my fault and wait on him tomorrow. Accordingly, the next day, after morning prayer, he said to the people, "You must understand, brethren, that no man is without some enemies. Envy pursues those chiefly who are very rich. The stranger I spoke to you about yesterday in the evening is no ill man, as some ill-designing persons would have persuaded me. He is a young prince endowed with every virtue. It behoves us to take care how we go and give any ill account of him to the caliph." Baubakir, having thus wiped off the ill impression he had the day before given the people concerning Zayn, returned home, put on his best apparel, and went to visit that young prince, who gave him a courteous reception. After several compliments had passed on both sides, Baubakir said to the prince, "Sir, do you design to stay long at Baghdad?" "I shall stay," answered Zayn, "till I can find a maid, 15 years of age, perfectly beautiful and so chaste that she has not only never known a man but even never desired to know him." "You seek after a great rarity," replied the Aman, "and I should be apt to fear your search would prove unsuccessful, did I not know where there is a maid of that character. Her father was formerly vizier, but he has left the court, and lived a long time in a house by itself, where he applies himself solely to the education of his daughter. If you please, I will go ask her of him for you. I do not question but he will be overjoyed to have a son-in-law of your quality." "Not so fast," said the prince. "I shall not marry that maid before I know whether I like her. As for her beauty, I can depend on you, but what assurance can you give me in relation to her virtue?" "What assurance do you require?" said Baubakir. "I must see her face," answered Zayn. "That is enough for me to form a resolution." "You are skillful then in physiognomy?" replied the Aman, smiling. "Well, come along with me to her father, S. I will desire him to let you see her one moment in his presence." Musin conducted the prince to the viziers, who, as soon as he was acquainted with the prince's birth and design, called his daughter and made her take off her veil. Never had the young king of Balsora beheld such a perfect and striking beauty. He stood amazed, and since he could then try whether the maid was as chaste as fair, he pulled out his glass, which remained bright and unsullied. When he perceived he had at length found such a person as he desired, he entreated the vizier to grant her to him. Immediately the lady was sent for, and came, the contract was signed, and the marriage prayer said. After which ceremony, Zayn carried the vizier to his house, where he treated him magnificently, and gave him considerable presents. Next, he sent a prodigious quantity of jewels to the bride by Moberk, who brought her to his house, where the wedding was kept with all the pomp that became Zayn's quality. When all the company was dismissed, Moberk said to his master, "Let us be gone, sir. Let us not stay any longer at Baghdad, but return to Cairo. Remember the promise you made the king of the genii." "Let us go," answered the prince. "I must take care to perform it exactly. Yet I must confess, my dear Moberk, that if I obey the king of the genii, it is not without reluctance. The person I have married is charming, and I am tempted to carry her to Balsora and place her on the throne." "Alas, sir," answered Moberk, "take heed how you give way to your inclination. Make yourself master of your passions, and whatsoever it cost you, be as good as your word to the king of the genii." "Well then, Moberk," said the prince, "do you take care to conceal that lovely maid from me. Let her never appear in my sight. Perhaps I have already seen too much of her." Moberk made all ready for their departure. They returned to Cairo, and then set out for the island of the king of the genii. When they were there, the maid who had performed the journey in a horse litter, and whom the prince had never seen since his wedding day, said to Moberk, "Where are we? Shall we be soon in the dominions of the prince, my husband?" "Madam," answered Moberk, "it is time to undeceive you. Prince Zayn married you only in order to get you from your father. He did not engage his faith to you, to make you sovereign of Balsora, but to deliver you to the king of the genii, who asked of him a virgin of your character." At these words she began to weep bitterly, which moved the prince and Moberk. "Take pity on me," said she. "I am a stranger. You will be accountable to God for your treachery towards me." Her tears and complaints were of no effect, for she was presented to the king of the genii, who, having gazed on her with attention, said to Zayn, "Prince, I am satisfied with your behavior. The virgin you have brought me is beautiful and chaste, and I am pleased with the force you have put upon yourself to be as good as your word to me. Return to your dominions, and when you shall enter the subterraneous room, where the 8 statues are, you shall find the 9th which I promised you. I will make my genii carry it thither." Zayn thanked the king, and returned to Cairo with Moberk, but did not stay long there. His impatience to see the 9th statue made him hasten his departure. However, he could not but often think of the young virgin he married, and blaming himself for having deceived her, he looked upon himself as the cause and instrument of her misfortune. "Alas," said he to himself, "I have taken her from a tender father to sacrifice her to a genie. Oh, incomparable beauty, you deserve a better fate." Prince Zayn, disturbed with these thoughts, at length reached Balsora, where his subjects made extraordinary rejoicings for his return. He went directly to give an account of his journey to his mother, who was in a rapture to hear he had obtained the 9th statue. "Let us go, my son," said she. Let us go see it, for it is certainly in the chamber underground, since the king of the genii told you should find it there." The young king and his mother, being both impatient to see that wonderful statue, went down to the subterraneous place and into the room of the statues. But how great was their surprise when, instead of a statue of diamonds, they espied on the ninth pedestal a most beautiful virgin, whom the prince knew to be the same he had conducted to the island of the genii. "Prince," said the young maid, "you are surprised to see me here. You expected to have found something more precious than me, and I question not but that you now repent having taken so much trouble. You expected a better reward." "Madam," answered Zayn, "heaven is my witness, that I more than once was like to have broken my word with the king of the genii, to keep you to myself. Whatsoever be the value of a diamond statue, is it worthy the satisfaction of enjoying you? I love you above all the diamonds and wealth in the world." Just as he was done speaking, a clap of thunder was heard, which shook that subterraneous place. Zayn's mother was frightened, but the king of the genii immediately appearing, dispelled her fear. "Madam," said he to her, "I protect and love your son. I had a mind to try whether, at his age, he could subdue his passions. I know the charms of this young lady have wrought on him, and that he did not punctually keep the promise he had made me, not to desire to enjoy her. But I am too well acquainted with the frailty of the human nature. This is the ninth statue I designed for him. It is more rare and precious than the others. Live," said he, directing his discourse to the young prince, "live happy, Zayn, with this young lady, who is your wife, and if you would have her true and constant to you, love her always and love her only. Give her no rival, and I will answer for her fidelity." Having spoke these words, the king of the genii vanished, and Zayn, enchanted with that young lady, consummated the marriage the same day, and caused her to be proclaimed Queen of Balsara. Those two ever-faithful and loving consorts lived together many years. The history of Codadad and his brothers. Those who have written the history of the kingdom of Diabekir inform us that there formerly reigned in the city of Harran a most magnificent and potent king who loved his subjects and was equally beloved by them. He was endued with all virtues and wanted nothing to complete his happiness but an heir. Though he had the finest women in the world in his seraglio, yet was he destitute of children. He continually prayed to heaven for them, and one night in his sleep, a comely person, or rather a prophet, appeared to him and said, "Your prayers are heard. You have obtained what you desired. Rise as soon as you awake, go to your prayers, and make 2 genuflections. Then walk into the garden of your palace, call your gardener, and bid him bring you a pomegranate. Eat as many of the seeds as you please, and your wishes shall be accomplished." The king, calling to mind his dream when he awaked, returned thanks to heaven, got up, went to prayers, made 2 genuflections, and then went down into his garden, where he took 50 pomegranate seeds, which he counted and eat. He had 50 wives who shared his bed. They all proved with child, but there was one called Piruz, who did not appear to be pregnant. He took an aversion to that lady, and would have her put to death. "Her barrenness," said he, "is a certain token that heaven does not judge Piruz worthy to bear a prince. It is my duty to deliver the world from an object that is odious to the Lord." He had taken this cruel resolution, but his vizier diverted him from putting it in execution, representing to him that all women were not of the same constitution, and that it was not impossible but that Piruz might be with child, though it did not yet appear. "Well," answered the king, "let her live, but let her depart my court, for I cannot endure her." "Your Majesty," replied the vizier, "may send her to Prince Samer, your cousin." The king approved of his advice. He sent Piruz to Samaria with a letter in which he ordered his cousin to treat her well, and in case she proved with child, to give him notice of her being brought to bed. No sooner was Piruz arrived in that country, but it appeared that she was with child, and at length she was delivered of a most beautiful prince. The prince of Samaria wrote immediately to the king of Harran, to acquaint him with the birth of that son, and to congratulate him on that occasion. The king was much rejoiced at it, and answered Prince Samer as follows: "Cousin, all my other wives have each been delivered of a prince, so that we have a great number of children here. I desire you to breed up that of Piruz, to give him the name of Codadad, 94, and to send him to me when I send for him." The prince of Samaria spared nothing that might improve the education of his nephew. He taught him to ride, draw the bow, and all the other things becoming the son of a king, so that Codadad, at 18 years of age, was looked upon as a prodigy. The young prince, being inspired with a courage worthy his birth, said one day to his mother, "Madam, I begin to grow weary of Samaria. I feel a passion for glory. Give me leave to go seek it amidst the perils of war. My father, the king of Harran, has many enemies. Some neighboring princes wish to disturb his repose. Why does he not call me to his assistance? Why does he leave me here so long in infancy? Must I spend my life here in sloth, when all my brothers have the happiness to be fighting by his side? My son, answered Piruz, I am no less impatient to have your name become famous. I could wish you had already signalized yourself against your father's enemies, but we must wait till he requires it. No, madam, replied Codadad, I have already waited but too long. I long to see the king, and am tempted to go offer him my service as a young stranger. No doubt but he will accept of it, and I will not discover myself till I have performed 1,000 glorious actions. I desire to merit his esteem before he knows who I am. Piruz approved of his generous resolution, and Codadad one day departed from Samaria, as if he had been going a-hunting, without acquainting Prince Samer, for fear he should thwart his design. He was mounted on a white horse, who had a gold bit and shoes. His housing was of blue satin embroidered with pearls. The hilt of his scimitar was of one single diamond, and the scabbard of sandalwood, all adorned with emeralds and rubies, and on his shoulder he carried his bow and quiver. In this equipage, which greatly set off his good person, he arrived at the city of Harran, and soon found means to offer his service to the king, who, being charmed with his beauty and advantageous presence, and perhaps, indeed by natural sympathy, gave him a favorable reception, and asked his name and quality. Sir, answered Codadad, I am son to an emir of Grand Cairo. An inclination to travel has made me quit my country, and understanding, in my passage through your dominions, that you were engaged in war with some of your neighbors, I am come to your court to offer your majesty my service. The king showed him extraordinary kindness, and gave him an employment in his troop. The young prince soon signalized his bravery. He gained the esteem of the officers, and was admired by the soldiers. And having no less wit than courage, he so far advanced himself in the king's affection, as to become his favorite. All the ministers and other courtiers daily resorted to Codadad, and were so eager to purchase his friendship, that they neglected the king's other sons. Those princes could not but resent it, and imputing it to the stranger, they all conceived an implacable hatred against him. But the king's affection daily increasing, he was never weary of giving him fresh testimonies of it. He always would have him near him. He admired his discourse, ever full of wit and discretion, and to show his high opinion of his wisdom and prudence, he committed to his care the other princes, though he was of the same age as they, so that Codadad was made governor of his brothers. This only served to heighten their hatred. Is it come to this, said they, that the king, not satisfied with loving a stranger more than us, will have him to be our governor and not allow us to do anything without his leave? This is not to be endured. We must rid ourselves of this stranger. Let us go together, said one of them, and dispatch him. No, no, answered another, we had better be cautious how we sacrifice ourselves. His death would render us odious to the king, who in return would declare us all unworthy to reign. Let us destroy the stranger artfully. We will ask his leave to go hunting, and when at a distance from the palace, we will proceed to some other city and stay there some time. The king will wonder at our absence, and perceiving we do not return, he may perhaps put the stranger to death, or at least will turn him out of the court, for suffering us to leave the palace. All the princes applauded this artifice. They went together to Codadad and desired him to give them leave to take the diversion of hunting, promising to return the same day. Piruz's son was taken in the snare, and granted the leave his brothers desired. They set out but never returned. They had been 3 days absent, when the king asked Codadad where the princes were, for it was long since he had seen them. Sir, answered Codadad, after making a profound reverence, they have been hunting these 3 days, but they promised me they would return sooner. The king grew uneasy, and his uneasiness increased when he perceived the princes did not return the next day. He could not check his anger. Indiscreet stranger, said he to Codadad, why did you let my sons go without bearing them company? Is it thus you discharge the trust I have reposed in you? Go seek them immediately and bring them to me, or you are a dead man. These words chilled with fear Piruz's unfortunate son. He armed himself, went out of the city, and, like a shepherd who had lost his flock, searched all the country for his brothers, inquiring at every village whether they had been seen, and hearing no news of them, abandoned himself to the most lively grief. Alas, my brothers, said he, what has become of you? Are you fallen into the hands of our enemies? Am I come to the court of Harran to be the occasion of giving the king so much anxiety? He was inconsolable for having given the princes leave to go a-hunting, or for not having borne them company. After some days spent in fruitless search, he came to a plain of prodigious extent, in the midst whereof was a palace built of black marble. He drew near, and at one of the windows spied a most beautiful lady, but set off with no other ornament than her own beauty. For her hair was dishevelled, her garments torn, and on her countenance appeared all the marks of the greatest affliction. As soon as she saw Codadad and judged he might hear her, she directed her discourse to him, saying, Young man, get away from this fatal place, or you will soon fall into the hands of the monster that inhabits it. A black who feeds only on human blood resides in this palace. He seizes all persons whom their ill fate conducts to this plane and shuts them up in his dark dungeons, whence they are never released but to be devoured by him. Madam, answered Codadad, tell me who you are, and be not concerned for any more. I am a young woman of quality of Grand Cairo, replied the lady. I was passing by this castle yesterday, in my way to Baghdad, and met with the black, who killed all my servants and brought me hither. I wish I had nothing but death to fear. But to add to my calamity, this monster would persuade me to love him, and in case I do not yield tomorrow to his brutality, I must expect the last violence. Once more, added she, make your escape. The black will soon return. He is gone out to pursue some travelers he espied at a distance on the plain. Lose no time. I know not whether you can escape him by a speedy flight. She had scarce done speaking these words before the black appeared. He was a man of monstrous bulk and of a dreadful aspect, mounted on a mighty Tartar horse, and bore such a large and heavy scimitar that none but himself could make use of it. The prince, seeing him, was amazed at his monstrous stature, directed his prayers to heaven to assist him, then drew his scimitar and firmly awaited the black, who, despising so inconsiderable an enemy, called to him to yield himself without fighting. But Codadad by his countenance showed that he was resolved to defend his life, for he drew near and gave him a great cut on the knee. The black, feeling himself wounded, uttered such a dreadful shriek as made all the plain resound. He grew furious and foamed with rage, and raising himself in his stirrups, made at Codadad with his dreadful scimitar. The blow was so violent that it would have put an end to the young prince, had not he avoided it by a sudden spring which he made his horse take. The scimitar made a horrible hissing in the air, but before the black could have time to make a second blow, Codadad let fall one on his right arm with such fury that he cut it off. The dreadful scimitar fell with the hand that held it, and the black, yielding under the violence of the stroke, lost his stirrups, and made the earth shake with the noise of his fall. The prince alighted at the same time, and cut off his enemy's head. Just then the lady, who had been a spectator of that combat, and was still offering up her earnest prayers to heaven for that young hero, whom she admired, gave a shriek of joy, and said to Codadad, Prince, for the dangerous victory you have obtained convinces me, as well as your noble air, that you are of no common rank. Finish the work you have begun. The black has the keys of this castle. Take them, and deliver me out of prison. The prince searched the wretch's pockets as he lay stretched on the ground and found several keys. He opened the first door and went into a court, where he met the lady coming to meet him. She would have cast herself at his feet, the better to express her gratitude, but he would not permit it. She commended his valor and extolled him above all the heroes in the world. He returned her compliments, and she appeared still more lovely to him near at hand than at a distance. I know not whether she felt more joy at being delivered from the desperate danger she had been in, than he for having done so considerable a service to so beautiful a person. Their discourse was interrupted by dismal cries and groans. What do I hear? Said Codadad. Whence come those miserable cries which pierce my ears? My lord, said the lady to him, pointing to a little door in the court, they come from thence. There are I know not how many wretched persons whom fate has made to fall into the hands of the black. They are all chained, and the monster drew out one every day to devour. It is an addition to my joy, answered the young prince, to understand that my victory will save the lives of those unfortunate persons. Come along with me, madam, to partake in the satisfaction of giving them their liberty. You may judge by yourself how welcome we shall be to them. Having so said, they advanced towards the door of the dungeon, and the nearer they drew, the more distinctly they heard the complaints of the prisoners. Codadad, pitying them and impatient to put an end to their sufferings, presently put one of the keys into the lock. He did not take the right at first, and therefore he took another, which noise made all those unfortunate creatures, concluding it was the black who came, according to custom, to bring them some meat, and at the same time to seize one of them to eat himself, redoubled their cries and groans. Lamentable voices were heard, which seemed to come from the center of the earth. In the meantime, the prince had opened the door, and went down a very steep staircase into a large and deep vault, which received some feeble light from a little window, and in which there were above 100 persons, bound to stakes, and their hands tied. Unfortunate travelers, said he, to them, wretched victims, who only expected the moment of an approaching cruel death, give thanks to heaven, which has this day delivered you by my means. I have slain the black by whom you were to be devoured, and am come to knock off your irons. The prisoners, hearing these words, altogether gave a shout mingled with joy and surprise. Codadad and the lady began to unbind them, and as soon as any of them were loose, they helped to take off the fetters from the rest, so that in a short time they were all at liberty. They then kneeled down, and having returned thanks to Codadad for what he had done for them, went out of that dungeon. And when they were come into the court, how was the prince surprised to see among the prisoners those he was in search of, and almost without hopes to find. "Princes," cried he, "am I not deceived? Is it you whom I behold? May I flatter myself that it will be in my power to restore you to the king your father, who is inconsolable for the loss of you? But will he not have someone to lament? Are you all here alive? Alas! The death of one of you will suffice to damp the joy I feel for having delivered you." The 49 princes all made themselves known to Codadad, who embraced them one after another, and told them how uneasy their father was on account of their absence. They gave their deliverer all the commendations he deserved, as did the other prisoners, who could not find words expressive enough to declare their gratitude. Codadad with them took a view of the whole castle, where was immense wealth. Curious silks, gold brocades, Persian carpets, China satins, and an infinite quantity of other goods, which the black had taken from the caravans he had plundered. A considerable part whereof belonged to the prisoners Codadad had then set free. Every man knew and claimed his property. The prince restored them their own, and divided the rest of the merchandise among them. Then he said to them, "How will you do to carry away your goods? We are here in a desert place, and there is no likelihood of your getting horses." "My lord," answered one of the prisoners, "the black robbed us of our camels as well as our goods, and perhaps they may be in the stables of this castle." "This is not unlikely," replied Codadad, "let us see." Accordingly, they went to the stables, where they not only found the camels, but also the horses belonging to the king of Harran's sons. There were some black slaves in the stables, who, seeing all the prisoners released, and guessing thereby that their master had been killed, fled through byways well known to them. Nobody minded to pursue them. All the merchants, overjoyed that they had recovered their goods and camels, together with their liberty, thought of nothing but prosecuting their journey, but first repeated their thanks to their deliverer. When they were gone, Codadad, directing his discourse to the lady, said, "What place, madam, do you desire to go to? Whither were you bound when you were seized by the black? I intend to bear you company to the place you shall choose for your retreat, and I question not but that all these princes will do the same." The king of Harran's sons protested to the lady that they would not leave her till she was restored to her friends. "Princes," said she, "I am of a country too remote from hence, and, besides that, it would be abusing your generosity to oblige you to travel so far. I must confess that I have left my native country forever. I told you a while ago that I was a lady of Grand Cairo, but since you have shown me so much favor, and I am so highly obliged to you," added she, looking upon Codadad, "I should be much in the wrong in concealing the truth from you. I am a king's daughter. An usurper has possessed himself of my father's throne, after having murdered him, and I have been forced to fly to save my life." Then Codadad and his brothers desired the princess to tell them her story, assuring her they felt a particular interest in her misfortunes, and were determined to spare for nothing that might contribute to render her more happy. After thanking them for their repeated protestations of readiness to serve her, she could not refuse to satisfy their curiosity, and began the recital of her adventures in the following manner. History of the Princess of Duriabar. There is in a certain island a great city called Duriabar. It has been long governed by a potent, magnificent, and virtuous king. That prince had no children, which was the only thing wanting to make him happy. He continually addressed his prayers to heaven, but heaven granted his requests by halves, for the queen his wife, after a long expectation, brought forth a daughter. I am the unfortunate princess. My father was rather troubled than pleased at my birth, but he submitted to the will of God, and caused me to be educated with all possible care, being resolved, since he had no son, to teach me the art of ruling, that I might supply his place after his death. One day, when he was taking the diversion of hunting, he espied a wild ass, which he chased, lost his company, and was carried away so far by his eagerness, as to ride on till night. He then alighted and sat down at the entrance of a wood, into which he observed the ass had taken. No sooner was the day shut in than he discovered among the trees a light, which made him conclude that he was not far from some village. He rejoiced at it, hoping that he might pass the night there, and find some person to send to his followers to acquaint them where he was, and accordingly he got up and walked towards the light, which served to guide him. He soon found he had been deceived, that light being no other than a fire lighted in a hut. However, he drew near, and, with amazement, beheld a great black man, or rather a dreadful giant, sitting on a sofa. Before the monster was a great pitcher of wine, and he was roasting an ox he had newly killed. Sometimes he drank out of the pitcher, and sometimes he cut slices off the ox and eat them. But that which most drew the king my father's attention was a beautiful woman whom he saw in the hut. She seemed overwhelmed with grief. Her hands were bound, and at her feet was a little child, about 2 or 3 years old, who, as if he was sensible of his mother's misfortunes, wept without ceasing and rent the air with his cries. My father, moved with that pitiable object, thought at first to have gone into the hut and attacked the giant. But considering how unequal the combat would be, he stopped and resolved, since he had not strength enough to prevail by open force, to use art. In the meantime, the giant, having emptied the pitcher and devoured above half the ox, turned to the woman and said, "Beautiful princess, why do you oblige me by your obstinacy to treat you with severity? It is in your own power to be happy. You need only to resolve to love and be true to me, and I shall treat you with more mildness." "Thou hideous satyr," answered the lady, "never expect that time should wear away my abhorrence of thee. Thou wilt ever be a monster in my eyes." To these words she added so many reproaches that the giant grew enraged. "This is too much," cried he in a furious tone. "My love despised is turning into rage. Your hatred has at last excited mine. I find it triumphs over my desires, and that I now wish your death more ardently than your enjoyment." Having spoken these words, he took the wretched lady by the hair, held her up with one hand in the air, and drawing his scimitar with the other, was just going to strike off her head, when the king my father let fly an arrow which pierced the giant's breast, so that he staggered and dropped down dead. My father entered the hut, unbound the lady's hands, inquired who she was, and how she came thither. "My lord," said she, "there are along the sea-coast some families of Saracens, who live under a prince, who is my husband. This giant you have killed was one of his principal officers. The wretch fell desperately in love with me, but took especial care to conceal his passion, till he could put in execution the design he had formed of stealing me away. Fortune oftener favors wicked designs than virtuous resolutions. The giant one day surprised me and my child in a by-place. He seized us both, and, to disappoint the search he well knew my husband would cause to be made for me, he removed from the country inhabited by those Saracens, and brought us into this wood, where he has kept me some days. Deplorable as my condition is, it is still a great satisfaction to me to think that the giant, though so brutal and amorous, never used force to obtain what I always refused to his entreaties. Not but that he has 100 times threatened that he would have recourse to the worst of extremities, in case he could not otherwise prevail upon me. And I must confess to you that a while ago, when I provoked his anger by my words, I was less concerned for my life than for my honor. This, my lord, said the prince of the Saracens, wife, is the faithful account of my misfortunes. And I question not but you will think me worthy of your compassion, and that you will not repent having so generously relieved me. "Madam," answered my father, "be assured your troubles have affected me, and I will do all in my power to make you happy again. Tomorrow, as soon as day appears, we will quit this wood, and endeavor to fall into the road which leads to the great city of Duriabar, of which I am sovereign. And if you think fit, you shall be lodged in my palace, till the prince your husband comes to claim you." The Saracen lady accepted the offer, and the next day followed the king my father, who found all his retinue upon the skirts of the wood, they having spent the night in searching after him, and being very uneasy because they could not find him. They were no less rejoiced to meet with than amazed to see him with a lady, whose beauty surprised them. He told them how he had found her, and the risk he run in approaching the hut, where he must certainly have lost his life had the giant spied him. One of his servants took up the lady behind him, and another carried the child. Thus they arrived at the palace of the king my father, who assigned the beautiful Saracen lady an apartment, and caused her child to be carefully educated. The lady was not insensible of the king's goodness to her, and expressed as much gratitude as he could desire. She had at first appeared very uneasy, and impatient that her husband did not claim her, but by degrees she lost that uneasiness. The respect my father paid her dispelled her impatience, and I am of opinion she would at last have blamed fortune more for restoring her to her kindred than she did for removing her from them. In the meantime, the lady's son grew up. He was very handsome, and not wanting wit, found means to please the king my father, who conceived a great friendship for him. All the courtiers perceived it, and guessed that that young man might in the end be my husband. In this idea, and looking on him already as heir to the crown, they made their court to him, and everyone endeavored to gain his favor. He soon saw into their designs, grew conceited of himself, and, forgetting the distance there was between our conditions, flattered himself with the hopes that my father was fond enough of him to prefer him before all the princes in the world. He went farther, for the king not being forward enough in offering me to him as soon as he could have wished, he had the boldness to ask me of him. Whatsoever punishment his insolence deserved, my father was satisfied with telling him he had other thoughts in relation to me, and showed him no farther resentment. The youth was incensed at this refusal. The vain fellow resented the contempt, as if he had asked some maid of ordinary extraction, or as if his birth had been equal to mine. Nor did he stop here, but resolved to be revenged on the king, and with unparalleled ingratitude conspired against him. In short, he murdered him, and caused himself to be proclaimed king of Duriabar by a great number of malcontents whom he encouraged. The first thing he did, after ridding himself of my father, was to come into my apartment, at the head of a party of the conspirators. His design was either to take my life, or oblige me to marry him. Whilst he was busy murdering my father, the Grand Vizier, who had been always loyal to his master, came to carry me away from the palace and secured me in a friend's house, till a vessel he had provided was ready to sail. I then left the island, attended only by a governess and that generous minister, who chose rather to follow his master's daughter and share in her misfortunes than to submit to a tyrant. Next, the Grand Vizier designed to carry me to the courts of the neighboring kings to implore their assistance and excite them to revenge my father's death. But heaven did not approve a resolution we thought so just. When we had been but a few days at sea, there arose such a furious storm that, in spite of all the mariner's art, our vessel, carried away by the violence of the winds and waves, was dashed in pieces against a rock. I will not spend time in describing our shipwreck. I can but faintly represent to you how my governess, the Grand Vizier, and all that attended me were swallowed up by the sea. The dread I was seized with did not permit me to observe all the horror of our condition. I lost my senses, and whether I was thrown upon the coast upon any part of the wreck of our ship, or whether heaven, which reserved me for other misfortunes, wrought a miracle for my deliverance, I found myself on shore when my senses returned. Misfortunes very often make us forget our duty. Instead of returning thanks to God for so singular a favor shewn me, I only lifted up my eyes to heaven, to complain because I had been preserved. I was so far from bewailing the vizier and my governess that I envied their fate, and dreadful imaginations by degrees prevailing over my reason, I resolved to cast myself into the sea. I was upon the point of doing so, when I heard behind me a great noise of men and horses. I looked about to see what it might be, and espied several armed horsemen, among whom was one mounted on an Arabian horse. He had on a garment embroidered with silver, a girdle set with precious stones, and a crown of gold on his head. Though his habit had not convinced me that he was chief of the company, I should have judged it by the air of grandeur which appeared in his person. He was a young man extraordinarily well-shaped and perfectly beautiful. Surprised to see a young lady alone in that place, he sent some of his officers to ask who I was. I answered only by weeping. The shore being covered with the wreck of our ship, they concluded some vessel had been cast away there, and that I was certainly some person that had escaped with my life. This conjecture, and my inconsolable condition, excited the curiosity of those officers, who began to ask me 1,000 questions, with assurances that their king was a generous prince, and that I should receive consolation in his court. The king, impatient to know who I was, grew weary of expecting the return of his officers, and drew near to me. He gazed on me very earnestly, and observing that I did not give over weeping and afflicting myself, without being able to return an answer to their questions, he forbid them troubling me any more. And directing his discourse to me, "Madam," said he, "I conjure you to moderate your excessive affliction. Though heaven in its wrath has laid this calamity upon you, it does not behove you to despair. I beseech you show more resolution. Fortune, which has hitherto persecuted you, is inconstant and may soon change. I dare assure you that if your misfortunes are capable of receiving any relief, you shall find it in my dominions. My palace is at your service. You shall live with the queen, my mother, who will endeavor by her kindness to ease your affliction. I know not yet who you are, but I find I already take an interest in you." I thanked the young king for his goodness to me, accepted the obliging offers he made me, and to convince him that I was not unworthy of them, told him my condition. I described to him the insolence of the young Saracen, and found it was enough to recount my misfortunes, to excite compassion in him and all his officers who heard me. When I had done speaking, the prince began again, assuring me that he was deeply concerned at my misfortunes. Then he conducted me to his palace, and presented me to the queen his mother, to whom I was obliged again to repeat my misfortunes and to renew my tears. The queen seemed very sensible of my trouble, and conceived extreme affection for me. On the other hand, the king her son fell desperately in love with me, and soon offered me his person and his crown. I was so taken up with the thoughts of my calamities, that the prince, though so lovely a person, did not make so great an impression on me as he might have done at another time. However, gratitude prevailed on me. I did not refuse to make him happy. and our wedding was kept with all imaginable splendor. When all the people were taken up with the celebration of their sovereign's nuptials, a neighboring prince, his enemy, made a descent by night on the island with a great number of troops. That formidable enemy was the king of Zangbar. He surprised those people and cut to pieces all the king my husband's subjects. He was very near taking us both. We escaped very narrowly, for he had already entered the palace with some of his followers. But we found means to slip away and to get to the sea coast, where we threw ourselves into a fishing boat we had the good fortune to meet with. 2 days we were driven about by the winds, without knowing what would become of us. The third day we espied a vessel making towards us under sail. We rejoiced at first, believing it had been a merchant ship which might take us aboard, but what was our astonishment when, as it drew near, we saw 10 or 12 armed pirates appear on the deck. Having boarded, 5 or 6 of them leaped into our boat, seized us, bound the prince, and conveyed us into their ship, where they immediately took off my veil. My youth and features touched them, and they all declared how much they were charmed at the sight of me. Instead of casting lots, each of them claimed the preference, and me as his right. The dispute grew warm, and they came to blows about me and fought like madmen. The deck was soon covered with dead bodies, and they were all killed but one, who being left sole possessor of me said, "You are mine. I will carry you to Grand Cairo, to deliver you to a friend of mine, to whom I have promised a beautiful slave. But who," added he, looking upon the king my husband, "is that man? What relation does he bear to you?" "Are you allied by blood or love, sir?" answered I. "He is my husband." "If so," replied the pirate, "in pity I must rid myself of him. It would be too great an affliction to him to see you in my friend's arms." Having spoken these words, he took up the unhappy prince, who was bound, and threw him into the sea, notwithstanding all my endeavors to hinder him. I shrieked in a dreadful manner at the sight of that cruel action, and had certainly cast myself headlong into the sea, but that the pirate held me. He plainly saw that was my design, and therefore bound me with cords to the mainmast, and then hoisting sail, made towards the land and got ashore. He unbound me and led me to a little town where he bought camels, tents, and slaves, and then set out for Grand Cairo, designing, as he still said, to present me to his friend, according to his promise. We had been several days upon the road, when, as we were crossing this plain yesterday, we espied the black who inhabited this castle. At a distance we took him for a tower, and when near us could scarce believe him to be a man. He drew his vast scimitar, and summoned the pirate to yield himself prisoner, with all his slaves and the lady he was conducting. The pirate was daring, and being seconded by all his slaves, who promised to stand by him, he attacked the black. The combat lasted a considerable time, but at length the pirate fell under his enemy's deadly blows, as did all his slaves, who chose rather to die than to forsake him. The black then conducted me to the castle, whither he also brought the pirate's body, which he eat that night for his supper. After that inhuman meal, perceiving that I ceased not weeping, he said to me, "Young lady, prepare to satisfy my desires, rather than continue thus to afflict yourself. Make a virtue of necessity and comply. I will give you till tomorrow to consider. Let me then find you comforted for all your misfortunes, and overjoyed for having been reserved for my bed." Having spoke these words, he conducted me to a chamber, and went to bed in his own, after locking up all the castle doors. He opened them this morning, and presently locked them again, to pursue some travelers he perceived at a distance. But it is likely they made their escape, since he was coming alone, and without any booty, when you attacked him. As soon as the princess had put an end to the recital of her adventures, Codadad declared to her that he was deeply concerned at her misfortunes. "But, madam," added he, "it shall be your own fault if you do not live at ease for the future. The king of Harran's sons offer you a safe retreat in the court of the king their father. Be pleased to accept of it. You will be there cherished by that prince, and respected by all, and if you do not disdain the affection of your deliverer, permit me to make you a present of it, and to marry you before all these princes. Let them be witnesses to our contract." The princess consented to it, and the marriage was concluded that very day in the castle, where they found all sorts of provisions. The kitchens were full of flesh, and other eatables the black used to feed on when he was weary of feeding on human bodies. There was also a variety of fruits excellent in their kinds, and to complete their pleasure, abundance of delicious wine and other liquors. They all sat down at table, and after having eaten and drank plentifully, they took along with them the rest of the provisions, and set out for the king of Harran's court. They traveled several days, encamping in the pleasantest places they could find, and they were within 1 day's journey of Harran, when, having halted and drank all their wine, being no longer under concern to make it hold out, Codadad, directing his discourse to all his company, princes, said he, "I have too long concealed from you who I am. Behold your brother Codadad. I have received my being as well as you from the king of Haran. The prince of Samaria has brought me up, and the princess Piruz is my mother. Madam, added he, addressing himself to the princes of Duriabar, do you also forgive me for having concealed my birth from you? Perhaps by discovering it sooner, I might have prevented some disagreeable reflections, which may have been occasioned by a match you may have thought unequal. No, sir, answered the princess. The opinion I at first conceived of you heightened every moment, and you did not stand in need of the extraction you now discover to make me happy. The princes congratulated Codadad on his birth, and expressed much satisfaction at the knowledge of it. But in reality, instead of rejoicing, their hatred of so amiable a brother was increased. They met together at night in a by place, whilst Codadad and the princess his wife lay last asleep in their tent. Those ungrateful, those envious brothers, forgetting that, had it not been for the brave son of Piruz, they must have been devoured by the black, agreed among themselves to murder him. We have no other course to choose, said one of those wicked brethren. For the moment our father shall come to understand that this stranger he is already so fond of is our brother, and that he alone has been able to destroy a giant, whom we could not all of us together conquer, he will heap favors and 1,000 praises on him, and declare him his heir to the prejudice of all his brothers who will be obliged to obey and fall down before him. Besides those, he added many other words which made such an impression on their jealous minds that they immediately repaired to Codadad, then fast asleep, stabbed him in 1,000 places, and leaving him for dead in the arms of the princess of Duriabar, proceeded on their journey for the city of Haran, where they arrived the next day. The king, their father, conceived the greater joy at their return, because he had despaired of ever seeing them again. He asked what had been the occasion of their stay, but they took care not to acquaint him with it, making no mention either of the black or of Codadad, and only said that being curious to see different countries, they had spent some time in the neighboring cities. In the meantime, Codadad lay in his tent drowned in his own blood, and little differing from a dead man, with the princess his wife, who seemed to be in not much better condition than he. She rent the air with her dismal shrieks, tore her hair, and bathing her husband's body with her tears. Alas! Codadad, my dear Codadad, cried she, is it you whom I behold just departing this life? What cruel hands have put you into this condition? Can I believe these are your brothers who have treated you so unmercifully, these brothers whom thy valor has saved? No, they are rather devils, who under the characters so dear, came to murder you. O barbarous wretches! Whosoever you are, how could you make so ungrateful a return for the service he has done you? But why should I complain of your brothers, unfortunate Codadad? I alone am to blame for your death. You would join your fate with mine, and all the ill fortune that attends me since I left my father's palace has fallen upon you. O heaven, which has condemned me to lead a life full of adventures and calamities, if you will not permit me to have a consort, why do you permit me to find one? Behold, you have now robbed me of two, just as I began to be attached to them. By these and other moving expressions, the wretched princess of Duriabar vented her sorrow, fixing her eyes on the deplorable Codadad, who could not hear her. But he was not dead, and his consort, observing that he still breathed, ran to a large town she espied in the plain to inquire for a surgeon. She was directed to one, who went immediately with her. But when they came to the tent, they could not find Codadad, which made them conclude he had been dragged away by some wild beast to devour him. The princess renewed her complaints and lamentations in a most dismal manner. The surgeon was moved, and being unwilling to leave her in that frightful condition, proposed to her to return to the town, offering her his house and service. She suffered herself to be prevailed on. The surgeon conducted her to his house, and without knowing, as yet, who she was, treated her with all imaginable courtesy and respect. He used all his rhetoric to comfort her, but it was in vain to think of removing her sorrow, which was rather heightened than diminished. Madam, said he to her one day, be pleased to recount to me your misfortunes. Tell me your country and your condition. Perhaps I may give you some advice when I am acquainted with all the circumstances of your calamity. You do nothing but afflict yourself, without considering that remedies may be found for the most desperate diseases. The surgeon's words were so efficacious that they wrought on the princess, who recounted to him all her adventures, and when she had done, the surgeon directed his discourse to her. Madam, said he, since they are so, give me leave to tell you that you ought not thus to give way to your sorrow. You ought rather to arm yourself with resolution, and perform what the name and the duty of a wife require of you. You are bound to avenge your husband. If you please, I will wait on you as your squire. Let us go to the king of Haran's court. He is a good and a just prince. You need only represent to him in lively colors how Prince Codadad has been treated by his brothers. I am persuaded he will do you justice. I submit to your reasons, answered the princess. It is my duty to endeavor to avenge Codadad, and since you are so obliging and so generous as to offer to bear me company, I am ready to set out." No sooner had she fixed this resolution than the surgeon ordered 2 camels to be made ready, on which the princess and he mounted and repaired to Harran. They alighted at the first caravanserai they found, and inquiring of the host what news at court. "It is," said he, in very great perplexity. "The king had a son, who lived a long time with him as a stranger, and none can tell what is become of that young prince. One of the king's wives, called Pirouz, is his mother. She has made all possible inquiry, but to no purpose. All men are concerned at the loss of that prince, because he had great merit. The king has 49 other sons, all by different mothers, but not one of them has virtue enough to comfort the king for the death of Codadad. I say his death, because it is impossible he should be still alive, since no news has been heard of him, notwithstanding so much search has been made after him." The surgeon, having heard this account from the host, concluded that the best course the princess of Duriabar could take was to wait upon Pirouz. But that step was not without some danger, and required much precaution. For it was to be feared that if the king of Harran's sons should happen to hear of the arrival of their sister-in-law and her design, they might cause her to be conveyed away before she could speak to Codadad's mother. The surgeon weighed all these circumstances, and considered what risk he might run himself, and therefore that he might manage matters with discretion, he desired the princess to stay in the caravanserai, whilst he went to the palace, to observe which might be the safest way to conduct her to Pirouz. He went accordingly into the city, and was walking towards the palace, like one led only by curiosity to see the court, when he espied a lady mounted on a mule, richly accoutred. She was followed by several ladies mounted also on mules, with a great number of guards and black slaves. All the people made a lane to see her pass along, and saluted her by prostrating themselves on the ground. The surgeon paid her the same respect, and then asked a calender, who happened to stand by him, whether that lady was one of the king's wives. "Yes, brother," answered the calender, "she is one of the king's wives, and the most honored and beloved by the people, because she is mother to Prince Codadad, of whom you must have heard." The surgeon asked no more questions, but followed Pirouz to a mosque, into which she went to distribute alms, and assist at the public prayers the king had ordered to be made for the safe return of Codadad. The people, who were highly concerned for that young prince, ran in crowds to join their vows to the prayers of the priests, so that the mosque was quite full. The surgeon broke the throng, and advanced towards Pirouz's guards. He stayed out the prayers, and when that princess went out he stepped up to one of her slaves, and whispered him in the ear, "Brother, I have a secret of moment to impart to the Princess Pirouz. May not I, by your means, be introduced into her apartment?" "If that secret," answered the slave, "relates to Prince Codadad, I dare promise you shall have audience of her this very day. But if it concerns not him, it is needless for you to endeavor to be introduced to her, for her thoughts are all engrossed by her son, and she will not hear talk of any other subject." "It is only about that dear son," replied the surgeon, "that I wish to speak to her." "If so," said the slave, "you need only follow us to the palace, and you shall soon speak to her." Accordingly, as soon as Pirouz was returned to her apartment, that slave acquainted her that a person unknown had some important matter to communicate to her, and that it related to Prince Codadad. No sooner had he uttered these words, than Pirouz expressed her impatience to see that stranger. The slave immediately conducted him into the princess's closet, who ordered all her women to withdraw, except 2, from whom she concealed nothing. As soon as she saw the surgeon, she asked him eagerly what news he had to tell her of Codadad. "Madam," answered the surgeon, after having prostrated himself on the ground, "I have a long account to give you, and such as will surprise you." Then he told her all the particulars of what had passed between Codadad and his brothers, which she listened to with eager attention. But when he came to speak of the murder, that tender mother fainted away on the sofa, as if she had herself been stabbed like her son. Her 2 women used proper means, and soon brought her to herself. The surgeon continued his relation, and when he had ended it, Pirouz said to him, "Go back to the princess of Duriabar, and assure her from me that the king shall soon own her for his daughter-in-law, and as for yourself, be assured that your services shall be well rewarded." When the surgeon was gone, Pirouz remained on the sofa, in such a state of affliction as may easily be imagined, and yielding to her tenderness at the recollection of Codadad, "Oh, my son," said she, "I must never then expect to see you more. Alas, when I gave you leave to depart from Samaria, and you took leave of me, I did not imagine that so unfortunate a death awaited you at such a distance from me. Unfortunate Codadad, why did you leave me? You would not, it is true, have acquired so much renown, but you had been still alive and not have cost your mother so many tears." While she uttered these words, she wept bitterly, and her 2 confidants, moved by her grief, mingled their tears with hers. Whilst they were all three, as it were, vying in affliction, the king came into the closet, and seeing them in that condition, asked Pirouz whether she had received any bad news concerning Codadad. Alas, sir, said she, all is over. My son has lost his life, and to add to my sorrow, I cannot pay him the funeral rites, for, in all appearance, the wild beasts have devoured him. Then she told him all that she had heard from the surgeon, and did not fail to enlarge on the inhuman manner in which Codadad had been murdered by his brothers. The king did not give Pirouz time to finish her relation, but transported with anger, and giving way to his passion, madam, said he, to the princess, those perfidious wretches who cause you to shed these tears, and are the occasion of mortal grief to their father, shall soon feel the punishment due to their guilt. The king, having spoken these words, with indignation in his countenance, went directly to the presence chamber, where all his courtiers attended, and such of the people as had any petitions to present to him. They were all astonished to see him in that passion, and thought his anger had been kindled against his people. Their hearts were chilled with fear. He ascended the throne, and causing his grand vizier to draw near, Hassan, said he, I have some orders for you. Go immediately, take 1,000 of my guards, and seize all the princes, my sons, shut them up in the tower appointed as a prison for murderers, and let this be done in a moment. All who were present trembled at hearing this extraordinary command, and the grand vizier, without answering one word, laid his hand on his head to express his obedience, and went out of the hall to execute his orders, which very much surprised him. In the meantime, the king dismissed those who attended for audience, and declared he would not hear of any business for a month to come. He was still in the hall when the vizier returned. Are all my sons, said that prince, in the tower? They are, sir, answered the vizier. I have obeyed your orders. This is not all, replied the king, I have farther commands for you. And so saying, he went out of the hall of audience and returned to Pirouz's apartment with the vizier following him. He asked that princess where Codadad's widow had taken up her lodging. Pirouz's women told him, for the surgeon had not forgot that in his relation. Then the king, turning to his minister, Go, said he, to that caravanserai, and bring a young princess, who lodges there, but treat her with all the respect due to her quality. The vizier was not long in performing what he was ordered. He mounted on horseback with all the emirs and courtiers, and repaired to the caravanserai, where the princess of Deryabar was, whom he acquainted with his orders, and presented her from the king a fine white mule, whose saddle and bridle were adorned with gold, rubies, and diamonds. She mounted it and went to the palace, attended by all those great men. The surgeon bore her company, mounted on a beautiful Tartar horse which the vizier had provided for him. All the people were at their windows or in the streets to see that noble cavalcade, and it being given out that the princess whom they conducted in such state to court was Codadad's wife, the city resounded with acclamations, the air rung with shouts of joy, which would have been turned into lamentations had that prince's fatal adventure been known. So much was he beloved by all. The princess of Deryabar found the king at the palace gate, waiting to receive her. He took her by the hand and led her to Pirouz's apartment, where a very moving scene took place. Codadad's wife found her affliction redouble upon her at the sight of her husband's father and mother, as, on the other hand, those parents could not look on their son's wife without being much affected. She cast herself at the king's feet, and having bathed them with tears, was so overcome with grief that she was not able to speak one word. Pirouz was in no better state. She seemed to be penetrated with sorrow, and the king, moved by those affecting objects, gave way to his own weakness. Those three persons, mingling their tears and sighs, for some time observed a silence, which appeared equally tender and pitiful. At length the princess of Deryabar, being somewhat recovered, recounted the adventure of the castle and Codadad's disaster. Then she demanded justice for the treachery of the princes. Yes, madam, said the king to her, those ungrateful wretches shall perish. But Codadad's death must first be made public, that the punishment of his brothers may not cause my subjects to rebel. And though we have not my son's body, we will not omit paying him the last duties. This said, he directed his discourse to the vizier, and ordered him to build a dome of white marble, in a delightful plain, in the midst of which the city of Harran stands. Then he appointed the princess of Deryabar a handsome apartment in his palace, acknowledging her for his daughter-in-law. Hassan caused the work to be carried on with such diligence, and employed so many workmen, that the dome was soon finished. Within it was erected a tomb, on which was placed a figure representing Codadad. When all was completed, the king ordered prayers to be said, and appointed a day for the obsequies of his son. On that day all the inhabitants of the city went out upon the plain to see the ceremony performed, which was after the following manner. The king, attended by his vizier and the principal lords of the court, proceeded towards the dome, and being come to it, he went in and sat down with them on carpets made of black satin with gold flowers. A great body of horse guards, hanging their heads and looking down, drew up close about the dome and marched round it twice, observing a profound silence. But at the third round they halted before the door, and all of them with a loud voice pronounced these words: O Prince, son to the king, could we by dint of sword and human valor relieve your misfortune, we would bring you back to life. But the King of Kings has commanded, and the angel of death has obeyed. Having uttered these words, they drew off to make way for 100 old men, all of them mounted on black mules and wearing long gray beards. These were anchorites, who lived all their days concealed in caves. They never appeared in the sight of the world, but when they were to assist at the obsequies of the kings of Haran and of the princes of their family. Each of these venerable persons carried on his head a book, which he held with one hand. They took 3 turns round the dome without uttering one word. Then stopping before the door, one of them said, O Prince, what can we do for thee? If thou couldst be restored to life by prayer or learning, we would rub our gray beards at thy feet and recite prayers. But the King of the universe has taken thee away forever. This said, the old men moved to a distance from the dome, and immediately 50 beautiful young maidens drew near to it. Each of them was mounted on a little white horse. They wore no veils and carried gold baskets, full of all sorts of precious stones. They also rode thrice round the dome, and halting at the same place as the others had done, the youngest of them spoke in the name of all, as follows: O Prince, once so beautiful, what relief can you expect from us? If we could restore you to life by our charms, we would become your slaves. But you are no longer sensible to beauty, and have no more occasion for us. When the young maids were withdrawn, the king and his courtiers arose, and having walked thrice round the figure representing Codadad, the king spoke as follows: O my dear son, light of my eyes, I have then lost thee forever. He accompanied these words with sighs and watered the tomb with his tears, his courtiers weeping with him. Then the gate of the dome was shut, and all the people returned to the city. Next day there were public prayers in all the mosques, and the same was continued for 8 days successively. On the 9th, the king resolved to cause the princes his sons to be beheaded. All the people, incensed at their cruelty towards Codadad, impatiently expected to see them executed. The scaffolds were erecting, but the execution was respited because, on a sudden, news was brought that the neighboring princes, who had before made war on the king of Haran, were advancing with more numerous forces than the first time, and were not then far from the city. It had been long known that they were preparing for war, but their preparations caused no alarm. This news occasioned a general consternation, and gave new cause to lament the loss of Codadad, who had signalized himself in the former war against those enemies. Alas, said they, were the brave Codadad alive, we should little regard those princes who are coming to surprise us. The king, nothing dismayed, raised men with all possible speed, formed a considerable army, and being too brave to await the enemies coming to attack him within his walls, marched out to meet them. They, on their side, being informed by their advanced parties that the king of Haran was marching to engage them, halted in the plain and formed their army. As soon as the king discovered them, he also drew up his forces and ranged them in order of battle. The signal was given, and he attacked them with extraordinary vigor, nor was the opposition inferior. Much blood was shed on both sides, and the victory remained long dubious. But at length it seemed to incline to the king of Haran's enemies, who, being more numerous, were upon the point of surrounding him, when a great body of horse appeared on the plain, and drew near the 2 armies in good order. The sight of that fresh party daunted both sides, not knowing what to think of them, but their doubts were soon cleared, for those horsemen flew upon the flank of the king of Haran's enemies with such a furious charge that they soon broke and routed them. Nor did they stop here, they pursued them and cut most of them in pieces. The king of Haran, who had attentively observed all that passed, admired the bravery of those horsemen, whose unexpected arrival had given the victory to his side. But above all, he was charmed with their chief, whom he had seen fighting with more than ordinary valor. He longed to know the name of that generous hero. Impatient to see and thank him, he advanced towards him, but perceived he was coming to prevent him. The 2 princes drew near, and the king of Haran, discovering Codadad in that brave warrior, who had just assisted him, or rather defeated his enemies, became motionless with joy and surprise. Sir, said Codadad to him, you have sufficient cause to be astonished at the sudden appearance before your majesty of a man whom perhaps you concluded to be dead. I should have been so had not heaven preserved me still to serve you against your enemies. Oh, my son, cried the king, is it possible that you are restored to me? Alas, I despaired of seeing you any more. So saying, he stretched out his arms to the young prince, who flew to such a tender embrace. I know all, my son, said the king again, after having long held him in his arms. I know what return my sons have made you for the service you did in delivering them out of the hands of the black, but you shall be revenged tomorrow. Let us now go to the palace. Your mother, whom you have cost so many tears, expects me to rejoice with us for the defeat of our enemies. What a joy will it be to her to be informed that my victory is your work. Sir, said Codadad, give me leave to ask you how you could know the adventure of the castle? Have any of my brothers, repenting, owned it to you? No, answered the king. The princess of Duriabar has given us an account of everything, for she is in my palace, and came thither to demand justice against your brothers. Codadad was transported with joy to understand that the princess his wife was at the court. Let us go, sir, cried he to his father in a rapture. Let us go see my mother, who waits for us. I am impatient to dry up her tears, as well as those of the princess of Duriabar. The king immediately returned to the city with his army, which he dismissed, and re-entered his palace victorious, amidst the acclamations of the people, who followed him in crowds, praying to heaven to prolong his life and extolling Codadad to the skies. These two princes found Piruz and her daughter-in-law waiting for the king to congratulate him. But words cannot express the transports of joy they felt when they saw the young prince come with him. Their embraces were mingled with tears of a very different kind from those they had before shed for him. When these four persons had sufficiently yielded to all the emotions that the ties of blood and love inspired, they asked Piruz's son by what miracle he came to be still alive. He answered that a peasant mounted on a mule happening accidentally to come into the tent, where he lay senseless, and perceiving him alone and stabbed in several places, had made him fast on his mule and carried him to his house, where he applied to his wounds certain herbs chewed, which recovered him in a few days. When I found myself well, added he, I returned thanks to the peasant and gave him all the diamonds I had. Then I drew near to the city of Harran, but being informed by the way that some neighboring princes had gathered forces and were coming to fall upon the king's subjects, I made myself known to the villagers and stirred up those people to undertake his defense. I armed a great number of young men, and heading them, happened to come in at that time when the two armies were engaged. When he had done speaking, the king said, Let us return thanks to God for having preserved Codadad, but it is requisite that the traitors who would have destroyed him should perish this day. Sir, answered the generous son of Piruz, though they are wicked and ungrateful, consider they are your own flesh and blood. They are my brothers, I forgive their offense and beg you to pardon them. This generosity drew tears from the king, who caused the people to be assembled and declared Codadad his heir. Then he ordered the princes, who were prisoners, to be brought loaded with irons. Piruz's sons struck off their chains and embraced them all successively, with as much sincerity as he had done in the court of the Black Castle. The people were charmed with Codadad's good disposition and loaded him with applause. The surgeon was next nobly rewarded, in requital of the services he had done the princess of Duriabar. The Sultaness Scheherazade, having related the previous stories with so much address, and in so agreeable a manner, that the Sultan of the Indies could not forbear showing the pleasure that relation gave him, said to that monarch, I doubt not but your majesty is very well satisfied to find the Caliph Harun al-Rashid change his sentiments in favor of Ghanem, his mother and sister. And I believe you may be sensibly affected with their misfortunes, and the ill treatment they received, but I am persuaded, if your majesty would hear the story of the sleeper awakened, it would, instead of exciting all those emotions of indignation and compassion in your breast, on the contrary, afford you much mirth and diversion. The Sultan, who promised himself some new adventures from the title of this story, would have heard it that morning, but perceiving day approach, deferred it till the next, when Dinarzade called upon her sister, who began her story in these words. The story of the sleeper awakened. In the reign of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, there lived at Baghdad a very rich merchant, who, having married a woman advanced in years, had but one son, whom he named Aban Hassan, and educated with great restraint. When his son was 30 years old, the merchant died, and left him his sole heir, and master of great riches, which his father had amassed together by much frugality and close application to business. Aban Hassan, whose views and inclinations were very different from those of his father, determined to make another use of his wealth, for as his father had never allowed him any money but what was just necessary for subsistence, and he had always envied those young persons of his age who wanted for nothing, and who debarred themselves from none of those pleasures to which youth are too much addicted, he resolved in his turn to distinguish himself by extravagances, proportionable to his fortune. To this end he divided his riches into two parts. With one half he bought houses in town and land in the country, with a promise to himself never to touch the income of his estate, which was considerable enough to live upon very handsomely, but lay it all by as he received it. With the other half, which consisted in ready money, he designed to make himself amends for the time he had lost in the severe restraint in which his father had always kept him. With this intent, Aban Hassan formed a society in a few days with people of his age and condition, and thought of nothing but how to make their time pass agreeably. Every day he gave them splendid entertainments, at which the most delicate meats were served up, and the most exquisite wines flowed in plenty, while concerts of the best vocal and instrumental music by performers of both sexes heightened their pleasures. And this young band of debauchees, with the glasses in their hands, joined their songs with the music, thus forming a concert with the instruments. And these feasts generally ended with balls, to which the best dancers of Baghdad of both sexes were invited. These entertainments, renewed every day, were so expensive to Aban Hassan that he could not support the extravagance above a year, and the great sum which he had consecrated to this prodigality and the year ended together. As soon as he left off keeping this table, his friends forsook him. Whenever they saw him, they avoided him, and if by chance he met any of them and went to stop them, they always excused themselves on some pretense or other. Aban Hassan was touched more by this strange behavior of his friends, who had forsaken him so basely and ungratefully, after all the protestations of friendship they had made him, and their inviolable attachment to his service, than for all the money he had so foolishly squandered away. He went melancholy and thoughtful, his head hanging down, and his countenance expressive of deep vexation, into his mother's apartment, and sat down at the end of a sofa at a distance from her. "What's the matter with you, son?" said his mother, seeing him in this condition. "Why are you so altered, so dejected, and so different from yourself? You could not certainly be more concerned if you had lost all you had in the world. I know you have lived very profusely, and believe all your money is spent. You have yet a good estate, and the reason that I did not so very much oppose your irregular way of living was that I knew the wise precaution you had taken to preserve half your substance. I do not, therefore, see why you should plunge yourself into this deep melancholy." At these words Aban Hassan melted into tears, and in the midst of his sighs, cried out, "Ah, mother, I see at last, by sad experience, how insupportable poverty is. I am sensible that it deprives us of joy, as the setting of the sun does of light. As poverty makes us forget all the commendations and fine things said of us before our fall, it makes us endeavor to conceal ourselves, and spend our nights in tears and sorrow. In short, a poor man is looked upon, both by friends and relations, as a stranger. You know, mother, how I have treated my friends for this year past. I have entertained them with all imaginable generosity, till I have spent all my money, and now they have left me, when I can treat them no longer. When I tell them that I have no more means to continue their mirth, I mean the money I laid by to employ in such purposes. For my estate, I thank heaven for having given me the grace to keep the oath I have made, not to enter upon that, to spend it so foolishly. And now I shall keep that oath, and know how to make good use of what is left. But first I will try how far my friends, who deserve not that I should call them so, will carry their ingratitude. I will go to them one after another, and when I have represented to them what I have done for their sakes, I will ask them among them to make me up a sum of money, to relieve me out of the miserable condition I have reduced myself, to please them. But as I have already said, I will not take these steps, but to try if I can find any sentiment of gratitude remaining in them. I do not pretend, son, said Aban Hassan's mother, to dissuade you from executing your design, but I can tell you beforehand that you have no ground for hope. Believe me, you will find no relief but from the estate you have reserved. I see you do not, but will soon know those people, which among persons of your sort are generally called friends, and I wish to heaven you may know it in the manner I desire. That is to say, for your own good. Mother, replied Aban Hassan, I am persuaded of the truth of what you say, but shall be more certain of a fact which concerns me so nearly, when I shall inform myself better of their baseness and insensibility. Aban Hassan went immediately to his friends, whom he found at home, representing to them the great need he was in, and begged of them to draw their purse strings to assist him. He promised to give every one bonds to pay them the money they lent him, as soon as his affairs were made up, giving them to understand at the same time that it was, in a great measure, upon their accounts that he was so distressed, that he might the more powerfully excite their generosity, and forgot not to allure them with the hopes of being once again entertained in the same manner as before. Not one of his bottle companions was affected with the arguments which the afflicted Aban Hassan made use of to persuade them, and he had the mortification to find that many of them told him plainly they did not know him. He returned home again full of grief and indignation, and going into his mother's apartment, said, "Ah, madam, you were right. Instead of friends, I have found none but perfidious, ungrateful wretches, who deserve not my friendship, which I renounce, and promise you I will never see them more." He resolved to be as good as his word, and took every precaution to avoid falling into the same inconvenience. taking an oath never to give an inhabitant of Baghdad any entertainment again while he lived. He drew the strong box in which he had put the rents he had received from his estate from the place where he had placed it in reserve, and put it in the room of that he had emptied, and resolved to take out every day no more than was sufficient to defray the expense of a single person to sup with him, who, according to the oath he had taken, was not to be any man of Baghdad, but a stranger that came into Baghdad the same day, and must take his leave of him the next morning after one night's meal. According to this project, Aban Hassan took care every morning to provide whatever was necessary for this treat, and towards the close of the evening went and sat at the end of Baghdad Bridge. And as soon as he saw a stranger, of whatever rank or condition he was, he accosted him civilly, and invited him to sup and lodge with him that night, and after having informed him of the law he had imposed upon himself, took him home with him. The repast with which Aban Hassan regaled his guests was not costly, but always sufficient, with plenty of good wine, and generally lasted till the night was pretty well advanced, when, instead of entertaining his guest with the affairs of state, his family, or business, as is too frequent, he affected to talk only of indifferent agreeable subjects. He was naturally of so gay and so pleasant a temper, that he could give the most agreeable turns to conversation on every subject, and make the most melancholy persons merry. When he sent away his guests the next morning, he always said, "God preserve you from all sorrow wherever you go. When I invited you yesterday to come and sup with me, I informed you of the law I have imposed on myself. Therefore do not take it ill if I tell you that we must never see one another again, nor drink together, either at home or any other house, for reasons best known to myself. So God conduct you." Aban Hassan was very exact in the observation of this oath, and never looked upon or spoke to the strangers he had once entertained. Wherever he met them in the streets, the squares, or any public assemblies, he affected not to see them, and turned away to avoid them, that they might not speak to him, or he have any communication with them. He had acted for a long time after this manner, when, one afternoon, a little before sunset, as he sat upon the bridge according to custom, the Caliph Harun al-Rashid came by, but so disguised that it was impossible to know him. For that monarch, though his chief ministers and officers of justice acquitted themselves of their duty very punctually, would nevertheless inform himself of everything, and for that purpose often disguised himself in different ways, and walked through the city and suburbs of Baghdad, sometimes one way and sometimes another. That day, being the first of the month, he was dressed like a merchant of Mosul, who had but just embarked, and was followed by a tall, stout black slave. As the Caliph had in his disguise a grave and respectful air, Aban Hassan, who thought him to be a Mosul merchant, rose up, and after having saluted him with a graceful air and kissed his hand, said to him, "Sir, I congratulate you on your happy arrival. I beg you to do me the honor to go and sup with me and repose yourself at my house this night, after the fatigue of your voyage." And to oblige him not to refuse him that favor, he told him his custom of entertaining the first stranger he met with. The Caliph found something so odd and singular in Aban Hassan's taste that he was very desirous to know the bottom of it, and without quitting the character of a merchant, told him that he could not better answer that great civility, which he did not expect at his arrival at Baghdad, than by accepting the obliging offer that he made him, that he had only to lead the way, and he was ready to follow him. Aban Hassan, who knew not that the guest which chance presented to him was so very much above him, treated the Caliph as his equal, carried him home, and led him into a room very neatly furnished, where he set him on a sofa in the most honorable place. Supper was ready, and the cloth laid. Aban Hassan's mother, who took upon herself the care of the kitchen, sent up 3 dishes. The first was a capon and 4 large pullets, which was set in the middle, and the second and third, placed on each side, were a fat roasted goose and broiled pigeons. This was all, but they were good of the kind, and well flavored with proper sauces. Aban Hassan sat down over against his guest, and he and the Caliph began to eat heartily of what they liked best, without speaking or drinking, according to the custom of the country. When they had done eating, the Caliph's slave brought them water to wash their hands, and in the meantime Aban Hassan's mother cleared the table, and brought up a dessert of all the various sorts of fruits then in season, as grapes, peaches, apples, pears, and various pastes of dried almonds, and see as soon as it grew dark, wax candles were lighted, and Aban Hassan, after charging his mother to take care of the Caliph's slave, set on bottles and glasses. Then Aban Hassan, sitting down with the pretended Mosul merchant again, filled out a glass of wine, before he touched the fruit, and holding it out in his hand, said to the Caliph, still taking him for a merchant of Mosul, "You know, sir, that the cock never drinks before he calls to his hens. To come and drink with him, I invite you to follow my example. I do not know what you may think, But, for my part, I cannot reckon him a wise man who does not love wine. Let us leave those sort of people to their dull, melancholy humors, and seek for mirth, which is only to be found in a brimmer." While Aban Hassan was drinking, the Caliph, taking the glass that was set for him, said, "You are an honest fellow, I like your pleasant temper, and expect you will fill me as much." Aban Hassan, as soon as he had drank, filled the Caliph's glass, and giving it to him, "Taste this wine, sir," said he. "I will warrant it good." "I am very well persuaded of that," replied the Caliph, laughing. "You know how to choose the best." "Oh," replied Aban Hassan, while the Caliph was taking off his glass, "one need only look in your face to see you have seen the world, and know what good living is. If," added he in Arabic verse, "my house could think and express its joy, how happy would it be to possess you, and, bowing before you, would cry, how overjoyed am I to see myself honored with the company of so well-behaved and so polite a personage, and for meeting with a man of your merit." The Caliph, who was naturally lively, was mightily diverted with these sallies of Aban Hassan's, and took great pleasure in promoting drinking, often asking for wine, thinking that when it began to work, he might, by his conversation, satisfy his curiosity. In order, therefore, to enter into conversation, he asked him his name, his business, and how he spent his life. "My name, sir," replied he, "is Aban Hassan. I lost my father, who was a merchant of Baghdad, and though he was not the richest, yet he lived very comfortably. When he died, he left me money enough for my station to live free from ambition. But as he always kept a very strict hand over me in his lifetime, I was willing, when he was gone, to make up the time I thought I had lost. Notwithstanding this," continued Aban Hassan, "I was more prudent than most young people are, who give themselves up to debauchery, without any thought, and pursue it till they reduce themselves to the utmost poverty, and are forced to do penance all the rest of their lives after. To avoid this misfortune, I divided what I had left me into two parts, land and ready money. I destined the ready money to supply the expenses of my acquaintance. I meditated and took a fixed resolution not to touch my rents. I associated with young people of my own age, and with my ready money, which I spent profusely, treated them splendidly every day, and in short, spared for no sort of pleasure. But all this did not last long, for by the time the year was out, I had got to the bottom of my box, and then all my table friends vanished. I made a visit to every one of them successively, and represented to them the miserable condition I was in, but none of them made an offer to relieve me. Upon this, I renounced their friendship, and retrenched so far as to live within the compass of my income, and bound myself to keep company with none but the first stranger I could meet with coming that day into Baghdad, and to entertain him but one day and one night. I have told you the rest before, and I thank my good fortune this day for meeting with a stranger of so much worth." The Caliph was very well satisfied with this information, and said to Aban Hassan, "I cannot enough commend the measures you have taken, and the prudence with which you have acted, by forsaking your debauchery, a conduct rarely to be met with in young persons, and I esteem you the more for being so faithful to yourself. It was a slippery path you trod in, and I cannot enough admire how, after having seen the end of your ready money, you had so great command over yourself as not to enter upon your rents, or even your estate. In short, I must own, I envy you your happiness. You are the happiest man in the world, to enjoy every day the company of some one honest man, with whom you can discourse freely and agreeably, and to whom you give an opportunity to declare, wherever he goes, how handsomely he was received by you. But we talk too long without drinking. Come, drink and pour out a glass for me." In this manner the Caliph and Aban Hassan conversed together, drinking and talking of indifferent pleasant subjects, till the night was pretty far advanced, when the Caliph, pretending to be fatigued after his journey, told his host he stood in need of a little rest. "But," added he, "as I would not deprive you of yours on my account, before we part, because tomorrow I may be gone before you are stirring, I should be glad to show you how sensible I am of your civility, and the good cheer and hospitality you have shown me. The only thing that troubles me is, that I know not which way to make you any acknowledgment. I beg of you, therefore, to let me understand how I may do it, and you shall see I will not be ungrateful. For it is impossible but a man like you must have some business, some want, or wish for something agreeable to you. Speak freely, and open your mind, for though I am out a merchant, it may be in my power to oblige you myself, or by some friend." To these offers of the Caliph, Aban Hassan, taking him still for a Mousal merchant, replied, "I am very well persuaded, my good sir, that it is not out of compliment that you make me these generous tenders. But upon the word of an honest man, I assure you, I have nothing that troubles me, no business, nor desires, and I ask nothing of any body. I have not the least ambition, as I told you before, and am satisfied with my condition. Therefore, I can only thank you for your obliging proffers, and the honor you have done me to come and take a slight repast with me." Yet I must tell you, pursued Aban Hassan, there is one thing gives me uneasiness without, however, disturbing my rest. You must know the town of Baghdad is divided into quarters, in each of which there is a mosque, with an imam to perform prayers at certain hours, at the head of the quarter which assembles there. The imam of the division I live in is a grave old man, of an austere countenance, and the greatest hypocrite in the world. 4 old men of this neighborhood, who are people of the same stamp, meet regularly every day at this imam's house. There they vent their slander, calumny, and malice against me, and the whole quarter to the disturbance of the peace of a neighborhood and the promotion of dissension. Some they threaten, others they frighten, and, in short, would be lords paramount, and have every one govern himself according to their caprice, though they know not how to govern themselves. Indeed, I am sorry to see that they meddle with anything but their Quran, and do not let the world live quietly. Well, I suppose, said the Caliph, you wish to have a stop put to this disorder? You have guessed right, answered Aban Hassan, and the only thing I should pray for would be to be Caliph but for one day, in the stead of our sovereign lord and master Harun al-Rashid, the commander of the faithful. What would you do if you was? Said the Caliph. I would make examples of them, answered Aban Hassan, to the satisfaction of all honest men. I would punish the 4 old men with each 100 bastinadoes on the soles of their feet, and the imam with 400, to teach them not to disturb and abuse their neighbors any more. The Caliph was extremely well pleased with this thought of Aban Hassan's, and as he loved adventures, he longed to make this a very singular one. Indeed, said he, I approve very much of your wish, which I see proceeds from an upright heart that cannot bear to see the malice of wicked people go unpunished. I could like to see it take effect, and it is not so impossible a thing as you may imagine. I am persuaded that the Caliph would willingly put his authority for 24 hours into your hands, if he knew your good intentions, and the good use you would make of it. Though a foreign merchant, I have credit enough to contribute in some degree to the execution of this plan. I see, said Aban Hassan, you laugh at my foolish fancy, and the Caliph himself would laugh at my extravagance too, if he knew it. Yet it would be a means of informing him of the behavior of the imam and his companions, and induce him to chastise them. Heaven forbid, replied the Caliph, that I, who have been so handsomely entertained by you, should laugh at you. Neither do I believe, as much a stranger as I am to you, that the Caliph would be displeased. But let us leave off talking. It is almost midnight and time to go to bed. With all my heart, said Aban Hassan, I would not be any hindrance to your going to rest. But there is still some wine in the bottle, and if you please we will drink it off first and then retire. The only thing that I have to recommend to you is, that when you go out in the morning, if I am not up, you will not leave the door open, but give yourself the trouble of shutting it after you. This the Caliph promised to do, and while Aban Hassan was talking, took the bottle and 2 glasses and filled his own first, saying, Here is a cup of thanks to you, and then filling the other, put into it artfully a little powder which he had about him, and giving it to Aban Hassan, said, You have taken the pains to fill for me all this night, and it is the least I can do to save you the trouble once. I beg you to take this glass, drink it off for my sake. Aban Hassan took the glass, and to show his guest with how much pleasure he received the honor he did him, whipped it off at once, but had scarcely set the glass upon the table. But the powder began to work, and he fell into so sound a sleep, that his head knocked against his knees so suddenly, that the Caliph could not help laughing. The Caliph ordered the slave he had brought along with him, and who came again into the room as soon as he had supped, and had been there to receive his orders, to take him upon his back and follow him, but to be sure to observe the house, that he might know it again when he was ordered to bring him back. And in this manner the Caliph, followed by the slave with Aban Hassan upon his back, went out of the house, but without shutting the door after him as Aban Hassan desired him, and went directly to his palace, and by a private door into his own apartment, where all the officers of his chamber were waiting for him, whom he ordered to undress Aban Hassan and put him in his bed, which they immediately performed. Then the Caliph sent for all the officers and ladies of the palace, and said to them, I would have all those, whose business it is to attend my levee, wait tomorrow morning upon this man, who lies in my bed, and pay the same respect to him as to myself, and obey him in whatever he commands. Let him be refused nothing that he asks for, and be spoken to and answered in everything he says or does, as if he was the commander of the faithful. In short, I expect that you look upon him as the true Caliph and commander of the faithful, without regarding me, and above all things, mistake not in the least circumstance. The officers and ladies, who presently understood that the Caliph had a mind to divert himself, answered him by low bows, and then withdrew, every one preparing to contribute to the best of their power to perform their respective parts adroitly. The Caliph, returning to his palace, sent for the Grand Vizier. Ja'afar, said he, I have sent for you to instruct you, and to prevent your being surprised tomorrow when you come to audience, to see this man that is laid here in my bed, seated on my throne in my royal robes. Accost him with the same reverence and respect you pay to myself. Observe and punctually execute whatever he bids you do, the same as if I commanded you. He will exercise great liberality, and commission you with the distribution of it. Do all he bids you, even if his liberality should extend so far as to empty all the coffers in my treasury, and remember to acquaint all my emirs, and all the officers without the palace, to pay him the same honor at audience as to myself, and to carry on the matter so well, that he may not perceive the least thing that may interrupt this diversion which I design myself. After the Grand Vizier retired, the Caliph went to bed in another apartment, and gave Mesrer, the chief of his eunuchs, the orders which he was to execute, that everything might succeed as he intended, to gratify the wish of Aban Hassan, that he might see how Aban Hassan would use the power and authority of the Caliph for the short time he desired to have it. Above all, he charged him not fail to awake him at the usual hour, before he awakened Aban Hassan, because he had a mind to be present when he arose. Mesrer failed not to do as the Caliph had commanded, and as soon as the Caliph went into the room where Aban Hassan lay, he placed himself in a little raised closet, from whence he could see all that passed. All the officers and ladies who were to attend Aban Hassan's levee went in at the same time, and took their posts according to their rank with great silence, and ready to acquit themselves of their respective duties, as if it was the Caliph who was going to rise. As it was just daybreak, and time to rise to morning prayer before sunrise, the officer that stood nearest the head of the bed put a sponge steeped in vinegar to Aban Hassan's nose, who presently turning his head about, without opening his eyes, with a little effort discharged a kind of phlegm, which was received in a little golden basin before it fell on the carpet. This was the usual effect of the caliph's powder, the sleep lasting longer or shorter, in proportion to the dose. When Aban Hassan laid down his head on the bolster, he opened his eyes, and by the small daylight that appeared, he found himself in a large handsome room, magnificently furnished, the ceiling of which was finely painted in the arabesque pattern, adorned with vases of gold and silver, and the floor covered with a rich silk tapestry, and surrounded by a great many young and handsome ladies, many of them having instruments of music in their hands, and black eunuchs richly clothed, all standing with great modesty and respect. After casting his eyes on the covering of the bed, he perceived it was cloth of gold, richly embossed with pearls and diamonds, and by the bed lay, on a cushion, a habit of the same stuffs and trimmings with a caliph's turban. At the sight of these glittering objects Aban Hassan was in most inexpressible confusion and amazement, and looked upon all he saw as a dream, yet such a dream as he wished it not to be. So said he to himself, I am Caliph. But added he, recollecting himself, it is only a dream, the effect of the wish I entertained my guest with last night, and then he turned himself about and shut his eyes to sleep again. At the same time the eunuch said, very respectfully, Commander of the Faithful, it is time for your majesty to rise to prayers. The morning begins to advance. These words very much surprised Aban Hassan. Am I awake or do I sleep? Said he to himself. Ah, certainly I am asleep, continued he, keeping his eyes shut, there is no reason to doubt of it. Immediately the eunuch, who saw he gave him no answer, and had no inclination to get up, said again, Your Majesty must permit me to repeat once more that it is time to rise to morning prayer, unless you choose to let it pass. The sun is just rising, and you never neglect this duty. I am mistaken, said Aban Hassan presently. I am not asleep but awake. For those that sleep do not hear, and I hear somebody speak to me. Then opening his eyes again, he saw plainly by broad daylight what he had seen but indistinctly before, and started up with a smiling countenance like a man overjoyed at a sudden promotion. The Caliph, who saw him, penetrated his thoughts with great delight. Then the young ladies of the palace prostrated themselves with their faces to the ground before Aban Hassan, and those who had the instruments of music in their hands wished him a good morrow, by a concert of soft flutes, hautboys, theorbos, and other harmonious instruments, with which he was enchanted, and in such an ecstasy that he knew not where he was, nor whether he was himself. But reverting to his first idea, he still doubted whether what he saw and heard was a dream or reality. He clapped his hands before his eyes, and lowering his head, said to himself, What means all this? Where am I? And to whom does this palace belong? What can these eunuchs, handsome, well-dressed officers, beautiful ladies and musicians, mean? How is it possible for me not to distinguish whether I am in my right senses or in a dream? When he took his hands from his eyes, opened them, and lifted up his head, the sun shone full in at the chamber window. And at that instant, Mesrer, the chief of the eunuchs, came in, prostrated himself before Aban Hassan, and said, Commander of the Faithful, your Majesty will excuse me for representing to you that you used not to rise so late, and that the time of prayer is over. If your Majesty has not had a bad night and has been indisposed, it is time to ascend your throne and hold council as usual. All your generals, governors, and other great officers of state wait your presence in the council hall. At this discourse of Mesrer, Aban Hassan was verily persuaded that he was neither asleep nor in a dream, but at the same time was not less embarrassed and confused under this uncertainty what steps to take. At last, looking earnestly at Mesrer, he said to him in a serious tone, "Who is it you speak to, and call the commander of the faithful? I do not know you, and you must mistake me for somebody else." Any person but Mesrer would have been dashed at these questions of Aban Hassan's, but he had been so well instructed by the Caliph that he played his part to a wonder. "My worthy lord and master," said he, "your Majesty only speaks thus to try me. Is not your Majesty the commander of the faithful, monarch of the world from east to west, and vicar on earth 95 to the prophet sent of God? Mesrer, your poor slave, has not forgotten you, after so many years that he has had the honor and happiness to serve and pay his respects to your Majesty. He would think himself the most unhappy of men if he has incurred your displeasure, and begs of you most humbly to remove his fears, but had rather suppose that you have been disturbed by some troublesome dream tonight." Aban Hassan burst out a-laughing at these words of Mesrer, and fell backwards upon the bolster, which pleased the Caliph so much that he would have laughed as loud himself. If he had not been afraid of putting a stop too soon to the pleasant scene, he promised himself. Aban Hassan, when he had tired himself with laughing, sat up again, and speaking to a little eunuch that stood by him, black as Mesrer, said, "Hark ye, tell me who I am." "Sir," answered the little boy modestly, "your Majesty is the commander of the believers, and God's vicar on earth." "You are a little liar, black face," said Aban Hassan. Then he called the lady that stood nearest to him. "Come hither, fair one," said he, holding out his hand, "bite the end of my finger that I may feel whether I am asleep or awake." The lady, who knew the Caliph saw all that passed, was overjoyed to have an opportunity of showing her power of diverting him, and went with a grave countenance, and putting his finger between her teeth, she bit it so hard that she put him to violent pain. Snatching his hand quickly back again, he said, "I find I am awake and not asleep. But by what miracle am I become Caliph in a night's time? This is certainly the most strange and surprising thing in the world." Then addressing himself to the same lady, said, "I conjure you, by the protection of God, in whom you trust as well as I, not to hide the truth from me. Am I really the commander of the faithful?" "It is so true," answered the lady, "that we, who are your slaves, are amazed to find that you will not believe yourself to be so." "You are a deceiver," replied Aban Hassan. "I know very well who I am." As the chief of the eunuchs perceived that Aban Hassan had a mind to rise, he offered him his hand, and helped him to get out of bed. No sooner were his feet set on the floor, but the chamber rang again with the repeated acclamations of the officers and ladies, who cried out altogether, "Commander of the faithful, God give your Majesty a good day." "O heaven," cried Aban Hassan, "what a strange thing is this! Last night I was Aban Hassan, and this morning I am the commander of the believers. I cannot comprehend this sudden and surprising change." Presently some of the officers began to dress him, and when they had done, Mesrer led him through all the eunuchs and ladies, who were ranged on both sides, quite to the council chamber door, which was opened by one of the officers. Mesrer walked before him to the foot of the throne, where he stopped, and putting one hand under one arm, while another officer who followed did the same by the other, they helped him to ascend the throne. Aban Hassan sat down amidst the acclamations of the officers, who wished him all happiness and prosperity, and turning to the right and left, he saw the officers of the guards ranged in good order and making a fine appearance. The Caliph in the meantime came out of the closet, where he was hid, and went into another, which looked into the council hall, from whence he could see and hear all that passed in council, while his grand vizier presided in his place, when he was prevented by illness from attending in person. What pleased him highly was to see Aban Hassan fill his throne with almost as much gravity as himself. As soon as Aban Hassan had seated himself, the Grand Vizier Ja'afar prostrated himself at the foot of the throne, and rising and addressing himself to him, said, "Commander of the faithful, God shower down blessings on your Majesty in this life, receive you into his paradise in the other world, and confound your enemies." Aban Hassan, after all that had happened that morning, and these words of the Grand Vizier, never doubted but that he was Caliph as he wished to be. And so, without examining any farther, how, or by what adventure, or sudden change of fortune, he immediately began to exercise his power, and looking very gravely upon the vizier, asked him what he had to say. "Commander of the faithful," replied the Grand Vizier, the emirs, viziers, and other officers who are of your majesty's council. Wait at the door till your majesty gives them leave to come in and pay their accustomed respects to you." Aban Hassan presently ordered the door to be opened, and the Grand Vizier turning, and addressing himself to the officers who waited for orders, said, "Chief of the doorkeepers, the commander of the faithful orders you to do your duty." When the door was opened, the viziers, emirs, and principal officers of the court, all dressed magnificently in their habits of ceremony, went in their order to the foot of the throne and paid their respects to Aban Hassan, and bowing their heads down to the carpet, kneeling on one knee, saluted him with the title of the commander of the faithful, according to the instructions of the Grand Vizier, and afterwards took their seats. When this ceremony was over and they were all placed, there was a profound silence. The Grand Vizier, always standing before the throne, began, according to the order of papers in his hand, to make his report of affairs, which at that time were of very little consequence. Nevertheless, the Caliph could not but admire how Aban Hassan acquitted himself in his great post without the least hesitation or embarrassment, and decided so well in all matters, as his own good sense suggested the request was, or was not proper to be granted. But before the Grand Vizier had finished his report, Aban Hassan perceived the judge of the police, whom he knew by sight, sitting in his place. "Stop," said he to the Grand Vizier, interrupting him. "I have an order of consequence to give to the judge of the police." The judge of the police, perceiving that Aban Hassan looked at him, and hearing his name mentioned, arose from off his seat and went gravely to the foot of the throne, where he prostrated himself with his face to the ground. "Judge of the police," said Aban Hassan, "go immediately to such a quarter, in such a street, where you will find a mosque, and seize the imam of the mosque and 4 old grey beards, and give each of the old men 100 bastinadoes with a bull's pizzle, and the imam 400. After that, mount them all 5, clothed in rags, upon camels, with their faces to the tails, and lead them through the whole city with a crier before them, who shall proclaim with a loud voice, 'This is the punishment of all those who trouble their heads with other people's affairs, and make it their business to create disturbances and misunderstandings in families in their neighborhood, and do them all the mischief in their power.' My intention is also that you enjoin them to leave that quarter, and never to set foot in it more, and while your lieutenant is conducting them through the town, return, and give me an account of the execution of my orders." The judge of the police laid his hand upon his head, to show his obedience to execute that order on pain of losing his head if he failed, and prostrating himself a second time, went away. The Caliph was extremely well pleased at the firmness with which this order was given, and perceived that Aban Hassan was resolved not to lose the opportunity of punishing the Aman and the other 4 old hypocrites of his quarter. In the meantime, the Grand Vizier went on with his report, and had just finished, when the judge of the police came back from executing his commission. He approached the throne with the usual ceremony, and said, "Commander of the faithful, I found the Aman and his 4 companions in the mosque, which your majesty pointed out, and for a proof that I have punctually obeyed your commands, I have brought an instrument signed by the principal inhabitants of that quarter." At the same time he pulled a paper out of his bosom, and presented it to the pretended Caliph. Aban Hassan took the paper, and reading it over cautiously with the names of the witnesses, who were all people that he knew very well, said to the judge of the police, smiling, "It is well. I am satisfied. Return to your seat." "These old hypocrites," said he to himself, with an air of satisfaction, "who thought fit to censure my actions, and find fault with my entertaining honest people, deserved this punishment." The Caliph all the time penetrated his thoughts, and felt inconceivable joy in this pleasant exhibition. Then Aban Hassan, addressing himself to the Grand Vizier, said, "Go to the High Treasurer for a purse of 1,000 pieces of gold, and carry it to the mother of one Aban Hassan, who is known by the name of the debauchee. She lives in the same quarter to which I sent the judge of the police. Go, and return immediately." The Grand Vizier, after laying his hand upon his head and prostrating himself before the throne, went to the High Treasurer, who gave him the money, which he ordered a slave to take, and to follow him to Aban Hassan's mother, to whom he gave it, saying only, "The Caliph makes you this present." She received it with the greatest surprise imaginable. She could not tell what to think of this liberality of the Caliph's, and was totally ignorant of what passed in the palace. During the Grand Vizier's absence, the judge of the police made the usual report of his office, which lasted till the Vizier returned. As soon as he came into the council chamber, and had assured Aban Hassan he had executed his orders, Mesrer, the chief of the eunuchs, who returned to the palace after he had conducted Aban Hassan to the council, came again and made a sign to the viziers, the emirs, and other officers that the council was over, and that they might all retire. which they did by making the same prostration at the foot of the throne as when they entered. Aban Hassan sat not long on the caliph's throne, but came down from it, supported in the same manner as he went up by Mesrer and another officer of the eunuchs, who attended him back again to the apartment from whence he came, preceded all the way by the grand vizier, but he had scarce made a few steps when he was taken with a pressing occasion, upon which they showed him into a neat closet, paved with marble, whereas the apartment where he was covered with rich carpets like the other apartments of the palace. They gave him a pair of drawers of silk embroidered with gold, which it was usual to put on before going in there. He took them, and as he knew not the use of them, he put them into one of his sleeves, which were very wide. As it often happens that a trifle excites laughter sooner than a matter of consequence, the Grand Vizier, Mesrer, and all the officers of the palace near him had like to have burst into laughter and spoiled all the sport. But they contained themselves, and the Grand Vizier was obliged at last to explain to him that he must put on the drawers before he went into the private closet. While Aban Hassan was there, the Grand Vizier went to the Caliph, who had already taken another station to observe Aban Hassan without being seen, and acquainted him with what had passed, which the Caliph enjoyed exceedingly. When Aban Hassan came out of the closet, Mesrer went before him, to show him the way into an inner apartment, where there was a table spread. Several eunuchs ran before to tell the musicians that the sham Caliph was coming, who immediately began a concert of vocal and instrumental music, with which Aban Hassan was so charmed and transported that he could not tell what to think of all he saw and heard. "If this is a dream," said he, "it is a long one. But certainly," continued he, "it is no dream, for I can see and feel, walk and hear and argue reasonably. Whatever it is, I trust in God, yet I cannot believe but I am the commander of the faithful, for no other person could live in this splendor. The honor and respect that has been shown me and the obedience paid to my commands are sufficient proofs." In short, Aban Hassan took it for granted that he was caliph and the commander of the faithful, and was fully convinced of it when he entered that magnificent and spacious hall, which was finely painted with the brightest colors intermixed with gold. 7 bands of female musicians, more beautiful than the others, were placed round the hall, and as many gold branches hung down from the ceiling, which was painted with blue and gold, intermixed with wonderful effect. In the middle of the hall was spread a table covered with massy gold plates and dishes, which scented the hall with the spices and amber wherewith the meat was seasoned. And 7 young and most beautiful ladies, dressed in the richest habits of the most vivid colors, stood round this table, each with a fan in her hand, to fan Aban Hassan when at dinner. If ever mortal was charmed, Aban Hassan was when he entered that stately hall. At every step he took, he could not help stopping to contemplate at leisure all the wonders that regaled his eyes, and turned first to one side, and then again on the other, which gave the caliph, who viewed him with attention, very great pleasure. At last he went and sat down at the table, and presently all the ladies that stood by it began to fan the new caliph. He looked first at one, and then at another, and admired the grace with which they acquitted themselves. He told them with a graceful smile that he believed one of them was enough to give him all the air he wanted, and would have 6 of the ladies sit at table with him, 3 on his right hand and 3 on his left, and he placed them at it, so that, as the table was round, which way soever he turned, his eyes might be saluted with agreeable objects. The 6 ladies obeyed and sat down at the table, and Aban Hassan, taking notice that out of respect they did not eat, helped them himself, and invited them to eat in the most pressing and obliging terms. Afterwards he asked their names, which they told him were Alabaster Neck, Coral Lips, Moon Face, Sunshine, Eyes Delight, Heart's Delight, and she who fanned him was Sugar Cane. The many soft things he said upon their names showed him to be a man of sprightly wit, and it is not to be conceived how very much it increased the esteem which the caliph, who saw everything, had already conceived for him. When the ladies saw that Aban Hassan had done eating, one of them said to the eunuchs who waited, "The commander of the faithful will go into the hall where the dessert is. Bring some water," upon which they all arose from the table, and taking from the eunuch, one a gold basin, another an ewer of the same metal, and a third a towel, kneeled down before Aban Hassan, and presented them to him to wash his hands, who, as soon as he had done, got up, and after an eunuch had opened the door, went, preceded by Mesrer, who never left him, into another hall, as large as the former, adorned with paintings by the best masters, and furnished with gold and silver vessels, carpets, and other rich furniture. Their 7 different bands of music began a concert as soon as Aban Hassan appeared. In this hall there were 7 other large lustres, and a table in the middle covered with dried sweetmeats and the choicest and most exquisite fruits of the season, raised in pyramids in 7 gold basins. and 7 ladies, more beautiful than the others, standing round it, each with a fan in her hand. These new objects raised still greater admiration in Aban Hassan than before, who, after he had made a full stop, and given the most sensible marks of his surprise and astonishment, went directly to the table, where, sitting down, he gazed a considerable time at the 7 ladies, with an embarrassment that plainly showed he knew not which to give the preference to. At last he ordered them all to lay aside their fans and sit down, and eat with him, telling them that it was not so hot but he could spare them that trouble. When the ladies were all placed about him, the first thing he did was to ask their names, which were different from the other 7, and expressed some perfection of mind or body, which distinguished them from one another. Upon which he took an opportunity, when he presented them with fruit, and see to say something smart. "Eat this fig for my sake," said he to Chain of Hearts, who sat on his right hand, "and render the fetters with which you loaded me the first moment I saw you more supportable." Then presenting a bunch of grapes to Soul's Torment, "Take this cluster of grapes," said he, "on condition you instantly abate the torments which I suffer for your sake," and so on to the rest. By these words Aban Hassan more and more pleased and diverted the Caliph, who was delighted with his words and actions, and pleased to think he had found in him a man who diverted him so agreeably, and suggested to him a method of being better acquainted with him. After Aban Hassan had tasted of all the fruits in the basin, he got up and followed Mesrer, who never left him, into a third hall, much more magnificently furnished than the other 2, where he was received by the same number of musicians and ladies, who stood round a table covered with all manner of wet sweetmeats. After he had looked about him with new wonder, he advanced to the table, the music playing all the time till he sat down. The 7 ladies, by his order, sat down with him, and as he could not but show them the same civility as he had done to the rest, they helped themselves, as he desired them, to what they liked best. And he afterwards informed himself of their names, which pleased him as much as the others had done, and led him to say as many soft things to them, to the great diversion of the Caliph, who lost not a word. By this time, the day beginning to close, Aban Hassan was conducted into a fourth hall, much more superb and magnificently furnished, lighted with wax candles in 7 great gold lustres, which gave a glorious light. The like was not seen in the other halls, because it was not necessary. Aban Hassan found the same number of musicians here as he had done in the other 3 halls, performing in concert in the most lively manner, and seeming to inspire greater joy. And he saw as many ladies standing round a table, covered with 7 gold basins filled with cakes, dried, sweetmeats, and all such things as were proper to promote drinking. There he saw, which he had not observed in any of the other halls, a beaufet, which was set out with 7 large silver flagons full of the choicest wines, and by them 7 crystal glasses of the finest workmanship. Hitherto in the 3 first halls Aban Hassan drank nothing but water, according to the custom observed at Baghdad, from the highest to the lowest, and at the Caliph's court, never to drink wine till the evening, all who transgress this rule being accounted debauchees and dare not show themselves in the daytime. This custom is the more laudable, as it requires a clear head to apply to business in the course of the day, and as no wine is drank till evening, no drunken people are seen in the streets in open day making disturbances in the city. As soon as Aban Hassan entered the fourth hall, he went to the table and sat down, and was a long time in a kind of ecstasy at the sight of those 7 ladies who surrounded him, and were much more beautiful than all he beheld in the other halls. He was very desirous to know all their names, but as the music played then so very loud, and particularly the tambour, that he could not hear them speak, he clapped his hands as a sign for them to leave off playing, and a profound silence ensued. Then taking by the hand the lady who stood on the right next to him, he made her sit down by him, and presenting her with a cake, asked her name. "Commander of the Faithful," said the lady, "I am called Cluster of Pearls." "No name," replied Aban Hassan, "could have more properly expressed your worth, and indeed your teeth exceed the finest pearls. Cluster of Pearls," added he, "since that is your name, oblige me with a glass of wine from your fair hand, and take another with me." The lady went presently to the beaufet and brought him a glass of wine, which she presented to him with a pleasant air. Aban Hassan took the glass with a smile, and looking passionately upon her, said, "Cluster of Pearls, I drink your health. I desire you to fill out as much for yourself and pledge me." She ran to the beaufet and returned with a glass in her hand, but before she drank, she sung a song, which charmed him as much by the sweetness of her voice as by its novelty. After Aban Hassan had drank, he made another lady sit down, and presenting her with what she chose in the basins, asked her name, which she told him was Morning Star. "Your bright eyes," said he, "shine with greater luster than that star whose name you bear. Do me the pleasure to bring me some wine," which she did with the best grace in the world. Then turning to the third lady, whose name was Daylight, he ordered her to do the same, and so on to the seventh, to the extreme satisfaction of the caliph. When they had all filled him a glass round, Cluster of Pearls, whom he had just addressed, went to the beaufet, poured out a glass of wine, and putting in a pinch of the same powder the caliph had used the night before, presented it to Aban Hassan. "Commander of the faithful," said she, "I beg of your majesty to take this glass of wine, and before you drink it off do me the favor to hear a song I have made today, and which I flatter myself may not displease you. I never sung it before this evening." "With all my heart," said Aban Hassan, taking the glass, "and as commander of the faithful, I command you to sing it. For I am persuaded that so beautiful a lady as yourself cannot make a song which does not abound with wit and pleasantry." The lady took a lute, and tuning it to her voice, sung with so much justness, grace, and expression, that Aban Hassan was in perfect ecstasy all the time, and was so much delighted that he ordered her to sing it again, and was as much charmed with it as at first. When the lady had done, Aban Hassan drank off his glass, and turning his head towards her, to give her those praises which he thought due to her, was prevented by the powder which operated so suddenly that his mouth was wide open, and his eyes close shut, and dropping his head on the table like a man overcome with sleep, he slept as profoundly as the day before. At the same time the caliph gave him the powder. One of the ladies stood ready to catch the glass, which fell out of his hand. And then the caliph, who took a greater satisfaction in this scene than he had promised himself and was all along a spectator of what had passed, came into the hall to them, overjoyed at the success of his plan. He ordered Aban Hassan to be dressed again in his own clothes, and to be carried back again to his own house by the same slave that brought him, charging him to lay him on a sofa in the same room, without making any noise, and to leave the door open when he came away. The slave took Aban Hassan upon his shoulders, and carried him home by a back door of the palace, placed him in his own house as he was ordered, and returned with speed, to acquaint the caliph what he had done. "Well," said the caliph, "Aban Hassan wished only to be caliph for one day, to punish the imam of the mosque of his quarter, and the 4 sheikhs or old men who had displeased him. I have procured him the means of doing this, and he ought to be content." In the meantime, Aban Hassan, who was laid upon his sofa by the slave, slept till very late the next morning. When the powder was worked off, Aban Hassan waked and opened his eyes, and finding himself at home, was in the utmost surprise. "Cluster of Pearls, Morning Star, Coral Lips, Moon Face," cried he, calling the ladies of the palace by their names as he remembered them, "where are you? Come hither." Aban Hassan called so loud that his mother, who was in her own apartment, heard, and running to him upon the noise he made, said, "What ails you, son? What has happened to you?" At these words Aban Hassan lifted up his head, and looking haughtily at his mother, said, "Good woman, who is it you call son?" "Why, you," answered his mother very mildly, "are not you Aban Hassan, my son? It is strange that you have forgot yourself so soon." "I your son, old trull," replied Aban Hassan, "you are a liar and know not what you say. I am not Aban Hassan, I tell you, but the commander of the faithful." "Hold your tongue, son," answered the mother. "One would think you are a fool to hear you talk thus." "You are an old fool yourself," replied Aban Hassan. "I tell you once more I am the commander of the faithful and God's vicar on earth." "Ah, child," cried the mother, "is it possible that I should hear you utter such words that show you are distracted? What evil genius possesses you to make you talk at this rate? God bless you, and preserve you from the power of Satan. You are my son Aban Hassan, and I am your mother." After she had made use of all the arguments she could think of to bring him to himself, and to show how great an error he was in, she said, "Do not you see that the room you are now in is your own, and is not like a chamber in a palace fit for the commander of the believers, and that you have never left it since you was born, but live quietly at home with me? Think seriously of what I say, and do not fancy things that are not, nor ever can be. Once more, my son, think seriously of it." Aban Hassan heard all these remonstrances of his mother very patiently, holding down his eyes, and clapping his hands under his chin, like a man recollecting himself, to examine the truth of what he saw and heard. At last he said to his mother, just as if he was come out of a deep sleep, and with his hand in the same posture, "I believe you are right. Methinks I am Aban Hassan, you are my mother, and I am in my own room." Then looking at her again, and at every object before him, he added, "I am Aban Hassan, there is no doubt of it, and I cannot comprehend how this fancy came into my head." The mother really believed that her son was cured of that disorder of his mind, which she ascribed to a dream, and began to laugh with him, and ask him questions about this dream. When all on a sudden he started up, and looking crossly at his mother, said, "Old sorceress, you know not what you say. I am not your son, nor you my mother. You deceive yourself and would deceive me. I tell you I am the commander of the faithful, and you shall never persuade me to the contrary." "For heaven's sake, son," said the mother, "let us leave off this discourse. Recommend yourself to God, for fear some misfortune should happen to us." let us talk of something else. I will tell you what happened yesterday in our quarter to the imam of the mosque, and the four sheikhs our neighbors. The judge of the police came and seized them, and gave each of them I know not how many strokes with a bull's pizzle, while a crier proclaimed, that was the punishment of all those who troubled themselves about other people's business, and employed themselves in setting their neighbors at variance. He afterwards led them through all the streets, and ordered them never to come into our quarter again. Aban Hassan's mother little thought her son had any share in this adventure, and therefore turned the discourse on purpose to put him out of the conceit of being the commander of the faithful. But instead of effacing that idea, she rather recalled it, and impressed it more deeply in his imagination that it was not imaginary, but real. Aban Hassan no sooner heard this relation, but he cried out, I am neither thy son, nor Aban Hassan, but certainly the commander of the believers. I cannot doubt of it after what you have told me. Know then that it was by my order that the Aman and the four sheikhs were punished, and I tell you I am certainly the commander of the faithful. Therefore tell me no more of its being a dream. I was not asleep, but as much awake as I now am. You do me a pleasure to confirm what the judge of the police told me he had executed punctually according to my order, and I am overjoyed that the Aman and the four sheikhs, those great hypocrites, were so chastised, and I should be glad to know how I came here. God be praised for all things. I am certainly commander of the faithful, and all thy arguments shall not convince me of the contrary. The mother, who could not divine or imagine why her son so strenuously and positively maintained himself to be caliph, never disputed but that he had lost his senses, when she found he insisted so much upon a thing that was so incredible, and in this thought said, I pray God, son, to have mercy upon you. Pray do not talk so madly. Beseech God to forgive you and give you grace to talk more reasonably. What would the world say to hear you rave in this manner? Do you not know that walls have ears? These remonstrances only enraged Aban Hassan the more, and he was so provoked at his mother that he said, Old woman, I have bid you once already to hold your tongue. If you do not, I shall rise and give you cause to repent it all your lifetime. I am the caliph and the commander of the believers, and you ought to believe me when I say so. Then the good woman, perceiving that he was more distracted than ever, abandoned herself to tears, and beating her face and breast, expressed the utmost grief and astonishment to see her son in that terrible state. Aban Hassan, instead of being appeased and being moved by his mother's tears, on the contrary lost all the respect due from a son to his mother, and getting up hastily and laying hold of a cane, ran to his mother in great fury, and in a threatening manner that would have frightened every one but a mother so partial to him, said, Tell me presently, wicked woman, who I am. I do not believe, son, replied she, looking at him tenderly and void of fear, that you are so abandoned by God as not to know your mother, who brought you into the world, and to mistake yourself. You are indeed my son Aban Hassan, and are very much in the wrong to arrogate to yourself the title which belongs only to our sovereign lord the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, after the noble and generous present the monarch made us yesterday. In short, I forgot to tell you that the Grand Vizier Ja'afar came to me yesterday, and putting a purse of 1,000 pieces of gold into my hands, bid me pray for the commander of the faithful, who made me that present. And does not this liberality concern you more than me, who have but a short time to live? At these words Aban Hassan grew quite mad. The circumstance of the caliph's liberality his mother told him of persuaded him more than ever that he was caliph, remembering that he had sent the vizier. Well, old hag, cried he, will you be convinced when I tell you I sent you those 1,000 pieces of gold by my Grand Vizier Ja'afar, who obeyed my commands as I was commander of the faithful? But instead of believing me, you endeavor to distract me by your contradictions, and maintain with obstinacy that I am your son, but you shall not go long unpunished. After these words, he was so unnatural, in the height of his frenzy, as to beat her cruelly with his cane. The poor mother, who could not have thought that her son would have come so soon from words to blows, called out for help so loud that the neighbors ran in to her assistance. Aban Hassan continued to beat her, at every stroke asking her if he was the commander of the faithful, to which she always answered tenderly that he was her son. By that time the neighbors came in. Aban Hassan's rage began to abate. The first who entered the room got between him and his mother, and taking the cane out of his hand, said to him, What are you doing, Aban Hassan? Have you lost all fear of God and your reason? Did ever a son so well brought up as you dare to strike his mother? Are you not ashamed so to treat yours, who loves you so tenderly? Aban Hassan, still full of fury, looked at him that spoke without returning an answer, and then staring on all the rest of his neighbors that followed him, said, Who is that Aban Hassan you speak of? Is it me you call by that name? This question disconcerted the neighbors a little. How, said he who spoke first, do not you know your mother who brought you up and with whom you have always lived? "Begone, you are impertinent people," replied Aban Hassan. "I neither know her nor you, and will not know her. I am not Aban Hassan. I am the commander of the faithful, and will make you know it to your cost." At this discourse, the neighbors no longer doubted that he was mad, and to prevent his being guilty of the like actions, seized him, notwithstanding his resistance, and bound him hand and foot. But though apparently disabled from doing any mischief, they did not choose to leave him alone with his mother. Two of them ran for the keeper of the hospital for mad folks, who came presently with chains, handcuffs, a bull's pizzle, and a great many attendants. When they entered the room, Aban Hassan, who little expected such treatment, struggled to unloose himself. But after his keeper had given him 2 or 3 smart strokes upon the shoulders with the bull's pizzle, he lay so quiet that the keeper and his people did what they would with him. As soon as they had bound and manacled him, they took him with them to the hospital. When he was got out of his house into the street, the people crowded round him. One buffeted him, another boxed him, and others called him fool and madman. To all this treatment he replied, "There is no greatness and power but in God Most High and Almighty. I am treated as a fool, though I am in my right senses. I suffer all these injuries and indignities for the love of God." He was conducted to the hospital, where he was lodged in an iron cage. But before he was shut up, the keeper, who was hardened to such terrible execution, regaled him without pity with 50 strokes of the bull's pizzle on his shoulders, which he repeated every day for 3 weeks, bidding him remember that he was not the commander of the faithful. "I am not mad, but if I did want your assistance, nothing would so effectually make me mad as your cruel treatment of me. I want not your advice," said Aban Hassan. Aban Hassan's mother went every day to see her son, and could not forbear crying to see him fall away daily, and to hear him sigh and complain at the hardships he endured. In short, his shoulders, back, and sides were so black and bruised that he could not turn himself. His mother would willingly have talked with him, to comfort him, and to sound him whether he still retained the notion of being caliph. But whenever she opened her mouth, he stopped her with so much fury that she was forced to leave him and return home inconsolable at his obstinacy. By degrees, those strong and lively ideas which Aban Hassan entertained, of having been clothed in the caliph's habit, and having exercised his authority, and been punctually obeyed and treated like the true caliph, and which persuaded him when he awaked that he was so, all began to wear away insensibly. Sometimes he would say to himself, "If I was the caliph and commander of the believers, how came I, when I awaked, to find myself at home, dressed in my own apparel? Why should I not have been attended by eunuchs and their chief and a crowd of beautiful ladies? Why should my grand vizier Ja'afar and all those emirs and governors of provinces, who prostrated themselves at my feet, forsake me? Undoubtedly, if I had any authority over them, they would have delivered me long ago out of this miserable condition I am in. Certainly, I ought to look upon all as a dream. It is true I commanded the judge of the police to punish the Iman and the 4 old men his companions. I ordered Ja'afar the Grand Vizier to carry my mother 1,000 pieces of gold, and all my commands were executed. All these things are obstacles to my believing it a dream, and I cannot comprehend it. But there are so many things that I cannot comprehend, nor ever shall, that I will put my trust in God, who knows all things." Aban Hassan was taken up with these thoughts and reflections when his mother came to see him. She found him so much altered and emaciated that she let fall a torrent of tears, in the midst of which she saluted him as she used to do, and he returned her salute, which he had never done before since he had been in the hospital. This she looked upon to be a good sign. "Well, my son," said she, wiping her tears, "how do you do, and how do you find yourself? Have you renounced all those whims and fancies which the devil had put into your head?" "Indeed, mother," replied Aban Hassan, very rationally and calmly, and in a tone expressive of his grief for the excesses he had been transported to against her, "I acknowledge my error, and beg of you to forgive the execrable crime which I have been guilty of towards you, and which I detest. I ask pardon also of my neighbors that I have abused. I have been deceived by a dream, but by so extraordinary a one, and so like to truth, that I venture to affirm any other person, to whom such a thing might have happened, would have been guilty of as great or greater extravagancies. And I am this instant so much perplexed about it, that while I am speaking I can hardly persuade myself but that what has happened to me was a matter of fact, so like was it to what happens to people who are broad awake. But whatever it was, I do, and shall always look upon it as a dream and an illusion. I am convinced that I am not that shadow of a caliph and commander of the faithful, but Aban Hassan your son, the son of a person whom I have always honored till that fatal day, the remembrance of which will cover me with confusion, and whom I shall honor and respect all my life as I ought." At these sensible words, the tears of sorrow and affliction which the mother of Aban Hassan had so long shed were changed into those of joy, to find her son so well recovered. "My son," cried she, transported with pleasure, "my satisfaction and comfort to hear you talk so reasonably is inexpressible, and it gives me as much joy as if I had brought you into the world a second time. But I must tell you my opinion upon this adventure, and observe one thing which you may not have taken notice of. The stranger that you brought home with you one evening to sup with you, went away without shutting your chamber door after him, as you desired him, which I believe gave the devil an opportunity to enter, and throw you into that horrible illusion you were in. And therefore, my son, you ought to return God thanks for your deliverance, and beseech him to keep you from falling again into the snares of the evil spirit. You have found out the source of my misfortunes," answered Aban Hassan. "It was that very night I had this dream which turned my brain. I bid the merchant expressly to shut the door after him, and now I find he did not do it. I am persuaded, as well as you, the devil, finding it open, came in, and filled my head full of these fancies. The people of Mosul, from whence this merchant came, may not know how we at Baghdad are well convinced that the devil is the cause of troublesome dreams when we leave our chamber doors open. But since, mother, you see I am, by the grace of God, so well recovered, for God's sake get me out of this hellish place, and deliver me from the hand of this executioner, who will infallibly short my days if I stay here any longer." The mother, glad to hear her son was so well cured of his foolish imagination of being caliph, went immediately to the keeper, and assuring him that he was very sensible and well, he came and examined him, and released him in her presence. When Aban Hassan came home, he stayed within doors some days, to recover his health by better living than he had found in the hospital. But when he had recovered his strength, and felt no more effect of the harsh treatment he had suffered in his confinement, he began to be weary of spending his evenings alone. He presently entered again upon the same way of living as before, which was, to provide enough every day to regale a new stranger at night. The day on which Aban Hassan renewed his custom of going about sunset to the foot of Baghdad Bridge to stop the first stranger that offered, and desire him to do him the honor of supping with him, happened to be the first day of the month, which was the day that the caliph always set apart to go in disguise out of some of the city gates to observe with his own eyes what was committed contrary to the good government of the city, as he had established and regulated it at the beginning of his reign. He had not been long arrived at the bridge, and sat himself on a bench which was fixed to the parapet, when, looking about him, he perceived the caliph disguised again like a Mosul merchant, and followed by the same slave. Persuaded that all his misfortunes were owing to the caliph, whom he took for a merchant, leaving his door open, he shuddered at the sight of him. "God preserve me," said he to himself, "if I am not deceived, there is the magician again that enchanted me," and thereupon got up and looked over the parapet into the river, that he might not see him till he was past. The caliph, who had a mind to carry on the diversion he had received by Aban Hassan, had taken care to inform himself of all that had happened when Aban Hassan awaked at home, and conceived a great pleasure at the relation given him, especially at his being sent to a madhouse, and the treatment he received there. But as this monarch was both just and generous, and had taken a great liking to Aban Hassan, as capable of contributing further to his amusement, and had doubted whether, after renouncing his pretended character of a caliph, he would return to his usual manner of living, he designed, with a view to get him nearer him, to dress himself again like a merchant of Mosul, the better to execute his plan. He perceived Aban Hassan at the same time that he saw him, and presently guessed by his action that he was angry with him, and wanted to shun him. This made him walk close to the parapet Aban Hassan leaned over, and when he came nigh him, he put his head over to look him in the face. "Ho, brother Aban Hassan," said he, "is it you? I greet you. Give me leave to embrace you." "Not I," replied Aban Hassan briskly, without looking at the pretended Mosul merchant. "I do not greet you. I will have neither your greeting nor your embraces. Go along." "What?" answered the caliph, "do you not know me? Do you not remember the evening we spent together at your house this day month, where you did me the honor to treat me very generously?" "No," replied Aban Hassan in the same tone, "I do not know you, nor what you talk about. Go, I say again, about your business." The caliph was not to be dashed with this rude behavior of Aban Hassan. He knew very well the law he had imposed on himself, never to have any commerce again with a stranger he had once entertained. But though Aban Hassan had declared so much to him, he pretended to be ignorant of it. "I cannot believe," said he, "but you must know me again. It is not possible that you should have forgotten me in so short a time. Certainly some misfortune has befallen you, which inspires you with this aversion for me. However, you ought to remember that I showed my gratitude by my good wishes, and that I offered you my interest, which is not to be slighted, in an affair which you had very much at heart." "I do not know," replied Aban Hassan, what your interest may be, and I have no desire to make use of it. But I am sensible the utmost of your good wishes ended in making me mad. In God's name, I say once more, go your way, and trouble me no more. Ah, brother Aban Hassan, replied the Caliph, embracing him, I do not intend to part with you in this manner, since I have had the good fortune to meet with you a second time. You must exercise the same hospitality towards me again that you showed me a month ago, when I had the honor to drink with you. I have protested against it, said Aban Hassan, and have so much power over myself not to receive a second time such an unlucky man as you. You know the proverb, take up your drum and begone. Make the application to yourself. How often must I repeat it? God be with you. You have been the cause of my misfortune, and I will not venture myself with you again. My good friend Aban Hassan, said the Caliph, embracing him again, you treat me in a way I little expected. I beg of you not to talk to me in this harsh manner, but be persuaded of my friendship. Do me the favor to tell me what has happened to you. For I assure you, I wished you well and still do so, and would be glad of an opportunity to make you any amends for the trouble I have caused you, if it has been really my fault. Aban Hassan yielded to the pressing instances of the Caliph and bid him sit down by him. Your incredulity and importunity, said he, have tired my patience, and what I am going to tell you will show you that I do not accuse you wrongfully. The Caliph sat down by Aban Hassan, while he told him all that had happened to him, from his waking in the palace to his waking again in his own house, all as a mere dream, with all the circumstances which the Caliph knew as well as himself, and which renewed his pleasure. He enlarged afterwards upon the impression that dream of being Caliph and commander of the faithful made upon him, which he said, threw him into such extravagancies, that his neighbors were obliged to bind him as a madman, and carry him to a madhouse, where he was treated in a way that must seem very barbarous. But said he, what will surprise you, and what you little think of, is that it was altogether your fault that these things fell out. For, if you remember, I desired you to shut the door after you, which you neglected, and the devil, finding it open, put this dream into my head, which, though it was very agreeable, was the cause of the misfortune I complain of. You, therefore, for your negligence, are answerable for the horrid and detestable crime I was guilty of in lifting my hand against my mother, whom I might have killed, and committed parricide. I blush for shame when I think of it, only because she said I was her son, and she would not acknowledge me for the commander of the faithful, as I thought, and positively insisted on to her that I was. You are the cause of the offense I have given my neighbors, when, running in at the cries of my poor mother, they surprised me bent on knocking her down, which would never have happened if you had taken care to shut my chamber door when you went away, as I desired you. They would not have come into my house without my leave, and, what troubles me most of all, they would not have been witness of my folly. I should not have been obliged to strike them in my own defense, and they would not have bound and fettered me to carry me, and shut me up in the hospital for madmen, where I assure you every day that I remained confined in that hell, I received a score of strokes with a bull's pizzle. Aban Hassan recounted his complaints with great heat and vehemence to the Caliph, who knew better than he what had passed, and was delighted to find that he had succeeded so well in his plan to throw him into the vagaries he still was in. He could not help bursting out a laughing at the simplicity wherewith he related them. Aban Hassan, who thought that his story should rather move compassion, and that everyone ought to be as much concerned at it as himself, very much resented the pretended Mousal merchant's laughter. What, said he, do you make a jest of me, and laugh in my face, or do you believe I laugh at you when I speak seriously? If you want proof of what I advance, look here yourself and see whether or no I tell you the truth. With that, stooping down and baring his shoulders, he showed the Caliph the scars and wheals the bull's pizzle had made. The Caliph could not behold those objects without horror. He pitied poor Aban Hassan, and was sorry he had carried the jest so far. Come, rise, dear brother, said he to him very seriously, and embracing Aban Hassan heartily in his arms, let us go to your house, and enjoy the happiness of being merry with you tonight, and tomorrow, if it please God, all things will go well. Aban Hassan, notwithstanding his resolution and oath never to admit the same stranger a second time, could not resist the caresses of the Caliph, whom he always took for a merchant of Mousal. I will consent, said he, if you will swear to shut my door after you, that the devil may not come in to distract my brain again. The Caliph promised that he would, upon which they both got up, walked towards the city, and followed by the Caliph's slave, reached Aban Hassan's house by the time it was dark. The Caliph, the more to engage Aban Hassan, said to him, place a confidence in me. I promise you on my honor I will not break my word. After this, you need not hesitate to trust in a person like me, who wishes you all happiness and prosperity, of which you will see the effects. I desire not that, said Aban Hassan, stopping him short. I yield to your importunity, but I dispense with your good wishes and beg you in God's name to form none for me. All the mischief that has hitherto befallen me arose purely from those you already expressed for me, and from your leaving the door open. Well, replied the Caliph, still laughing at the misguided imagination of Aban Hassan, since you will have it so, be it so. I promise you I will form none. You do me pleasure by speaking so, said Aban Hassan. I desire no more. I shall be more than satisfied provided you keep your word, and I shall forgive you all the rest. As soon as Aban Hassan entered the doors, he called for his mother and for candles, and desired his guest to sit down upon a sofa, and then placed himself by him. A little time after, supper was brought up, and they both fell to without ceremony. When they had done, Aban Hassan's mother cleared the table, set on a small dessert of fruit, wine and glasses by her son, and withdrew, and appeared no more. Aban Hassan first filled his own glass, and then the caliph's, and after they had drank some time and talked of indifferent matters, the caliph, perceiving that his host grew warm with liquor, began to talk of love, and asked him if he had ever felt that passion. Brother, replied Aban Hassan, familiarly, thinking his guest was his equal, I never looked upon love or marriage but as a slavery, to which I was always unwilling to submit. And must own to you that I never loved anything but good cheer and good wine. In short, to divert and entertain myself agreeably with my friends. Yet I do not tell you that I am so indifferent to marriage or incapable of attachment. If I could meet with a woman of such beauty and sweetness of temper as her I saw in my dream on that fatal night, I first received you into my house, and you, to my misfortune, left my door open, who would pass the whole night with me drinking, singing, and playing on some instrument, and in agreeable conversation, and who would study to please and divert me. I believe, on the contrary, I should change all my indifference into a perfect attachment to such a person, and, I think, should live very happily with her. But where is such a woman to be found but in the caliph's palace, or in those of the grand vizier or some great lords of the court who want no money to provide them? I choose therefore to stick close to my bottle, which is a much cheaper pleasure, and which I can enjoy as well as they. Saying these words, he filled out his own and the caliph's glass, and said, Come, take your glass, and let us pursue this charming pleasure. When they had drank off their wine, It is great pity, said the caliph, that so gallant a man as you, who owns himself not insensible of love, should lead so solitary a life. I prefer the easy, quiet life I live, replied Aban Hassan, before the company of a wife whose beauty might not please me, and who, besides, might create me a great deal of trouble by her imperfections and ill humor. The conversation lasted a long time, and the caliph, seeing Aban Hassan had drank up to the pitch he desired, said, Let me alone, since you have the same good taste as every other honest man. I warrant you I will find you one that shall please you. Then taking Aban Hassan's glass, and putting a pinch of the same powder into it again, filled him up a bumper, and presenting it to him, said, Come, let us drink beforehand the fair lady's health, who is to make you happy. I am sure you will like her. Aban Hassan took the glass laughing, and shaking his head, said, Be it so. Since you desire it, I cannot be guilty of so great a piece of incivility, nor disoblige a guest of so much merit in such a trifling matter. I will drink the lady's health you promise me, though I am very well contented as I am, and do not rely on your promise. But no sooner had Aban Hassan drank off his bumper, than he was seized with as deep a sleep as before, and the caliph ordered the same slave to take him and carry him to the palace. The slave did so, and the caliph, who did not intend to send back Aban Hassan as before, shut the door after him, as he had promised, and followed the slave carrying Aban Hassan. When they arrived at the palace, the caliph ordered Aban Hassan to be laid on a sofa, in the fourth hall, from whence he was carried home fast asleep a month before. But first he bid them put him on the same habit which he acted the caliph in, which was done forthwith before him. He then sent everybody to bed, and charged all the eunuchs, officers, ladies, and musicians who were in the hall, when he drank the last glass of wine which had put him to sleep, to be there by daybreak, and to take care to act their parts well when he should awake. He then went to bed, charging Messer to awake him before they went into the hall, that he might conceal himself in the closet as before. Messer, at the hour appointed, awakened the caliph, who immediately rose and went to the hall where Aban Hassan lay fast asleep. And when he had placed himself in his closet, Messer and the other officers, ladies and musicians who waited for him, went in and placed themselves about the sofa, so as not to hinder the caliph from seeing what passed and noticing all his actions. Things being thus disposed, and the caliph's powder having had its effect, Aban Hassan began to awake without opening his eyes, and threw off the phlegm, which was received in a gold basin as before. In that moment the 7 bands of musicians joined their charming voices to the sound of hautboys, fifes, flutes, and other instruments, forming a very agreeable concert. Aban Hassan was in great surprise to hear that delightful harmony, But when he opened his eyes and saw the ladies and officers about him, whom he thought he knew again, his amazement increased. The hall that he was in seemed to be the same he saw in his first dream, and he observed the same lustres and the same furniture and ornaments. The concert ceased to give the caliph an opportunity of attending to the countenance of his new guest, and all that he might say in his surprise. The ladies, Mesrer, and all the officers of the chamber waited in profound and respectful silence. Aban Hassan bit his finger and cried loud enough for the caliph to hear him. Alas, I am fallen again into the same dream and illusion that happened to me a month ago, and must expect again the bull's pizzle and iron cage at the madhouse. Almighty God, added he, I commit myself into the hands of thy divine providence. He was a wicked man that I entertained at my house last night, who has been the cause of this illusion, and the hardships I must undergo. The base wretch swore to shut the door after him, but did not, and the devil came in and has turned my brain with this wicked dream of being commander of the faithful, and other phantoms which bewitch my eyes. God confound thee, Satan, and crush thee under some mountain of stones. After these last words, Aban Hassan closed his eyes, and remained some time thoughtful and very much perplexed. Then opening them again, and looking about him, cried out a second time with less surprise, and smiling at the various objects before him, Great God, I commit myself into the hands of thy providence. Preserve me from the temptations of Satan. Then shutting them again, he said, I know what I will do. I will go to sleep until Satan leaves me and returns as he came, were I to wait till noon. They did not give him time to go to sleep again, as he had promised himself. For strength of hearts, one of the ladies whom he had seen before approached, and sitting down on the sofa by him, said to him respectfully, Commander of the faithful, I entreat your majesty to forgive me for taking the liberty to tell you not to go to sleep. Day appears, and it is time to rise. Begone, Satan, answered Aban Hassan, raising his voice. But looking upon the lady, he said, Is it me you call the commander of the faithful? Certainly you take me for somebody else. It is to your majesty I give that title, replied the lady, to whom it belongs, as you are sovereign of the Mussulman world, and I am your most humble slave. Undoubtedly, added she, your majesty means to divert yourself by pretending to have forgotten yourself, or this is the effect of some troublesome dream. But if you would but open your eyes, the mists which may disturb your imagination will soon be dispelled, and you will find yourself in your own palace, surrounded by your officers and slaves, who all wait your commands. And that your majesty may not be surprised to find yourself in this hall, and not in bed, I beg leave to tell you that you fell so suddenly asleep last night that we were unwilling to wake you, to conduct you to your chamber, but laid you carefully upon the sofa. In short, she said to him so many things that appeared probable, that at last he sat up, opened his eyes, and recollected her and all the ladies again. They all drew near, and she who spoke first, resuming the discourse, said, Commander of the faithful and vicar of the prophet on earth, be not displeased if I acquaint your majesty once more that it is time to rise, for day appears. You are very troublesome and importunate, replied Aban Hassan, rubbing his eyes. I am not the commander of the faithful, but Aban Hassan. I know it well, and you shall not persuade me otherwise. We do not know that Aban Hassan your majesty speaks of, nor desire to know him, answered the lady. But we know you to be commander of the believers, and you cannot persuade us to the contrary. Aban Hassan, looking about and finding himself in the same hall, attributed all he saw and heard to such a dream as he had before, and very much feared the dreadful consequences. God have mercy on me, said he, lifting up his hands and eyes like a man who knew not where he was. I commit myself into his hands. I cannot doubt, after what I have seen, but that the devil who came into my chamber possesses me and fills my imagination full of all these visions. The caliph, who saw him all the time and heard these acclamations, began laughing so heartily that he had much ado to forbear bursting into loud laughter. Aban Hassan laying himself down again, and shutting his eyes, the same lady again said, Commander of the faithful, since your majesty does not rise, after we have, according to our duty, informed you it was day, and the dispatch of business requires your presence, we shall use the liberty you give us in such cases. Then taking him by one arm, and calling to one of the other ladies to do the same by the other, they lifted him up, and carried him into the middle of the hall, where they set him on his breech, and taking all hands, danced and skipped round him while the music played and rattled in his ears. Aban Hassan was in an inexpressible perplexity of mind, and said, What? Am I indeed caliph and commander of the faithful? And in the uncertainty he was in, would have said something more, but the music was so loud that he could not be heard. At last he made a sign to String of Pearls and Morning Star, two of the ladies who were dancing, that he wanted to speak with them, upon which they forbore and went to him. Do not lie now, said he, but tell me truly who I am. Commander of the faithful, replied Morning Star, your majesty means either to surprise us, by asking this question, as if you did not know that you are commander of the faithful, and the vicar on earth of the prophet of God, master of both worlds, that whereon we now are and that to come after death, or else you must have had some very extraordinary dream tonight, which has made you forget who you are, which may very well be, considering that your majesty has slept longer tonight than ordinary. However, if you will give me leave, I will refresh your memory with what passed yesterday." Then she told him how he went to the council, punished the man and the 4 old men, and sent a present by his grand vizier of 1,000 pieces of gold to the mother of one Aban Hassan, what he did in the inner part of the palace, and what passed at the 3 meals which he took in the 3 halls, and how in the fourth your majesty did us the honor to make us sit down by you to hear our songs and receive wine from our hands, until your majesty fell so fast asleep, as strength of hearts has told you. From that time your majesty has continued, contrary to custom, in a sound sleep until now. Strength of hearts, all your other slaves and the officers present can confirm what I say, and it is now time you should go to prayers." "Very well," replied Aban Hassan, shaking his head, "you would have me believe all this. But I tell you, you are all fools or mad, and that is a great pity, for you are very pretty. Since I saw you I have been at home, where I used my mother so ill that they sent me to a madhouse, and kept me there 3 weeks against my will, and beat me every day with a bull's pizzle, and yet you would make me believe all this to be a dream." "Commander of the faithful," answered Morning Star, "you're mistaken. We are all ready to swear by all that your majesty holds most dear that all you tell is a dream. You never stirred out of this hall since yesterday, but slept here all night long." The confidence with which the lady assured Aban Hassan that all she said was truth, and that he had never been out of the hall since that time, made him not know what to believe but bewildered his senses. "O heaven," said he to himself, "am I Aban Hassan, or the commander of the faithful? Almighty God, enlighten my understanding, and inform me of the truth, that I may know what to trust to." Then he uncovered his shoulders, and showed the ladies the livid weals of the blows he had received. "Look," said he, "judge whether these strokes could come to me in a dream, or when I was asleep. For my part, I can affirm that they were real blows. I feel the smart of them yet, and that is a testimonial there is no room to doubt of. Now if I received these strokes in my sleep, it is the most extraordinary thing in the world, and surpasses my comprehension." In this uncertainty, Aban Hassan called to one of the officers that stood round him. "Come hither," said he, "and bite the tip of my ear, that I may know whether I am asleep or awake." The officer obeyed him, and bit so hard that he made him cry out horridly. The music struck up at the same time, and the officers and ladies all began to sing, dance, and skip about Aban Hassan, and made such a noise that he was in perfect enthusiasm, and played 1,000 merry tricks. He tore off his caliph's habit, threw off his turban, and jumped up in his shirt and drawers, and taking hold of 2 of the ladies' hands, fell a dancing and singing and jumping and cutting capers, that the caliph could not contain himself, but burst into such violent laughter at this sudden pleasantry of Aban Hassan that he fell backwards and made a greater noise than all the musicians together. He was so long before he could check himself that it had like to have hurt him. At last he got up, and opened the lattice, and putting out his head, cried out, Aban Hassan, have you a mind to kill me with laughing?" As soon as the caliph's voice was heard, every body was silent, and Aban Hassan among the rest, who, turning his head to see from whence the voice came, knew the caliph and the Mousal merchant, but was not in the least dashed. On the contrary, he found that he was awake, and all that had happened to him was matter of fact, and not a dream. He entered into the caliph's pleasantry and intention. "Ha ha," said he, looking at him with good assurance, "you are a merchant of Mousal, and complain that I would kill you? You have been the occasion of my using my mother so ill, and being sent to a madhouse. It was you who treated the Aman and the 4 sheikhs in the manner they were used, and not me. I wash my hands of it. It was you who have been the cause of all my disorders and sufferings. In short, you are the aggressor, and I the injured person." "Indeed, you are in the right of it, Aban Hassan," answered the caliph, laughing all the while. "But to comfort you, and make you amends for all your troubles, I call heaven to witness, I am ready and willing to make you what reparation you please to ask." After these words, he came out of the closet into the hall, and ordered one of his most magnificent habits to be brought, and commanded the ladies to dress Aban Hassan in it. And when they had done so, he said, embracing him, "Thou art my brother. Ask what thou wilt, and thou shalt have it." "Commander of the faithful," replied Aban Hassan, "I beg of your majesty to do me the favor to tell me what you did to disturb my brain in this manner, and what was your design. For it is a thing of the greatest importance for me to know, that I may perfectly recover my senses." The caliph was ready to give him that satisfaction, and said, "First you are to know that I often disguise myself, and particularly at night, to observe if all goes right in Baghdad. And as I wish to know what passes in its environs, I set apart the first day of every month to make a tour about it, sometimes on one side and sometimes on another, and always return by the bridge. The evening that you invited me to supper, I had been taking my rounds, and in our conversation you told me that the only thing you wished for was to be caliph for 24 hours, to punish the imam of your mosque and his 4 counselors. I fancied that this desire of yours would afford me a great deal of diversion, and thought immediately how I might procure you that satisfaction. I had about me a certain powder, which immediately throws the person who takes it into a sound sleep for a certain time. I put a dose of it, without being perceived by you, into the last glass I presented you, upon which you fell fast asleep, and I ordered my slave to carry you to my palace, and came away without shutting the door. I have no occasion to repeat what happened at my palace when you awaked, and during the whole day till evening. But after you had been regaled by my orders, one of the slaves who waited on you put another dose of the same powder at night into a glass she gave you. You fell asleep as before, and the same slave carried you home, and left the door open. You have told me all that happened to you afterwards. I never imagined that you could have suffered so much as you have done. But as I have a great regard for you, I will do everything to comfort you and make you forget all your sufferings. Think of what I can do to please you, and ask me boldly what you wish. Commander of the faithful, replied Aban Hassan, how great soever my tortures may have been, they are all blotted out of my remembrance, as soon as I understand my sovereign lord and master had any share in them. I doubt not in the least of your majesty's bounty. But as interest never govern me, and you give me liberty to ask a favor, I beg that it may be that of having access to your person, to have the happiness of admiring, all my lifetime, your grandeur. This last proof of disinterestedness in Aban Hassan completed the esteem the caliph had entertained for him. I am pleased with your request, said the caliph, and grant you free access to my person at all times and all hours. At the same time, he assigned him an apartment in the palace, and, in regard to his pension, told him that he would not have him apply to his treasurer, but come always to him for an order upon him, and immediately ordered his private treasurer to give him a purse containing 1,000 pieces of gold. Aban Hassan made a low bow, and the caliph left him to go to council. Aban Hassan took this opportunity to go and inform his mother of his good fortune, and what had happened, which he told her was not a dream. For that he had actually been caliph, and had acted as such, and received all the honors, and that she had no reason to doubt it, since he had it confirmed by the caliph himself. It was not long before this story of Aban Hassan was spread over Baghdad, and carried into all the provinces both far and near, without the omission of a single circumstance. The new favorite, Aban Hassan, was always with the caliph. For, as he was a man of a pleasant temper, and created mirth wherever he went by his wit and pleasantry, the caliph could not live without him. He formed no party of diversion without him, and sometimes carried him along with him to see his consort Zobed, to whom he had told his story, which so highly pleased him as it did Zobed, who observed that every time he came with the caliph, he had his eyes always fixed upon one of her slaves, called Nujatale, which is to say, renewed pleasure, and resolved to tell the caliph of it. Commander of the faithful, said that princess one day, you do not observe so well as I, that every time Aban Hassan attends you in your visits to me, he never keeps his eyes off Nujatale and makes her blush, which is almost a certain sign that she entertains no aversion for him. If you approve of it, we will make a match between them. Madam, replied the caliph, you put me in mind of a thing which I ought to have done before now. I know Aban Hassan's opinion respecting marriage from himself, and have always promised him a wife that should please him. I am glad you mentioned it, for I know not now I came to forget it. But it is better that Aban Hassan should follow his own inclination, and choose for himself. And if Nujatale is not averse to it, we ought not to hesitate upon their marriage. And since they are both present, they have only to say that they consent. Aban Hassan threw himself at the caliph's and Zobaid's feet to show the sense he had of their goodness to him, and, rising up, said, I cannot receive a wife from better hands, but dare not hope that Nujatale will give me her hand as readily as I give her mine. At these words he looked upon the princess's slave, who showed by her respectful silence, and the sudden blush that arose in her cheeks, that she was disposed to obey the caliph and her mistress Zobed. The marriage was solemnized, and the nuptials celebrated in the palace with great rejoicings, which lasted several days. Zobaid, in pleasure to the caliph, made her slave considerable presents, and the caliph did the same to Aban Hassan. The bride was conducted to the apartment the caliph had assigned Aban Hassan, who waited for her with all the impatience of a bridegroom, and received her with the sound of all sorts of instruments, and musicians of both sexes, who made the air echo again with their concert. After these feasts and rejoicings, which lasted several days, the new married couple were left to pursue their loves in peace. Aban Hassan and his spouse were charmed with each other, and lived together in perfect union, and seldom were asunder. But when either he paid his respects to the caliph, or she to Zobeide. Indeed, Nujat al-Udat was endued with every qualification capable of gaining Aban Hassan's love and attachment, and was just such a wife as he described to the caliph, and fit to sit at the head of his table. With these dispositions, they could not fail to pass their lives agreeably. They kept a good table, covered with the nicest and choicest rarities in season, by an excellent cook, who took upon him to provide everything. Their sideboard was always stored with exquisite wines, placed within their reach when at table, where they enjoyed themselves in an agreeable tete-a-tete, and afterwards entertained each other with some pleasantry or other, which made them laugh more or less, as they had in the day met with something to divert them, and in the evenings, which they consecrated to mirth, they had generally some slight repast of dried sweetmeats, choice fruits, and cakes, and at each glass invited each other by new songs to drink, and sometimes accompanied their voices with a lute or other instruments which they could both touch. Aban Hassan and Nujat al-Udat led this pleasant life a long time, unattentive to expense, when the caterer, who disbursed all the money for these expenses, brought them in a long bill, in hope of having an advance of money. They found it too late to be so considerable a sum, including the wedding clothes and jewels for the bride, that all the presents that the caliph and the Princess Zobed had given them at their marriage were but just enough to pay him. This made them reflect seriously on what was past, which, however, was no remedy for the present evil. But they agreed to pay the caterer, and having sent for him, paid him all they owed him, without considering the difficulty they would be in immediately after. The caterer went away very well pleased to receive so large a sum of ready money, though Aban Hassan and his wife were not so well satisfied with seeing the bottom of their purse, but remained a long time silent, and very much embarrassed to find themselves reduced to that condition the very first year of their marriage. Aban Hassan remembered that the caliph, when he took him into the palace, promised never to let him want anything. But when he considered how prodigal he had been of his money in so short a time, he was unwilling to expose himself to the shame of letting the caliph know the ill use he had made of what he had given him, and that he wanted more. Besides, he had made over his patrimony to his mother, as soon as the caliph received him near his person, and was afraid to go to her, lest she should find that he had returned to the same extravagance he had been guilty of after his father's death. His wife, on the other hand, looked upon Zobeide's generosity, and the liberty she had given her to marry, as more than a sufficient recompense for her service, and thought she had not a right to ask more. Aban Hassan at last broke silence, and, looking upon his wife, said, "I see you are in the same embarrassment as myself, and are thinking what we must do in this unhappy juncture, when our money fails us so unexpectedly. I do not know what your sentiments may be, but mine are, let what will happen, not to retrench our expenses in the least, and I believe you will come into my opinion. The point is, how to support them without stooping to ask the caliph or Zobeide, and I think I have fallen on the means, but we must both assist each other." This discourse of Aban Hassan very much pleased his wife, and gave her some hopes. "I was thinking so as well as you," said she, "but durst not explain my thoughts because I did not know how to help ourselves, and must confess that what you tell me gives me a great deal of pleasure. But since you say you have found out a way, and my assistance is necessary, you need but to tell me, and I will do all that lies in my power." "I was sure," replied Aban Hassan, "that you would not fail in this business, which concerns us both. And therefore I must tell you, this want of money has made me think of a plan which will supply us with some, at least for a time. It consists in a little trick we will put I upon the caliph, and you upon Zobeide, and at which I am sure they will both be diverted, and it will answer very well to us. You and I will both die." "Not I indeed," interrupted Nujat al-Udat. "You may die by yourself if you will. I am not so weary of this life, and whether you are pleased or not will not die so soon. If you have nothing else to propose than that, you may do it by yourself, for I assure you I shall not join you." "You are a woman, I mean of such vivacity and wonderful quickness," replied Aban Hassan, "that you scarce give me time to explain my design. Have but a little patience, and you shall find that you will be ready enough to die such a death as I mean. For surely you could not think I meant a real death?" "Well," said his wife, "if it is but a sham death you design, I am at your service, and you may depend on my zeal to second you in this manner of dying. For I must tell you truly, I am very unwilling to die, as I apprehended you at first." "Be but easy a little," said Aban Hassan, "and I will tell you what I propose. I will feign myself dead, and you shall lay me out in a white sheet in the middle of my chamber with my turban upon my face, my feet towards Mecca, and just ready to be carried out to burial. When you have done so, you must cry and shed tears, as is usual in such cases, and tear your clothes and hair, or pretend to do it, and go all in tears, with your hair loose about your ears, to Zobeide. The princess will ask you the cause of your grief. And when you have told her, with words intermixed with sighs, she will pity you, and give you some money to defray the expense of my funeral, and a piece of good brocade to cover my body with, that my interment may be the more magnificent, and to make you a habit in the room of that she saw you had torn. As soon as you return with the money and the brocade, I will get up and lay you in my place, and go and act the same part with the caliph as you have done with Zobeide. And I dare say the caliph will be as generous to me as Zobeide has been to you. When Aban Hassan had explained his plan, I think, replied Nujat al-Ayudat, it will be a pleasant trick, and I am much mistaken if the caliph and Zobeide will not like us for it. Let us put it in execution. Leave me to myself. I will play my part at least as well as I expect you will yours, and with as much zeal and attention as the benefit we expect from it is great. Nujat al-Ayudat liked this project very well, and said to Aban Hassan, "Come, lose no time. Strip to your shirt and breeches while I prepare a sheet. I know how to bury as well as any body, for while I was in Zobeide's service and any of my fellow slaves died, I had the conducting of the funeral." Aban Hassan did as his wife bid him, and laid himself flat on his back on the sheet which his wife had spread on the carpet in the middle of the room. As soon as he had crossed his arms, his wife wrapped him up, turned his feet towards Mecca, and put a piece of fine muslin and his turban upon his face, so as to leave his breath free, so that nothing seemed wanting but to put him in a coffin, and carry him out to be buried. After this she pulled off her head-dress, and with tears in her eyes and her hair disheveled, and seeming to tear it off with a dismal cry and lamentation, beating her face and breast with all the marks of the most lively grief, ran across the court to Zobeide's apartments, who, hearing the voice of a person crying very loud, commanded some of her women to see who it was, who returned and told her that it was Nujat al-Ayudat, who was coming in a deplorable condition. The princess, impatient to know what had happened to her, rose up immediately and went to meet her at the door of her antechamber. Nujat al-Ayudat played her part to perfection. As soon as she saw Zobeide, who held the door open, she redoubled her cries, tore her hair off by handfuls, beat her face and breast, and threw herself at her feet, bathing them with her tears. Zobeide, amazed to see her slave in such extraordinary affliction, asked what had happened to her. But instead of answering, she continued her sighs and sobs, and at last, feigning to strive to check them, said, with words interrupted with sighs, "Alas, my most honored lady and mistress, what greater misfortune could have befell me than this, which obliges me to throw myself at your highness's feet? God prolong your days, my most respectable princess, in perfect health, and grant you many happy years. Aban Hassan, poor Aban Hassan, whom you honored with your esteem and gave me for a husband, is no more." At these last words, Nujat al-Ayudat redoubled her tears and sighs, and threw herself again at the princess's feet. Zobeide was extremely surprised at this news. "Aban Hassan dead," cried she, "that healthy, agreeable, pleasant man? Indeed, I did not in the least expect his death so soon. He seemed to promise a long life and well deserved to enjoy it." Then she also burst into tears, as did all her women, who had been often witnesses of Aban Hassan's pleasantries, when the caliph brought him to see the Princess Zobeide, and all together continued a long time bewailing the loss of him. At length the Princess Zobeide broke silence. "Wicked woman," cried she, addressing herself to the false widow, "perhaps you have occasioned his death. Your ill temper has given him so much vexation that you have at last brought him to his grave." Nujat al-Ayudat seemed much hurt at the reproaches of Zobeide. "Ah, madam," cried she, "I do not think I ever gave your majesty, all the time I was your slave, the least reason to entertain so disadvantageous an opinion of my conduct to a husband who was so dear to me. I should think myself the most wretched of women if you were persuaded of this. I behaved to Aban Hassan as a wife should do to a husband for whom she has a sincere affection, and I may say, without vanity, that I had for him the same regard he had for me, which proved he loved me with equal affection. I am persuaded he would, were he alive, justify me fully to your majesty. But, madam," added she, renewing her tears, "his time was come, and that was the only cause of his death." Zobeide had really observed in her slave an uniformly equal temper and mildness, great docility, and zeal for her service, which showed she was rather actuated by inclination than duty. She hesitated not to believe her on her word, and ordered her treasurer to fetch 100 pieces of gold and a piece of rich brocade. The slave soon returned with the purse and piece of brocade, which, by Zobeide's order, she put into Nujat al-Ayudat's hand, who threw herself again at the princess's feet, and thanked her with great satisfaction to think she had succeeded so well. Go, said Zobeide, make use of that brocade to cover the corpse of your husband, and with that money bury him handsomely and as he deserves. Moderate the transports of your afflictions, I will take care of you. As soon as Nujataulayudat got out of the princess's presence, she dried up her tears and returned with joy to Aban Hassan to give him an account of her good success. When she came home, she burst out a-laughing to see her husband still stretched out in the middle of the floor. She ran to him and bid him rise and see the fruits of his trick. He rose and rejoiced with his wife at the sight of the purse and brocade. Unable to contain herself at the success of her artifice, "Come, husband," said she, laughing, "let me act the dead part, and see if you can manage the caliph as well as I have done Zobeide." "That is the temper of all women," replied Aban Hassan, "who, we may well say, have always the vanity to believe they can do things better than men, though at the same time what good they do is by their advice. It would be odd indeed if I, who laid this plot myself, could not carry it on as well as you. But let us lose no time in idle discourse. Lie down in my place, and see if I do not come off with as much applause." Aban Hassan wrapped up his wife as she had done him, and with his turban unrolled, like a man in the greatest affliction, ran to the caliph, who was holding a private council with the Grand Vizier Ja'afar and other confidential viziers. He presented himself at the door, and the officer, knowing he had free access, opened it. He entered holding with one hand his handkerchief before his eyes to hide the feigned tears, which trickled down his cheeks, and striking his breast with the other, with exclamations expressing extraordinary grief. The caliph, who was used to see Aban Hassan with a merry countenance, was very much surprised to see him in that sorrowful state. He interrupted the business of the council to ask him the cause of his grief. "Commander of the faithful," answered Aban Hassan, with repeated sighs and sobs, "God preserve your majesty on the throne, which you fill so gloriously. A greater calamity could not have befallen me than what I now lament. Alas, Nujataulayudat, whom you in your bounty gave me for a wife, to pass the rest of my days with, alas." At this exclamation Aban Hassan pretended to have his heart so full that he could not utter one syllable more, but poured forth a flood of tears. The caliph, who presently understood that Aban Hassan came to tell him of the death of his wife, seemed very much concerned, and said to him with an air which showed how much he regretted her loss, "God be merciful to her. She was a good slave, and we gave her to you with an intention to make you happy. She deserved a longer life." Then the tears ran down his face, so that he was obliged to pull out his handkerchief to wipe them off. The grief of Aban Hassan and the tears of the caliph excited those of Ja'afar and the other viziers. They bewailed the death of Nujataulayudat, who, on her part, was impatient to hear how Aban Hassan succeeded. The caliph had the same thought of the husband that Zobeide had of the wife, and imagined that he had occasioned her death. "Wretch," said he, in a tone of indignation, "have you not been the cause of your wife's death by your ill treatment of her? Can I doubt it? You ought at least to have had some regard for the princess my consort, who loved her more than the rest of her slaves, and consented to give her to you. What a return for her kindness." "Commander of the faithful," replied Aban Hassan, affecting to weep more bitterly than before, "can your majesty for a moment suppose that Aban Hassan, whom you have loaded with your favors and kindness, and on whom you have conferred honors he could never have aspired to, can have been capable of such ingratitude? I loved Nujataulayudat my wife as much on these accounts, as for the many good qualities she possessed, and which drew from me all the attachment, tenderness, and love she deserved. But, my lord," added he, "she was to die, and God would no longer suffer me to enjoy a happiness for which I was indebted to your majesty and your beloved consort." In short, Aban Hassan dissembled so well, that the caliph, who had never heard how extravagantly he and his wife had lived, not in the least doubting his sincerity, ordered his treasurer, who was present, to give Aban Hassan a purse of 100 pieces of gold and a piece of brocade. Aban Hassan immediately cast himself at the caliph's feet and thanked him for his present. "Follow the treasurer," said that monarch, "throw the brocade over the corpse, and with the money show the last testimony of thy love for thy wife." Aban Hassan made no reply to these obliging words of the caliph, but retired with a low bow and followed the treasurer. And as soon as he had got the purse and piece of brocade, went home very well pleased with having found out so quick and easy a way of supplying his necessity, which had given him so much uneasiness. Nujataulayudat, weary with lying so long in the posture, never waited till Aban Hassan bid her rise, but as soon as she heard the door open, got up and ran to her husband, and asked him if he had imposed on the caliph as well as she did on Zobeide. "You see," said he, showing her the stuff, and shaking the purse, "that I can act a sorrowful husband for a living wife. as well as you can a weeping widow for a husband not dead. Aban Hassan, however, was not without his fears that this double trick of theirs might be attended with some ill consequences. He thought it would not be amiss to put his wife on her guard as to what might happen, that they might act in concert. For, added he, the better we succeed in embarrassing the Caliph and Zobeide, the more they will be pleased at last, and perhaps may show their satisfaction by a greater liberality. And this last consideration induced them to carry on this feint farther. The Caliph, though he had a great deal of business to transact in council, was nevertheless so impatient to go and condole with the princess upon the death of her slave, that he rose up as soon as Aban Hassan was gone, and put off the council to another day. "Follow me," said he to Mesrer, who always attended him wherever he went and was in all his councils. "Let us go and share with the princess the grief which the death of her slave, Nujataulayudat, causes her." Accordingly they went to Zobeide's apartment, whom the Caliph found sitting on a sofa, very much afflicted, and still in tears. "Madam," said the Caliph, going up to her, "it is unnecessary to tell you how much I partake with you in your affliction, since you are not insensible that what gives you pleasure or trouble has the same effect on me. But we are all mortal, and must surrender up to God that life which he has given us, when he requires it. Nujataulayudat, your faithful slave, was endued with qualifications that deserved your esteem, and I cannot but approve your expressing it after her death. But consider, all your grief will not bring her to life again. Therefore, madam, if you love me and will take my advice, be comforted for this loss, and take more care of a life which you know is precious to me, and constitutes all the happiness of mine." If the princess was charmed with these tender sentiments, which the Caliph expressed in his compliments, she was amazed to hear of Nujataulayudat's death. This news threw her into so great surprise that she was not able to return an answer for some time. At last recovering, she replied, with an air expressive of surprise, "Commander of the faithful, I am very sensible of all your tender sentiments. But give me leave to say, I cannot comprehend the news you tell me of the death of my slave, who is in perfect health. My affliction is for the death of Aban Hassan, her husband, your favorite, whom I esteem, as much for the regard you have for him, as because you were so kind to bring me acquainted with him, who has so often diverted me very agreeably, and for whom I have as great a value as yourself. But, sir, the little concern you show for his death, and you're so soon forgetting a man in whose company you have so often told me you took so much pleasure, amazes and surprises me. And this insensibility seems the greater, by the deception you put upon me in changing his death for that of my slave." The Caliph, who thought that he was perfectly well informed of the death of the slave, and had just reason to believe so, because he had both seen and heard Aban Hassan, fell a-laughing and shrugging up his shoulders to hear Zobeide talk after this manner. "Mesrer," said he, turning himself about to that eunuch, "what do you think of the princess's discourse? Do not women sometimes lose their senses? For, in short, you have heard and seen all as well as myself." Then turning about to Zobeide, "Madam," said he, "shed no more tears for Aban Hassan, for I can assure you he is well, but rather bewail the death of your dear slave. It is not many moments since her husband came all in tears, and the most inexpressible affliction, to tell me the death of his wife. I gave him a purse of 100 pieces of gold, and a piece of brocade to comfort him and bury her with, and Mesrer here, who was by, can tell you the same." The princess took this discourse of the Caliph's to be all a jest, and thought he had a mind to impose upon her. "Commander of the faithful," replied she, "though you are used to banter, I must tell you, this is not a proper time for it. What I tell you is very serious. I do not talk of my slave's death, but of Aban Hassan, her husband, whose fate I bewail, and so ought you too." "I, madam," said the Caliph, putting on a grave countenance, "I tell you without raillery that you are deceived. Nujataulayudat is dead, and Aban Hassan is alive and in perfect health." Zobeide was very much piqued at this dry answer of the Caliph. "Commander of the faithful," replied she smartly, "God preserve you from continuing longer in this mistake. Surely you would make me think your mind is not as usual. Give me leave to repeat to you once more that it is Aban Hassan who is dead, and that my slave Nujataulayudat, his widow, is living. It is not an hour ago since she went from hence. She came here in so disconsolate a state that the sight of her was enough to have drawn tears from my eyes, if she had not told me her affliction, accompanied with innumerable sighs. All my women who wept with me can bear me witness, and tell you also that I made her a present of 100 pieces of gold, and a piece of brocade, and the grief which you found me in was upon the death of her husband. And just that instant that you came in, I was going to send you a compliment of condolence." At these words of Zobeide, the Caliph cried out in a fit of laughter, "This, madam, is a strange piece of obstinacy. But," continued he seriously, "you may depend upon Nujataulayudat's being dead." "I tell you no, sir," replied Zobeide instantly. "It is Aban Hassan that is dead, and you shall never make me believe otherwise." Upon this, the caliph's anger rose in his countenance. He sat himself upon the sofa, at some distance from the princess, and speaking to Mesrer, said, "Go immediately, and see which it is, and bring me word. For though I am certain that it is Nujataulayudat, I would rather take this way than be any longer obstinately positive about a matter which I am perfectly satisfied of." No sooner had the caliph commanded than Mesrer was gone. "You will see," continued he, addressing himself to Zobeide in a moment, "which of us is right. For my part," replied Zobeide, "I know very well that I am in the right, and you will find it to be Aban Hassan." "And for myself," replied the caliph, "I am so sure that it is Nujataulayudat that I will lay you what wager you will, that Aban Hassan is well." "Do not think to come off so," said Zobeide. "I accept your wager, and I am so well persuaded of his death that I would willingly lay the dearest thing in the world against what you will, though it were of less value. You know what I have at my disposal, and what I value most. Propose the bet, and I will stand to it." "Since it has come to that," said the caliph, "I will lay my garden of pleasures against your palace of paintings, though the one is worth much more than the other." "Is the question at present," replied Zobeide, "if your garden is more valuable than my palace? That is not the point. You have made choice of what you thought fit belonging to me as an equivalent against what you lay. I accept the wager, and will not go back. I take God to witness." The caliph took the same oath, and both waited till Mesrer returned. While the caliph and Zobeide were disputing so earnestly, and with so much warmth, Aban Hassan, who foresaw their difference, was very attentive to whatever might happen. As soon as he perceived Mesrer through a window, against which he sat talking with his wife, and observed that he was coming directly to their apartment, he presently guessed what he was coming about, and bid his wife make haste to act the dead part once more, as they had agreed on, without loss of time. In short, they were so pressed that Aban Hassan had much ado to wrap up the wife and lay the piece of brocade which the caliph had given him upon her, before Mesrer came. As soon as he had done that, he opened the door of his apartment, and with a melancholy, dejected countenance, and his handkerchief before his eyes, went and sat down at the head of the pretended deceased. By that time he was seated, Mesrer came into the room. The dismal sight which met his eyes gave him a secret joy, on account of the errand the caliph sent him on. As soon as Aban Hassan perceived him, he rose up to meet him, and kissing his hand out of respect, said, sighing and groaning, "You see me, sir, in the greatest affliction that ever could befall me, the death of my dear wife, Nujataulayudat, whom you honored with your favors." Mesrer, affected by this discourse, could not refuse some tears to the memory of the deceased. He lifted up the cloth a little at the head, which was uncovered, and peeping under it, let it down again, and said with a deep sigh, "There is no other God but God. We must all submit to his will, and every creature must return to him. Nujataulayudat, my good sister," added he, sighing, "thy days have been very few. God have mercy on thee." Then turning to Aban Hassan, who was all the time in tears, "We may well say," said he, "that women sometimes have whims, and lose their senses in a most unpardonable manner. For Zobeide, good mistress as she is in that situation at present. She will maintain to the caliph that you are dead, and not your wife. And whatever the caliph can say to the contrary, he cannot persuade her otherwise. He called me to witness and confirm this truth, for you know I was by when you came and told him the sorrowful news, but all signifies nothing. They are both positive, and the caliph, to convince Zobeide, has sent me to know the truth, but I fear I shall not be believed, for when women once take up a thing, they are not to be beat out of it." "God keep the commander of the faithful in the possession and right use of his senses," replied Aban Hassan, still sighing and crying. "You see how it is, and that I have not imposed upon his majesty. And I wish to heaven," continued he, to dissemble the better, "that I had no occasion to tell him the melancholy and affecting news. Alas, I cannot enough express my irreparable loss." "That is true," replied Mesrer, "and I can assure you I take a great share in your affliction, but you must be comforted and not abandon yourself to your grief. I leave you with reluctance to return to the caliph, but I beg the favor of you not to bury the corpse till I come again, for I will assist at the interment and accompany it with my prayers." Mesrer went to give an account of his message. Aban Hassan waited on him to the door, and told him that he did not deserve the honor that he intended him. And for fear Mesrer should return to say something else to him, he followed him with his eyes for some time, and when he saw him at a distance, returned to his wife and released her. "This is already," said he, "a new scene of mirth, but I fancy it will not be the last. For certainly the Princess Zobeide will not believe Mesrer, but will laugh at him, since she has too substantial a reason to the contrary. Therefore we must expect some new event." While Aban Hassan was talking thus, Nujataulayudat had time to put on her clothes again, and both went and sat down on a sofa opposite to the window, where they could see all that passed. In the meantime, Mesrer reached Zobaid's apartment, and going into her closet laughing, clapped his hands like one who had something very agreeable to tell. The Caliph, who was naturally impatient, would presently be informed of the truth of the matter, for he was piqued a little at the princess's diffidence. Therefore, as soon as he met Mesrer, "Vile slave," said he, "is this a time to laugh? Why do not you tell me which is dead, the husband or the wife?" "Commander of the faithful," answered Mesrer, putting on a serious countenance, "it is Nujataulayudat who is dead, for the loss of whom Aban Hassan is as much afflicted as when he appeared before your majesty." The caliph, not giving him time to pursue his story, interrupted him, and cried out, laughing heartily, "Good news! Zobaid, your mistress, was a moment ago possessed of the palace of paintings, and now it is mine. She staked it against my garden of pleasures since you went, therefore you could not have done me a greater pleasure. I will take care to reward you, but give me a true account of what you saw." "Commander of the faithful," said Mesrer, "when I came to Aban Hassan's apartment, I found the door open, and he was bewailing the death of his wife Nujataulayudat. He sat at the head of the deceased, who was laid out in the middle of the room, with her feet towards Mecca, and was covered with that piece of brocade which your majesty made a present of to Aban Hassan. After I had expressed the share I took in this grief, I went and lifted up the pall at the head, and knew Nujataulayudat, though her face was very much swelled and changed. I exhorted Aban Hassan in the best manner I could to be comforted, and when I came away, I told him I would attend at his wife's funeral, and desired him not to remove the corpse till I came. This is all I can tell your majesty." "I ask no more," said the caliph, laughing heartily, "and I am very well satisfied with your exactness." Then addressing himself to Zobaid, "Well, madam," said he, "have you yet anything to say against so certain a truth? Will you always believe that Nujataulayudat is alive, and that Aban Hassan is dead? And will you not own that you have lost your wager?" "How, sir," replied Zobaid, who would not believe one word that Mesrer said, "do you think that I regard that impertinent follow of a slave, who knows not what he says? I am not blind or mad. With these eyes I saw Nujataulayudat in the greatest affliction. I spoke to her myself, and she told me that her husband was dead." "Madam," replied Mesrer, "I swear to you by your own life, and that of the commander of the faithful, which are both dear to me, that Nujataulayudat is dead, and Aban Hassan is living." "Thou least base despicable slave," said Zobaid in a rage, "and I will confound thee immediately." And thereupon, clapping her hands together, she called her women, who all came in. "Come hither," said the princess to them, "and speak the truth. Who was that who came and spoke with me a little before the caliph came here?" The women all answered that it was poor afflicted Nujataulayudat. "And what," added she, addressing herself to her that was treasurer, "did I order you to give her?" "Madam," answered the treasurer, "I gave Nujataulayudat, by your orders, a purse of 100 pieces of gold, and a piece of brocade which she carried away with her." "Well then, sorry slave," said Zobaid to Mesrer, in a great passion, "what have you to say to all this? Whom do you think now I ought to believe, you or my treasurer, my other women or myself?" Mesrer did not want for arguments to contradict the princess, but as he was afraid of provoking her too much, he chose rather to be silent, though he was satisfied within himself that the wife was dead, and not the husband. All the time of this dispute between Zobaid and Mesrer, the caliph, who heard the evidence on both sides, which each party insisted on, and was persuaded of the contrary of what the princess said, because he had himself seen and spoken to Aban Hassan, and because of what Mesrer had told him, laughed heartily to see Zobaid so exasperated against Mesrer. "Madam," said he to Zobaid, "once more I repeat that I know not who was the author of that saying, that women sometimes lose their wits, but I am sure you make it good. Mesrer came just now from Aban Hassan's, and tells us that he saw Nujataulayudat lying dead in the middle of the room, Aban Hassan alive and sitting by her, and yet you will not believe this evidence, which nobody can reasonably refuse? I cannot comprehend this conduct." Zobaid would not hear what the caliph represented. "Pardon me, commander of the faithful," replied she, "if I suspect you. I see very well that you have contrived with Mesrer to vex me, and to try my patience. And as I perceive that his report was concerted between you, I beg leave to send a person to Aban Hassan, to know whether or not I am in the wrong." The caliph consented, and the princess charged with this important commission an old nurse, who had lived with her from her infancy, and was now present among the rest of her women. "Hark ye, nurse," said she, "you see my dispute with the commander of the faithful and me and Mesrer. I need tell you no more. Go to Aban Hassan's, or rather to Nujataulayudat's, for Aban Hassan is dead, and clear up this matter for me. If you bring me good news, a handsome present is your reward. Make haste and return immediately." The nurse set out to the great joy of the caliph, who was delighted to see Zobaid in this embarrassment. But Mesrer, extremely mortified to find the princess so angry with him, did all he could to appease her, and to make her and the caliph both satisfied with him. He was overjoyed when Zobeide sent the nurse, because he was persuaded that the report she would make would agree with his, and serve to justify him and restore him to her favor. In the meantime, Aban Hassan, who watched the window, perceived the nurse at a distance, and guessing that she was sent by Zobeide, called his wife, and told her that the princess's nurse was coming to know the truth. Therefore, said he, make haste and lay me out. Accordingly, Nujat al did so, and covered him with the piece of brocade Zobeide had given her, and put his turban upon his face. The nurse, eager to acquit herself of her commission, came at a good round pace, and entering the room, perceived Nujat al all in tears, her hair disheveled, and sat at the head of her husband, beating her breast, and with all the expressions of violent grief. The good old nurse went directly to the false widow. My dear Nujat al said she with a sorrowful face, I come not to interrupt your grief and tears for a husband whom you loved so tenderly. Ah, good mother, replied the counterfeit widow, you see my misfortune and how unhappy I am by the loss of my beloved Aban Hassan. Aban Hassan, my dear husband, cried she, what have I done that you should leave me so soon? Have I not always preferred your will to my own? Alas, what will become of poor Nujat al The nurse was in great surprise to see everything quite the reverse of what the chief of the eunuchs had told the caliph. This black-faced Mesrer, cried she, lifting up her hands, deserves to be confounded for having made so great a difference between my good mistress and the commander of the faithful, by the notorious lie he told them. I must tell you, daughter, said she, the wickedness of that villain Mesrer, who has asserted with an inconceivable impudence before our good mistress, that you were dead, and Aban Hassan was alive. Alas, my good mother, cried Nujat al I wish to heaven that it was true. I should not be in this sorrowful state, nor bewail a husband so dear to me. At these words she burst out into tears, and by her redoubled tears and cries, feigned most desperate sorrow. The nurse was so much moved by her tears that she sat down by her and cried too, then gently lifting up the turban and cloth, looked on the face of the corpse. Ah, poor Aban Hassan, she cried, covering his face again, God have mercy upon thee. Adieu, child, said she to Nujat al if I could stay longer with you, I would with all my heart, but I am obliged to return immediately, to deliver my mistress from the uneasiness that black villain has occasioned her, by his impudent lie, assuring her with an oath that you was dead. As soon as the nurse was gone, and had pulled the door after her, and Nujat al thought she would not come back again, she wiped her eyes and released Aban Hassan. And then they both went and sat down on a sofa against the window, expecting what would be the end of this trick, and to be ready to act according as things should turn out. The nurse, in the meantime, made all the haste she could to Zobeide. The pleasure of carrying the princess good news, and still more the hopes of a good reward, added wings to her feet, and running into the princess's closet quite out of breath, she gave her a true account of all she had seen. Zobeide hearkened to the old woman's relation with a most sensible pleasure, and when she had done, she said with a tone which showed she had won her cause, repeat it once more before the caliph, who looks upon us all to be fools, and would make us believe we have no sense of religion, nor fear of God. And tell your story to that wicked black slave, who had the insolence to assert a falsity, though I knew it to be one. Mesrer, who expected the nurse's report would prove favorable on his side, was very much mortified to find it so much the contrary. He was also vexed at the anger Zobeide expressed against him, for a thing which he thought himself surer of than anybody, that he was glad of having an opportunity of speaking his mind freely to the nurse, which he durst not do to the princess. Old Toothless, said he to the nurse, you are a liar, and there is no truth in what you say, for I saw with my own eyes Nujat al laid out in the middle of the room. You are a notorious liar yourself, replied the nurse with an insulting air, to dare to maintain so great a falsity before my face, who am just come from seeing Aban Hassan dead, and laid out, and left his wife alive. I am not an impostor, replied Mesrer, it is you who endeavor to lead us all into error. What impudence, said the nurse, to dare to tell me I lie in the presence of their majesties, when I saw just now with my own eyes the fact I have had the honor to tell them. Indeed, nurse, answered Mesrer again, you had better hold your tongue, for you certainly dote. Zobeide, who could not support this want of respect in Mesrer, who, without any regard to her, treated her nurse so injuriously in her presence, without giving the nurse time to reply to so gross an affront, said to the caliph, commander of the faithful, I demand justice for this insolence to us both. She was so enraged she could say no more, but burst into tears. The caliph, who had heard all this dispute, thought it very intricate. He mused some time and could not tell what to think of so many contradictions. The princess, for her part, as well as Mesrer, the nurse, and all the women slaves who were present, were as much puzzled and remained silent. At last the caliph resumed the business, and addressing himself to Zobeide, said, I see very well we are all liars, myself first, and then you, Mesrer, and you, nurse. Or at least it seems not one can be believed more than the other. Therefore, let us go ourselves to know the truth, for I can see no other way to clear up these doubts. So saying, the caliph rose up, the princess followed him, and Mesrer went before to open the doors. Commander of the faithful, said he, I am overjoyed that your majesty has taken this course, and shall be much more when I shall make it plainly appear to the nurse, not that she dotes, since the expression is unfortunately displeasing to my good mistress, but that her report is not true. The nurse wanted not a reply. Hold your tongue, black face, said she, you dote yourself. Zobeide, who was very much provoked at Mesrer, could not bear to hear him attack her nurse again, without taking her part. Vile slave, said she, say what you will, I maintain my nurse says the truth, and look upon you as a mere liar. Madam, replied Mesrer, if nurse is so very certain that Nujatale is alive, and Aban Hassan is dead, I will lay her what she dares of it. The nurse was as ready as he. I dare, said she, take you at your word. Let us see if you dare unsay it. Mesrer stood to his word, and they laid a piece of gold brocade with silver flowers before the caliph and the princess. The apartment the caliph and Zobeide came out of, though distant from Aban Hassan's, was nevertheless just over against it, and Aban Hassan could perceive them coming, and told his wife he was very much mistaken if the caliph and Zobeide, preceded by Mesrer, and followed by a great number of women, were not coming to do them the honor of a visit. She looked through a lattice and saw them. Though her husband told her beforehand, she seemed frightened and cried out, What shall we do? We are ruined. Fear nothing, replied Aban Hassan. Have you forgot already what we agreed on? We will both feign ourselves dead, and you shall see all will go well. At the slow rate they come, we shall be ready before they get to the door. Accordingly, Aban Hassan and his wife wrapped up and covered themselves with the pieces of brocade, and waited patiently for their visitors. Mesrer, who came first, opened the door, and the caliph and Zobeide, followed by their attendants, entered the room, but were extremely surprised and stood motionless at the dismal sight which presented itself to their view, not knowing what to make of it. At last, Zobeide, breaking silence, said to the caliph, Alas, they are both dead. You have done so much, continued she, looking at the caliph and Mesrer, to endeavor to make me believe that my dear slave was dead, that I find it is true at last. Grief for losing her husband has certainly killed her. Say rather, madam, answered the caliph, prepossessed to the contrary, that Nujat died first, and the afflicted Aban Hassan sunk under his grief, and could not survive his dear wife. You ought, therefore, to agree that you have lost your wager, and your palace of paintings is mine. Hold there, answered Zobeide, warmed at being contradicted by the caliph. I will maintain it, you have lost your garden of pleasures to me. Aban Hassan died first, since my nurse told you as well as me that she saw her alive and crying for the death of her husband. The dispute of the caliph and Zobeide brought on another between Mesrer and the nurse, who had wagered as well as they, and each pretended to win, and came at last to abuse each other very grossly. At last the caliph, reflecting on what had passed, began to think that Zobeide had as much reason as himself to maintain that she had won. In this embarrassment of not being able to find out the truth, he advanced towards the two corpses and sat down at the head, searching after some expedient that might gain him the victory over Zobeide. I swear, cried he, presently after, by the holy name of God, that I will give 1,000 pieces of gold to him that can tell me which of these two died first. No sooner were these words out of the caliph's mouth, but he heard a voice under Aban Hassan's piece of brocade say, Commander of the faithful, I died first. Give me the 1,000 pieces of gold. At the same time, he saw Aban Hassan throw off the piece of brocade and come and prostrate himself at his feet, while his wife did the same to Zobeide, keeping on her piece of brocade out of decency. The princess at first shrieked out so that she frightened all about her, but recovering herself at last, expressed great joy to see her dear slave rise again, just when she was almost inconsolable at having seen her dead. Ah, wicked Nujatale, cried she, what have I suffered for your sake? However, I forgive you from my heart, since you are not dead. The caliph, for his part, was not so much surprised when he heard Aban Hassan's voice, but thought he should have died with laughing at this unraveling of the mystery, and to hear Aban Hassan ask so seriously for the 1,000 pieces of gold. What, Aban Hassan, said he, continuing to laugh aloud, hast thou conspired against my life, to kill me a second time with laughing? How came this thought into your head, to surprise Zobeide and me thus, when we least thought of such a trick? Commander of the faithful, replied Aban Hassan, I will declare to your majesty the whole truth without the least reserve. Your majesty knows very well that I always loved to eat and drink well, and the wife you gave me rather increased than restrained that inclination. With these dispositions, your majesty may easily suppose we might spend a good estate. And to make short of my story, we were not in the least sparing of what your majesty so generously gave us. This morning, accounting with our caterer, who took care to provide everything for us, and paying what we owed him, we found we had nothing left. Then reflections on what was past, and resolutions to manage better for the future, crowded into our thoughts. We formed 1,000 projects, all which we rejected. At last, the shame of seeing ourselves reduced to so low a condition, and not daring to tell your majesty, made us contrive this trick to relieve our necessities, and to divert you with it, which we hope your majesty will be pleased to pardon us. The Caliph and Zobeide were very well satisfied with Aban Hassan's sincerity, and not sorry for what was done. And then Zobeide, who had all along been very serious, began to laugh at the thoughts of Aban Hassan's scheme. The Caliph, who had not ceased laughing at the singularity of thus adventure, rising up, said to Aban Hassan and his wife, "Follow me. I will give you the 1,000 pieces of gold I promised you, for joy to find you are not dead." Zobeide desired him to let her make her slave a present of the same sum, for the same reason. By this means Aban Hassan and his dear wife Nujataulayudat long preserved the favor of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid and the Princess Zobeide, and by their liberality were made capable of pursuing their pleasures. The story of Aladdin, or the Wonderful Lamp. In the capital of one of the large and rich provinces of the Kingdom of China, the name of which I do not recollect, there lived a tailor, whose name was Mustafa, without any other distinction but that which his profession afforded him, and so poor that he could hardly, by his daily labor, maintain himself and family, which consisted of a wife and son. His son, who was called Aladdin, had been brought up after a very careless and idle manner, and by that means had contracted many vicious habits. He was wicked, obstinate, and disobedient to his father and mother, who, when he grew up, could not keep him within doors, but he would go out early in the morning and stay out all day, playing in the streets and public places with little vagabonds of his own age. When he was old enough to learn a trade, his father, not being able to put him out to any other, took him into his own shop and showed him how to use his needle. But neither good words nor the fear of chastisement were capable of fixing his lively genius. All that his father could do to keep him at home to mind his work was in vain, for no sooner was his back turned, but Aladdin was gone for that day. Mustafa chastised him, but Aladdin was incorrigible, and his father, to his great grief, was forced to abandon him to his libertinism, and was so much troubled at not being able to reclaim him that it threw him into a fit of sickness, of which he died in a few months. Next, the mother of Aladdin, finding that her son would not follow his father's business, shut up the shop, sold off the implements of that trade, and with the money she got for them, and what she could get by spinning cotton, thought to maintain herself and her son. Aladdin, who was now no longer restrained by the fear of a father, and who cared so little for his mother, that whenever she chid him he would fly in her face, gave himself entirely over to dissipation, and was never out of the streets from his companions. This course he followed till he was 15 years old, without giving his mind to anything whatever, or the least reflection on what would become of him. In this situation, as he was one day playing according to custom, in the street with his vagabond troop, a stranger passing by stood still to observe him. This stranger was a famous magician, called by the writer of this story the African magician, and by that name I shall call him with the more propriety, as he was a native of Africa, and had been but 2 days come from thence. Whether the African magician, who was a good physiognomist, had observed in Aladdin's countenance something which was absolutely necessary for the execution of the design he came about, he inquired artfully about his family, who he was, and what were his inclinations, and when he had learned all he desired to know, he went up to him, and taking him aside from his comrades, said to him, "Child, was not your father called Mustafa the tailor?" "Yes, sir," answered Aladdin, "but he has been dead a long time." At these words, the African magician threw his arms about Aladdin's neck, and kissed him several times with tears in his eyes. Aladdin, who observed his tears, asked him, "What made him weep?" "Alas, my son," cried the African magician with a sigh, "how can I forbear? I am your uncle, your good father was my own brother. I have been a great many years abroad traveling, and now I am come home with the hopes of seeing him. You tell me he is dead. I assure you it is a sensible grief to me to be deprived of the comfort I expected. But it is some relief to my affliction, that as far as I can remember him, I knew you at first sight, you are so like him, and I see I am not deceived." Then he asked Aladdin, putting his hand into his purse where his mother lived. And as soon as Aladdin had informed him, he gave him a handful of small money, saying to him, "Go, my son, to your mother, give my love to her, and tell her that I will come and see her tomorrow, if I have time, that I may have the satisfaction of seeing where my good brother lived so long and ended his days." As soon as the African magician left his new adopted nephew, Aladdin ran to his mother, overjoyed at the money his uncle had given him. "Mother," said he, "have I an uncle?" "No, child," replied his mother, "you have no uncle by your father's side or mine." "I am just now come," answered Aladdin, "from a man who says he is my uncle by my father's side, assuring me that he is his brother. He cried and kissed me when I told him my father was dead. And to show you that what I tell you is truth," added he, pulling out the money, "see what he has given me. He charged me to give his love to you, and to tell you, if he has any time tomorrow, he will come and pay you a visit, that he may see at the same time the house my father lived and died in." "Indeed, child," replied the mother, "your father had a brother, but he has been dead a long time, and I never heard of another." The mother and son talked no more than of the African magician. But the next day Aladdin's uncle found him playing in another part of the town with other children, and embracing him as before, put 2 pieces of gold into his hand, and said to him, "Carry this, child, to your mother, and tell her that I will come and see her tonight, and bid her get us something for supper. But first show me the house where you live." After Aladdin had showed the African magician the house, he carried the 2 pieces of gold to his mother, and when he had told her of his uncle's intention, she went out and bought provisions. And considering she wanted various vessels, she went and borrowed them of her neighbors. She spent the whole day in preparing the supper, and at night, when it was ready, she said to Aladdin, "Perhaps your uncle knows not how to find our house. Go and see for him, and bring him if you meet with him." Though Aladdin had showed the magician the house, he was very ready to go, when somebody knocked at the door, which Aladdin immediately opened. And the magician came in, loaded with wine and all sorts of fruits, which he brought for a dessert. After the African magician had given what he brought into Aladdin's hands, he saluted his mother, and desired her to show him the place where his brother Mustafa used to sit on the sofa. And when she had so done, he presently fell down and kissed it several times, crying out with tears in his eyes, "My poor brother! How unhappy am I, not to have come soon enough to give you one last embrace." Aladdin's mother desired him to sit down in the same place, but he would not. "No," said he, "I shall take care how I do that. But give me leave to sit here over against it, that if I am deprived of the satisfaction of seeing the master of a family so dear to me, I may at least have the pleasure of seeing the place where he used to sit." Aladdin's mother pressed him no farther, but left him at his liberty to sit where he pleased. When the magician had made choice of a place, and sat down, he began to enter into discourse with Aladdin's mother. "My good sister," said he, "do not be surprised at your never having seen me all the time you have been married to my brother Mustafa, of happy memory. I have been 40 years absent from this country, which is my native place, as well as my late brother S. And during that time have traveled into the Indies, Persia, Arabia, Syria, and Egypt, and have resided in the finest towns of those countries, and afterwards crossed over into Africa, where I made a longer stay. At last, as it is natural for a man, how distant soever it may be, to remember his native country, relations, and acquaintance, I was very desirous to see mine again, and to embrace my dear brother. And finding I had strength and courage enough to undertake so long a journey, I immediately made the necessary preparations for it and set out. I will not tell you the length of time it took me, all the obstacles I met with, and what fatigues I have endured to come hither. But nothing ever mortified and afflicted me so much as the hearing of my brother's death, for whom I always had a brotherly love and friendship. I observed his features in the face of my nephew, your son, and distinguished him from a number of children with whom he was at play. He can tell you how I received the most melancholy news that ever reached my ears. But God be praised for all things. It is a comfort to me to find him again in a son, who has his most remarkable features. The African magician, perceiving that Aladdin's mother began to weep at the remembrance of her husband, changed the discourse, and turning towards Aladdin asked him his name. "I am called Aladdin," said he. "Well, Aladdin," replied the magician, "what business do you follow? Are you of any trade?" At this question Aladdin hung down his head, and was not a little dashed when his mother made answer. "Aladdin is an idle fellow. His father, when alive, strove all he could to teach him his trade, but could not succeed. And since his death, notwithstanding all I can say to him, he does nothing but idle away his time in the streets, as you saw him, without considering he is no longer a child. And if you do not make him ashamed of it, and make him leave it off, I despair of his ever coming to any good. He knows that his father left him no fortune, and sees me endeavor to get bread by spinning cotton every day. For my part, I am resolved one of these days to turn him out of doors and let him provide for himself." After these words, Aladdin's mother burst out into tears, and the magician said, "This is not well, nephew. You must think of helping yourself and getting your livelihood. There are a great many sorts of trades. Consider if you have not an inclination to some of them. Perhaps you did not like your father's trade and would prefer another. Come, do not disguise your sentiments from me. I will endeavor to help you." But finding that Aladdin returned no answer, "If you have no mind," continued he, "to learn any trade and prove an honest man, I will take a shop for you, and furnish it with all sorts of fine stuffs and linens, and set you to trade with them. And with the money you make with them, lay in fresh goods, and then you will live after an honorable way. Consult your own inclination, and tell me freely what you think of it. You shall always find me ready to keep my word." This proposal greatly flattered Aladdin, who mortally hated work, and had sense enough to know that such sort of shops were very much esteemed and frequented, and the owners honored and respected. He told the magician he had a greater inclination to that business than to any other, and that he should be very much obliged to him all his life for his kindness. "Since this profession is agreeable to you," said the African magician, "I will carry you along with me tomorrow, and clothe you as richly and handsomely as the best merchants in the city, and after that we will think of opening such a shop as I mean." Aladdin's mother, who never till then could believe that the magician was her husband's brother, no longer doubted it after his promises of kindness to her son. She thanked him for his good intentions, and after having exhorted Aladdin to render himself worthy of his uncle's favor by his good behavior, served up supper, at which they talked of several indifferent matters. And then the magician, who saw that the night was pretty far advanced, took his leave of the mother and son, and retired. He came again the next day as he promised, and took Aladdin along with him to a great merchant, who sold all sorts of clothes for different ages and ranks ready-made, and a variety of fine stuffs. He asked to see some that suited Aladdin in size, and after choosing a suit which he liked best, and rejecting others which he did not think handsome enough, he bid Aladdin choose those he preferred. Aladdin, charmed with the liberality of his new uncle, made choice of one, and the magician immediately bought it, and all things proper to it, and paid for it without haggling. When Aladdin found himself so handsomely equipped from top to toe, he returned his uncle all imaginable thanks, who, on the other hand, promised never to forsake him, but always to take him along with him, which he did to the most frequented places in the city, and particularly where the capital merchants kept their shops. When he brought him into the street where they sold the richest stuffs and finest linens, he said to Aladdin, "As you are soon to be a merchant as well as these, it is proper you should frequent these shops and be acquainted with them." Then he showed him the largest and finest mosques, and carried him to the khans or inns where the merchants and travelers lodged, and afterwards to the Sultan's palace, where he had free access, and at last brought him to his own khan, where, meeting with some merchants he had got acquainted with since his arrival, he gave them a treat to bring them and his pretended nephew acquainted. This treat lasted till night, when Aladdin would have taken his leave of his uncle to go home, but the magician would not let him go by himself, but conducted him safe to his mother, who, as soon as she saw him so finely dressed, was transported with joy, and bestowed 1,000 blessings upon the magician for being at so great an expense upon her child. "Generous relation," said she, "I know not how to thank you for your liberality. I know that my son is not deserving of your favors, and was he ever so grateful and answered your good intentions, he would be unworthy of them. For my part," added she, "I thank you with all my soul, and wish you may live long enough to be a witness of my son's gratitude, which he cannot better show than by regulating his conduct by your good advice." "Aladdin," replied the magician, "is a good boy and minds well enough, and I believe we shall do very well. But I am sorry for one thing, which is, that I cannot perform tomorrow what I promised, because it is Friday, and the shops will be shut up, and therefore we cannot hire or furnish one, but let it alone till Saturday. But I will call on him tomorrow, and take him to walk in the gardens, where people of the best fashion generally walk. Perhaps he has never seen these amusements, he has only hitherto been among children, but now he must see men." Then the African magician took his leave of the mother and the son, and retired. Aladdin, who was overjoyed to be so well clothed, anticipated the pleasure of walking in the gardens which lay about the town. He had never been out of the town, nor seen the environs, which were very beautiful and pleasant. Aladdin rose early the next morning and dressed himself to be ready against his uncle called on him, and after he had waited some time, he began to be impatient, and stood watching for him at the door. But as soon as he perceived him coming, he told his mother, took his leave of her, and ran to meet him. The magician caressed Aladdin when he came to him. "Come along, my dear child," said he, and I will show you fine things." Then he led him out at one of the gates of the city to some large fine houses, or rather palaces, to each of which belonged beautiful gardens, into which anybody might go. At every house he came to, he asked Aladdin if he did not think it fine, and Aladdin was ready to answer when anyone presented itself, crying out, "Here is a finer house, uncle, than any we have seen yet." By this artifice, the cunning magician got Aladdin a pretty way in the country, and as he had a mind to carry him farther to execute his design, he took an opportunity to sit down in one of the gardens by a fountain of clear water, which discharged itself by a lion's mouth of bronze into a great basin, pretending to be tired, the better to rest Aladdin. "Come, nephew," said he, "you must be weary as well as me. Let us rest ourselves, and we shall be better able to walk." After they had sat down, the magician pulled from his girdle a handkerchief with cakes and fruit, which he had provided on purpose, and laid them on the edge of the basin. He broke a cake in two, gave one half to Aladdin, and ate the other himself. And in regard to the fruit, he left him at liberty to take which sort he liked best. During this short repast, he exhorted his nephew to leave off keeping company with children, and seek that of wise and prudent men, to improve by their conversation. "For," said he, "you will soon be at man's estate, and you cannot too early begin to imitate their conversation." When they had eaten as much as they liked, they got up, and pursued their walk through the gardens, which were separated from one another only by small ditches, which only marked out the limits without interrupting the communication. So great was the confidence the inhabitants reposed in each other. By this means, the African magician drew Aladdin insensibly beyond the gardens, and crossed the country till they almost came to the mountains. Next, Aladdin, who had never been so far in his life before, began to find himself much tired with so long a walk, and said to the magician, "Where are we going, uncle?" "We have left the gardens a great way behind us, and I see nothing but mountains. If we go much farther, I do not know whether I shall be able to reach the town again." "Never fear, nephew," said the false uncle. "I will show you another garden which surpasses all we have yet seen. It is not far off. It is but a little step, and when we come there, you will say that you would have been sorry to have been so nigh it and not seen it." Aladdin was soon persuaded, and the magician, to make the way seem shorter and less fatiguing, told him a great many stories. At last they came between two mountains of moderate height, and equal size, divided by a narrow valley, which was the place where the magician intended to bring Aladdin, to put into execution a design that had brought him from Africa to China. "We will go no farther now," said he to Aladdin. "I will show you here some very extraordinary things and what nobody ever saw before, which, when you have seen, you will thank me for. But while I strike fire, do you gather up all the loose sticks you can see, to kindle a fire with." Aladdin found there so many dried sticks that before the magician had lighted a match, he had gathered up a great heap. The magician presently set them on fire, and when they were all in a blaze, the magician threw in some incense he had about him, which raised a great cloud of smoke, which he dispersed on each side, by pronouncing several magical words which Aladdin did not understand. At the same time the earth trembled a little, and opened just before the magician and Aladdin, and discovered a stone about half a yard square, laid horizontally, with a brass ring fixed into the middle of it to raise it up. Aladdin was so frightened at what he saw that he would have run away. But as he was to be serviceable to the magician, he caught hold of him, scolded him, and gave him such a box on the ear that he knocked him down, and had like to have beat his teeth down his throat. Poor Aladdin got up again trembling, and with tears in his eyes said to the magician, "What have I done, uncle, to be treated after this severe manner?" "I have my reasons for it," replied the magician. "I am your uncle, and supply the place of your father, and you ought to make no reply. But child," added he, softening, "do not be afraid of anything, for I shall not ask anything of you, but that you obey me punctually, if you would reap the advantages which I intended you should." These fair promises calmed Aladdin's fears and resentment, and when the magician saw that he was come to himself, he said to him, "You see what I have done by virtue of my incense and the words I pronounced. Know then that under this stone there is hid a treasure, which is destined to be yours, and which will make you richer than the greatest monarch in the world. This is so true that no other person but yourself is permitted to touch this stone, and to pull it up and go in, for I am forbid even to touch it or set foot in this treasure when it is opened. So you must without fail punctually execute what I tell you, for it is a matter of great consequence both to you and me." Next, Aladdin, amazed at all he saw and heard the magician say of the treasure, which was to make him happy forever, forgot what was past, and rising up, said to the magician, "Well, uncle, what is to be done? Command me, I am ready to obey you." "I am overjoyed, child," said the African magician, embracing him, "to see you take the resolution, Come, take hold of the ring and lift up that stone. Indeed, uncle, replied Aladdin, I am not strong enough to lift it. You must help me. You have no occasion for my assistance, answered the magician. If I help you, we shall be able to do nothing. You must lift it up yourself. Take hold of the ring, only pronounce the names of your father and grandfather, then lift it up, and you will find it will come easily. Aladdin did as the magician bade him, and raised the stone with a great deal of ease, and laid it on one side. When the stone was pulled up, there appeared a cavity of about 3 or 4 feet deep, with a little door and steps to go down lower. Observe, my son, said the African magician, what I am going to say to you. Go down into that cave, and when you are at the bottom of those steps, you will find a door open, which will lead you into a large vaulted place, divided into 3 great halls, in each of which you will see 4 large brass vessels placed on each side, full of gold and silver, but take care you do not meddle with them. Before you go into the first hall, be sure to tuck up your gown and wrap it well about you, and then go through the second into the third without stopping. Above all things, have a care that you do not touch the walls so much as with your clothes, for if you do, you will die instantly. At the end of the third hall, you will find a door which leads into a garden, planted with fine trees loaded with fruit. Walk directly across the garden by a path which will lead you to 5 steps that will bring you upon a terrace, where you will see a niche before you, and in that niche a lighted lamp. Take the lamp down and put it out. When you have thrown away the wick and poured out the liquor, put it in your breast and bring it to me. Do not be afraid that the liquor will spoil your clothes, for it is not oil, and the lamp will be dry as soon as it is thrown out. If you have a mind to any of the fruit of the garden, you may gather as much as you please. After these words, the magician drew a ring off his finger and put it upon one of Aladdin's, telling him that it was a preservative against all evil, while he observed what he had prescribed to him. After this instruction he said, Go down boldly, child, and we shall both be rich all our lives. Aladdin jumped into the cave, went down the steps, and found the 3 halls, just as the African magician had described them. He went through them with all the precaution the fear of death could inspire, if he failed to observe all that he was told very carefully, crossed the garden without stopping, took down the lamp from the niche, threw out the wick and the liquor, and, as the magician told him, put it in his bosom. But as he came down from the terrace, seeing it was perfectly dry, he stopped in the garden to observe the fruit, which he only had a glimpse of in crossing it. All the trees were loaded with extraordinary fruit of different colors on each tree. Some bore fruit entirely white and some clear and transparent as crystal, some pale red and others deeper, some green, blue, and purple and others yellow. In short, there was fruit of all colors. The white were pearls, the clear and transparent, diamonds, the deep red, rubies, the paler, balas rubies, 96 the green, emeralds, the blue, turquoises, the purple, amethysts, and those that were of yellow cast, sapphires, and so of the rest. All these fruits were so large and beautiful that nothing was ever seen like them. Aladdin was altogether ignorant of their value, and would have preferred figs and grapes or any other fruits before them. And though he took them only for colored glass of little value, yet he was so pleased with the variety of the colors, and the beauty and extraordinary size of the fruit, that he had a mind to gather some of every sort, and accordingly filled his 2 pockets, and the 2 new purses his uncle had bought for him with the clothes which he gave him, and as he could not put them in his pockets, he fastened them to his girdle. Some he wrapped up in the skirts of his gown, which was of silk, large and wrapping, and crammed his breast as full as it could hold. Aladdin, having thus loaded himself with riches he knew not the value of, returned through the 3 halls with the same precaution, and made all the haste he could, that he might not make his uncle wait, and soon arrived at the mouth of the cave, where the African magician expected him with the utmost impatience. As soon as Aladdin saw him, he cried out, Pray, uncle, lend me your hand to help me out. Give me the lamp first, replied the magician, it will be troublesome to you. Indeed, uncle, answered Aladdin, I cannot now, it is not troublesome to me, but I will as soon as I am up. The African magician was so obstinate that he would have the lamp before he would help him up. And Aladdin, who had encumbered himself so much with his fruit that he could not well get at it, refused to give him it till he was out of the cave. The African magician, provoked at this obstinate refusal of the lad, flew into a terrible passion, and threw a little of his incense into the fire, which he had taken care to keep in, and no sooner pronounced 2 magical words, but the stone which had closed the mouth of the cave moved into its place with the earth over it, in the same manner as it lay at the arrival of the magician and Aladdin. This action of the African magician's plainly showed him to be neither Aladdin's uncle, nor Mustafa, the tailor's brother, but a true African, a native of that part of the world. For as Africa is a country whose inhabitants delight most in magic of any other in the whole world, he had applied himself to it from his youth, and after about 40 years' experience in enchantments, works of geomancy, fumigations, and reading of magic books, he had found out that there was in the world a wonderful lamp, the possession of which would render him more powerful than any monarch in the world, if he could obtain it. And by a late operation of geomancy, he found out that this lamp lay concealed in a subterraneous place in the midst of China, in the situation, with all the circumstances already described. Fully persuaded of the truth of this discovery, he set out from the farthest part of Africa, and, after a long and fatiguing journey, came to the town nearest to this treasure. But though he had a certain knowledge of the place where the lamp was, he was not permitted to take it himself, nor to enter the subterraneous place where it was, but must receive it from the hands of another person. For this reason he addressed himself to Aladdin, whom he looked upon as a young lad of no consequence, and fit to serve his purpose, resolving, as soon as he got the lamp into his hands, to sacrifice poor Aladdin to his avarice and wickedness, by making the fumigation mentioned before, and saying those two magical words, the effect of which was to remove the stone into its place again, that he might have no witness of the transaction. The blow he gave Aladdin, and the authority he assumed over him, was only to use him to fear him, and to make him obey him the more readily, and give him the lamp as soon as he asked for it. But his too great precipitation in executing his wicked intention on poor Aladdin, and his fear lest somebody should come that way during their dispute, and discover what he wished to keep secret, produced an effect quite contrary to what he proposed to himself. When the African magician saw that all his great hopes were frustrated forever, he returned that same day for Africa, but went quite round the town, and at some distance from it, for fear lest some persons who had seen him walk out with the boy, seeing him come back without him, should entertain any jealousy of him and stop him. According to all appearances, there was no prospect of Aladdin being any more heard of, but the magician, when he contrived his death, had forgotten the ring he put on his finger, which preserved him, though he knew not its virtue. And it is amazing that the loss of that, together with the lamp, did not drive the magician to despair. But magicians are so much used to misfortunes, and events contrary to their wishes, that they do not lay them to heart, but still feed themselves all their lives with unsubstantial notions and chimeras. Next. As for Aladdin, who never suspected this bad usage from his pretended uncle, after all his caresses and what he had done for him, his surprise is more easily to be imagined than expressed by words. When he found himself buried alive, he cried and called out to his uncle to tell him he was ready to give him the lamp. But all in vain, since his cries could not be heard by him, and he remained in this dark abode. At last, when he had quite tired himself with crying, he went to the bottom of the steps, with a design to get into the garden, where it was light. But the door, which was opened before by enchantment, was now shut by the same means. Then he redoubled his cries and tears, and sat down on the steps, without any hopes of ever seeing the light again, and in a melancholy certainty of passing from the present darkness into that of a speedy death. Aladdin remained in this state 2 days, without eating or drinking, and on the third day looked upon death as inevitable. Clasping his hands with an entire resignation to the will of God, he said, "There is no strength or power but in the great and high God." In this action of joining his hands, he rubbed the ring which the magician put on his finger, and of which he knew not yet the virtue, and immediately a genie of an enormous size and frightful look rose out of the earth, his head reaching the vault, and said to him, "What wouldst thou have with me? I am ready to obey thee as thy slave, and the slave of all who have the ring on thy finger, I and the other slaves of that ring." At another time, Aladdin, who had not been used to such visions, would have been so frightened that he would not have been able to speak at the sight of so extraordinary a figure. But the danger he was in made him answer without hesitation, "Whoever thou art, deliver me from this place, if thou art able." He had no sooner made an end of these words, but the earth opened, and he found himself on the very spot the magician first brought him to. It was some time before Aladdin's eyes could bear the light, after having been so long in total darkness. But after he had endeavored by degrees to support it, and began to look about him, he was very much surprised not to find the earth open, and could not comprehend how he had got so soon out of its bowels. There was nothing to be seen but the place where the fire had been, by which he could nearly judge whereabouts the cave was. Then turning himself about towards the town, he perceived it in the midst of the gardens that surrounded it, and knew the way back by which the magician had brought him to it. Then, returning God thanks to see himself once more in the world, where he never more expected to be, he made the best of his way home. When he got within his mother's door, the joy to see her, and his faintness for want of sustenance for 3 days, made him faint, and he remained for a long time as dead. His mother, who had given him over for lost or dead, seeing him in this condition, omitted nothing to bring him to himself again. As soon as he recovered, the first words he spake were, "Pray, mother, give me something to eat, for I have not put a morsel of anything into my mouth these 3 days." His mother brought what she had and set it before him. "My son," said she, "be not too eager, for it is dangerous. Eat but a little at a time and take care of yourself. Besides, I would not have you talk. You will have time enough to tell me what has happened to you when you are recovered. It is a great comfort to me to see you again, after the affliction I have been in since Friday, and the pains I have taken to learn what had become of you, ever since I found it was night, and you were not returned." Aladdin took his mother's advice, and ate and drank moderately. When he had done, "Mother," said he to her, "I cannot help complaining of you, for abandoning me so easily to the discretion of a man who had a design to kill me, and who at this very moment thinks my death certain. You believed he was my uncle, as well as I. And what other thoughts could we entertain of a man who was so kind to me, and made such advantageous proffers? But I must tell you, mother, he is a rogue and a cheat, and only did what he did, and made me all those promises to accomplish my death, but for what reason neither you nor I can guess. For my part, I can assure you I never gave him any cause to deserve the least ill treatment from him. You shall judge of it yourself, when you have heard all that passed from the time I left you, till he came to the execution of his wicked design." Then Aladdin began to tell his mother all that happened to him on Friday, when the magician took him to see the palaces and gardens about that town, and what fell out in the way, till they came to the place between the two mountains, where the great prodigy was to be performed. How, with incense which the magician threw into the fire, and some magical words which he pronounced, the earth opened, and discovered a cave, which led to an inestimable treasure. He forgot not the blow the magician gave him, and in what manner he softened again, and engaged him by great promises, and putting a ring on his finger to go down into the cave. He did not omit the least circumstance of what he saw in crossing the 3 halls and the garden, and his taking the wonderful lamp, which he pulled out of his bosom, and showed to his mother, as well as the transparent fruit of different colors, which he had gathered in the garden as he returned, 2 purses full of which he gave to his mother. But though these fruits were precious stones, brilliant as the sun, and the reflection of a lamp which then lighted the room might have led them to think they were of great value, she was as ignorant of their worth as her son, and cared nothing for them. She had been bred in a middling rank of life, and her husband's poverty prevented her being possessed of such things, nor had she, or her relations, or neighbors ever seen them, so that we must not wonder that she looked on them as things of no value, and only pleasing to the eye by the variety of their colors. Aladdin put them behind one of the cushions of the sofa he sat upon, and continued his story, telling his mother that when he returned and presented himself at the mouth of the cave, upon his refusal to give the magician the lamp till he had got out the stone, by his throwing some incense into the fire, and using 2 or 3 magical words, stopped it up, and the earth closed again. He could not help bursting into tears at the representation of the miserable condition he was in, to find himself buried alive in a dismal cave, till by the touching of his ring, the virtue of which he was then an entire stranger to, he, properly speaking, came to life again. When he had made an end of his story, he said to his mother, "I need say no more, you know the rest. This is my adventure, and the danger I have been exposed to since you saw me." Aladdin's mother heard with so much patience as not to interrupt him. This surprising and wonderful relation, notwithstanding it could be no small affliction to a mother, who loved her son tenderly. But yet in the most moving part, which discovered the perfidy of the African magician, she could not help showing, by marks of the greatest indignation, how much she detested him. And when Aladdin had finished his story, she broke out into 1,000 reproaches against that vile impostor. She called him perfidious traitor, barbarian, assassin, deceiver, magician, and an enemy and destroyer of mankind. "Without doubt, child," added she, "he is a magician, and they are plagues to the world, and by their enchantments and sorceries have commerce with the devil. Bless God for preserving you from his wicked designs, for your death would have been inevitable if you had not called upon him and implored his assistance." She said a great deal more against the magician's treachery, but finding while she talked, her son Aladdin, who had not slept for 3 days and nights, began to nod, she put him to bed and soon after went to bed herself. Aladdin, who had not had one wink of sleep while he was in the subterraneous abode, slept very heartily all that night, and never waked till the next morning, when the first thing that he said to his mother was, he wanted something to eat, and that she could not do him a greater pleasure than to give him his breakfast. "Alas, child," said she, "I have not a bit of bread to give you. You ate up all the provisions I had in the house yesterday. But have a little patience, and it shall not be long before I will bring you some. I have a little cotton which I have spun. I will go and sell it, and buy bread and something for our dinner." Mother, replied Aladdin, keep your cotton against another time, and give me the lamp I brought home yesterday. I will go and sell it, and the money I shall get for it will serve both for breakfast and dinner, and perhaps supper too. Aladdin's mother took the lamp and said to her son, here it is, but it is very dirty. If it was a little cleaner, I believe it would bring something more. She took a little fine sand and water to clean it, but had no sooner begun to rub it, but in an instant a hideous genie of gigantic size appeared before her, and said to her in a voice like thunder, what wouldst thou have? I am ready to obey thee as thy slave, and the slave of all those who have that lamp in their hands, I and the other slaves of the lamp. Next, the genius of the lamp appearing to Aladdin and his mother. Next, Aladdin's mother was not able to speak at the sight of this frightful genie, but fainted away. When Aladdin, who had once before seen such another genie in the cavern, without losing time or reflection, snatched the lamp out of his mother's hands, and said to the genie boldly, I am hungry. Bring me something to eat. The genie disappeared immediately, and in an instant returned with a large silver basin on his head, and 12 covered plates of the same metal, which contained some excellent meats, 6 large white loaves on 2 other plates, and 2 bottles of wine, and 2 silver cups in each hand. All these things he placed upon a table and disappeared, and all this was done before Aladdin's mother came out of her swoon. Aladdin went presently and fetched some water and threw it in her face to recover her. Whether that or the smell of the meats the genie procured brought her to life again, it was not long before she came to herself. Mother, said Aladdin, do not mind this. It is nothing at all, get up and come and eat. Here is what will put you in heart, and at the same time satisfy my extreme hunger. Do not let such fine meat be cold but fall to. His mother was very much surprised to see the great basin, 12 plates, 6 loaves and the 2 bottles and cups, and to smell the delicious odor which exhaled from the plates. Child, said she to Aladdin, to whom are we obliged for this great plenty and liberality? Has the Sultan been made acquainted with our poverty, and had compassion on us? It is no matter, mother, said Aladdin. Let us sit down and eat, for you have almost as much need of a good breakfast as myself. When we have done, I will tell you. Accordingly, both mother and son sat down, and ate with the better stomach, as the table was so well furnished. But at the time Aladdin's mother could not forbear looking at and admiring the basin and plates, though she could not well tell whether they were silver or any other metal, so little accustomed was she and her son to see such, and the novelty more than the value attracted their attention. In short, the mother and son sat at breakfast till it was dinner time, and then they thought it would be best to put the 2 meals together. Yet after this, they found they should have enough left for supper, and 2 meals for the next day. When Aladdin's mother had taken away, and set by what was left, she went and sat down by her son on the sofa. Aladdin, said she, I expect now that you should satisfy my impatience, and tell me exactly what passed between the genie and you while I was in a swoon, which he presently complied with. She was in as great amazement at what her son told her, as at the appearance of the genie, and said to him, but son, what have we to do with genies? I never in my life heard that any of my acquaintance had ever seen one. How came that vile genie to address himself to me, and not to you, to whom he had appeared before in the cave? Mother, answered Aladdin, the genie you saw is not the same who appeared to me, though he resembles him in size. No, they had quite different persons and habits. They belonged to different masters. If you remember, he that I first saw called himself the slave of the ring on my finger, and this you saw called himself the slave of the lamp you had in your hand. But I believe you did not hear him, for I think you fainted away as soon as he began to speak. What, cried the mother, was your lamp then the occasion of that cursed genie, addressing himself rather to me than to you? Ah, my son, take it out of my sight and put it where you please. I will never touch it. I had rather you would sell it than run the hazard of being frightened to death again by touching it. And if you would take my advice, you would part also with the ring, and not have anything to do with genies, who, as our prophet has told us, are only devils. With your leave, mother, replied Aladdin, I shall now take care how I sell a lamp, as I was going to do, which may be so serviceable both to you and me. Have not you been an eyewitness of what it hath procured us, and it shall still continue to furnish us with subsistence and maintenance? You may suppose, as I do, that my false and wicked uncle would not have taken so much pains, and undertaken so long and tedious a journey, if it had not been to get into his possession this wonderful lamp, which he preferred before all the gold and silver which he knew was in the halls, and which I have seen with my own eyes. He knew too well the merit and worth of this lamp, not to prefer it to so great a treasure. And since chance hath discovered the virtue of it to us, let us make a profitable use of it, without making any great stir, and drawing the envy and jealousy of our neighbors upon us. However, since the genies fright you so much, I will take it out of your sight and put it where I may find it when I want it. As for the ring, I cannot resolve to part with that neither. For, without that, you had never seen me again, and though I am alive now, perhaps, if it was gone, I might not be so some moments hence. Therefore I hope you will give me leave to keep that, and to wear it always on my finger. Who knows what dangers you and I may be exposed to, which neither of us can foresee, and which it may deliver us from? As Aladdin's arguments were just and had a great deal of weight in them, his mother had nothing to say against them, but only replied that he might do what he pleased, but for her part, she would have nothing to do with genies, but would wash her hands of them, and never say anything mere about them. By the next night they had eaten all the provisions the genie had brought, and the next day Aladdin, who could not bear the thoughts of hunger, took one of the silver plates under his coat, and went out early to sell it, and addressing himself to a Jew whom he met in the streets, took him aside and pulling out the plate, asked him if he would buy it. The cunning Jew took the plate and examined it, and no sooner found that it was good silver, but he asked Aladdin how much he valued it at. Aladdin, who knew not the value of it and never had been used to such traffic, told him he would trust to his judgment and honor. The Jew was somewhat confounded at this plain dealing, and doubting whether Aladdin understood the material or the full value of what he offered to sell him, he took a piece of gold out of his purse and gave it him, though it was but the 60th part of the worth of the plate. Aladdin took the money very eagerly, and as soon as he got it in his pocket, retired with so much haste that the Jew, not content with the exorbitancy of his profit, was vexed he had not penetrated into Aladdin's ignorance, and was going to run after him, to endeavor to get some change out of the piece of gold. But Aladdin ran so fast, and had got so far, that it would have been impossible for him to overtake him. Before Aladdin went home to his mother, he called at a baker, bought a loaf, changed his money, and went home, and gave the rest to his mother, who went and bought provisions enough to last them some time. After this manner they lived, till Aladdin had sold the 12 plates, one at a time, to the Jew for the same money, who, after the first time, durst not offer him less for fear of losing so good a chap. When he had sold the last plate, he had recourse to the basin, which weighed 10 times as much as the plate, and would have carried it to his old purchaser, but that it was too large and cumbersome. Therefore he was obliged to bring him home with him to his mother, where, after the Jew had examined the weight of the basin, he laid down 10 pieces of gold, with which Aladdin was very well satisfied. They lived on these 10 pieces in a frugal manner a pretty while, and Aladdin, who had been used to an idle life, left off playing with young lads of his own age ever since his adventure with the African magician. He spent his time in walking about, and talking with people with whom he had got acquainted. Sometimes he would stop at the most capital merchants' shops, where people of distinction met, and listened to their discourse, by which he gained some little knowledge of the world. When all the money was spent, Aladdin had recourse again to the lamp. He took it in his hand, looked for the same place where his mother had rubbed it with the sand, and rubbed it also, and the genie immediately appeared and said, "What wouldst thou have? I am ready to obey thee as thy slave, and the slave of all those who have that lamp in their hands, I and the other slaves of the lamp." "I am hungry," said Aladdin. "Bring me something to eat." The genie disappeared and presently returned with a basin and the same number of covered plates, and set them down on a table and vanished again. Aladdin's mother, knowing what her son was going to do, went out at that time about some business, on purpose to avoid being in the way when the genie came. And when she returned, which was in a short time, and found the table and sideboard so furnished a second time, was almost as much surprised as before at the prodigious effect of the lamp. However, she sat down with her son, and when they had eaten as much as they had a mind to, she set enough by to last them 2 or 3 days. As soon as Aladdin found that their provisions and money were spent, he took one of these plates and went to look for his Jew chapman again. But passing by a goldsmith's shop, who had the character of a very fair and honest man, the goldsmith, perceiving him, called to him, and said, "My lad, I have often observed you go by, loaded as you are at present, and talk with such a Jew, and then come back again empty-handed. I imagine that you carry something that you sell to him, but perhaps you do not know what a rogue he is, and that he is the greatest rogue among all the Jews, and is so well known that nobody will have anything to do with him. What I tell you is for your own good. If you will show me what you now carry, and it is to be sold, I will give you the full worth of it, or I will direct you to other merchants who will not cheat you." The hopes of getting more money for his plate induced Aladdin to pull it from under his coat and show it to the goldsmith. The old man, who at first sight saw that it was made of the finest silver, asked him if he had sold any such as that to the Jew, and Aladdin told him plainly that he had sold him 12 such for a piece of gold each. "What a villain!" cried the goldsmith, but added he, "My son, what is past cannot be recalled. By showing you the value of this plate, which is of the finest silver we use in our shops, I will let you see how much the Jew has cheated you." The goldsmith took a pair of scales, weighed the plate, and after he had told Aladdin how much an ounce of fine silver contained and was worth, he demonstrated to him that his plate was worth by weight 60 pieces of gold, which he paid him down immediately. "If you dispute my honesty," said he, "you may go to any other of our trade, and if he gives you any more, I will be bound to forfeit twice as much, for we gain only the fashion of the plate that we buy, and that the fairest dealing Jews do not." Aladdin thanked him for his good advice, so greatly to his advantage, and never after went to any other person, but sold him all his plates and the basin, and had as much for them as the weight came to. Though Aladdin and his mother had an inexhaustible treasure of money in their lamp, and might have whatever they had a mind to whenever they pleased, yet they lived with the same frugality as before, except that Aladdin went more neat. As for his mother, she wore no clothes but what she earned by her spinning cotton. After their manner of living, we may easily suppose that the money Aladdin had sold the plates and basin for was sufficient to maintain them some time. They went on for many years by the help of the produce Aladdin, from time to time, made of his lamp. During this time, Aladdin frequented the shops of the principal merchants, where they sold cloth of gold and silver, and linens, silk stuffs and jewelry, and oftentimes, joining in their conversation, acquired a complete knowledge of the world and assumed its manners. By his acquaintance among the jewelers, he came to know that the fine fruit which he had gathered when he took the lamp were not colored glass, but stones of extraordinary value. For as he had seen all sorts of jewels bought and sold in their shops, but none that were so beautiful or so large as his, he found that instead of colored glass, he possessed an inestimable treasure, but had the prudence not to say anything of it to anyone, not even to his mother. One day as Aladdin was walking about the town, he heard an order of the sultan's published, for all people to shut up their shops and houses and keep within doors, while the Princess Badrulbudur, 97 the sultan's daughter, went to the baths and back again. This public order inspired Aladdin with a great curiosity to see the princess's face, which he could not do without getting into the house of some acquaintance, and through a window. But this did not satisfy him, when he considered that the princess, when she went to the baths, had a veil on. But to gratify his curiosity, he presently thought of a scheme which succeeded. That was, to place himself behind the door of the bath, which was so situated that he could not fail of seeing her face. Aladdin had not waited long before the princess came, and he could see her plainly through a chink of the door without being seen. She was attended with a great crowd of ladies, slaves, and eunuchs, who walked on each side and behind her. When she came within 3 or 4 paces from the door of the baths, she took off her veil and gave Aladdin an opportunity of a full look at her. Till then Aladdin, who had never seen any woman's face but his mother, who was old and never could boast of any such features, thought that all women were like her, and could hear people talk of the most surprising beauties without being the least moved. For whatever words are made use of to set off the merit of a beauty, they can never make the same impression as the beauty herself. But as soon as Aladdin had seen the Princess Badrulbudur, his sentiments were very much changed, and his heart could not withstand all those inclinations so charming an object inspires. The princess was the most beautiful brunette in the world. Her eyes were large, lively, and sparkling, her looks sweet and modest. Her nose was of a just proportion and without a fault, her mouth small, her lips of a vermilion red and charmingly agreeable symmetry. In a word, all the features of her face were perfectly regular. It is not therefore surprising that Aladdin, who had never seen, and was a stranger to so many charms, was dazzled, and his senses quite ravished with such an assemblage. With all these perfections, the princess had so delicate a shape, so majestic an air, that the sight of her was sufficient to inspire respect. Next, after the princess had passed by Aladdin and entered the baths, he remained some time astonished, and in a kind of ecstasy, retracing and imprinting the idea of so charming an object deeply in his mind. But at last, considering that the princess was gone past him, and that when she returned from the bath her back would be towards him, and then veiled, he resolved to quit his post and go home. But when he came there, he could not conceal his uneasiness so well but that his mother perceived it, and was very much surprised to see him so much more thoughtful and melancholy than usual, and asked him what had happened to him to make him so, or if he was ill. Aladdin returned her no answer, but sat carelessly down on the sofa, and remained in the same condition, full of the image of the charming Badrulbudur. His mother, who was dressing supper, pressed him no more. When it was ready, she set it on the table before him, but perceiving that he gave no attention to it, she bid him eat, and had much ado to persuade him to change his place. And when he did, He ate much less than usual, and all the time cast down his eyes, and observed so profound a silence, that she could not possibly get the least word out of him in answer to all the questions she put, to find the reason of so extraordinary an alteration. After supper, she asked him again why he was so melancholy, but could get no information, and he determined to go to bed rather than give her the least satisfaction. Without examining how Aladdin passed the night, his mind full as it was with the beautiful charms of the Princess Badrulbudur, I shall only observe that as he sat next day on the sofa, over against his mother, as she was spinning cotton, he spoke to her in these words: I perceive, mother, that my silence yesterday has very much troubled you. I was not, nor am I sick, as I fancy you believed, but I can tell you that what I felt then and now endure is worse than any disease. I cannot tell well what ails me, but doubt not what I am going to tell you will inform you. It was not known in this quarter of the town, and therefore you could know nothing of it, that the Princess Badrulbudur, the Sultan's daughter, was to go to the baths after dinner. I heard this as I walked about the town, and an order was issued that, to pay all the respect that was due to that princess, all the shops should be shut up in her way thither, and every body keep within doors to leave the streets free for her and her attendants. As I was not then far from the bath, I had a great curiosity to see the princess's face, and as it occurred to me that the princess, when she came nigh the door of the bath, would pull her veil off, I resolved to get behind that door. You know the situation of the door, and may imagine that I must have a full view of her, if it happened as I expected. The princess threw off her veil, and I had the happiness of seeing her lovely face with the greatest satisfaction imaginable. This, mother, was the cause of my melancholy and silence yesterday. I loved the princess with so much violence that I cannot express it, and as my lively passion increases every moment, I cannot live without the possession of the amiable Princess Badrulbudur, and am resolved to ask her in marriage of the Sultan her father. Aladdin's mother listened with attention to what her son told her, but when he talked of asking the Princess Badrulbudur in marriage of the Sultan, she could not help bursting out into a loud laugh. Aladdin would have gone on with his discourse, but she interrupted him. Alas, child, said she, what are you thinking of? You must be mad to talk so. I assure you, mother, replied Aladdin, that I am not mad, but in my right senses. I foresaw that you would reproach me with this folly and extravagance. But I must tell you once more that I am resolved to demand the Princess Badrulbudur of the Sultan in marriage, and your remonstrances shall not prevent me. Indeed, son, replied the mother seriously, I cannot help telling you that you have quite forgot yourself. And if you would put this resolution of yours in execution, I do not see who you can get to venture to propose it for you. You yourself, replied he immediately. I go to the Sultan, answered the mother, amazed and surprised. I shall take care how I engage in such an affair. Why, who are you, son, continued she, that you can have the assurance to think of your Sultan's daughter? Have you forgot that your father was one of the poorest tailors in the capital, and that I am of no better extraction? And do not you know that sultans never marry their daughters but to princes, sons of sultans like themselves? Mother, answered Aladdin, I have already told you that I foresaw all that you have said or can say, and tell you again that neither your discourse nor your remonstrances shall make me change my mind. I have told you that you must ask the Princess Badrulbudur in marriage for me. It is a favor I desire of you with all the respect I owe you, and I beg of you not to refuse me, unless you would rather see me in my grave than by so doing give me new life. The good old woman was very much embarrassed when she found Aladdin so obstinately persisting in so foolish a design. My son, said she again, I am your mother who brought you into the world, and there is nothing that is reasonable but I would readily do for you. If I was to go and treat about your marriage with some neighbor's daughter, whose circumstances were equal with yours, I would do it with all my heart. And then they would expect you should have some little estate or fortune, or be of some trade. When such poor folks as we are have a mind to marry, the first thing they ought to think of is how to live. But without reflecting on the meanness of your birth, and the little merit and fortune you have to recommend you, you aim at the highest pitch of fortune. And your pretensions are no less than to demand in marriage the daughter of your sovereign, who with one single word can crush you to pieces. I say nothing of what respects yourself. I leave you to reflect on what you have to do, if you have ever so little thought. I come now to consider what concerns myself. How could so extraordinary a thought come into your head, as that I should go to the Sultan, and make a proposal to him, to give his daughter in marriage to you? Suppose I had, not to say the boldness, but the impudence to present myself before the Sultan, and make so extravagant a request, to whom should I address myself to be introduced to his majesty? Do you not think the first person I should speak to would take me for a mad woman, and chastise me as I should deserve? Suppose there is no difficulty in presenting myself to an audience of the Sultan, as I know there is none to those who go to ask justice, which he distributes equally among his subjects. I know too that to those who ask some favor, he grants it with pleasure when he sees it is deserved, and the persons are worthy of it. But is that your case? And do you think you have deserved the favor you would have me ask for you? Are you worthy of it? What have you done to deserve such a favor? What have you done either for your prince or country? How have you distinguished yourself? If you have done nothing to merit so great a favor, nor are worthy of it, with what face shall I ask it? How can I open my mouth to make the proposal to the Sultan? His majestic presence and the luster of his court would presently silence me, who used to tremble before my late husband your father, when I asked him for anything. Here is another reason, my son, which you do not think of, which is, nobody ever goes to ask a favor of the Sultan without a present. For by a present, they have this advantage, that if for some particular reasons the favor is denied, they are sure to be heard. But what presents have you to make? And if you had any that was worthy of the least attention of so great a monarch, what proportion could it bear to the favor you would ask? Therefore, reflect well on what you are about, and consider that you aspire to a thing which is impossible for you to obtain. Aladdin heard very calmly all that his mother could say to endeavor to dissuade him from his design, and after he had weighed her representation in all points, made answer, I own, mother, it is great rashness in me to presume to carry my pretensions so far, and a great want of consideration, to ask you with so much heat and precipitancy to go and make the proposal of my marriage to the Sultan, without first taking proper measures to procure a favorable reception, and therefore beg your pardon. But be not surprised that through the violence of my passion, I did not at first sight see everything that was necessary to be done, to procure me that happiness I seek after. I love the Princess Badrulbudur beyond all you can imagine, or rather I adore her, and shall always persevere in my design of marrying her, which is a thing I have determined and resolved on. I am obliged to you for the hint you have given me, and look upon it as the first step I ought to take to procure me the happy success I promise myself. You say, it is not customary to go to the Sultan without a present, and that I have nothing worthy of his acceptance. As to what you say about the present, I agree with you, and own that I never thought of it. But as to what you say, that I have nothing fit to present him with, do not you think, mother, that what I brought home with me that day on which I was delivered from an inevitable death may be an agreeable present? I mean those things you and I both took for colored glasses. But now I am undeceived, and can tell you that they are jewels of an inestimable value, and fit for the greatest monarchs. I know the worth of them by frequenting the jewelers' shops, and you may take my word for it, all the jewels that I saw in the most capital jewelers' shops were not to be compared to those we have, either for size or beauty, and yet they value them at an excessive price. In short, neither you nor I know the value of ours. But be it as it will, by the little experience I have, I am persuaded that they will be received very favorably by the Sultan. You have a large porcelain dish fit to hold them. Fetch it, and let us see how they will look, when we have ranged them according to their different colors. Aladdin's mother fetched the china dish, and he took the jewels out of the two purses in which he had kept them, and placed them in the dish. But the brightness and luster they had in the daytime, and the variety of the colors, so dazzled the eyes both of mother and son that they were astonished beyond measure, for they had only seen them by the light of the lamp. For though Aladdin had seen them hang on the trees like fruit, beautiful to the eye, yet as he was but a boy, he did not take much notice of them, but looked on them only as trinkets. After they had admired the beauty of this present some time, Aladdin said to his mother, Now you cannot excuse yourself from going to the Sultan, under the pretext of not having a present to make him, since here is one which will gain you a favorable reception. Though Aladdin's mother, notwithstanding the beauty and luster of the present, did not believe it so valuable as her son esteemed it, she thought it might nevertheless be agreeable to the Sultan, and found that she could not have anything to say against it, but was always thinking of the request Aladdin wanted her to make to the Sultan by favor of his present. My son, said she, I cannot conceive that your present will have its desired effect, and that the Sultan will look upon me with a favorable eye. And I am sure that if I attempt to acquit myself on this message of yours, I shall have no power to open my mouth, and therefore I shall not only lose my labor, but the present, which you say is so extraordinary, and shall return home again, in confusion, to tell you that your hopes are frustrated. I have told you the consequence, and you ought to believe me. But added she, I will exert my best endeavor to please you, and wish I may have power to ask the Sultan as you would have me. But certainly he will either laugh at me, or send me back like a fool, or be in so great a rage as to make us both the victims of his fury. She used a great many more arguments to endeavor to make him change his mind, but the charms of the Princess Badrulbudur had made too great an impression on his heart to dissuade him from his design. Aladdin persisted in desiring his mother to execute his resolution, and she, as much out of tenderness as for fear he should be guilty of a greater piece of extravagance, condescended to his request. As it was now late, and the time of day for going to the Sultan's palace was past, it was put off till the next. The mother and son talked of different matters the remaining part of the day, and Aladdin took a great deal of pains to encourage his mother in the task she had undertaken to go to the Sultan, while she, notwithstanding all his arguments, could not persuade herself she could ever succeed. And it must be confessed she had reason enough to doubt. "Child," said she to Aladdin, "if the Sultan should receive me as favorably as I wish for your sake, and should hear my proposal with calmness, and after this kind reception should think of asking me where lie your riches and your estate, for he will sooner inquire after these than your person. If, I say, he should ask me the question, what answer would you have me return him?" "Let us not be uneasy, mother," replied Aladdin, "about what may never happen. First, let us see how the Sultan receives, and what answer he gives you. If it should so fall out that he desires to be informed of all that you mention, I have thought of an answer, and am confident that the lamp, which hath subsisted us so long, will not fail me in time of need." Next, Aladdin's mother could not say anything against what her son then proposed, but reflected that the lamp might be capable of doing greater wonders than just providing victuals for them. This consideration satisfied her, and at the same time removed all the difficulties which might have prevented her from undertaking the service she had promised her son with the Sultan. When Aladdin, who penetrated into his mother's thoughts, said to her, "Above all things, mother, be sure to keep the secret, for thereon depends the success we have to expect." And after this caution, Aladdin and his mother parted to go to bed. But violent love and the great prospect of so immense a fortune had so much possessed the son's thoughts that he could not rest as well as he could have wished. He rose at daybreak and went presently and awakened his mother, pressing her to get herself dressed to go to the Sultan's palace, and to get in first as the Grand Vizier, the other viziers, and all the great officers of state went in to take their seats in the divan, where the Sultan always assisted in person. Aladdin's mother did all her son desired. She took the china dish, in which they had put the jewels the day before, tied up in 2 napkins, one finer than the other, which was tied at 4 corners for more easy carriage, and set forwards for the Sultan's palace, to the great satisfaction of Aladdin. When she came to the gates, the Grand Vizier and the other viziers and most distinguished lords of the court were just gone in, and notwithstanding the crowd of people who had business at the divan was extraordinary great, she got into the divan, which was a large spacious hall, the entry into which was very magnificent. She placed herself just before the Sultan, Grand Vizier, and the great lords, who sat in that council, on his right and left hand. Several causes were called, according to their order, and pleaded and adjudged, until the time the divan generally broke up, when the Sultan, rising, dismissed the council, and returned to his apartment, attended by the Grand Vizier. The other viziers and ministers of state returned, as also did all those whose business called them thither, some pleased with gaining their causes, others dissatisfied at the sentences pronounced against them, and some in expectation of theirs being heard the next sitting. Aladdin's mother, seeing the Sultan rise and retire, and all the people go away, judged rightly that he would not come again that day, and resolved to go home. When Aladdin saw her return with the present designed for the Sultan, he knew not at first what to think of her success, and in the fear he was in lest she should bring him some ill news, he had not courage enough to ask her any questions, till his mother, who had never set foot into the Sultan's palace before, and knew not what was every day practiced there, freed him from his embarrassment, and said to him, with a great deal of simplicity, "Son, I have seen the Sultan, and am very well persuaded he has seen me too, for I placed myself just before him, and nothing could hinder him from seeing me. But he was so much taken up with all those who talked on all sides of him, that I pitied him, and wondered at his patience to hear them. At last I believe he was heartily tired, for he rose up suddenly, and would not hear a great many who were ready prepared to speak to him, but went away, at which I was very well pleased, for indeed I began to lose all patience, and was extremely tired with staying so long. But there is no harm done. I will go again tomorrow. Perhaps the Sultan may not be so busy." Though Aladdin's passion was very violent, he was forced to be satisfied with this excuse, and to fortify himself with patience. He had at least the satisfaction to find that his mother had got over the greatest difficulty, which to procure access to the Sultan, and hoped that the example of those she saw speak to him would embolden her to acquit herself better of her commission when a favorable opportunity offered to speak to him. The next morning she went to the Sultan's palace with the present, as early as the day before, but when she came there, she found the gates of the divan shut, and understood that the council sat but every other day, therefore she must come again the next. This news she carried to her son, whose only relief was to guard himself with patience. She went 6 times afterwards on the days appointed, placed herself always directly before the Sultan, but with as little success as the first time, and might have perhaps come 1,000 times to as little purpose, if the Sultan himself had not taken a particular notice of her. For it is very probable that only those who came with petitions approached the Sultan, and each pleaded their cause in its turn, and Aladdin's mother was not one of them. That day at last, after the council was broke up, when the Sultan was returned to his own apartment, he said to his Grand Vizier, "I have for some time observed a certain woman, who comes constantly every day that I go into council, and has something wrapped up in a napkin. She always stands up from the beginning to the breaking up of the council, and affects to place herself just before me. Do you know what she wants?" "Sir," replied the Grand Vizier, who knew no more than the Sultan what she wanted, but had not a mind to seem uninformed, "Your Majesty knows that women often form complaints on trifles. Perhaps this woman may come to complain to your Majesty that somebody has sold her some bad flour, or some such trifling matter." The Sultan was not satisfied with this answer, but replied, "If this woman comes again next council day, do not fail to call her, that I may hear what she has to say." The Grand Vizier made answer by kissing his hand and lifting it up above his head, signifying his willingness to lose it if he failed. By this time Aladdin's mother was so much used to go to the council and stand before the Sultan that she did not think it any trouble if she could but satisfy her son that she neglected nothing that lay in her power to please him. So the next council day she went to the divan and placed herself before the Sultan as usual. And before the Grand Vizier had made his report of business, the Sultan perceived her and compassionated her for having waited so long. He said to the Vizier, "Before you enter upon any business, remember the woman I spoke to you about. Bid her come near, and let us hear and dispatch her business first." The Grand Vizier immediately called the chief of the officers, who stood ready to obey his commands, and pointing to her, bid him go to that woman, and tell her to come before the Sultan. The chief of the officers went to Aladdin's mother, and at a sign he gave her, she followed him to the foot of the Sultan's throne, where he left her, and retired to his place by the Grand Vizier. Aladdin's mother, by the example of a great many others whom she saw salute the Sultan, bowed her head down to the carpet, which covered the steps of the throne, and remained in that posture till the Sultan bid her rise, which she had no sooner done than the Sultan said to her, "Good woman, I have observed you to stand a long time from the beginning to the rising of the divan. What business brings you here?" At these words, Aladdin's mother prostrated herself a second time, and when she got up again, said, "Monarch of monarchs, before I tell your Majesty the extraordinary and almost incredible business which brings me before your high throne, I beg of you to pardon the boldness, or rather impudence of, the demand I am going to make, which is so uncommon that I tremble and am ashamed to propose it to my Sultan." In order to give her the more freedom to explain herself, the Sultan ordered everybody to go out of the divan but the Grand Vizier, and then told her that she might speak without restraint. Aladdin's mother, not content with this favor of the Sultan's to save her the trouble and confusion of speaking before so many people, was notwithstanding for securing herself against his anger, which, from the proposal she was going to make, she was not a little apprehensive of. Therefore, resuming her discourse, she said, "I beg of your Majesty, if you should think my demand the least injurious or offensive, to assure me first of your pardon and forgiveness." "Well," replied the Sultan, "I will forgive you, be it what it will, and no hurt shall come to you. Speak boldly." When Aladdin's mother had taken all these precautions, for fear of the Sultan's anger, she told him faithfully how Aladdin had seen the Princess Badroulboudour, the violent love that fatal sight had inspired him with, the declaration he had made to her of it when he came home, and what representations she had made to dissuade him from a passion, no less injurious, said she, to your Majesty, as Sultan, than to the Princess your daughter. But, continued she, my son, instead of taking my advice and reflecting on his boldness, was so obstinate as to persevere in it, and to threaten me with some desperate act, if I refused to come and ask the princess in marriage of your Majesty. And it was not till after an extreme violence on myself, I was forced to have this complaisance for him, for which I beg your Majesty once more to pardon not only me, but forgive Aladdin my son, for entertaining such a rash thought as to aspire to so high an alliance. The Sultan hearkened to this discourse with a great deal of mildness, without showing the least anger or passion, But before he gave her any answer, he asked her what she had brought tied up in that napkin. She took the china dish, which she had set down at the foot of the throne before she prostrated herself before him. She untied it and presented it to the Sultan. The Sultan's amazement and surprise were inexpressible when he saw so many large, beautiful, and valuable jewels collected in one dish. He remained for some time motionless with admiration. At last, when he had recovered himself, he received the present from Aladdin's mother's hand, and crying out in a transport of joy, "How rich and now beautiful!" After he had admired and handled all the jewels, one after another, he turned about to his Grand Vizier, and showing him the dish, said, "Look here, and confess that your eyes never beheld anything so rich and beautiful before." The vizier was charmed. "Well," continued the Sultan, "what sayest thou to such a present? Is it not worthy of the princess my daughter? And ought I not to bestow her on one who values her at so great a price?" These words put the Grand Vizier into a strange agitation. The Sultan had some time before signified to him his intention of bestowing the princess his daughter on a son of his. Therefore he was afraid, and not without grounds, that the Sultan, dazzled by so rich and extraordinary a present, might change his mind. Thereupon, going to him, and whispering him in the ear, he said to him, "Sir, I cannot but own the present is worthy of the princess. But I beg of your majesty to grant me 3 months before you come to a resolution. I hope, before that time, my son, on whom you have had the goodness to look with a favorable eye, will be able to make a nobler present than Aladdin, who is an entire stranger to your majesty." The Sultan, though he was very well persuaded that it was not possible for the vizier to provide so considerable a present for his son to make the princess, yet he hearkened to him and granted him that favor. So turning about to Aladdin's mother, he said to her, "Good woman, go home, and tell your son that I agree to the proposal you have made me. But I cannot marry the princess my daughter till some furniture I design for her be got ready, which cannot be finished these 3 months, but at the expiration of that time come again." Aladdin's mother returned home much more overjoyed than she could have imagined, for she looked upon her access to the Sultan as a thing impossible, and besides, she had met with a favorable answer, instead of the refusal and confusion she expected. From two circumstances, Aladdin, when he saw his mother return, judged that she brought him good news. The one was that she returned sooner than ordinary, and the next was the gaiety of her countenance. "Well, mother," said he to her, "may I entertain any hopes, or must I die with despair?" When she had pulled off her veil and had sat herself down on the sofa by him, she said to him, "Not to keep you long in suspense, son, I will begin by telling you that instead of thinking of dying, you have every reason to be very well satisfied." Then pursuing her discourse, she told him how that she had an audience before everybody else, which made her come home so soon. The precautions she had taken lest she should have displeased the Sultan, by making the proposal of marriage between him and the Princess Badrulbudur, and the favorable answer she had from the caliph's own mouth, and that, as far as she could judge, the present wrought that powerful effect. "But when I least expected it," said she, and he was going to give me an answer, the Grand Vizier whispered him in the ear, and I was afraid might be some obstacle to his good intention towards us. Aladdin thought himself the most happy of all men, at hearing of this news, and thanked his mother for all the pains she had taken in the pursuit of this affair, the good success of which was of so great importance to his peace. Though, through his impatience to enjoy the object of his passion, 3 months seemed an age, yet he disposed himself to wait with patience, relying on the Sultan's word, which he looked upon to be irrevocable. But all that time he not only counted the hours, days, and weeks, but every moment. When 2 of the 3 months were past, his mother one evening going to light the lamp, and finding no oil in the house, went out to buy some, and when she came into the city, found a general rejoicing. The shops, instead of being shut up, were open, dressed with foliage, everyone striving to show their zeal in the most distinguished manner. The streets were crowded with officers in habits of ceremony, mounted on horses richly caparisoned, each attended by a great many footmen. Aladdin's mother asked the oil merchant what was the meaning of all those doings. "Whence came you, good woman," said he, "that you don't know that the Grand Vizier's son is to marry the Princess Badrulbudur, the Sultan's daughter, tonight? She will presently return from the baths, and these officers that you see are to assist at the cavalcade to the palace, where the ceremony is to be solemnized." This was news enough for Aladdin's mother. She ran till she was quite out of breath home to her son, who little suspected any such thing. "Child," cried she, "you are undone. You depend upon the Sultan's fine promises, but they will come to nothing." Aladdin was terribly alarmed at these words. "Mother," replied he, "how do you know the Sultan has been guilty of a breach of promise?" "This night," answered the mother, the Grand Vizier's son is to marry the Princess Badrulbudur. She then related how she had heard it, so that from all circumstances he had no reason to doubt the truth of what she said. At this account, Aladdin was thunderstruck. Any other man would have sunk under the shock. But a secret motive of jealousy soon roused his spirits, and he bethought himself of the lamp, which had till then been so useful to him. And without venting his rage in empty words against the Sultan, the Vizier, or his son, he only said, perhaps, "Mother, the Vizier's son may not be so happy tonight as he promises himself. While I go into my chamber a moment, do you go and get supper ready." She accordingly went about it, and she guessed that her son was going to make use of the lamp, to prevent, if possible, the consummation of the marriage. When Aladdin had got into his chamber, he took the lamp and rubbed it in the same place as before, and immediately the genie appeared and said to him, "What wouldst thou have? I am ready to obey thee as thy slave, and the slave of all those who have that lamp in their hands, I and the other slaves of the lamp." "Hear me," said Aladdin. "Thou hast hitherto brought me whatever I wanted as to provisions, but now I have business of the greatest importance for thee to execute. I have demanded the Princess Badrulbudur in marriage of the Sultan her father. He promised her to me, but only asked 3 months' time, and instead of keeping that promise, has this night, before the expiration of that time, married her to the Grand Vizier's son. I have just heard this and have no doubt of it. What I ask of you is that as soon as the bride and bridegroom are in bed, you bring them both hither in their bed." "Master," replied the genie, "I will obey you." "Have you any other commands?" "None at present," answered Aladdin, and then the genie disappeared. Aladdin went downstairs and supped with his mother with the same tranquility of mind as usual, and after supper talked of the princess's marriage as of an affair wherein he had not the least concern, and afterwards returned to his own chamber again and left his mother to go to bed. But he, for his part, sat up till the genie had executed his orders. In the meantime, everything was prepared with the greatest magnificence in the Sultan's palace to celebrate the princess's nuptials, and the evening was spent with all the usual ceremonies and great rejoicings till midnight, when the Grand Vizier's son, on a signal given him by the chief of the princess's eunuchs, slipped away from the company, and was introduced by that officer into the princess's apartment, where the nuptial bed was prepared. He went to bed first, and in a little time after, the sultaness, accompanied by her own women and those of the princess, brought the bride, who, according to the custom of new married ladies, made great resistance. The sultaness herself helped to undress her, put her into bed by a kind of violence, and after having kissed her and wished her good night, retired with all the women, and the last who came out shut the door. No sooner was the door shut, but the genie, as the faithful slave of the lamp, and punctual in executing the commands of those who possessed it, without giving the bridegroom the least time to caress his bride, to the great amazement of them both, took up the bed, and transported it in an instant into Aladdin's chamber, where he set it down. Aladdin, who waited impatiently for this moment, did not suffer the vizier's son to remain long in bed with the princess. "Take this new married man," said he to the genie, "and shut him up in the house of office, and come again tomorrow morning after daybreak." The genie presently took the vizier's son out of bed, and carried him in his shirt whither Aladdin bid him, and after he had breathed upon him, which prevented his stirring, he left him there. Great as was Aladdin's love for the Princess Badrulbudur, he did not talk much to her when they were alone, but only said, with a passionate air, "Fear nothing, adorable princess. You are here in safety, for, notwithstanding the violence of my passion which your charms have kindled, it shall never exceed the bounds of the profound respect I owe you. If I have been forced to come to this extremity, it is not with any intention of affronting you, but to prevent an unjust rival's possessing you, contrary to the Sultan your father's promise in favor of me." The princess, who knew nothing of these particulars, gave very little attention to what Aladdin could say. The fright and amazement of so unexpected an adventure had put her into such a condition that he could not get one word from her. However, he undressed himself and got into the vizier's son's place, and lay with his back to the princess, putting a saber between himself and her, to show that he deserved to be punished if he attempted anything against her honor. Aladdin, very well satisfied with having thus deprived his rival of the happiness he had flattered himself with enjoying that night, slept very quietly, though the Princess Badrulbudur never passed a night so ill in her life. And if we consider the condition the genie left the Grand Vizier's son in, we may imagine that the new bridegroom spent it much worse. Next, Aladdin had no occasion the next morning to rub the lamp to call the genie. He came at the hour appointed, and just when he had done dressing himself and said to him, "I am here, master. What are your commands?" "Go," said Aladdin, "fetch the vizier's son out of the place where you left him, and put him into his bed again, and carry it to the sultan's palace from whence you brought it." The genie presently returned with the vizier's son. Aladdin took up his saber, the bridegroom was laid by the princess, and in an instant the nuptial bed was transported into the same chamber of the palace from whence it had been brought. But we must observe that all this time the genie never appeared either to the princess or the grand vizier's son. His hideous form would have made them die with fear. Neither did they hear anything of the discourse between Aladdin and him. They only perceived the motion of the bed and their transportation from one place to another, which we may well imagine was enough to fright them. As soon as the genie had set down the nuptial bed to its proper place, the sultan, curious to know how the princess's daughter had spent the wedding night, opened the door to wish her good morning. The grand vizier's son, who was almost perished with cold, by standing in his shirt all night, and had not had time to warm himself in bed, no sooner heard the door open, but he got out of bed and ran into the wardrobe where he had undressed himself the night before. The sultan went to the bedside, kissed the princess between the eyes, according to custom, wishing her a good morrow, and asked her, smiling, how she had passed the night. But lifting up her head and looking at her more earnestly, he was extremely surprised to see her so melancholy, and that neither by a blush nor any other sign she could satisfy his curiosity. She only cast at him a sorrowful look, expressive of great affliction or great dissatisfaction. He said a few words to her, but finding that he could not get a word from her, he attributed it to her modesty and retired. Nevertheless, he suspected that there was something extraordinary in this silence, and thereupon went immediately to the sultaness's apartment and told her in what a state he found the princess, and how she received him. "Sir," said the sultaness, "your majesty ought not to be surprised at this behavior. All new married people always have a reserve about them the next day. She will be quite another thing in 2 or 3 days' time, and then she will receive the sultan her father as she ought. But I will go and see her," added she. "I am very much deceived if she receives me in the same manner." As soon as the sultaness was dressed, she went to the princess' apartment, who was still in bed. She undrew the curtain, wished her good morrow, and kissed her. But how great was her surprise when she returned no answer. And looking more attentively at her, she perceived her to be very much dejected, which made her judge that something had happened, which she did not understand. "How comes it, child," said the sultaness, "that you do not return my caresses? Ought you to treat your mother after this manner? And do you think I do not know what may have happened in your circumstances? I am apt to believe you do not think so, and something extraordinary has happened. Come, tell me freely, and leave me no longer in a painful suspense." At last the Princess Badroulbadour broke silence with a great sigh, and said, "Alas, madam, most honored mother, forgive me if I have failed in the respect I owe you. My mind is so full of the extraordinary things which have befallen me this night, that I have not yet recovered my amazement and fright, and scarce know myself." Then she told her how the instant after she and her husband were in bed, the bed was transported into a dark, dirty room, where he was taken from her and carried away where she knew not, and she was left alone with a young man, who after he had said something to her, which her fright did not suffer her to hear, laid himself down by her in her husband's place, but first put his saber between them. And in the morning her husband was brought to her again, and the bed was transported back to her own chamber in an instant. "All this," said she, "was but just done, when the Sultan my father came into my chamber. I was so overwhelmed with grief that I had not power to make him one word of answer. Therefore I am afraid that he is offended at the manner in which I received the honor he did me. But I hope he will forgive me, when he knows my melancholy adventure, and the miserable state I am in at present." The sultaness heard all the princess told her very patiently, but would not believe it. "You did well, child," said she, "not to speak of this to your father. Take care not to mention it to anybody, for you will certainly be thought mad if you talk at this rate." "Madam," replied the princess, "I can assure you I am in my right senses. Ask my husband, and he will tell you the same story." "I will," said the sultaness, "but if he should talk in the same manner, I shall not be better persuaded of the truth. Come, rise, and throw off this idle fancy. It will be a fine story indeed, if all the feasts and rejoicings in the kingdom should be interrupted by such a vision. Do not you hear the trumpets sounding, and drums beating, and concerts of the finest music? Cannot all these inspire you with joy and pleasure, and make you forget all the fancies you tell me of?" At the same time the sultaness called the princess's women, and after she had seen her get up and set her at her toilet, she went to the sultan's apartment, and told him that her daughter had got some odd notions in her head, but that there was nothing in them. Then she sent for the vizier's son, to know of him something of what the princess had told her. But he, thinking himself highly honored to be allied to the sultan, resolved to disguise the matter. "Son-in-law," said the sultaness, "are you as much infatuated as your wife?" "Madam," replied the vizier's son, "may I be so bold as to ask the reason of that question?" "Oh, that is enough," answered the sultaness. "I ask no more. I see you are wiser than her." The rejoicings lasted all that day in the palace, and the sultaness, who never left the princess, forgot nothing to divert her and induce her to take part in the various diversions and shows. But she was so struck with the idea of what had happened to her that night that it was easy to see her thoughts were entirely taken up about it. Neither was the Grand Vizier's son's affliction less, but that his ambition made him disguise it, and nobody doubted but he was a happy bridegroom. Aladdin, who was well acquainted with what passed in the palace, never disputed but that the new married couple were to lie together again that night, notwithstanding the troublesome adventure of the night before. And therefore, having as great an inclination to disturb them, he had recourse to his lamp. And when the genie appeared and offered his service, he said to him, "The Grand Vizier's son and the Princess Badrulbudur are to lie together again tonight. Go, and as soon as they are in bed, bring the bed hither, as thou didst yesterday." The genie obeyed Aladdin as faithfully and exactly as the day before. The Grand Vizier's son passed the night as coldly and disagreeably as before, and the princess had the mortification again to have Aladdin for her bedfellow with the saber between them. The genie, according to Aladdin's orders, came the next morning, and brought the bridegroom and laid him by his bride, and then carried the bed and new married couple back again to the palace. The Sultan, after the reception the Princess Badrulbudur had given him that day, was very anxious to know how she passed the second night, and if she would give him the same reception, and therefore went into her chamber as early as the morning before. The Grand Vizier's son, more ashamed and mortified with the ill success of this last night, no sooner heard him coming, but he jumped out of bed and ran hastily into the wardrobe. The Sultan went to the princess's bedside, and after the caresses he had given her the former morning, bid her good morrow. "Well, daughter," he said, "are you in a better humor than you was yesterday morning?" Still the princess was silent, and the Sultan perceived her to be more troubled and in greater confusion than before. He doubted not but that something very extraordinary was the cause, but provoked that his daughter should conceal it, he said to her, in a rage, with his saber in his hand, "Daughter, tell me what is the matter, or I will cut off your head immediately." The princess, more frightened at the menaces and tone of the enraged sultan than at the sight of the drawn saber, at last broke silence, and said, with tears in her eyes, "My dear father and sultan, I ask your majesty's pardon if I have offended you, and hope that out of your goodness and clemency you will have compassion on me, when I have told you, in what a miserable condition I have spent this last night and the night before." After this preamble, which appeased and affected the sultan, she told him what had happened to her in so moving a manner, that he, who loved her tenderly, was most sensibly grieved. She added, "If your majesty doubts the truth of this account, you may inform yourself from my husband, who, I am persuaded, will tell you the same thing." The sultan immediately felt all the extreme uneasiness so surprising an adventure must have given the princess. "Daughter," said he, "you are very much to blame for not telling me this yesterday, since it concerns me as much as yourself. I did not marry you with an intention to make you miserable, but that you might enjoy all the happiness you deserve, and might hope for from a husband, who to me seemed agreeable to you. Efface all these troublesome ideas out of your memory. I will take care and give orders that you shall have no more such disagreeable and insupportable nights." As soon as the sultan had got back to his own apartment, he sent for the Grand Vizier. "Vizier," said he, "have you seen your son, and has he not told you anything?" The vizier replied, "No." Then the sultan related all that the Princess Badrulbudur had told him, and afterwards said, "I do not doubt but that my daughter has told me the truth, but nevertheless I should be glad to have it confirmed by your son, therefore go and ask him how it was." The Grand Vizier went immediately to his son, and communicated to him what the sultan had told him, and enjoined him to conceal nothing from him, but to tell him the whole truth. "I will disguise nothing from you, father," replied the son, "for indeed all that the princess says is true. But what relates particularly to myself she knows nothing of. After my marriage I have passed 2 such nights as are beyond imagination or expression, not to mention the fright I was in, to feel my bed lifted up 4 times, and transported from one place to another, without being able to guess how it was done. You shall judge of the miserable condition I was in, to pass 2 whole nights in nothing but my shirt, standing in a kind of privy, unable to stir out of the place where I was put, or to make the least movement, though I could not perceive any obstacle to prevent me. Yet I must tell you that all this ill usage does not in the least lessen those sentiments of love, respect, and gratitude I entertain for the princess, and of which she is so deserving. But I must confess that notwithstanding all the honor and splendor that attends my marrying my sovereign's daughter, I would much rather die than live longer in so great an alliance if I must undergo what I have already endured. I do not doubt but that the princess entertains the same sentiments, and that she will readily agree to a separation, which is so necessary both for her repose and mine. Therefore, father, I beg you, by the same tenderness you had for me to procure me so great an honor, to get the sultan's consent that our marriage may be declared null and void. Notwithstanding the Grand Vizier's ambition to have his son allied to the Sultan, the firm resolution he saw he had formed to be separated from the princess made him not think it proper to propose to him to have a little patience for a few days, to see if this disappointment would not have an end, but left him to go and give the Sultan an account of what he had told him, assuring him that all was but too true, without waiting till the Sultan himself, whom he found pretty much disposed to it, spoke of breaking the marriage. He begged of him to give his son leave to retire from the palace, alleging for an excuse that it was not just that the princess should be a moment longer exposed to so terrible a persecution upon his son's account. The Grand Vizier found no great difficulty to obtain what he asked. From that instant, the Sultan, who had determined it already, gave orders to put a stop to all rejoicings in the palace and town, and sent expresses to all parts of his dominions to countermand his first orders, and, in a short time, all rejoicings ceased. This sudden and unexpected change gave rise both in the city and kingdom to various speculations and inquiries, but no other account could be given of it, except that both the vizier and his son went out of the palace very much dejected. Nobody but Aladdin knew the secret. He rejoiced within himself for the happy success procured for him by his lamp, which now he had no more occasion to rub, to produce the genie to prevent the consummation of the marriage, which he had certain information was broken off, and that his rival had left the palace. But what is most particular, neither the Sultan nor the Grand Vizier, who had forgot Aladdin and his request, had the least thought that he had any hand in the enchantment which caused the dissolution of the marriage. Nevertheless, Aladdin waited till the 3 months were completed, which the Sultan had appointed for the consummation of the marriage between the Princess Badrulbudur and himself, but the next day sent his mother to the palace to remind the Sultan of his promise. Aladdin's mother went to the palace, as her son had bid her, and stood before the divan in the same place as before. The Sultan no sooner cast his eyes upon her, but he knew her again, and remembered her business, and how long he had put her off. Therefore, when the Grand Vizier was beginning to make his report, the Sultan interrupted him, and said, Vizier, I see the good woman who made me the present some months hence. Forbear your report till I have heard what she has to say. The Vizier then looking about the divan, presently perceived Aladdin's mother, and sent the chief of the officers for her. Aladdin's mother came to the foot of the throne and prostrated herself as usual, and when she rose up again, the Sultan asked her what she would have. Sir, said she, I come to represent to your majesty, in the name of my son Aladdin, that the 3 months, at the end of which you ordered me to come again, are expired, and to beg you to remember your promise. The Sultan, when he took this time to answer the request of this good woman the first time he saw her, little thought of hearing any more of a marriage, which he imagined must be very disagreeable to the princess, when he only considered the meanness and poverty of Aladdin's mother in her dress, not above the common run, but this summons for him to be as good as his word was somewhat embarrassing to him. He declined giving an answer till he had consulted his vizier, and signified to him the little inclination he had to conclude a match for his daughter with a stranger, whose fortune he supposed to be very mean indeed. The Grand Vizier freely told the Sultan his thoughts on the matter, and said to him, In my opinion, sir, there is an infallible way for your majesty to avoid a match so disproportionable, without giving Aladdin, were he better known to your majesty, any cause of complaint, which is, to set so high a value upon the princess, that were he never so rich he could not come up to. This is the only way to make him desist from so bold, not to say, rash an undertaking, which he never weighed before he engaged in it. The Sultan, approving of the Grand Vizier's advice, turned about to Aladdin's mother, and after some reflection, said to her, Good woman, it is true sultans ought to be as good as their words, and I am ready to keep mine, by making your son happy by the marriage of the princess my daughter. But as I cannot marry her without some valuable consideration from your son, you may tell him I will fulfill my promise as soon as he shall send me 40 basins of massy gold, brimful of the same things you have already made me a present of, and carried by the like number of black slaves, who shall be led by as many young and handsome well-made white slaves, all dressed magnificently. On these conditions I am ready to bestow the princess my daughter on him. Therefore, good woman, go and tell him so, and I will wait till you bring me his answer. Aladdin's mother prostrated herself a second time before the Sultan's throne and retired. In her way home, she laughed within herself at her son's foolish imagination. Where, said she, can he get so many such large gold basins, and enough of that colored glass to fill them? Must he go again to that subterraneous abode, the entrance into which is stopped up, and gather them off the trees? But where will he get so many such slaves as the Sultan requires? It is altogether out of his power, and I believe he will not be well satisfied with my embassy this time. When she came home, full of these thoughts, she said to her son, Indeed, child, I would not have you think any farther of your marriage with the Princess Badrulbudur. The Sultan received me very kindly, and I believe he was well inclined to you. But if I am not very much deceived, the Grand Vizier has made him change his mind, as you will guess from what I have to tell you. After I had represented to His Majesty that the 3 months were expired, and begged of him to remember his promise, I observed that he whispered with his Grand Vizier before he gave me this answer. Then she gave her son an exact account of what the Sultan said to her, and the conditions on which he consented to the match. Afterwards she said to him, The Sultan expects your answer immediately. But continued she, laughing, I believe he may wait long enough. Not so long, mother, as you imagine, replied Aladdin. The Sultan is mistaken if he thinks by this exorbitant demand to prevent my entertaining thoughts of the princess. I expected greater difficulties, and that he would have set a higher price upon that incomparable princess. But I am very well pleased. His demand is but a trifle to what I could have done for her. But while I think of satisfying his request, go and get us something for dinner, and leave the rest to me. As soon as Aladdin's mother was gone out to market, Aladdin took up the lamp, and rubbing it, the genie appeared and offered his service as usual. The Sultan, said Aladdin to him, gives me the princess his daughter in marriage, but demands first of me 40 large basins of massy gold, brimful of the fruits of the garden, from whence I took this lamp you are slave to, and these he expects to have carried by as many black slaves, each preceded by a young handsome well-made white slave, richly clothed. Go, and fetch me this present as soon as possible, that I may send it to him before the divan breaks up. The genie told him his command should be immediately obeyed and disappeared. In a little time afterwards, the genie returned with 40 black slaves, each bearing on his head a basin of massy gold of 20 marks weight, full of pearls, diamonds, rubies, and emeralds, all larger and more beautiful than those presented to the Sultan before. Each basin was covered with a silver stuff, embroidered with flowers of gold. All these and the white slaves quite filled the house, which was but a small one, and the little court before it, and the little garden behind. The genie asked Aladdin if he had any other commands. Aladdin telling him that he wanted nothing farther than, the genie disappeared. When Aladdin's mother came from market, she was in a great surprise to see so many people and such vast riches. As soon as she had laid down her provisions, she was going to pull off her veil. But Aladdin prevented her and said, Mother, let us lose no time. But before the Sultan and the divan rise, I would have you return to the palace, and go with this present, as the dowry he asked for the Princess Badrulbudur, that he may judge by my diligence and exactness of the ardent and sincere zeal I have to procure myself the honor of this alliance. Without waiting for his mother's making a reply, Aladdin opened the street door and made the slaves walk out. A white slave followed always by a black one with a basin on his head. When they were all got out, the mother followed the last black slave, and he shut the door and then retired to his chamber, full of hopes that the Sultan, after this present, which was such as he required, would at length receive him as his son-in-law. The first white slave that went out of the house made all the people, who were going by and saw him, stop, and before they were all got out of the house, the street was crowded with spectators, who ran to see so extraordinary and noble a sight. The dress of each slave was so rich, both for the stuff and the jewels, that those who were dealers in them valued each at no less than 1 million of money. Besides the neatness and propriety of the dress, the good grace, noble air, and delicate shape and proportion of each slave was unparalleled. Their grave walk at an equal distance from each other, the luster of the jewels, which were large and curiously set in their girdles of massy gold, in beautiful symmetry, and those ensigns of precious stones in their hats, which were of so particular a taste, put the crowds of spectators into so great admiration, that they could not be weary of gazing at them and following them with their eyes as far as possible. But the streets were so crowded with people that none could move out of the spot they stood on. As they were to pass through a great many streets to go to the palace, a great part of the city had an opportunity of seeing them. As soon as the first of these slaves arrived at the palace gate, the porters formed themselves into order, and took him for a king, by the richness and magnificence of his habit, and were going to kiss the hem of his garment. But the slave, who was instructed by the genie, prevented them and said, "We are only slaves. Our master will appear at a proper time." Then this slave, followed by the rest, advanced into the second court, which was very spacious, and in which the Sultan's household was ranged during the sitting of the divan. The magnificence of the officers, who stood at the head of their troops, was very much eclipsed by the slaves who bore Aladdin's present, of which they themselves made a part. Nothing was ever seen so beautiful and brilliant in the Sultan's palace before, and all the luster of the lords of his court was not to be compared to them. As the Sultan, who had been informed of their march and coming to the palace, had given orders for them to be admitted when they came, they met with no obstacle, but went into the divan in good order, one part filing to the right and the other to the left. After they were all entered and had formed a great semicircle before the Sultan's throne, the black slaves laid the basins on the carpet, and all prostrated themselves, touching the carpet with their foreheads, and at the same time the white slaves did the same. When they all rose again, the black slaves uncovered the basins, and then all stood with their arms crossed over their breasts with great modesty. In the meantime, Aladdin's mother advanced to the foot of the throne, and having paid her respects, said to the Sultan, "Sir, my son Aladdin is sensible this present, which he has sent your majesty, is much below the Princess Badrulbudour's worth, but hopes, nevertheless, that your majesty will accept of it, and make it agreeable to the princess, with the greater confidence that he has endeavored to conform to the conditions you were pleased to impose on him." The Sultan was not able to give the least attention to this compliment of Aladdin's mother. The moment he cast his eyes on the 40 basins, brimful of the most precious, brilliant, and beautiful jewels he had ever seen, and the fourscore slaves who appeared by the comeliness of their persons, and the richness and magnificence of their dress like so many kings, he was so struck that he could not recover from his admiration. But instead of answering the compliment of Aladdin's mother, addressed himself to the Grand Vizier, who could not any more than the Sultan comprehend from whence such a profusion of riches could come. "Well, Vizier," said he aloud, "who do you think it can be that has sent me so extraordinary a present, and neither of us know? Do you think him worthy of the Princess Badrulbudour, my daughter?" The Vizier, notwithstanding his envy and grief to see a stranger preferred to be the Sultan's son-in-law before his son, durst not disguise his sentiments. It was too visible that Aladdin's present was more than sufficient to merit his being received into that great alliance. Therefore, adopting the Sultan's sentiments, he returned this answer: "I am so far, sir, from having any thoughts that the person who has made your majesty so noble a present is unworthy of the honor you would do him, that I should be bold to say he deserved much more, if I was not persuaded that the greatest treasure in the world ought not to be put in a balance with the princess, your majesty's daughter." This advice was applauded by all the lords who were then in council. The Sultan made no longer hesitation, nor thought of informing himself whether Aladdin was endowed with all the qualifications requisite in one who aspired to be his son-in-law. The sight alone of such immense riches, and Aladdin's diligence in satisfying his demand, without starting the least difficulty on the exorbitant conditions he had imposed on him, easily persuaded him that he could want nothing to render him accomplished, and such as he desired. Therefore, to send Aladdin's mother back with all the satisfaction she could desire, he said to her, "Good woman, go and tell your son that I wait to receive him with open arms and embrace him. And the more haste he makes to come and receive the princess my daughter from my hands, the greater pleasure he will do me." As soon as Aladdin's mother retired, overjoyed as a woman in her condition must be, to see her son raised beyond all expectations to such great fortune, the Sultan put an end to the audience for that day, and, rising from his throne, ordered that the princess's eunuchs should come and carry those basins into their mistress's apartment, whither he went, himself to examine them with her at his leisure. The fourscore slaves were not forgotten, but were conducted into the palace. And some time after, the Sultan, telling the Princess Badrulbudour of their magnificent appearance, ordered them to be brought before her apartment, that she might see through the lattices he exaggerated not in his account of them. In the meantime, Aladdin's mother got home, and showed in her air and countenance the good news she brought her son. "My son," said she to him, "you have now all the reason in the world to be pleased. You are, contrary to my expectations, arrived at the height of your desires, and you know what I always told you. Not to keep you too long in suspense, the Sultan, with the approbation of the whole court, has declared that you are worthy to possess the Princess Badrulbudour, and waits to embrace you and conclude your marriage. Therefore you must think of making some preparations for that interview that may answer the high opinion he has formed of your person, and after the wonders I have seen you do, I am persuaded nothing can be wanting. But I must not forget to tell you, the Sultan waits for you with great impatience, therefore lose no time to go to him." Aladdin, charmed with this news, and full of the object which possessed his soul, made his mother very little reply, but retired to his chamber. There, after he had rubbed his lamp, which had never failed him in whatever he wished for, the obedient genie appeared. "Genie," said Aladdin, "I want to bathe immediately, and you must afterwards provide me the richest and most magnificent habit ever worn by a monarch." No sooner were the words out of his mouth, but the genie rendered him, as well as himself, invisible, and transported him into a bath of the finest marble of all sorts of colors, where he was undressed, without seeing by whom, in a neat and spacious hall. From the hall he was led to the bath, which was of a moderate heat, and he was there rubbed and washed with all sorts of scented water. After he had passed through several degrees of heat, he came out, quite a different man from what he was before. His skin was clear, white, and red, and his body lightsome and free. And when he returned into the hall, he found, instead of his own, a suit, the magnificence of which very much surprised him. The genie helped him to dress, and when he had done, transported him back to his own chamber, where he asked him if he had any other commands. "Yes," answered Aladdin, "I expect you should bring me as soon as possible a horse that surpasses in beauty and goodness the best in the Sultan's stables, with a saddle, bridle, and housing, and other accoutrements worth 1,000,000 of money. I want also 20 slaves, as richly clothed as those who carried the present to the Sultan, to walk by my side and follow me, and 20 more such to go before me in 2 ranks. Besides these, bring my mother 6 women slaves to wait on her, as richly dressed at least as any of the Princess Badrulbuders, each loaded with a complete suit fit for any sultaness. I want also 10,000 pieces of gold in 10 purses. Go, and make haste." As soon as Aladdin had given these orders, the genie disappeared and presently returned with the horse, the 40 slaves, 10 of whom carried each a purse with 1,000 pieces of gold, and 6 women slaves, each carrying on their head a different dress for Aladdin's mother, wrapped up in a piece of silver stuff, and presented them all to Aladdin. Of the 10 purses, Aladdin took but 4, which he gave to his mother, telling her those were to supply her with necessaries. The other 6 he left in the hands of the slaves who brought them, with an order to throw them by handfuls among the people as they went to the Sultan's palace. The 6 slaves who carried the purses he ordered likewise to march before him, 3 on the right hand and 3 on the left. Afterwards he presented the 6 women slaves to his mother, telling her they were her slaves, and that the dresses they had brought were for her use. When Aladdin had thus settled matters, he told the genie he would call for him when he wanted him, and thereupon the genie disappeared. Aladdin's thoughts now were only of answering, as soon as possible, the desire the Sultan had shown to see him. He dispatched one of the 40 slaves to the palace, with an order to address himself to the chief of the officers, to know when he might have the honor to come and throw himself at the Sultan's feet. The slave soon acquitted himself of his message, and brought for answer that the Sultan waited for him with impatience. Aladdin immediately mounted his horse, and began his march in the order we have already described. And though he never was on a horse's back before, he appeared with such extraordinary grace that the most experienced horseman would not have taken him for a novice. The streets through which he was to pass were almost instantly filled with an innumerable concourse of people, who made the air echo with their acclamations, especially every time the 6 slaves who carried the purses threw handfuls of gold into the air on both sides. Neither did these acclamations and shouts of joy come only from those who scrambled for the money, but from a superior rank of people who could not forbear applauding publicly Aladdin's generosity. Not only those who knew him once when he played in the streets like a vagabond did not know him again. Those who saw him but a little while before hardly knew him, so much were his features altered. Such were the effects of the lamp, as to procure by degrees to those who possessed it perfections agreeable to the rank the right use of it advanced them to. Much more attention was paid to Aladdin's person than to the pomp and magnificence of his attendants, which had been taken notice of the day before, when the slaves walked in procession with the present to the Sultan. Nevertheless, the horse was very much admired by good judges, who knew not how to discern his beauties, without being dazzled with the jewels and richness of the furniture. And when the report was everywhere spread about, that the Sultan was going to give the Princess Badrulbudur in marriage to him, nobody regarded his birth, nor envied his good fortune, so worthy he seemed of it. When he arrived at the palace, everything was prepared for his reception, and when he came to the second gate, he would have alighted from off his horse, agreeable to the custom observed by the Grand Vizier, the generals of the armies, and governors of provinces of the first rank. But the chief of the officers, who waited on him by the Sultan's order, prevented him, and attended him to the council hall, where he helped him to dismount, though Aladdin opposed him very much but could not prevail. The officers formed themselves into two ranks at the entrance of the hall. The chief put Aladdin on his right hand, and through the midst of them led him to the Sultan's throne. As soon as the Sultan perceived Aladdin, he was no less surprised to see him more richly and magnificently clothed than ever he had been himself, than surprised at his good mien, fine shape, and a certain air of unexpected grandeur, very different from the meanness his mother appeared in. But notwithstanding, his amazement and surprise did not hinder him from rising off his throne and descending 2 or 3 steps quick enough to prevent Aladdin's throwing himself at his feet. He embraced him with all the demonstrations of friendship. After this civility, Aladdin would have cast himself at his feet again, but he held him fast by the hand and obliged him to sit between him and the Grand Vizier. Then Aladdin, resuming the discourse, said, "I receive, sir, the honor which your majesty, out of your great goodness, is pleased to confer on me. But permit me to tell you that I have not forgotten that I am your slave, that I know the greatness of your power, and that I am not insensible how much my birth is below the splendor and luster of the high rank to which I am raised. If any way," continued he, "I could have merited so favorable a reception, I confess I owe it merely to the boldness which chance inspired me to raise my eyes, thoughts, and desires to the divine princess, who is the object of my wishes. I ask your majesty's pardon for my rashness, but I cannot dissemble that I should die with grief if I should lose my hopes of seeing them accomplished." "My son," answered the Sultan, embracing him a second time, "you would wrong me to doubt for a moment of my sincerity. Your life from this moment is too dear to me not to preserve it, by presenting you with the remedy which is at my disposal. I prefer the pleasure of seeing and hearing you before all your treasure added to mine." Next. After these words, the Sultan gave a signal, and immediately the air echoed with the sound of trumpets and hautboys and other musical instruments. And at the same time, the Sultan led Aladdin into a magnificent hall, where there was prepared a noble feast. The Sultan and Aladdin eat by themselves, the Grand Vizier and the great lords of the court, according to their dignity and rank, waited all the time. The conversation turned on different subjects, but all the while the Sultan took so great a pleasure in seeing him that he hardly ever took his eyes off him. And throughout all their conversation, Aladdin showed so much good sense, as confirmed the Sultan in the good opinion he had of him. After the feast, the Sultan sent for the chief judge of his capital, and ordered him to draw up immediately a contract of marriage between the Princess Badrulbudur, his daughter, and Aladdin. In the meantime, the Sultan and he entered into another conversation on various subjects, in the presence of the Grand Vizier and the lords of the court, who all admired the solidity of his wit, the great ease and freedom wherewith he delivered himself, and the beautiful thoughts and his delicacy in expressing them. When the judge had drawn up the contract in all the requisite forms, the Sultan asked Aladdin if he would stay in the palace, and solemnized the ceremonies of marriage that day, to which he answered, "Sir, though great is my impatience to enjoy your majesty's goodness, yet I beg of you to give me leave to defer it till I have built a palace fit to receive the princess in. I therefore desire you to grant me a convenient spot of ground near your palace, that I may come the more frequently to pay my respects to you, and I will take care to have it finished with all diligence." "Son," said the Sultan, "take what ground you think proper. There is land enough before my palace. But consider, I cannot then see you so soon united with my daughter, which would complete my joy." After these words, he embraced Aladdin again, who took his leave with as much politeness as if he had been bred up and had always lived at court. Aladdin mounted his horse again, and returned home in the same order he came, with the acclamations of the people, who wished him all happiness and prosperity. As soon as he dismounted, he retired to his own chamber, took the lamp, and called the genie as before, who, in the usual manner, made him a tender of his service. "Genie," said Aladdin, "I have all the reason in the world to commend your exactness in executing hitherto punctually whatever I have asked you to do. But now, if you have any regard for the lamp your mistress, you must show, if possible, more zeal and diligence than ever. I would have you build me, as soon as you can, a palace over against and at a proper distance from the Sultan's, fit to receive my spouse the Princess Badrulbudur. I leave the choice of the materials to you, that is to say, porphyry, jasper, agate, lapis lazuli, and the finest marble of the most varied colors, and of the rest of the building. But I expect that in the highest story of this palace you shall build me a large hall with a dome, and 4 equal fronts, and that, instead of layers of bricks, the walls be made of massy gold and silver, laid alternately, that each front shall contain 6 windows, the lattices of all which, except one, which must be left unfinished and imperfect, shall be so enriched with art and symmetry, with diamonds, rubies, and emeralds, that they shall exceed everything of the kind that has ever been seen in the world. I would have an inner and outer court before this palace, and a curious garden. But above all things take care that there be laid in a place which you shall point out to me, a treasure of gold and silver coin. Besides, this palace must be well provided with kitchens, and offices, storehouses, and rooms to keep choice furniture in, for every season of the year. I must have stables full of the finest horses, with their equerries and grooms and hunting equipage. There must be officers to attend the kitchens and offices, and women slaves to wait on the princess. You understand what I mean, therefore go about it, and come and tell me when all is finished. By the time Aladdin had instructed the genie, with his intentions respecting the building of his palace, the sun was set. The next morning by break of day, Aladdin, whose love for the princess would not let him sleep, was no sooner up, but the genie presented himself and said, "Sir, your palace is finished. Come and see bow you like it." Aladdin had no sooner signified his consent, but the genie transported him thither in an instant, and he found it so much beyond his expectation that he could not enough admire it. The genie led him through all the apartments, where he met with nothing but what was rich and magnificent, with officers and slaves, all dressed according to their rank and the services to which they were appointed. The genie showed him the treasury, which was opened by a treasurer, where Aladdin saw heaps of purses of different sizes piled up to the top of the ceiling and disposed in most pleasing order. The genie assured him of the treasurer's fidelity, and thence led him to the stables, where he showed him some of the finest horses in the world, and the grooms busy in dressing them. From thence they went to the storehouses, which were filled with all necessary provisions, both for the food and ornament of the horses. When Aladdin had examined the palace from top to bottom, and particularly the hall with the 24 windows, and found it much beyond whatever he could have imagined, he said to the genie, "Genie, no one can be better satisfied than I am. And indeed I should be very much to blame if I found any fault. There is only one thing wanting, which I forgot to mention. That is, to lay from the Sultan's palace to the door of the apartment, designed for the princess, a carpet of fine velvet for her to walk upon." The genie immediately disappeared, and Aladdin saw what he desired executed that minute. Then the genie returned and carried Aladdin home, before the gates of the Sultan's palace were opened. When the porters, who had always been used to an open prospect, came to open the gates, they were amazed to find it obstructed, and to see a carpet of velvet spread for a great way. They did not immediately see what it meant, but when they could discern Aladdin's palace distinctly, their surprise was increased. The news of so extraordinary a wonder was presently spread through the palace. The Grand Vizier, who came soon after the gates were open, was no less amazed than other people at this novelty, but ran and acquainted the Sultan, and endeavored to make him believe it to be all enchantment. "Vizier," replied the Sultan, "why will you have it to be enchantment? You know as well as I that it is Aladdin's palace, which I gave him leave to build, to receive my daughter in. After the proof we have had of his riches, can we think it strange that he should build a palace in so short a time? He has a mind to surprise us, and let us see what wonders are to be done with ready money every day. Confess sincerely with me that that enchantment you talk of proceeds from a little envy." The hour of going to council put an end to the conversation. When Aladdin had been conveyed home, and had dismissed the genie, he found his mother up, and dressing herself in one of those suits that were brought her. By the time the Sultan came from the council, Aladdin had prepared his mother to go to the palace with her slaves, and desired her, if she saw the Sultan, to tell him she came to do herself the honor to attend the princess towards evening to her palace. Accordingly she went, but though she and the women slaves who followed her were all dressed like sultanesses, yet the crowd was nothing near so great, because they were all veiled and had each an upper garment on, agreeable to the richness and magnificence of their habits. As for Aladdin, he mounted his horse, and took leave of his paternal house forever, taking care not to forget his wonderful lamp, by the assistance of which he had reaped such advantages, and arrived at the utmost height of his wishes, and went to the palace in the same pomp as the day before. As soon as the porters of the Sultan's palace saw Aladdin's mother, they went and informed the Sultan, who presently ordered the bands of trumpets, cymbals, drums, fifes, and hautboys, placed in different parts of the palace, to play and beat, so that the air resounded with concerts, which inspired the whole city with joy. The merchants began to adorn their shops and houses with fine carpets and cushions, and bedeck them with boughs, and prepare illuminations against night. The artists of all sorts left their work, and the people all repaired to the great space between the Sultan's and Aladdin's palace, which last drew all their attention, not only because it was new to them, but because there was no comparison between the two buildings. but their amazement was to comprehend by what unheard-of miracle so magnificent a palace should be so soon built, it being apparent to all that there were no prepared materials or any foundations laid the day before. Next, Aladdin's mother was received in the palace with honor and introduced into the Princess Badrulbudir's apartment by the chief of the eunuchs. As soon as the princess saw her, she went and saluted her and desired her to sit down on her sofa. And while her women made an end of dressing her and adorned her with the jewels Aladdin had presented her with, a noble collation was served up. At the same time, the sultan, who had a mind to be as much with his daughter as possible before he parted with her, came and paid her great respect. Aladdin's mother had often talked to the sultan in public, but he had never seen her with her veil off, as she was then, and though she was somewhat advanced in years, she had the remains of a good face, which showed what she had been in her youth. The sultan, who had always seen her dressed very meanly, not to say poorly, was surprised to find her as richly and magnificently clothed as the princess his daughter. This made him think Aladdin equally prudent and wise in whatever he undertook. When it was night, the princess took her leave of the sultan her father. Their adieus were tender and accompanied with tears. They embraced each other several times, and at last the princess left her own apartment and set forward for Aladdin's palace, with his mother on her left hand, followed by 100 women slaves, dressed with surprising magnificence. All the bands of music, which played from the time Aladdin's mother arrived, joined together, led the procession, followed by 100 chayu, and the like number of black eunuchs, in 2 files with their officers at their head. 400 of the sultan's young pages carried flambeaux on each side, which, together with the illuminations of the sultan's and Aladdin's palaces, made it as light as day. In this order the princess walked on the carpet, which was spread from the sultan's palace to Aladdin's, preceded by bands of musicians, who, as they advanced, joining with those on the terraces of Aladdin's palace, formed a concert, which, extraordinary and confused as it appeared, increased the joy not only of the crowd assembled in the great square, but of all that were in the 2 palaces, the town, and a great way round about it. At length the princess arrived at the new palace. Aladdin ran with all imaginable joy to receive her at the entrance of the apartment appointed for him. His mother had taken care to point him out to the princess, in the midst of the officers that surrounded him, and she was charmed with his person as soon as she saw him. "Adorable princess," said Aladdin to her, accosting her, and saluting her respectfully, "if I have the misfortune to have displeased you by my boldness in aspiring to the possession of so lovely a princess, and my sultan's daughter, I must tell you that you ought to blame your bright eyes and charms, not me." "Prince, as I may now call you," answered the princess, "I am obedient to the will of my father, and it is enough for me to have seen you to tell you that I obey without reluctance." Aladdin, charmed with so agreeable and satisfactory an answer, would not keep the princess standing after she had walked so far, which was more than she was used to do, but took her by the hand, which he kissed with the greatest demonstrations of joy, and led her into a large hall, illuminated with an infinite number of wax candles, where, by the care of the genie, a noble feast was served up. The plates were of massy gold, and contained the most delicate meats. The vases, basins, and goblets, with which the beaufet was furnished, were gold also, and of exquisite workmanship, and all the other ornaments and embellishments of the hall were answerable to this great wealth. The princess, dazzled to see so much riches collected in one place, said to Aladdin, "I thought, Prince, that nothing in the world was so beautiful as the Sultan my father's palace, but the sight of this hall alone is sufficient to show I was deceived." Then Aladdin led the princess to the place appointed for her, and as soon as she and his mother were sat down, a band of the most harmonious instruments, accompanied with the voices of beautiful ladies, began a concert, which lasted without intermission to the end of the repast. The princess was so charmed that she declared she never heard anything like it in the Sultan her father's court, but she knew not that these musicians were fairies chosen by the genie, slave of the lamp. When the supper was ended and the table taken away, there entered a company of dancers, who danced according to the custom of the country, several figure dances, ending with a dancing man and woman, who performed their parts with surprising lightness and agility, and showed all the address they were capable of. About midnight, Aladdin, according to the custom of that time in China, rose up and presented his hand to the Princess Badrulbudur to dance with her, and to finish the ceremonies of their nuptials. They danced with so good a grace that they were the admiration of all the company. When they left off, Aladdin did not let the princess's hand go, but led her to the apartment where the nuptial bed was prepared. The princess's women helped to undress her and put her to bed. Aladdin's officers did the same by him, and then all retired. Thus ended the ceremonies and rejoicings at the marriage of Aladdin with the Princess Badrulbudur. The next morning when Aladdin awaked, His valets de chamber presented themselves to dress him, and brought him another habit as rich and magnificent as that he wore the day before. Then he ordered one of the horses appointed for his use to be got ready, mounted him, and went in the midst of a large troop of slaves to the Sultan's palace. The Sultan received him with the same honors as before, embraced him, placed him on the throne near him, and ordered in breakfast. Aladdin replied, "I beg your majesty will dispense with me from accepting that honor today. I came to ask you to come and take a repast in the princess's palace, attended by your grand vizier and all the lords of your court." The Sultan consented with pleasure, rose up immediately, and as it was not far off, went thither on foot, with Aladdin on his right hand, the grand vizier on his left, preceded by the Chayu and principal officers of his palace, and followed by all the great lords of his court. The nearer the Sultan approached Aladdin's palace, the more he was struck with its beauty, but was much more amazed when he entered it, and could not forbear breaking out into exclamations of approbation. But when he came into the hall with the 24 windows, into which Aladdin had invited him, and had seen the ornaments, and above all, cast his eyes on the windows, enriched with diamonds, rubies, emeralds, all large perfect stones, and when Aladdin had observed to him that it was as rich on the outside, he was so much surprised that he remained some time motionless. After he recovered himself, he said to his vizier, "Is it possible that there should be such a stately palace so nigh my own, and I be an utter stranger to it till now?" "Sir," replied the grand vizier, "your majesty may remember that the day before yesterday you gave Aladdin, whom you accepted for your son-in-law, leave to build a palace over against your own, and that very day at sunset there was no palace on this spot. And yesterday I had the honor first to tell you that the palace was built and finished." "I remember it," replied the Sultan, "but never imagined that the palace was one of the wonders of the world. For where in all the world besides shall we find walls built of courses of massy gold and silver, instead of courses of brick, stone, or marble? And diamonds, rubies, and emeralds, set thick about the windows. There never was anything mentioned like it in this world before." The Sultan would examine and admire the beauty of all the windows, and counting them, found that there were but 23 windows that were so richly adorned, and he was greatly astonished that the 24th was left imperfect. "Vizier," said he, for that minister made a point of never leaving him, "I am surprised that a hall of this magnificence should be left thus imperfect." "Sir," replied the grand vizier, "without doubt Aladdin only wanted time to finish this window like the rest, for it is not to be supposed but that he has sufficient jewels for it, and that he will set about it the first opportunity." Aladdin, who had left the Sultan to go and give some orders, returned just as the vizier had given that prince his supposed reasons. "Son," said the Sultan to him, "this hall is the most worthy of admiration of any hall in the world. There is only one thing that surprises me, which is, to find one of the windows unfinished. Is it from the forgetfulness or negligence of the workmen, or want of time, that they have not put the finishing stroke to so beautiful a piece of architecture?" "Sir," answered Aladdin, "it was for none of their reasons that your majesty sees it in this condition. The thing was done by design, and it was by my orders that the workmen left it thus, since I had a mind that your majesty should have the glory of finishing this hall, and the palace also together, and I beg of you to approve of my good intention, that I may remember the favors I have received from you." "If you did it with this intention," replied the Sultan, "I take it kindly, and will give orders about it immediately." He accordingly sent for the most considerable jewelers and goldsmiths in his capital. In the meantime, the Sultan went out of this hall, and Aladdin led him into that where he had regaled the Princess Badrulbudur on their wedding day. The princess came immediately afterwards, and received the Sultan her father, with an air that showed how much she was satisfied with her marriage. 2 tables were immediately spread with the most delicious meats, all served up in gold dishes. The Sultan, princess, Aladdin, and the Grand Vizier sat down at the first, and all the lords of the court at the second, which was very long. The Sultan was very much pleased with the meats, and owned he had never eaten anything more excellent. He said the same of the wines, which were delicious. But what he most of all admired were 4 large beaufets, profusely furnished with large flagons, basins, and cups, all of massy gold, set with jewels. He was besides charmed with several bands of music, which were ranged along the hall, and formed most agreeable concerts. When the Sultan rose from table, he was informed that the jewelers and goldsmiths he had sent for attended, upon which he returned to the hall, and showed them the window which was unfinished. "I sent for you," said he, "to fit up this window in as great perfection as the rest. Examine them well, and make all the dispatch you can to make them all alike." The jewelers and goldsmiths examined the other 23 windows with great attention, and after they had consulted together, to know what each could furnish, They returned and presented themselves before the Sultan, whose principal jeweler, undertaking to speak for. The rest said, "Sir, we are all willing to exert our utmost care and industry to obey your majesty, but among us all we cannot furnish jewels enough for so great a work." "I have more than are necessary," said the Sultan. "Come to my palace, and you shall choose what are fitting." When the Sultan returned to his palace, he ordered his jewels to be fetched out, and the jewelers took a great quantity, particularly those which Aladdin had made him a present of, which they soon used, without making any great advance in their work. They came again several times for more, and in a month's time had not finished half their work. In short, they used all the jewels the Sultan had of his own, and borrowed of the vizier, and yet the work was not half done. Aladdin, who knew that all the Sultan's endeavors to make his window like the rest were in vain, and that he never could compass it with credit, sent for the jewelers and goldsmiths, and not only bid them desist from their work, but ordered them to undo what they had begun, and to carry all their jewels back to the Sultan and to the vizier. They undid in a few hours what they had been 6 weeks about, and retired, leaving Aladdin alone in the hall. He took the lamp which he carried about him, and rubbed it, and presently the genie appeared. "Genie," said Aladdin, "I ordered thee to leave one of the 24 windows of this hall imperfect, and thou hast executed my commands punctually. Now I would have thee make it like the rest." The genie immediately disappeared. Aladdin went out of the hall, and returning soon after into it, he found the window, as he wished it to be, like the others. In the meantime, the jewelers and goldsmiths reached the palace, and were introduced into the Sultan's presence, where the first jeweler, presenting the jewels which he had brought back, said in the name of all the rest, "Sir, your majesty knows how long we have been upon the work you was pleased to set us about, in which we used all imaginable industry. It was far advanced, when Aladdin obliged us not only to leave off, but to undo what we had already begun, and bring your majesty your jewels back." The Sultan asked them if Aladdin gave them any reason for so doing, and they answering that he had given them none, he ordered a horse to be brought to him presently, which he mounted, and rode to Aladdin's palace with some few attendants on foot by his side. When he came there, he alighted at the staircase, which led up to the hall with the 24 windows, and went directly up to it, without giving previous notice to Aladdin. But it happened that at that very juncture Aladdin was opportunely there, and had just time to receive him at the door. The Sultan, without giving Aladdin time to complain obligingly of his not giving him notice, that he might have acquitted himself with the more duty and respect, said to him, "Son, I come myself to know the reason why you left so noble and magnificent a hall as this is imperfect." Aladdin disguised the true reason, which was, that the Sultan was not rich enough in jewels to be at so great an expense, but said, "It is true your majesty saw this hall unfinished, but I beg of you now to see if anything is wanting." The Sultan went directly to the window which was left imperfect, and when he found it like the rest, he fancied that he was mistaken, and examined the 2 windows on each side, and afterwards all the 24. And when he was convinced that the window, which several workmen had been so long about, was finished in so short a time, he embraced Aladdin and kissed him between his eyes. "My son," said he, "what a man you are to do such surprising things always in the twinkling of an eye. There is not your fellow in the world. The more I know you, the more I admire you." Next. Aladdin received these praises from the Sultan with a great deal of modesty, and replied in these words, "Sir, it is a great honor to me to deserve your majesty's goodwill and approbation, and I assure you I shall study to deserve them more." The Sultan returned to his palace as he came, but would not let Aladdin go back with him. When he came there, he found his grand vizier waiting for him, to whom he related the wonder he had been a witness of with the utmost admiration, and in such terms as left that minister no room to doubt, but that the fact was as the Sultan related it, though he was the more confirmed in his belief that Aladdin's palace was the effect of enchantment, as he told the Sultan the first moment he saw it. He was going to repeat the same thing again, but the Sultan interrupted him, and said, "You told me so once before. I see, vizier, you have not forgot your son's marriage to my daughter." The Grand Vizier plainly saw how much the Sultan was prepossessed, and therefore avoided any disputes, and let him remain in his own opinion. The Sultan, as certain as he rose in a morning, went into the closet to look at Aladdin's palace, and would go many times in a day to contemplate and admire it. All this time Aladdin did not confine himself in his palace, but took care to show himself once or twice a week in the town, by going sometimes to one mosque, and sometimes to another, to prayers, or to pay a visit to the Grand Vizier, who affected to pay his court to him on certain days, or to do the principal lords of the court the honor to return their visits after he had regaled them at his palace. Every time he went out he caused 2 slaves, who walked by the side of his horse, to throw handfuls of money among the people as he passed through the streets and squares, which were generally on those occasions crowded. Besides, no one came to his palace gates to ask alms, but returned satisfied with his liberality. In short, he so divided his time that not a week passed but Aladdin went either once or twice a hunting, sometimes in the environs of the city, sometimes farther off. At which time the villages through which he passed felt the effects of his generosity, which gained him the love and blessings of the people, and it was common for them to swear by his head. In short, without giving the least umbrage to the Sultan, to whom he paid all imaginable respect, it might be said that Aladdin, by his affable behavior and liberality, had won the affections of the people, and was more beloved than the Sultan himself. With all these good qualities, he showed a courage and a zeal for the public good which could not be sufficiently applauded. He gave sufficient proofs of both in a revolt on the borders of that kingdom, for he no sooner understood that the Sultan was levying an army to disperse the rebels, but he begged the command of it, which he found no difficulty to obtain. As soon as he was at the head of the army, he marched against the rebels with so much expedition that the Sultan heard of the defeat of the rebels before he had received an account of his arrival in the army. And though this action rendered his name famous throughout the kingdom, it made no alteration in his disposition, but he was as affable after his victory as before. Aladdin had behaved himself after this manner several years, when the African magician, who undesignedly had been the instrument of raising him to so high a pitch of fortune, bethought himself of him in Africa, whither, after his expedition, he returned, and though he was almost persuaded that Aladdin died miserably in the subterraneous abode where he left him, yet he had the curiosity to inform himself about his end with certainty. And as he was a great geomancer, he took out of a cupboard a square-covered box which he made use of in his geomantic observations, then sat himself down on his sofa, set it before him, and uncovered it, after he had prepared and leveled the sand which was in it, with an intention to discover whether or no Aladdin died in the subterraneous abode. He cast the points, drew the figures, and formed a horoscope, by which, when he came to examine it, he found that Aladdin, instead of dying in the cave, had escaped out of it, lived splendidly, was very rich, had married a princess, and was very much honored and respected. The magician no sooner understood by the rules of his diabolical art that Aladdin had arrived to that height of good fortune, but a color came into his face, and he cried out in a rage, "This poor sorry tailor's son has discovered the secret and virtue of the lamp. I believed his death to be certain, but find too plainly he enjoys the fruit of my labor and study. But I will prevent his enjoying it long or perish in the attempt." He was not a great while deliberating on what he should do, but the next morning mounted a barb which was in his stable, set forwards, and never stopped but just to refresh himself and horse, till he arrived at the capital of China. He alighted, took up his lodging in a khan, and stayed there the remainder of the day and the night to refresh himself after so long a journey. The next day his first object was to inquire what people said of Aladdin, and, taking a walk through the town, he went to the most public and frequented places, where people of the first distinction met to drink a certain warm liquor, which he had drank often when he was there before. As soon as he sat down, he was presented with a glass of it, which he took. But, listening at the same time to the discourse of the company on each side of him, he heard them talking of Aladdin's palace. When he had drank off his glass, he joined them, and taking this opportunity, asked them particularly what palace that was they spoke so advantageously of. "From whence come you?" said the person to whom he addressed himself. "You must certainly be a stranger, not to have seen or heard talk of Prince Aladdin's palace, for he was called so after his marriage with the Princess Badrulbudur. I do not say," continued the man, "that it is one of the wonders of the world, but that it is the only wonder of the world, since nothing so grand, rich, and magnificent was ever seen. Certainly you must have come from a great distance not to have heard of it. It must have been talked of all over the world. Go and see it, and then judge whether I have told you more than the truth." "Forgive my ignorance," replied the African magician. "I arrived here but yesterday, and came from the farthest part of Africa, where the fame of this palace had not reached when I came away. For the affair which brought me hither was so urgent, that my sole object was to get here as soon as I could, without stopping anywhere, or making any acquaintance. But I will not fail to go and see it. My impatience is so great, I will go immediately and satisfy my curiosity, if you will do me the favor to show me the way thither." The person to whom the African magician addressed himself took a pleasure in showing him the way to Aladdin's palace, and he got up and went thither instantly. When he came to the palace, and had examined it on all sides, He doubted not but that Aladdin had made use of the lamp to build it. Without attending to the inability of Aladdin, a poor tailor's son, he knew that none but the genies, the slaves of the lamp, the attaining of which he had missed, could have performed such wonders. And, piqued to the quick at Aladdin's happiness and greatness, he returned to the khan where he lodged. The next thing was to know where the lamp was, if Aladdin carried it about with him, or where he kept it. And this he was to discover by an operation of geomancy. As soon as he entered his lodging, he took his square box of sand, which he always carried with him when he traveled, and after he had performed some operations, he knew that the lamp was in Aladdin's palace. And so great was his joy at the discovery that he could hardly contain himself. Well, said he, I shall have the lamp, and I defy Aladdin's preventing my carrying it off, and making him sink to his original meanness, from which he has taken so high a flight. It was Aladdin's misfortune at that time to be gone a-hunting for 8 days, of which only 3 were expired, which the magician came to know by this means. After he had performed this operation, which gave him so much joy, he went to the master of the khan, entered into discourse with him on indifferent matters, and among the rest, told him he had been to see Aladdin's palace. And after exaggerating on all that he had seen most surprising and most striking to him and all the world, he added, but my curiosity leads me farther, and I shall not be easy till I have seen the person to whom this wonderful edifice belongs. That will be no difficult matter, replied the master of the khan. There is not a day passes but he gives an opportunity when he is in town, but at present he is not at home, and has been gone these 3 days on a hunting match, which will last 8. Next. The magician wanted to know no more. He took his leave of the master of the khan, and returning to his own chamber, said to himself, this is an opportunity I ought by no means to let slip, but will make the best use of it. To that end he went to a maker and seller of lamps, and asked for a dozen of copper lamps. The master of the shop told him he had not so many by him, but if he would have patience till the next day, he would get him so many against any time he had a mind to have them. The magician appointed his time, and bid him take care that they should be handsome and well polished. After promising to pay him well, he returned to his inn. The next day the magician called for his 12 lamps, paid the man his full price for them, put them in a basket which he brought on purpose, and with the basket hanging on his arm went directly to Aladdin's palace, and when he came near it he began crying, who will change old lamps for new ones? As he went along he gathered a crowd of children about him, who hooted at him and thought him, as did all who chanced to be passing by, mad or a fool, to offer to change new lamps for old ones. The African magician never minded all their scoffs and hootings, or all they could say to him, but still continued crying, who will change old lamps for new ones? He repeated this so often, walking backwards and forwards about the Princess Badrulbudour's palace, that the princess, who was then in the hall with the 24 windows, hearing a man cry something, and not being able to distinguish his words, by reason of the hooting of the children and increasing mob about him, sent one of her women slaves down to know what he cried. The slave was not long before she returned, and ran into the hall, laughing so heartily that the princess could not forbear herself. Well, Giggler, said the princess, will you tell me what you laugh at? Madam, answered the slave, laughing still, who can forbear laughing to see a fool, with a basket on his arm, full of fine new lamps, ask to change them for old ones? The children and mob, crowding about him so that he can hardly stir, make all the noise they can by deriding him. Another woman slave nearing this, said, now you speak of lamps, I know not whether the princess may have observed it, but there is an old one upon the cornice, and whoever owns it will not be sorry to find a new one in its stead. If the princess has a mind, she may have the pleasure to try if this fool is so silly as to give a new lamp for an old one, without taking anything for the exchange. The lamp this slave spoke of was Aladdin's wonderful lamp, which he, for fear of losing it, had laid upon the cornice before he went hunting, which precaution he made use of several times before, but neither the princess, the slaves, nor the eunuchs had ever taken notice of it. At all other times but hunting he carried it about him, and then, indeed, he might have locked it up. But other people have been guilty of as great oversights, and will be so to the end of time. The Princess Badrulbudour, who knew not the value of this lamp, and the interest that Aladdin, not to mention herself, had to keep it safe from everybody else, entered into the pleasantry, and bid an eunuch take it and go and make the exchange. The eunuch obeyed, went out of the hall, and no sooner got to the palace gates but he saw the African magician, called to him, and showing him the old lamp, said to him, give me a new lamp for this. The magician never doubted but this was the lamp he wanted. There could be no other such in this palace, where all was gold or silver. He snatched it eagerly out of the eunuch's hand, and thrusting it as far as he could into his breast, offered him his basket and bid him choose which he liked best. The eunuch picked out one and carried it to the Princess Badrulbudour, But the exchange was no sooner made than the palace rung with the shouts of the children, deriding the magician's folly. The African magician gave everybody leave to laugh as much as they pleased. He stayed not long about Aladdin's palace, but made the best of his way, without crying any longer, new lamps for old ones. His end was answered, and by his silence he got rid of the children and the mob. As soon as he got out of the square between the two palaces, he skulked down the streets which were the least frequented, and having no more occasion for his lamps or basket, set all down in the midst of a street where nobody saw him. Then scouring down another street or two, he walked till he came to one of the city gates, and pursuing his way through the suburbs, which were very long, he bought some provisions before he left the city, got into the fields, and turned into a road which led to a lonely remote place, where he stopped for a time to execute the design he came about, never caring for his horse, which he left at the khan, but thinking himself perfectly compensated by the treasure he had acquired. In this place the African magician passed the remainder of the day, till the darkest time of night, when he pulled the lamp out of his breast and rubbed it. At that summons the genie appeared and said, "What wouldst thou have? I am ready to obey thee as thy slave, and the slave of all those who have that lamp in their hands, both I and the other slaves of the lamp. I command thee," replied the magician, "to transport me immediately, and the palace which thou and the other slaves of the lamp have built in this town, such as it is, and with all the people in it to such a place in Africa." The genie made no reply, but with the assistance of the other genies, the slaves of the lamp transported him and the palace entire immediately to the place he appointed in Africa, where we will leave the magician, palace, and the Princess Badrulbudur to speak of the surprise of the Sultan. As soon as the Sultan rose the next morning, according to custom, he went into his closet to have the pleasure of contemplating and admiring Aladdin's palace. But when he first looked that way, and, instead of a palace, saw an empty space such as it was before the palace was built, he thought he was mistaken and rubbed his eyes. He looked again and saw nothing more the second time than the first, though the weather was fine, the sky clear, and the daybreak beginning to appear, had made all objects very distinct. He looked through the two openings on the right and left, and saw nothing more than he had formerly been used to see out of them. His amazement was so great that he stood for some time turning his eyes to the spot where the palace had stood, but where it was no longer to be seen. He could not comprehend how so large a palace as Aladdin's, which he saw plainly every day, and but the day before, should vanish so soon, and not leave the least remains behind. "Certainly," said he to himself, "I am not mistaken. It stood there. If it had tumbled down, the materials would have lain in heaps, and if it had been swallowed up by an earthquake, there would be some mark left." Whatever was the case, though he was convinced that no palace stood there, he could not help staying there some time, to see whether he might not be mistaken. At last he retired to his apartment, not without looking behind him before he quitted the spot, and ordered the Grand Vizier to be fetched in all haste, and in the meantime sat down, his mind agitated by so many different thoughts that he knew not what to resolve on. The Grand Vizier did not make the Sultan wait long for him, but came with so much precipitation that neither he nor his attendants, as they passed by, missed Aladdin's palace. Neither did the porters, when they opened the palace gates, observe any alteration. When he came into the Sultan's presence, he said to him, "Sir, the haste in which your Majesty sent for me makes me believe something very extraordinary has happened, since you know this is Council Day, and I shall not fail attending you there very soon." "Indeed," said the Sultan, "it is something very extraordinary, as you say, and you will allow it to be so. Tell me what has become of Aladdin's palace." "Aladdin's palace," replied the Grand Vizier in great amazement. "I thought, as I passed by it, it stood in its usual place. Such substantial buildings are not so easily removed. Go into my closet," said the Sultan, "and tell me if you can see it." The Grand Vizier went into the closet, where he was struck with no less amazement than the Sultan had been. When he was well assured that there was not the least appearance of this palace, he returned to the Sultan. "Well," said the Sultan, "have you seen Aladdin's palace?" "Sir," answered the Vizier, "your Majesty may remember that I had the honor to tell you that that palace, which was the subject of your admiration, with all its immense riches, was only the work of magic and a magician. But your Majesty would not pay the least attention to what I said." The Sultan, who could not deny what the Grand Vizier had represented to him, flew into the greater passion. "Where is that impostor, that wicked wretch," said he, "that I may have his head cut off immediately?" "Sir," replied the Grand Vizier, "it is some days since he came to take his leave of your Majesty. He ought to be sent to know what has become of his palace, since he cannot be ignorant of what has been transacted." "That is too great an indulgence," replied the Sultan. "Go and order a detachment of 30 horse to bring him to me loaded with chains." The Grand Vizier went and gave orders for a detachment of 30 horse, and instructed the officer who commanded them how they were to act, that Aladdin might not escape them. The detachment pursued their orders, and about 5 or 6 leagues from the town, met him returning from hunting. The officer went up to him and told him that the Sultan was so impatient to see him that he had sent them to accompany him home. Aladdin had not the least suspicion of the true reason of their meeting him, but pursued his way hunting. But when he came within half a league of the city, the detachment surrounded him, and the officer addressed himself to him, and said, "Prince Aladdin, it is with great regret that I declare to you the Sultan's order to arrest you, and to carry you before him as a criminal. I beg of you not to take it ill that we acquit ourselves of our duty, and to forgive us." Aladdin, who felt himself innocent, was very much surprised at this declaration, and asked the officer if he knew what crime he was accused of, who replied he did not. Then Aladdin, finding that his retinue was much inferior to this detachment, alighted off his horse, and said to the officer, "Execute your orders. I am not conscious that I have committed any crime against the Sultan's person or government." A large long chain was immediately put about his neck, and fastened round his body, so that both his arms were pinioned down. Then the officer put himself at the head of the detachment, and one of the troopers taking hold of the end of the chain, and proceeding after the officer, led Aladdin, who was obliged to follow him on foot, into the town. When this detachment entered the suburbs, the people, who saw Aladdin thus led as a state criminal, never doubted but that his head was to be cut off. And as he was generally beloved, some took sabers and other arms, and those who had none gathered stones and followed the detachment. The last 5 of the detachment faced about to disperse them, but their numbers presently increased so much that the detachment began to think that it would be well if they could get into the Sultan's palace before Aladdin was rescued. To prevent which, according to the different extent of the streets, they took care to cover the ground by extending or closing. In this manner they arrived at the palace square, and there drew up in a line, and faced about till their officer and the trooper that led Aladdin had got within the gates, which were immediately shut. Aladdin was carried before the Sultan, who waited for him, attended by the Grand Vizier in a balcony. And as soon as he saw him, he ordered the executioner, who waited there on purpose, to cut off his head without hearing him, or giving him leave to clear himself. As soon as the executioner had taken off the chain that was fastened about Aladdin's neck and body, and laid down a skin stained with the blood of the many criminals he had executed, he made Aladdin kneel down and tied a bandage over his eyes. Then, drawing his saber, he took his measures to strike the blow, by flourishing it 3 times in the air, waiting for the Sultan's giving the signal to separate his head from his body. At that instant the Grand Vizier, perceiving that the populace had forced the guard of horse, and crowded the great square before the palace, and were scaling the walls in several places, and beginning to pull them down to force their way in, he said to the Sultan, before he gave the signal, "I beg of your Majesty to consider what you are going to do, since you will hazard your palace being forced, and who knows what fatal consequence may attend it?" "My palace forced," replied the Sultan. "Who can have that boldness?" "Sir," answered the Grand Vizier, "if your Majesty but cast your eyes towards the great square, and on the palace walls, you will know the truth of what I say." The Sultan was so frightened when he saw so great a crowd, and perceiving how enraged they were, that he ordered the executioner to put his saber immediately in the scabbard, and to unbind Aladdin, and at the same time bid the Chayu declare to the people that the Sultan had pardoned him, and that they might retire. Then all those who had already got upon the walls, and were witnesses of what had passed, abandoned their design, and got quickly down, overjoyed that they had saved the life of a man they dearly loved, published the news among the rest, which was presently confirmed by the Chayu from the top of the terraces. The justice which the Sultan had done to Aladdin soon disarmed the populace of their rage, the tumult abated, and the mob dispersed. When Aladdin found himself at liberty, he turned towards the balcony, and perceiving the Sultan, raised his voice and said to him in a moving manner, "I beg of your Majesty to add one favor more to that which I have already received, which is to let me know my crime." "Your crime?" answered the Sultan, "perfidious wretch. Do you not know it? Come up hither, and I will show it you." Aladdin went up, and presenting himself to the Sultan, the latter, going before him without looking at him, said, "Follow me," and then led him into his closet. When he came to the door, he said, "Go in. You ought to know whereabouts your palace stood. Look around and tell me what has become of it." Aladdin looked round, but saw nothing. He perceived very well the spot of ground his palace had stood on, but not being able to divine how it should disappear, this extraordinary and surprising event threw him into so great confusion and amazement that he could not return one word of answer. The Sultan, growing impatient, said to him again, "Where is your palace, and what has become of my daughter?" Then Aladdin, breaking silence, said to him, "Sir, I see very well, and own that the palace which I have built is not in the same place it was, but is vanished. Neither can I tell your majesty where it may be, but can assure you I have no hand in it." "I am not so much concerned about your palace," replied the Sultan. "I value my daughter 10,000 times before it, and would have you find her out. Otherwise I will cause your head to be struck off, and no consideration shall prevent it." "I beg of your majesty," answered Aladdin, "to grant me 40 days to make my inquiries. And if in that time I have not the success I wish for, I will come again and offer my head at the foot of your throne to be disposed of at your pleasure." "I give you the 40 days you ask for," said the Sultan, "but think not to abuse the favor I show you, by imagining you shall escape my resentment, for I will find you out in whatsoever part of the world you are." Aladdin went out of the Sultan's presence with great humiliation, and in a condition worthy of pity. He crossed the courts of the palace, hanging down his head, and in so great confusion that he durst not lift up his eyes. The principal officers of the court, who had all professed themselves his friends, and whom he had never disobliged, instead of going up to him to comfort him, and offer him a retreat in their houses, turned their backs on him, as much to avoid seeing him, as lest he should know them. But had they accosted him with a word of comfort, or offer of service, they would have no more known Aladdin. He did not know himself, and was no longer in his senses, as plainly appeared by asking every body he met, and at every house, if they had seen his palace, or could tell him any news of it. These questions made every body believe that Aladdin was mad. Some laughed at him, but people of sense and humanity, particularly those who had had any connection of business or friendship with him, really pitied him. For 3 days he rambled about the city after this manner, without coming to any resolution, or eating anything but what some good people forced him to take out of charity. At last, as he could no longer, in his unhappy condition, stay in a city where he had formerly made so fine a figure, he quitted it, and took the road to the country. And after he had traversed several fields in a frightful uncertainty, at the approach of night he came to a river side. There, possessed by his despair, he said to himself, "Where shall I seek my palace? In what province, country, or part of the world shall I find that and my dear princess whom the Sultan expects from me? I shall never succeed. I had better free myself at once from so much fruitless fatigue and such bitter grief which preys upon me." He was just going to throw himself into the river, but as a good Mussulman, true to his religion, he thought he could not do it without first saying his prayers. Going to prepare himself, he went first to the riverside to wash his hands and face, according to custom. But that place being steep and slippery, by reason of the water beating against it, he slid down and had certainly fallen into the river, but for a little rock which projected about 2 feet out of the earth. Happily also for him, he still had on the ring which the African magician put on his finger before he went down into the subterraneous abode to fetch the precious lamp, which had not been taken from him. In slipping down the bank, he rubbed the ring so hard by holding on the rock, that immediately the same genie appeared whom he saw in the cave where the magician left him. "What wouldst thou have?" said the genie. "I am ready to obey thee as thy slave, and the slave of all those that have that ring on their finger, both I and the other slaves of the ring." Aladdin, agreeably surprised at an apparition he so little expected in the despair he was in, replied, "Save my life, genie, a second time, either by showing me the place where the palace I have caused to be built now stands, or immediately transport it back where it first stood." "What you command me," answered the genie, "is not in my power. I am only the slave of the ring. You must address yourself to the slave of the lamp." "If it be so," replied Aladdin, "I command thee by the power of the ring to transport me to the place where my palace stands, in what part of the world soever it is, and set me down under the Princess Badrulbudour's window." These words were no sooner out of his mouth, but the genie transported him into Africa, to the midst of a large meadow, where his palace stood, a small distance from a great city, and set him exactly under the windows of the princess's apartments, and then left him. All this was done almost in an instant. Aladdin, notwithstanding the darkness of the night, knew his palace and the Princess Badrulbudour's apartment again very well. But as the night was far advanced, and all was quiet in the palace, he retired to some distance, and sat down at the foot of a large tree. There, full of hopes, and reflecting on his happiness, for which he was indebted to pure chance, he found himself in a much more peaceable situation than when he was arrested and carried before the Sultan, and delivered from the danger of losing his life. He amused himself some time with these agreeable thoughts, but not having slept for 5 or 6 days, he was not able to resist the drowsiness which came upon him, but fell fast asleep where he was. The next morning, as soon as day appeared, Aladdin was agreeably awakened, not only by the singing of the birds which had roosted in the tree under which he had passed the night, but all those which perched in the thick groves of the palace garden. When he cast his eyes on that wonderful edifice, he felt an inexpressible joy to think he should soon be master of it again, and once more possess his dear Princess Badrulbudur. Pleased with these hopes, he immediately got up, went towards the princess's apartment, and walked some time under her window, in expectation of her rising, that he might see her. During this expectation, he began to consider with himself from whence the cause of his misfortunes proceeded, and after mature reflection, he no longer doubted that it was owing to his having put his lamp out of his sight. He accused himself of negligence, and the little care he took of it, to let it be a moment away from him. But what puzzled him most was, he could not imagine who had been so jealous of his happiness. He would soon have guessed this if he had known that both he and his palace were in Africa, the very name of which would soon have made him remember the magician, his declared enemy. But the genie, the slave of the ring, had not made the least mention of the name of the place, nor had Aladdin asked him. The Princess Badrulbudur rose earlier that morning than she had done since her transportation into Africa by the magician, whose presence she was forced to support once a day, because he was master of the palace. But she had always treated him so harshly that he dared not reside in it. As she was dressing, one of the women looking through the window perceived Aladdin and presently ran and told her mistress. The princess, who could not believe the news, went that moment herself to the window, and seeing Aladdin, immediately opened it. The noise the princess made in opening the window made Aladdin turn his head that way, who, knowing the princess, saluted her with an air that expressed his joy. "To lose no time," said she to him, "I have sent to have the private door opened for you. Enter, and then come up." She then shut the window. The private door, which was just under the princess's apartment, was soon opened, and Aladdin was conducted up into the princess's chamber. It is impossible to express the joy of those lovers at seeing each other, after a separation which they both thought was forever. They embraced several times, and showed all the marks of a sincere love and tenderness, after an event so unforeseen and melancholy. After these embracings, and shedding tears of joy, they sat down, and Aladdin, assuming the discourse, said, "I beg of you, princess, in God's name, before we talk of anything else, to tell me, both for your own sake and the Sultan your father, and mine, what has become of an old lamp which I left upon the cornice in the hall of the 24 windows before I went to hunting?" "Alas, dear husband," answered the princess, "I am afraid our misfortune is owing to that lamp, and what grieves me most is that I have been the cause of it." "Princess," replied Aladdin, "do not blame yourself, since it was entirely my fault, and I ought to have taken more care of it. But let us now think only of repairing the loss. Tell me what has happened, and into whose hands it has fallen." Then the Princess Badrulbudur gave Aladdin an account how she changed the old lamp for a new one, which she ordered to be fetched, that he might see it, and how the next morning she found herself in the unknown country they were then in, which she was told was Africa, by the traitor who had transported her thither by his magic art. "Princess," said Aladdin, interrupting her, "you have informed me who the traitor is, by telling me we are in Africa. He is the most perfidious of all men, but this is neither a time nor place to give you a full account of his villainies. I desire you only to tell me what he has done with the lamp and where he has put it." "He carries it carefully wrapped up in his bosom," said the princess, "and this I can assure you, because he pulled it out before me and showed it to me in triumph." "Princess," said Aladdin, "do not be displeased that I trouble you with so many questions, since they are equally important both to you and me. But to come to what most particularly concerns me, tell me, I conjure you, how so wicked and perfidious a man treats you." "Since I have been here," replied the princess, "he comes once every day to see me, and I am persuaded the little satisfaction he receives from his visits makes him come no oftener. All his discourse tends to persuade me to break that faith I have pledged to you, and to take him for a husband, giving me to understand I ought not to entertain any hopes of ever seeing you again, for that you were dead, and had had your head struck off by the Sultan my father's order. He added, to justify himself, that you were an ungrateful wretch, that your good fortune was owing to him, and a great many other things of that nature, which I forbear to repeat. But as he received no answer from me but grievous complaints and tears, he was always forced to retire with as little satisfaction as he came. I doubt not his intention is to allow me time to vanquish my grief, in hopes afterwards that I may change my sentiments, and if I persevere in an obstinate refusal, to use violence. But my dear husband's presence removes all my disquiets. "I am confident it is not in vain," replied Aladdin, "since my princess's fears are removed, and I think I have found the means to deliver you from both your enemy and mine. To execute this design, It is necessary for me to go to the town. I shall return by noon, and then will communicate my design to you, and tell you what must be done by you to ensure success. But that you may not be surprised, I think it proper to acquaint you that I shall change my apparel, and beg of you to give orders that I may not wait long at the private door, but that it may be opened at the first knock. All which the princess promised to observe. When Aladdin was got out of the palace by that door, he looked round about him on all sides, and perceiving a peasant going into the country, he hastened after him, and when he had overtaken him, made a proposal to him to change clothes, which the man agreed to. They went behind a hedge, and there made the exchange. The countryman went about his business, and Aladdin to the city. After traversing several streets, he came to that part of the town where all sorts of merchants and artisans had their particular streets according to their trades. He went into that of the druggists, and going into one of the largest and best furnished shops, asked the druggist if he had a certain powder which he named. The druggist, looking upon Aladdin by his habit to be very poor, and that he had not money enough to pay for it, told him he had it, but that it was very dear. Upon which Aladdin, penetrating into his thoughts, pulled out his purse, and allowing him some gold, asked for half a dram of the powder, which the druggist weighed and wrapped up in a piece of paper, and gave him, telling him the price was a piece of gold. Aladdin put the money into his hand, and staying no longer in the town, but just to get a little refreshment, returned to the palace, where he waited not long at the private door. When he came into the princess's apartment, he said to her, "Princess, perhaps the aversion you tell me you have for your ravisher may be an objection to your executing what I am going to propose to you. But give me leave to tell you, it is proper that you should at this juncture dissemble a little, and do violence to your inclinations, if you would deliver yourself from him, and give my lord the Sultan your father the satisfaction of seeing you again. If you will take my advice," continued he, "dress yourself this moment in one of your richest habits, and when the African magician comes, make no difficulty to give him the best reception. Receive him with an open countenance, without affectation or constraint, yet so as that, if there remains any cloud of affliction, he may imagine time will dissipate it. In your conversation, let him understand that you strive to forget me, and that he may be the more fully convinced of your sincerity, invite him to sup with you, and give him to understand you should be glad to taste some of the best wines of his country. He will presently go to fetch you some. During his absence, put into one of the cups like that you are accustomed to drink out of, this powder, and setting it by, charge the slave you design that night to attend you, upon a signal you shall agree upon with her, to bring that cup to you. When the magician and you have eaten and drank as much as you choose, let her bring you the cup and change cups with him. He will take it as so great a favor that he will not refuse you, and will empty the cup. But no sooner will he have drank it off, than you will see him fall backwards. If you have any reluctance to drink out of his cup, you may pretend only to do it, without fear of being discovered, for the effect of the powder is so quick that he will not have time enough to know whether you drink or not." When Aladdin had finished, "I own," answered the princess, "I shall do myself a great violence in consenting to make the magician such advances, as I see, are absolutely necessary for me to make. But what cannot one resolve to do against a cruel enemy? I will therefore follow your advice, since both my repose and yours depend on it." After the princess had agreed to the measures proposed by Aladdin, he took his leave of her, and went and spent the rest of the day in the neighborhood of the palace till it was night, when he might safely return to the private door. The Princess Badrulbudur, who was not only inconsolable to be separated from her dear husband, whom she loved from the first moment, and still continued to love more out of inclination than duty, but also from the Sultan her father, who had always showed a tender and paternal love for her, had, ever since that cruel separation, lived in great neglect of her person. She had almost, as one may say, forgot the neatness so becoming persons of her sex and quality, particularly after the first time the magician paid her a visit. And she understood by some of the women, who knew him again, that it was he who took the old lamp in exchange for a new one, which notorious cheat rendered the sight of him more abhorred. However, the opportunity of taking the revenge he deserved sooner than she durst hope for, made her resolve to gratify Aladdin. As soon, therefore, as he was gone, she sat down at her toilet, and was dressed by her women to the best advantage, in the richest habit, most suitable to her design. Her girdle was of the finest and largest diamonds set in gold, which she suited with a necklace of pearls, 6 on a side, so well proportioned to that in the middle, which was the largest and most valuable, that the greatest sultanesses and queens would have been proud to have been adorned with only 2 of the smallest. Her bracelets, which were of diamonds and rubies intermixed, answered admirably to the richness of the girdle and necklace. When the Princess Badrulbudur was completely dressed, she consulted her glass and women upon her adjustment, and when she found she wanted no charms to flatter the foolish passion of the African magician, she sat down on a sofa, expecting his arrival. The magician came at the usual hour, and as soon as he entered the great hall, where the princess waited to receive him, she rose up in all her beauty and charms, and pointed with her hand to the most honorable place, waiting till he sat down, that she might sit at the same time, which was a piece of civility she had never shown him before. The African magician, dazzled more with the luster of the princess's eyes than the glittering of the jewels with which she was adorned, was very much surprised. The majestic and graceful air with which she received him, so opposite to her former behavior, quite confounded him. When he was sat down, the princess, to free him from his embarrassment, broke silence first, looking at him all the time in a manner sufficient to make him believe that he was not so odious to her as she had given him to understand before, said to him, "You are doubtless amazed to find me so much altered today from what I used to be. But your surprise will not be so great when I acquaint you that I am naturally of a disposition so opposite to melancholy and grief, sorrow and uneasiness, that I always strive to put them as far away as possible when I find the subject of them is past. I have reflected on what you told me of Aladdin's fate, and know the Sultan my father's temper so well, that I am persuaded, with you, that Aladdin could not escape the terrible effects of his rage. Therefore, should I continue to lament him all my life, my tears cannot recall him. For this reason, after I have paid all the duties my love requires of me to his memory, now he is in the grave, I think I ought to endeavor to comfort myself. These are the motives of the change you see in me, and to begin to cast off all melancholy, I am resolved to banish it entirely. And persuaded you will bear me company tonight, I have ordered a supper to be prepared. But as I have no wines but of China, I have a great desire to taste of the product of Africa, where I now am, and doubt not you will get some of the best. African magician, who looked upon the happiness of coming so soon and so easily into the Princess Badrulbudur's good graces as impossible, could not think of words expressive enough to testify how sensible he was of her favors. But to put an end the sooner to a conversation which would have embarrassed him, if he had engaged farther in it, he turned it upon the wines of Africa, and said, "Of all the advantages Africa can boast, that of producing the most excellent wines is one of the principal. I have a vessel of 7 years old which has never been broached, and it is indeed not praising it too much to say it is the finest wine in the world. If my princess," added he, "will give me leave, I will go and fetch 2 bottles and return again immediately." "I should be sorry to give you that trouble," replied the princess. "You had better send for them." "It is necessary I should go myself," answered the African magician, "for nobody but myself knows where the key of the cellar is laid, or has the secret to unlock the door." "If it be so," said the princess, "make haste back again, for the longer you stay, the greater will be my impatience, and we shall sit down to supper as soon as you come back." The African magician, full of hopes of his expected happiness, rather flew than ran, and returned quickly with the wine. The princess, not doubting in the least but he would make haste, put with her own hand the powder Aladdin gave her into the cup that was set apart for that purpose. They sat down at the table opposite to each other, the magician's back towards the beaufet. The princess presented him with the best at the table, and said to him, "If you please, I will entertain you with a concert of vocal and instrumental music, but as we are only two, I think conversation may be more agreeable." This the magician took as a new favor. After they had eaten some time, the princess called for some wine, and drank the magician's health, and afterwards said to him, "Indeed you was in the right to commend your wine, since I never tasted of any so delicious in my life." "Charming princess," said he, holding in his hand the cup which had been presented to him, "my wine becomes more exquisite by your approbation of it." "Then drink my health," replied the princess. "You will find I understand wines." He drank the princess's health, and returning the cup, said, "I think myself happy, princess, that I reserved this wine for so good an occasion, and I own I never before drank any so excellent in every respect." Next, when they had drank 2 or 3 cups more apiece, the princess, who had completely charmed the African magician by her civility and obliging behavior, gave the signal to the slave who served them with wine, bidding her bring the cup which had been filled for herself, and at the same time bring the magician a full cup. When they both had their cups in their hands, she said to him, "I know not how you here express your love when drinking together as we are. With us in China, the lover and his mistress reciprocally exchange cups, and drink each other's health." At the same time she presented to him the cup which was in her hand, and held out her hand to receive his. He, for his part, hastened to make the exchange with the more pleasure, as he looked upon this favor as the most certain token of an entire conquest over the princess, which raised his happiness to its height. Before he drank, he said to her, with the cup in his hand, "Indeed, princess, we Africans are not so refined in the art of love as you Chinese, and instructing me in a lesson I was ignorant of, informs me how sensible I ought to be of the favor done me. I shall never, lovely princess, forget my recovering, by drinking out of your cup, that life which your cruelty, had it continued, would have made me despair of." The Princess Badrulbudur, who began to be tired with this barefaced declaration of the African magician, interrupted him and said, "Let us drink first, and then say what you will afterwards," and at the same time set the cup to her lips while the African magician, who was eager to get his wine off first, drank up the very last drop. In finishing it, he had reclined his head back to show his eagerness and remained some time in that state. The princess kept her cup at her lips till she saw his eyes turn in his head, and he fell backwards lifeless. The princess had no occasion to order the back door to be opened to Aladdin, for her women were so disposed from the great hall to the foot of the staircase that the word was no sooner given that the African magician was fallen backwards, but the door opened that instant. As soon as Aladdin entered the hall, he saw the magician stretched backwards on the sofa. The Princess Badrulbudur rose from her seat and ran overjoyed to him to embrace him, but he stopped her and said, "Princess, it is not yet time. Oblige me by retiring to your apartment, and let me be left alone a moment, while I endeavor to transport you back to China as soon as you were brought from thence." When the princess, her women, and eunuchs were gone out of the hall, Aladdin shut the door, and going directly to the dead body of the magician, opened his vest, and took out the lamp carefully wrapped up, as the princess told him, and unfolding and rubbing it, the genie immediately appeared. "Genie," said Aladdin, "I have called thee to command thee on the part of thy good mistress this lamp, to transport this palace presently into China, to the same place from whence it was brought hither." The genie bowed his head in token of obedience and disappeared. Immediately the palace was transported into China, and its removal was only felt by two little shocks, the one when it was lifted up, the other when it was set down, and both in a very short interval of time. Aladdin went down to the princess's apartment, and embracing her said, "I can assure you, princess, that your joy and mine will be complete tomorrow morning." The princess, who had not quite supped, guessing that Aladdin might be hungry, ordered the meats that were served up in the hall, and were scarcely touched, to be brought down. The princess and Aladdin eat as much as they thought fit, and drank in like manner of the African magician's old wine, during which time their discourse could not be any otherwise than satisfactory, and then they retired to their own chamber. From the time of the transportation of Aladdin's palace, and of the Prince's Badrulbudur in it, the Sultan, that princess's father, was inconsolable for the loss of her, as he considered it. He hardly slept night or day, and instead of taking measures to avoid everything that could keep up his affliction, he, on the contrary, indulged it. For whereas before he used to go every morning into his closet to please himself with that agreeable prospect, he went now many times in the day to renew his tears, and plunge himself into the deepest melancholy, by the idea of no more seeing that which once gave him so much pleasure, and reflecting how he had lost what was the most dear to him in this world. The very morning of the return of Aladdin's palace, the Sultan went, by break of day, into his closet to indulge his sorrows. Collected in himself, and in a pensive mood, he cast his eyes in a melancholy manner towards the place where he remembered the palace once stood, expecting only to see an open space. But perceiving that vacuum filled up, he at first imagined it to be the effect of a fog, but looking more attentively, he was convinced, beyond the power of doubt, that it was his son-in-law's palace. Then joy and gladness succeeded to sorrow and grief. He returned immediately into his apartment, and ordered a horse to be saddled and brought to him in all haste, which he mounted that instant, thinking he could not make haste enough to get to Aladdin's palace. Aladdin, who foresaw what would happen, rose that morning by daybreak, put on one of the most magnificent habits his wardrobe afforded, and went up into the hall of 24 windows, from whence he perceived the Sultan coming, and got down soon enough to receive him at the foot of the great staircase, and to help him to dismount. "Aladdin," said the Sultan, "I cannot speak to you till I have seen and embraced my daughter." He led the Sultan into the Princess Badrulbudur's apartment, who, having been told by him when he rose that she was no longer in Africa, but in China, and in the capital of the Sultan her father, had just done dressing herself. The Sultan embraced her with his face bathed in tears of joy, and the princess, on her side, gave him all the testimonies of the extreme pleasure the sight of him gave her. The Sultan was some time before he could open his lips. So great was his surprise and joy to find his daughter again, after he had given her up for lost. And the princess, after seeing her father, let fall tears of joy. At last the Sultan broke silence and said, I would believe, daughter, your joy to see me makes you seem so little changed, as if no misfortune had befallen you. For a large palace cannot be so suddenly transported as yours has been, without great fright and terrible anguish. I would have you tell me all that has happened and conceal nothing from me. The princess, who took great pleasure in giving the Sultan the satisfaction he demanded, said, Sir, if I appear so little altered, I beg of your majesty to consider that I received new life yesterday morning by the presence of my dear husband and deliverer Aladdin, whom I looked upon and bewailed as lost to me, and the happiness of seeing and embracing whom has almost recovered me to my former state of health. But my greatest trouble was only to find myself forced from your majesty, and my dear husband, not only in respect to the inclination I bore to my husband, but from the uneasiness I labored under besides, for fear that he, though innocent, should feel the effects of your anger to which I knew he was left exposed. I suffered but little from the insolence of the wretch who had carried me off, for having secured the ascendant over him, I always put a stop to his disagreeable discourse, and was as little constrained as I am at present. As to what relates to my transportation, Aladdin had no hand in it. I myself am the innocent cause of it. To persuade the Sultan of the truth of what she said, she gave him a full account how the African magician disguised himself like a seller of lamps, and offered to change new lamps for old ones, and how she amused herself in making that exchange, being entirely ignorant of the secret and importance of that lamp. How the palace and herself were carried away and transported into Africa, with the African magician, who was recollected by two of her women, and the eunuch who made the exchange of the lamp when he had the boldness to pay her the first visit, after the success of his audacious enterprise, to propose himself for her husband. How he persecuted her till Aladdin's arrival. How he and she concerted measures together to get the lamp from him again, which he carried about him, and the success they had, and particularly by her dissimulation, inviting him to supper, and giving him the cup with the powder prepared for him. For the rest, added she, I leave it to Aladdin to give you an account. Aladdin had not much to tell the Sultan, but only said, when the private door was opened, I went up into the great hall, where I found the magician lying dead on the sofa. As I thought it not proper for the princess to stay there any longer, I desired her to go down into her own apartment with her women and eunuchs. As soon as I was alone and had taken the lamp out of the magician's breast, I made use of the same secret he had done, to remove the palace and carry off the princess. And by that means the palace was brought into the same place where it stood before, and I have the happiness to bring back the princess to your majesty, as you commanded me. But that your majesty may not think that I impose upon you, if you will give yourself the trouble to go up into the hall, you shall see the magician punished as he deserved. Next, the Sultan, to be assured of the truth, rose up instantly, and went up into the hall, where, when he saw the African magician dead, and his face already livid by the strength of the poison, he embraced Aladdin with great tenderness, and said, My son, be not displeased at my proceedings against you. They arose from my paternal love, and therefore you ought to forgive the excesses to which it hurried me. Sir, replied Aladdin, I have not the least reason to complain of your majesty's conduct, since you did nothing but what your duty required of you. This infamous magician, the basest of men, was the sole cause of my misfortune. When your majesty has leisure, I will give you an account of another villainous action he was guilty of to me, which was no less black and base than this, from which I was preserved by the grace of God in a very particular manner. I will take an opportunity, and that very shortly, replied the Sultan, to hear it. But in the meantime let us think only of rejoicing and the removal of this odious object. Aladdin ordered the magician's dead carcass to be removed and thrown on the dunghill, for the birds and beasts to prey upon. In the meantime, the Sultan commanded the drums, trumpets, cymbals, and other instruments of music to announce the public joy, and a feast of 10 days to be proclaimed for joy of the return of the Princess Badrulbudur and Aladdin with his palace. Thus Aladdin escaped a second time the almost inevitable danger of losing his life. But this was not the last, since he ran as great a hazard a third time, the circumstances of which I shall relate. The African magician had a younger brother, who was as great a necromancer, and even surpassed him in villainy and pernicious designs. As they did not live together, or in the same city, but oftentimes when one was in the east the other was in the west, they failed not every year to inform themselves, by their art of necromancy, where each other was, how they did, and whether they stood in need of each other's assistance. Some time after the African magician had failed in his enterprise against Aladdin's happiness, his younger brother, who had not heard any tidings of him for a year, and was not in Africa but in a distant country, had the curiosity to know in what part of the world he was, how he did, and what he was doing. And as he, as well as his brother, always carried a geomantic square instrument about him, he prepared the sand, 98 cast the points, and drew the figures. On examining the houses, he found that his brother was no longer living, by another house that he had been poisoned and died suddenly, and by another that it was in the capital of the kingdom of China, and that the person who poisoned him was of mean birth and married to a princess, a sultan's daughter. When the magician had after this manner informed himself of his brother's fate, he lost no time in useless regret, which could not restore him to life again. But resolving immediately to revenge his death, he took horse and set forwards for China, where, after crossing plains, rivers, mountains, deserts, and a long tract of country without stopping, he arrived after incredible fatigues. When he came to the capital of China, which his knowledge of geomancy pointed out to him, and being certain he had not mistaken any other kingdom for it, he took a lodging. The next day he went out and walked through the town, not so much to observe the beauties, which were indifferent to him, but with an intention to take proper measures to execute his pernicious designs. He introduced himself into the most frequented places, where he listened to everybody's discourse. In a place where people resorted to divert themselves with all sorts of games, and where some are conversing while others play, he heard some persons talk of the virtue and piety of a woman called Fatima, who was retired from the world, and of the miracles she performed. As he fancied that this woman might be serviceable to him in the project he had in his head, he took one of the company aside, and desired him to tell him more particularly who that holy woman was, and what sort of miracles she performed. "What," said the person to whom he addressed himself, "have you never seen or heard talk of her? She is the admiration of the whole town, first for her fasting, her austerities, and her exemplary life. Except Mondays and Fridays, she never stirs out of her little cell, and on those days on which she comes into the town, she does an infinite deal of good, for there is not a person who has the headache but is cured by her laying her hand upon them." The magician wanted no further information. He only asked the person in what part of the town this holy woman's cell was. After he had shown him it, and he had concluded and determined on the detestable design he had in his head, and that he might know the way again, and be fully informed, he watched all her steps the first day she went out after he had made this inquiry, without losing sight of her till evening, when he saw her re-enter her cell. When he had fully observed the place, he went to one of those houses where they sell a certain hot liquor, and where any person may pass the night, particularly in the great heats, when the people of that country prefer lying on a mat to a bed. About midnight, after the magician had satisfied the master of the house for what little he had called for, he went out, and proceeded directly to the cell of Fatima, the holy woman, the name she was known by throughout the town. He had no difficulty to open the door, which was only fastened with a latch, and he shut it again after he had got in, without any noise. And when he entered the cell, perceived Fatima by moonlight lying in the air on a sofa, covered only by an old mat, with her head leaning against the wall. He awakened her and clapped a dagger to her breast. Poor Fatima, opening her eyes, was very much surprised to see a man with a dagger at her breast ready to stab her, and who said to her, "If you cry out, or make the least noise, I will kill you, but get up and do as I bid you." Fatima, who had lain down in her clothes, got up trembling with fear. "Do not be so much frightened," said the magician. "I only want your habit, give it me presently and take mine." Accordingly Fatima and he changed clothes. Then he said, "Color my face as yours is, that I may be like you." But perceiving that the poor creature could not help trembling, to encourage her, he said, "I tell you again, you need not fear anything. I swear by the name of God I will not take away your life." Fatima lighted her lamp, made him come into the cell, and taking a pencil and dipping it into a certain liquor, rubbed it over his face, and assured him the color would not change, and that his face was of the same dye as her own. After which she put her own head-dress on his head, with a veil with which she showed him how to hide his face as he passed through the town. After this she put a long string of beads about his neck, which hung down to the middle of his body, and giving him the stick she used to walk with, in his hand, brought him a looking-glass, and bid him look if he was not as like her as possible. The magician found himself disguised as he wished to be, but he did not keep the oath he so solemnly swore to the good Fatima, but instead of stabbing her, for fear the blood might discover him, he strangled her, and when he found she was dead, threw her body into a cistern just by the cell. The magician, thus disguised like the holy woman Fatima, spent the remainder of the night in the cell, after he had committed so horrid a murder. The next morning, 2 hours after sunrise, Though it was not a day the holy woman used to go out on, he crept out of the cell, being well persuaded that nobody would ask him any questions about it, or, if they should, he had an answer ready for them. As one of the first things he did after his arrival was to find out Aladdin's palace, where he was to execute his designs, he went directly thither. As soon as the people saw the holy woman, as they imagined him to be, they presently gathered about him in a great crowd. Some begged his blessing, others kissed his hand, and others more reserved only the hem of his garment, while others, whether their heads ached or they had a mind to be preserved against that distemper, stooped for him to lay his hands upon them, which he did, muttering some words in form of prayer, and in short, counterfeited so well that every body took him for the holy woman. After frequently stopping to satisfy these kind of people, who received neither good nor harm from this imposition of hands, he came at last to the square before Aladdin's palace. The crowd was so great that the eagerness to get at him increased in proportion. Those who were the most zealous and strong forced their way through the crowd to get room. There were such quarrels and so great a noise that the princess, who was in the hall of 24 windows, heard it and asked what was the matter. But nobody being able to give her an account, she ordered them to go and see and inform her. One of her women looked out of a window, and then told her it was a great crowd of people that were gathering about the holy woman, to be cured of the headache by the imposition of her hands. The princess, who had for a long time heard a great deal of this holy woman, but had never seen her, conceived a great curiosity to have some conversation with her, which the chief of the eunuchs perceiving, told her it was an easy matter to bring her to her, if she desired and commanded it. And the princess showing a desire, he immediately sent 4 eunuchs for the pretended holy woman. As soon as the crowd saw the eunuchs coming, they made way, and the magician, perceiving also that they were coming for him, advanced to meet them, overjoyed to find his plot took so well. "Holy woman," said one of the eunuchs, "the princess wants to see you and has sent us for you." "The princess does me too great an honor," replied the false Fatima. "I am ready to obey her command," and at the same time followed the eunuchs to the palace. When the magician, who under a holy garment disguised a wicked heart, was introduced into the great hall, and perceived the princess, he began a prayer, which contained a long enumeration of vows and good wishes for the princess's health and prosperity, and that she might have everything she desired. Then he displayed all his deceitful, hypocritical rhetoric, to insinuate himself into the princess's favor under the cloak of piety, which it was no hard matter for him to do. For as the princess herself was naturally good, she was easily persuaded that all the world was like her, especially those who made profession of serving God in solitary retreat. When the pretended Fatima had made an end of his long harangue, the princess said to him, "I thank you, good mother, for your prayers. I have great confidence in them and hope God will hear them. Come and sit by me." The false Fatima sat down with affected modesty. Then the princess, resuming her discourse, said, "My good mother, I have one thing to ask you, which you must not refuse me, which is to stay with me, that you may entertain me with your way of living, and that I may learn from your good example how to serve God." "Princess," said the counterfeit Fatima, "I beg of you not to ask what I cannot consent to, without neglecting my prayers and devotion." "That shall be no hindrance to you," answered the princess. "I have a great many apartments unoccupied. You shall choose which you like best, and shall have as much liberty to perform your devotions as if you were in your own cell." The magician, who wanted nothing more than to introduce himself into Aladdin's palace, where it would be a much easier matter for him to execute his pernicious designs, under the favor and protection of the princess, than if he had been forced to come and go from the cell to the palace, did not urge much to excuse himself from accepting the obliging offer the princess made him. "Princess," said he, "whatever resolution a poor wretched woman, as I am, may have made to renounce the pomp and grandeur of this world, I dare not presume to oppose the will and commands of so pious and charitable a princess." Upon this the princess, rising up, said, "Come along with me, I will show you what empty apartments I have, that you may make choice of which you like best." The magician followed the Princess Badrulbudur, and of all the apartments she showed him, made choice of that which was the worst furnished, saying that it was too good for him, and that he only accepted of it to please her. Afterwards the princess would have brought him back again into the great hall to make him dine with her, but he, considering that then he should be obliged to show his face, which he had always taken care to hide, and fearing that the princess should find out that he was not Fatima, he begged of her earnestly to dispense with him, telling her that he never eat anything but bread and dried fruits, and desiring to eat that slight repast in his own apartment, that the princess granted him, saying, "You may be as free here, good mother, as if you were in your own cell. I will order you a dinner, but remember I expect you as soon as you have finished your repast." After the princess had dined, and the false Fatima had been informed by one of the eunuchs that she was risen from the table, he failed not to wait upon her. "My good mother," said the princess, "I am overjoyed to have the company of so holy a woman as yourself, who will confer a blessing upon this palace. But now I am speaking of this palace, pray how do you like it? And before I show you it all, tell me first what you think of this hall." Upon this question, the counterfeit Fatima, who, to act his part the better, affected to hang down his head, without so much as ever once lifting it up, at last looked up, and surveying the hall from one end to the other, when he had examined it well, said to the princess, "As far as such a solitary being as I can judge, who am unacquainted with what the world calls beautiful, this hall is truly admirable and most beautiful. There wants but one thing." "What is that, good mother?" answered the Princess Badrulbudur. "Tell me, I conjure you." "For my part, I always believed and have heard say it wanted nothing, but if it does, it shall be supplied." "Princess," said the false Fatima, with great dissimulation, "forgive me for the liberty I have taken. But my opinion is, if it can be of any importance, that if a roc's egg was hung up in the middle of this dome, this hall would have no parallel in the four quarters of the world, and your palace would be the wonder of the universe." "My good mother," said the princess, "what bird is a rock, and where may one get an egg?" "Princess," replied the pretended Fatima, "it is a bird of prodigious size, which inhabits the top of Mount Caucasus. The architect who built your palace can get you one." After the Princess Badrulbudur had thanked the false Fatima for what she believed her good advice, she conversed with her upon other matters, but could not forget the roc's egg, which she made account to tell Aladdin of when he returned from hunting. He had been gone 6 days, which the magician knew, and therefore took advantage of his absence. But he returned that evening, after the false Fatima had taken leave of the princess, and retired to his apartment. As soon as he arrived, he went directly up to the princess's apartment, saluted and embraced her, but she seemed to receive him coldly. "My princess," said he, "I think you are not so cheerful as you used to be. Has anything happened during my absence which has displeased you, or given you any trouble or dissatisfaction? In the name of God, do not conceal it from me. I will leave nothing undone that is in my power to please you." "It is a trifling matter," replied the princess, "which gives me so little concern that I could not have thought you could have perceived it in my countenance. But since you have unexpectedly discovered some alteration, I will no longer disguise a matter of so little consequence from you. I always believed, as well as you," continued the Princess Badrulbudur, "that our palace was the most superb, magnificent, and complete in the world. But I will tell you now what I find fault with, upon examining the hall of 24 windows. Do not you think with me that it would be complete if a roc's egg was hung up in the midst of the dome?" "Princess," replied Aladdin, "it is enough that you think there wants such a thing. You shall see by the diligence used to repair that deficiency, that there is nothing which I would not do for your sake." Aladdin left the Princess Badrulbudur that moment, and went up into the hall of 24 windows, where, pulling out of his bosom the lamp, which, after the danger he had been exposed to, he always carried about him, he rubbed it, upon which the genie immediately appeared. "Genie," said Aladdin, "there wants a roc's egg to be hung up in the midst of the dome. I command thee, in the name of this lamp, to repair the deficiency." Aladdin had no sooner pronounced these words, but the genie gave so loud and terrible a cry that the hall shook, and Aladdin could scarce stand upright. "What, wretch," said the genie, in a voice that would have made the most undaunted man tremble, "is it not enough that I and my companions have done everything for you? But you, by an unheard of ingratitude, must command me to bring my master, and hang him up in the midst of this dome. This attempt deserves that you, your wife, and your palace should be immediately reduced to ashes. But you are happy in not being the author of this request, and that it does not come from yourself. Know then that the true author is the brother of the African magician, your enemy, whom you have destroyed as he deserved. He is now in your palace, disguised in the clothes of the holy woman Fatima, whom he murdered, and it is he who has suggested to your wife to make this pernicious demand. His design is to kill you, therefore take care of yourself." After these words, the genie disappeared. Aladdin lost not a word of what the genie had said. He had heard talk of the holy woman Fatima, and how she pretended to cure the headache. He returned to the princess's apartment, and without mentioning a word of what had happened, he sat down, and complained of a great pain which had suddenly seized his head. Upon which the princess ordered the holy woman to be presently fetched, and then told him how that holy woman came to the palace, and that she had appointed her an apartment. When the pretended Fatima came, Aladdin said, "Come hither, good mother. I am glad to see you here at so fortunate a time. I am tormented with a violent pain in my head, and request your assistance, by the confidence I have in your good prayers, and hope you will not refuse me that favor which you do to so many persons afflicted with this distemper." So saying, he rose up but held down his head. The counterfeit Fatima advanced towards him, with his hand all the time on a dagger concealed in his girdle under his gown, which Aladdin observing, he seized his hand before he had drawn it, pierced him to the heart with his own dagger, and then threw him down on the floor dead. Next, "My dear husband, what have you done?" cried the princess in surprise. "You have killed the holy woman." "No, my princess," answered Aladdin without emotion, "I have not killed Fatima, but a wicked wretch that would have assassinated me if I had not prevented him. This wicked man," added he, uncovering his face, "has strangled Fatima, whom you accused me of killing, and disguised himself in her clothes to come and murder me. But that you may know him better, he is brother to the African magician." Then Aladdin told her how he came to know those particulars, and afterwards ordered the dead body to be taken away. Thus was Aladdin delivered from the persecution of two brothers who were magicians. Within a few years afterwards, the Sultan died in a good old age, and as he left no male children, the Princess Badrulbudur, as lawful heir of the crown, succeeded him, and communicating the power to Aladdin, they reigned together many years and left a numerous and illustrious posterity behind them. "Sir," said the Sultaness Scheherazade, after she had finished the story of the wonderful lamp, "Your Majesty without doubt has observed in the person of the African magician a man abandoned to the unbounded passion for possessing immense treasures by the most unworthy means. On the contrary, your Majesty sees in Aladdin a person of mean birth raised to the regal dignity by making use of the same treasures, which came to him without his seeking, but just as he had an occasion for them to compass the end proposed. And in the Sultan, you will have learnt what dangers a just and equitable monarch runs, even to the risk of being dethroned, when, by crying injustice and against all the rules of equity, he dares, by an unreasonable precipitation, condemn an innocent person to death, without giving him leave to justify himself. In short, you must abhor those two wicked magicians, one of whom sacrificed his life to attain great riches, the other his life and religion to revenge him, and both received the chastisements they deserved. The Sultan of the Indies signified to his spouse, the Sultaness Scheherazade, that he was very much delighted with the prodigies he had heard of the wonderful lamp, and that the stories which she told him every night gave him a great deal of pleasure. Indeed, they were all diverting, and for the most part seasoned with a good moral. He found that the Sultaness knew how to introduce them, and was not sorry that she gave him an opportunity of suspending, by this means, the execution of a vow he had made, never to keep a woman above one night and put her to death next day. His only thought was to see if he could exhaust her store. With this intention, the next morning he prevented Dinarzade and awakened the Sultaness himself, asking her if she was at the end of all her stories. "At the end of my stories, sir," replied the Sultaness, surprised at the question. "I am far from that, and the number of them is so great that I cannot tell your Majesty how many I have yet left, but am afraid you will be sooner tired with hearing than I with telling them." "Do not let that fear disturb you," answered the Sultan, "but let us hear what you have now to tell me." The Sultaness Scheherazade, encouraged with these words, said, "I have often entertained your Majesty with the adventures of the famous Caliph Harun al-Rashid, who had a great many in his time. But, among the rest, I think none more worthy of your hearing than the following. The adventures of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid. Your Majesty cannot be insensible, but must have experienced, that we are sometimes in such extraordinary transports of joy, that we presently communicate that passion to those about us, or easily partake of theirs. And sometimes our melancholy is so great that we are insupportable to ourselves, and are so incapable of giving anyone a reason, that should ask it, that we cannot account for it ourselves. The Caliph was one day in one of these latter fits, when his faithful and favorite Grand Vizier Ja'afar came to him. That minister finding him alone, which was seldom the case, and perceiving as he came nearer to him that he was in a very melancholy humor, and never lifted up his eyes, he stopped till he would vouchsafe to look at him. At last the Caliph cast his eyes upon Ja'afar, but presently turned them away again, and remained in the same posture, motionless as before. The Grand Vizier, observing nothing in the Caliph's eyes which regarded him personally, took the liberty to speak to him, and said, "Commander of the Faithful, will your Majesty give me leave to ask whence proceeds this melancholy, of which you always seem to me so little susceptible?" "Indeed, Vizier," answered the Caliph, clearing up his countenance, "I am very little subject to it, and had not perceived it but for you, and will remain no longer in it. If no new affair brought you hither, you will do me a pleasure by inventing something to dispel it." Commander of the faithful, replied the Grand Vizier, my duty obliged me to wait on you, and I take the liberty to remind your Majesty that this is the day which you have appointed to inform yourself of the good government of your capital and its environs. And this occasion very opportunely presents itself to dispel those clouds which obscure your natural gaiety. You do well to remind me, replied the Caliph, for I had entirely forgotten it. Go and change your dress while I do the same. They each put on the habit of a foreign merchant, and under that disguise went out by a private door of the palace garden, which led into the fields. After they had gone round the outside of the city to the banks of the Euphrates, at a sufficient distance from the city gate, on that side, without having observed anything disorderly, they crossed the river in the first boat they met with, and making another tour on the other side, came over the bridge, which formed the communication betwixt the two parts of the town. At the foot of the bridge, they met with an old blind man, who asked alms of them. The Caliph turned about and put a piece of gold into his hand. The blind man presently caught hold of his hand and stopped him. Charitable person, said he, whoever you are, whom God hath inspired to bestow alms on me, do not refuse the favor I ask you, to give me a box on the ear, for I deserve that and a greater punishment. After these words, he let the Caliph's hand go, that he might strike, but for fear he should pass on without doing it, held him fast by his clothes. The Caliph, surprised both at the request and action of the blind man, said, I cannot acquiesce with your request. I will not lessen the merit of my charity by treating you as you would have me. After these words, he endeavored to get away from the blind man. The blind man, who expected this reluctance of his benefactor, by the long experience he had, exerted himself to hold him. Sir, said he, forgive my boldness and importunity. I desire you would either give me a box on the ear or take your alms back again, for I cannot receive it but on that condition, without breaking a solemn oath which I have sworn to God. And if you knew the reason, you would agree with me that the punishment is very slight. The Caliph, not caring to be detained any longer, yielding to the importunity of the blind man, gave him a very slight blow, whereupon he immediately let him go, and thanked and blessed him. When the Caliph and Vizier had got some small distance from the blind man, the Caliph said to the Vizier, this blind man must certainly have some very substantial reasons, which make him behave himself in this manner to all who give him alms. I should be glad to know them. Therefore return and tell him who I am, and bid him not fail to come to my palace about prayer time in the afternoon, that I may have some talk with him. The Grand Vizier went back, bestowed his alms on the blind man, and after he had given him a box on the ear, told him the Caliph's order, and then returned again to the Caliph. When they came into the town, they found in a square a great concourse of spectators, looking at a handsome, well-shaped young man, who was mounted on a mare, which he rode full speed round the place, spurring and whipping the poor creature so barbarously that she was all over sweat and blood. The Caliph, amazed at the inhumanity of the young man, stopped to ask the people if they knew why he used the mare so ill, but could learn nothing, except that for some time past he had every day, at the same hour, treated her after the same manner. As they went along, the Caliph bid the Grand Vizier take particular notice of the place, and not fail to order the young man to come the next day, at the hour appointed to the blind man. But before the Caliph got to his palace, he observed in a street, which he had not passed through a long time before, an edifice newly built, which seemed to him to be the palace of some of the great lords of the court. He asked the Grand Vizier if he knew to whom it belonged, who answered he did not but would inquire, and thereupon asked a neighbor, who told him that the house was one Khaja Hassan's, surnamed Al-Habal upon account of his profession of rope-making, which he had seen him work at himself when poor, and that without knowing how fortune had favored him, he had got such great wealth that he defrayed honorably and splendidly the expenses he had been at in building. The Grand Vizier rejoined the Caliph, and gave him a full account of what he had heard. I must see this Khaja Hassan al-Habal, said the Caliph, therefore go and tell him, Vizier, to come to my palace at the same hour you have ordered the other two. Accordingly the Vizier obeyed. The next day, after afternoon prayers, the Caliph retired to his own apartment, and the Grand Vizier introduced the three persons we have been speaking of, and presented them to the Caliph. They all three prostrated themselves before the Caliph, and when they rose up again, the Caliph asked the blind man his name, who answered it was Baba Abdallah. Baba Abdallah, replied the Caliph, your manner of asking alms seemed so strange to me yesterday, that if it had not been for some certain considerations, I should not have complied with your request, but should have prevented you from giving any more offense to the public. I ordered you to come hither, to know from yourself what induced you to make that indiscreet oath you have told me of, that I may judge whether you have done well, and if I ought to suffer you to continue a practice that appears to me to set so ill an example. Tell me freely how so extravagant a thought came into your head, and do not disguise anything from me, for I will absolutely know the truth." Baba Abdallah, intimidated by this reprimand, cast himself a second time at the foot of the caliph's throne, with his face to the ground, and when he rose up again, said, "Commander of the faithful, I most humbly ask your majesty's pardon for my boldness in daring to require, and almost force you to do a thing which indeed appears so contrary to reason. I acknowledge my crime, but as I did not then know your majesty, I implore your clemency, and hope you will consider my ignorance. As to the extravagance of my action, I own it, and that it must seem strange to mankind. But in the eye of God, it is a very slight penance I have enjoined myself, for an enormous crime I am guilty of, and for which, if all the people in the world were each to give me a box on the ear, it would not be a sufficient atonement. Your majesty will judge of it yourself, when, in telling my story, in obedience to your commands, I shall let you know what that heinous crime was." The story of the blind man, Baba Abdallah. "Commander of the faithful," continued Baba Abdallah, "I was born at Baghdad, and had a pretty fortune left me by my father and mother, who died a few days after each other. Though I was then but very young, I did not squander away my fortune as most young men do, in idle expenses and debauchery. On the contrary, I neglected no opportunity to increase it by my industry. At last I became rich enough to purchase 80 camels, which I let out to merchants for caravans, who paid me well for every journey I went with them throughout the extent of your majesty's dominions. In the midst of this happiness, and with an ardent desire of growing much richer, as I was returning one day with my camels unloaded from Balsora, whither I had carried some merchandises that were to be embarked for the Indies, I met with good pasturage at some distance from any habitation, made a halt there, and let them graze for some time. While I was seated, a dervise who was walking to Balsora came and sat down by me to rest himself. I asked him from whence he came and where he was going, and he put the same questions to me, and when we had satisfied each other's curiosity, we produced our provisions and eat together. During our repast, after we had talked of many indifferent things, the dervise told me that he knew of a treasure a small distance from thence, where there were such immense riches, that if all my 80 camels were loaded with gold and jewels that might be taken from it, it would not seem as if anything had been taken away. This good news surprised and charmed me at the same time, and I was so overjoyed that I could scarce contain myself. I could not believe that the dervise was capable of telling me a falsity. Therefore I fell upon his neck and said, "Good dervise, I know you value not the riches of this world, therefore what service can the knowledge of this treasure be to you? You are alone and cannot carry much of it away with you. Show me where it is. I will load all my camels, and as an acknowledgement of the favor done me, will present you with one of them." Indeed, I offered very little, but after he had communicated that secret to me, my desire of riches was become so violent that I thought it a great deal, and looked upon the 79 camel loads which I reserved for myself as nothing in comparison of what I allowed him. The dervise, though he saw my avarice, was not however angry at the unreasonable offer I had made him, but replied, without the least concern, "You are sensible, brother, that what you offer me is not proportionable to the kindness you ask of me. I might have chosen whether I would communicate my secret to you, and have kept the treasure to myself. But what I have told you is sufficient to show you my good intentions, and that it is still in my power to oblige you, and make you remember me, by making both our fortunes. I have another proposition more just and equitable to make to you. It lies in your own breast whether or no you will agree to it. You say," continued the dervise, "that you have 80 camels. I am ready to carry you to the place where the treasure lies, and we will load them with as much jewels and gold as they can well carry, on condition that when they are so loaded, you will let me have one half and you take the other, after which we will separate and carry our camels where we think fit. You see, there is nothing but what is strictly equitable in this division, for if you give me 40 camels, you will get by my means wherewithal to purchase thousands more." I could not but agree there was a great deal of justice in what the dervise said. But, without considering what riches I should gain in accepting of the condition he proposed, I could not without reluctance think of parting with my 40 camels, especially when I considered that the dervise would then be as rich as myself, and that I was beforehand making an ungrateful return for a favor, purely gratuitous, which I had not yet received from the dervise. But there was no time to hesitate. I must either accept of the proposal, or resolve to repent all my lifetime after of losing, by my own fault, an opportunity of obtaining a great fortune. That instant I went and collected all my camels, and after we had traveled some time, We came into a large spacious valley, the entrance into which was so narrow that two camels could not go abreast. The two mountains which formed this valley terminated in a semicircle, but were so high, craggy, and impracticable that there was no fear of being seen by anyone. When we came between these two mountains, the dervish said to me, "Stop your camels and make them lie down, that we may load them the easier, and I will proceed to discover the treasure." I did as the dervish bid me, and going to him soon after, found him with a match in one hand, gathering sticks to light a fire, which he had no sooner done than he cast some incense into it, and pronouncing certain words which I did not understand, there presently arose a thick cloud. He divided this cloud, when the rock, though of a prodigious perpendicular height, opened like two folding doors, and exposed to view a magnificent palace in the hollow of the mountain, which seemed to be rather the workmanship of genies than men. For no man could ever have thought of such a bold and surprising work. But this, I must tell your majesty, was an afterthought, which did not occur to me at the moment. I did not even stop to admire the immense riches which I saw on all sides, and without staying to observe the just regularity in which the treasures were ranged, like an eagle seizing her prey, I fell upon the first heap of golden money that I was near to, and began to fill the sack I had in my hand as full as I could carry it. The sacks were all large, and with my good, well, I would have filled them all, but I was obliged to proportion my burden to the strength of my camels. The dervish did the same, but I perceived he paid more attention to the jewels, and as he told me the reason, I followed his example, and we took away much more jewels than gold. When we had filled our sacks and loaded our camels, we had nothing left to do but to shut up the treasure and go our way. But before we parted, the dervish went again into the treasury, where there were a great many wrought vessels of gold of different shapes and materials. I observed that he took out of one of these vessels a little box of a certain wood, which I knew not, and put it into his breast, but first showed me that it contained only a kind of pomatum. The dervish used the same ceremony to shut the treasury as he had done to open it, and after he pronounced some certain words, the doors of the treasury shut again, and the rock seemed as whole and entire as before. Then we divided our camels. I put myself at the head of the 40 which I reserved for myself, and the dervish at the head of the rest which I had given him. We came out of the valley by the same way we went in, and traveled together till we came to the great road, where we were to part, the dervish to go to Balsara and I to Baghdad. To thank him for so great a kindness, I made use of the most expressive terms, testifying my gratitude for the preference he had given me before all other men, in letting me have a share of such riches. We embraced each other with great joy, and taking our leave, went our different ways. Next, I had not gone many paces to overtake my camels, which when on the track I put them into, before the demon of ingratitude and envy took possession of my heart, and I deplored the loss of my 40 camels, and much more the riches wherewith they were loaded. The dervish, said I to myself, has no occasion for all these riches. He is master of the treasure, and may have as much as he pleases. So I gave myself up to the blackest ingratitude, and determined immediately to take the camels with their loading from him. To execute this design, I first stopped my own camels, and afterwards ran after the dervish, and called to him as loud as I could, giving him to understand that I had something material to say to him, and made a sign to him to stop his and stay for me, which he accordingly did. When I came up to him, I said, "Brother, I had no sooner parted from you, but a thought came into my head, which neither of us had reflected on before. You are a good dervish, used to live in tranquility, disengaged from all the cares of the world, and intent only upon serving God. You know not, perhaps, what trouble you have taken upon yourself to take care of so many camels. If you would take my advice, you would keep but 30. You will find them sufficiently troublesome to manage. Take my word, I have had experience." "I believe you are right," replied the dervish, who found he was not able to contend with me. "I own I never thought of it. I begin already to be uneasy at what you have represented to me. Choose which 10 you please, and take them, and go on in God's keeping." I set 10 apart, and after I had driven them off, I put them in the road to follow my others. I could not have imagined that the dervish would be so easily persuaded to part with his camels, which increased my covetousness, and made me flatter myself that it would be no hard matter to get 10 more. Wherefore, instead of thanking him for his present, I said to him again, "Brother, the interest I take in your repose is so great, that I cannot resolve to part with you without desiring you to consider once more how difficult a thing it is to govern 30 loaded camels, especially for you, who are not used to such work. You will find it much better to return me as many more back as you have done already. What I tell you is not for my own sake and interest, but to do you the greater pleasure. Ease yourself then of the camels, and leave them to me, who can manage 100 as well as one. My discourse had the desired effect upon the dervise, who gave me, without any hesitation, the other 10 camels, so that he had but 20 left, and I was master of 60, and might boast of greater riches than many sovereign princes. Anyone would have thought I should now have been content. But, as a person afflicted with a dropsy, the more he drinks the more thirsty he is, so I became more greedy and desirous of the other 20 camels. I redoubled my solicitations, prayers, and importunities, to make the dervise condescend to grant me 10 of the 20, which he did with a good grace. And as to the other 10 he had left, I embraced him, kissed him, and caressed him, conjuring him not to refuse me, but to complete the obligation I should ever have to him, so that he crowned my joy by giving me them also. Make a good use of them, brother, said the dervise, and remember that God can take away riches as well as give them, if we do not assist the poor, whom he reduces to their situation on purpose that the rich may merit by their charity a greater recompense in the other world. My blindness was so great that I could not profit by so wholesome advice. I was not content, though I had my 40 camels again, and knew they were loaded with an inestimable treasure. But a thought came into my head, that the little box of pomatum which the dervise showed me had something in it more precious than all the riches which I was obliged to him for. The place from whence the dervise took it, said I to myself, and his care to secure it, makes me believe there is something mysterious in it. This determined me to do something to obtain it. I had just embraced him and bade him adieu, and as I turned about from him, I said, "What will you do with that little box of pomatum?" "It seems such a trifle," said I. "It is not worth your carrying away. I entreat you to make me a present of it, for what occasion has a dervise, as you are, who has renounced the vanities of the world for pomatum? Would to heaven he had refused me that box. But if he had, I was stronger than him, and was resolved to have taken it from him by force, that for my complete satisfaction it might not be said he had carried away the smallest part of the treasure. The dervise, far from denying me, presently pulled it out of his bosom, and presenting it to me with the best grace in the world, said, "Here, take it, brother, and be content. If I could do more for you, you needed but to have asked for it. I am ready to satisfy you." When I had the box in my hand, I opened it, and looking at the pomatum, said to him, "Since you are so good, I am sure you will not refuse me this one favor, to tell me the particular use of this pomatum." "The use is very surprising and wonderful," replied the dervise. "If you apply a little of this pomatum round the left eye, and upon the lid, you will see all the treasures contained in the bosom of the earth. But if you apply it to the right eye, it will make you blind." I would make the experiment myself. "Take the box," said I to the dervise, "and apply some of this pomatum to my left eye. You understand now to do it better than I, for I long to experience what seems so incredible to me." Accordingly, I shut my left eye, and the dervise took the trouble to apply the pomatum. When he had done, I opened my eye, and was convinced he had told me truth. I saw immense treasures, and such prodigious riches, so diversified, that it is impossible for me to give an account of them. But as I was obliged to keep my right eye shut with my hand, and that tired me, I desired the dervise to apply some of the pomatum to that eye. "I am ready to do it," said the dervise, "but you must remember what I told you, that if you put any of it upon your right eye, you would immediately be blind. Such is the virtue of the pomatum." Far from being persuaded of the truth of what the dervise said, I imagined, on the contrary, that there was some new mystery which he meant to hide from me. "Brother," replied I, smiling, "I see plainly you wish to mislead me. It is not natural that this pomatum should have two such contrary effects." "The thing is as I tell you," replied the dervise, taking the name of God to bear witness. "You ought to believe me, for I cannot disguise the truth." I would not believe the dervise, who spoke like an honest man. My insurmountable desire of seeing at my ease all the treasures in the world, and perhaps of enjoying that pleasure as often as I had a mind, had such an effect upon me, that I could not hearken to his remonstrances, nor be persuaded of what was, however, but too true, as to my great misfortune I soon experienced. I persuaded myself that if that pomatum, by being applied to the left eye, had the virtue of showing me all the treasures of the earth, by being applied to the right, it might have the power of putting them in my disposal. Possessed with this thought, I obstinately pressed the dervise to apply the pomatum to my right eye, but he has positively refused me. "Brother," said he, "after I have done you so much service, I cannot resolve to do you so great an injury. Consider with yourself what a misfortune it is to be deprived of one's eyesight. Do not reduce me to the hard necessity of obliging you in a thing which you will repent of all your life after." I persisted in my obstinacy, and said to him, In strong terms, brother, I earnestly desire you to lay aside all the difficulties you start. You have granted me most generously all that I have asked of you hitherto, and would you have me go away dissatisfied with you at last about a thing of so little consequence? For God's sake, grant me this last favor. Whatever happens, I will not lay the blame on you, but take it upon myself alone. The Dervise made all the resistance possible, but seeing that I was able to force him to do it, he said, "Since you will absolutely have it so, I will satisfy you." And thereupon he took a little of the fatal pomatum and applied it to my right eye, which I kept shut. But alas! When I came to open it, I could distinguish nothing with either eye but thick darkness, and became blind as you see me now. Ah, Dervise, cried I that moment, what you foretold me is but too true. Fatal curiosity, added I, insatiable desire of riches. Into what an abyss of miseries have you cast me? I am now sensible what a misfortune I have brought upon myself. But you, dear brother, cried I, addressing myself to the Dervise, who are so charitable and good, among the many wonderful secrets you're acquainted with, have you not one to restore to me my sight again? Miserable wretch, answered the Dervise, if you would have been advised by me, you would have avoided this misfortune, but you have your deserts. The blindness of your mind was the cause of the loss of your eyes. It is true I have secrets, and you, in the little time I have been with you, might know I have, but I have none to restore you to your sight. Pray to God, if you believe there is one, it is He alone that can restore it to you. He gave you riches of which you were unworthy and takes them from you again, and will, by my hands, give them to men not so ungrateful as you. The Dervise said no more, and I had nothing to reply. He left me to myself, overwhelmed with confusion and plunged in inexpressible grief. After he had collected my camels, he carried them away and pursued the road to Balsara. I desired him not to leave me in that miserable condition, but to conduct me at least to the first caravan. But he was deaf to my prayers and entreaties. Thus, deprived of sight and all I had in the world, I should have died with affliction and hunger, if the next day a caravan returning from Balsara had not received me charitably and brought me back to Baghdad. After this manner was I reduced without remedy from a condition worthy the envy of princes for riches and magnificence, though not for power, to beggary without resource. I had no other way to subsist, but must resolve to ask charity, which I have done till now. But to expiate my offense against God, I enjoined myself, by way of penance, a box on the ear from every charitable person that should commiserate my condition. This, commander of the faithful, is the motive which seemed so strange to your majesty yesterday, and for which I ought to incur your indignation. I ask your pardon once more as your slave, and submit to receive the chastisement I deserve. And if you vouchsafe to pronounce anything on the penance I have imposed upon myself, I am ready to undergo it, since I am persuaded you think it too slight and much too little for my crime. When the blind man had made an end of his story, the caliph said, Baba Abdallah, your sin is great, but God be praised, you know both the enormity of that, and your penance it is enough. You must continue it henceforth, not ceasing to ask of God pardon for it in every prayer your religion obliges you to say daily. And that you may not be prevented by the care of getting your living, I will settle a charity on you during your life of 4 silver drachmas a day, which my grand vizier shall give you. Therefore do not go away, but wait till he has executed my orders. At these words, Baba Abdallah prostrated himself before the caliph's throne, and rising up, returned him thanks, and wished him all happiness and prosperity. The Caliph Harun al-Rashid, very well satisfied with the story of Baba Abdallah and the Dervise, addressed himself to the young man who used his mare so ill, and asked him his name, to which he replied it was Sidi Man. 99. Sidi Man, then, said the Caliph, I have seen horses exercised all my life, and have often exercised them myself, but never after so barbarous a manner as you yesterday treated your mare in the full square, to the great offense of all the spectators, who murmured loudly at it. I myself was not less displeased, and had like, contrary to my intention, to have discovered who I was, to have remedied that disorder. By your air and behavior you do not seem to be a barbarous and cruel man, and therefore I would fain believe that you had reason for what you did, since I am informed that this was not the first time, but that you practice the same thing every day. I would know what is the cause, and sent for you for that purpose, that you should tell me the truth and disguise nothing from me. Sidi Man soon understood what the caliph demanded of him. The relation was painful to him. He changed color several times and could not help showing how greatly he was embarrassed. However, he must resolve to tell his story, but before he spoke, he prostrated himself before the caliph's throne, and after he rose up again, endeavored to speak, to satisfy the caliph, but was so confounded, not so much at the presence of the caliph, as by the nature of his relation, that he was speechless. The Caliph, notwithstanding his natural impatience to be obeyed, showed not the least anger at Sidi Man's silence. He saw plainly that he either had not assurance to speak before him, or was intimidated by the tone of his voice, or, in short, that there was something to be concealed in his story. Sidi Man, said the Caliph, to encourage him, recollect yourself. But tell your story as if you were speaking, not to me, but to your most familiar friend. If there is anything in your relation which troubles you, and you think I may be offended at it, I pardon you now. Therefore be not uneasy, but speak boldly and freely, and disguise nothing. Sidi Man, encouraged by these last words of the Caliph, said, Commander of the faithful, whatever apprehensions a man may be under at your Majesty's presence, I am sensible that respectful apprehension would not deprive me of the use of my speech, so as to fail in my obedience to you, in giving you satisfaction in any other matter but this you now ask of me. I dare not say I am the most perfect of men, yet I am not wicked enough to have committed, or to have had an intention of committing anything against the laws, to fear their severity. And yet I cannot say I am exempt from sin through ignorance. In this case, I do not say that I depend upon your Majesty's pardon, but will submit myself to your justice, and receive the punishment I deserve. I own that the manner in which I have for some time treated my mare, and which your Majesty was witness of, is strange and cruel, and sets an ill example. But I hope you will think the motive well grounded, and that I am more worthy of compassion than chastisement. But not to keep your Majesty any longer in suspense by a long preamble, I will tell you my story. Next, Baba Abdillah punished. The story of Sidi Man. Commander of the faithful, said Sidi Man, I shall not trouble your Majesty with my birth, which is not illustrious enough to merit your attention. For my fortune, my parents, by their good economy, left me enough to live on like an honest man, free from ambition, or being burdensome to anyone. With these advantages, the only thing that I wanted to render my happiness complete was an amiable wife who might share them with me. But that was a blessing it did not please God to grant me. On the contrary, it was my misfortune to have one, who, the very next day after our wedding, began to exercise my patience in a manner not to be conceived by anyone that has not had the same trial. As it is a custom for us to marry without seeing or knowing whom we are to marry, your Majesty is sensible that a husband has no reason to complain, when he finds that the wife that has been chosen for him is not horribly ugly and deformed, and that her carriage, wit, and behavior make amends for any slight imperfections of the body. The first time I saw my wife with her face uncovered, after she was brought home with the usual ceremonies to my house, I rejoiced to find that I had not been imposed upon in the description of her person, which pleased me, and she was perfectly agreeable to my inclination. The next day after our wedding, when our dinner was served up, which consisted of several dishes, I went into the room where the cloth was laid, and not finding my wife there, ordered her to be called. After making me wait a long time, at last she came. I dissembled my impatience, and we sat down to table, and I began with the rice, which I took up with a spoon, as usual. On the other hand, my wife, instead of making use of a spoon, as every body does, pulled a little case out of her pocket, and took out of it a kind of ear picker, with which she picked up the rice and put it into her mouth, grain by grain. Surprised at this manner of eating, I said to her, Amina, which was her name, are you used to eat rice so in your family, or do you do it because you are a little eater? Or would you count the grains, that you may not eat more at one time than another? If you do it out of savingness, or to teach me not to be extravagant, you have no reason to fear that, and I can assure you we shall not ruin ourselves that way. We have, God be thanked, enough to live at our ease, without depriving ourselves of necessaries. Do not restrain yourself, my dear Amina, but eat as you see me eat. The kind manner in which I made these remonstrances might have produced some obliging answer, but she, without saying a word, continued to eat after the same manner. At last, to make me the more uneasy, she ate a grain of rice occasionally, and instead of eating any of the other meats with me, she only now and then put some crumbs of bread into her mouth, but not so much as a sparrow would have eaten. I was very much provoked at her obstinacy, but yet, to indulge and excuse her, I imagined that she had not been used to eat with men, much more with a husband, before whom she might perhaps have been taught to restrain herself, but at the same time thought she carried it too far out of pure simplicity. I fancied again that she might have breakfasted late, or that she might have a mind to eat alone, and more at liberty. These considerations prevented me from saying any more to her then, to ruffle her temper, or to show any sign of dissatisfaction. After dinner I left her, but not with an air that showed any displeasure. At supper she did the same thing, and the next day, and every time we ate together, behaved herself after the same manner. I knew it was impossible for a woman to live on so little food as she took, and that there was some mystery in it which I did not understand. This made me resolve to dissemble. I appeared to take no notice of her actions, in hopes that time would bring her to live with me as I desired she should. But my hopes were in vain, and it was not long before I was convinced they were so. One night, when Amina thought me fast asleep, she got out of bed softly, dressed herself with great precaution, avoiding any noise for fear of waking me. I could not comprehend what her design was, but curiosity made me feign a sound sleep, and as soon as she had dressed herself, she went softly out of the room without making any noise. As soon as she was gone out, I got up, threw my gown over my shoulders, and had time enough to see by a window, that looked into my courtyard, that she opened the street door and went out. I ran presently down to the door, which she left half open, and followed her by moonlight, till I saw her go into a burying ground just by our house. I got to the end of the wall, taking care not to be seen, and looking over, saw Amina with a ghoul. Your Majesty knows that the ghouls of both sexes are wandering demons, which generally infest old buildings, from whence they rush out, by surprise, on people that pass by, kill them, and eat their flesh, and for want of such prey, will sometimes go in the night into burying grounds, and feed upon dead bodies which they dig up. I was in a terrible surprise to see my wife with this ghoul. They dug up a dead body which had been buried but that day, and the ghoul cut off pieces of the flesh, which they ate together by the graveside, conversing together very quietly during their cruel and inhuman repast. But I was too far off to hear their discourse, which must have been as strange as their repast, the remembrance of which still makes me shudder. When they had made an end of this horrible feast, they threw the dead body into the grave again, and filled it up with the earth they had dug out. I left them at their work, and made haste home, and leaving the door half open, as I found it, went into my chamber, and to bed again, where I pretended to be fast asleep. Soon afterwards Amina returned without the least noise, undressed herself, and came to bed again, rejoiced, as I imagined, that she had succeeded so well without being discovered. My mind was so full of the idea of so barbarous and abominable an action as I had seen, that I felt a great reluctance to lie by a person who had been guilty of it, and was a long time before I could fall asleep again. However, I got a short nap, but waked at the first call to public prayers at daybreak, got up, dressed myself, and went to the mosque. After prayers, I went out of the town, and spent the morning in walking in the gardens, and thinking what I should do to oblige my wife to change her manner of life. I rejected all the violent measures that came into my thoughts, and I resolved to use all gentle means to cure that unhappy inclination of hers, and these thoughts brought me insensibly home by dinner time. As soon as Amina saw me come in, she ordered dinner to be served up. And as I saw she persisted in the same manner of eating rice by single grains, I said to her, with all the moderation possible, "You know, Amina, what reason I have to be surprised, when the next day after our marriage I saw you eat rice in so small a quantity, and in a manner which would have offended any other husband but me. You know also, I contented myself with telling you that I was uneasy at it, and desired you to eat of the other meats, which I ordered to be dressed several ways, to endeavor to suit your taste. And I am sure my table did not want for variety. But all my remonstrances have had no effect upon you, and you persist in your old way. I have said nothing, because I would not constrain you, and should be sorry that anything I now say should make you uneasy. But tell me, Amina, I conjure you, are not the meats served up at my table better than dead flesh?" I had no sooner pronounced these last words, but Amina, who perceived that I had watched her last night, flew into a rage beyond imagination. Her face was as red as scarlet, her eyes ready to start out of her head, and she foamed with passion. The terrible condition I saw her in frightened me so much that I stood motionless, and was not able to defend myself against the horrible wickedness she meditated against me, and which will surprise your Majesty. In the violence of her passion, she dipped her hand into a basin of water which stood just by her, and muttering between her teeth some words which I could not hear, she threw some water in my face, and said to me in a furious tone, "Wretch, receive the punishment of thy curiosity, and become a dog." No sooner had Amina, whom I knew not to be a sorceress till then, pronounced these diabolical words, but I was immediately changed into a dog. My amazement and surprise at so sudden and unexpected a change prevented my thinking at first of providing for my safety, till she took up a great stick to beat me, with which she laid on such heavy blows that I wonder they did not kill me. I thought to have escaped her rage by running into the yard, but she pursued me with the same fury, and notwithstanding all my activity, I could not avoid her blows. At last, when she was tired of running after me and beating me, and in despair that she had not killed me, as she desired, she thought of a new way to do it. She half opened the street door, that she might squeeze me to death in it as I ran out to preserve my life. Dog as I was, I presently perceived her pernicious design. And as present danger inspires a presence of mind, to elude her vigilance I watched her face and motions so well, that I took my opportunity, and passed through quick enough to save my life and escape her malice, though she pinched the end of my tail. The pain I felt made me cry out and howl as I ran along the streets, which brought all the dogs out upon me, and I got bit by several of them. But to avoid their pursuit, I ran into the shop of a man who sold boiled sheep's heads, tongues, and feet, where I saved myself. The man at first took my part with much compassion, by driving away the dogs that followed me, and would have run into his house. My first care was to creep into a corner to hide myself, but I found not the sanctuary and protection I hoped for. My host was one of those extravagantly superstitious persons, who think dogs unclean creatures, and if by chance one should happen to touch them in the streets, cannot use soap and water enough to wash their garments clean. After the dogs who chased me were all dispersed and gone, he did all he could to drive me out of his house that day. But I was hid and out of his reach and spent that night in his shop in spite of him. And indeed I had need of rest to recover after Amina's ill treatment. But not to weary your majesty with trifling circumstances, I shall not particularize the melancholy reflections I made on my metamorphosis, but only tell you that my host going out the next morning to lay in a stock of sheep's heads, tongues, and trotters, when he returned he opened his shop, and while he was laying out his goods, I crept out of my corner and got among some other dogs of the neighborhood, who had followed my host by the scent of his meat, and surrounded the shop, in expectation of having some thrown to them. I joined them and put myself among them in a begging posture. My host observing me, and considering that I had eaten nothing while I lay in the shop, distinguished me from the rest, by throwing me larger pieces of meat, and oftener than the other dogs. After he had given me as much as he thought fit, I looked at him earnestly, and wagged my tail, to show him I begged he would repeat his favors. But he was inflexible, and opposed my entrance with a stick in his hand, and with so unkind a look that I was forced to go and seek a new habitation. Some houses farther I stopped at a baker's shop, who was of a lively gay temper, quite the reverse of the other man, who was eaten up with melancholy. He was then at breakfast, and though I made no sign that I asked for anything, he threw me a bit of bread. Instead of catching it up greedily, as other dogs do, I looked at him, moving my head and wagging my tail to show my gratitude, at which he was mightily pleased and smiled. Though I was not hungry, I ate the piece of bread to please him, and I ate slowly to show him that it was out of respect to him. He observed this and let me continue near the shop. I sat down and turned myself to the street, to show him I only then wanted his protection, which he not only granted, but by his caresses encouraged me to come into the house. This I did in a way that showed it was with his leave. He was pleased, and showed me a place where to lie, which I took possession of, and kept while I lived with him. I was always well treated, and whenever he breakfasted, dined, or supped, I had my share of provisions, and for my part I loved him and was as faithful as gratitude required of me. I always had my eyes upon him, and he scarce stirred out of doors or went into the city on business, but I was at his heels. I was the more exact because I perceived my attention pleased him, for whenever he went out without giving me time to see him, he would call Chance, which was the name he gave me. At this name I used to spring from my place, jump and caper, and run before the door, and never cease fawning on him till he went out. And then I always either followed him, or ran before him, always looking at him to show my joy. I had lived some time with this baker, when a woman came one day into the shop to buy some bread, and giving my master a piece of bad money among some good, he perceived it, returned it, and asked for another. The woman refused to take it again, and affirmed it to be good. The baker maintained the contrary, and in the dispute told the woman he was sure that the piece of money was so visibly false that his dog could distinguish it, upon which he called Chance, Chance, and I jumped immediately on the counter, and the baker, throwing the money down before me, said, "See, and tell me which of these pieces is bad." I looked over all the pieces of money, and then set my paw upon that which was bad, separated it from the rest, looking in my master's face to show it him. The baker, who only called me to banter the woman, was very much surprised to see me so immediately pitch upon the bad money. The woman, thus convicted, had nothing to say for herself, but was obliged to give another piece instead of the bad one. As soon as she was gone, my master called in some neighbors, and enlarged very much upon my capacity, telling them what had happened. The neighbors all desired to make the experiment, and of all the bad money they showed me, mixed with good, there was not one on which I did not set my paw, and separate the bad money from the good. The woman, for her part, was sure to tell every body she met what had happened, insomuch that the fame of my skill in distinguishing good money from bad was not only spread throughout the neighborhood, but over all that part of the town, and insensibly through the whole city. I had business enough every day, for I was obliged to show my skill to all customers that came to buy bread of my master. In short, my reputation procured my master more business than he could manage, and brought him customers from the most distant parts of the town. And this run of business lasted so long that my master owned to his friends and neighbors that I was a treasure to him. My little knowledge made many people envy my master's good fortune, and lay traps to steal me away, which obliged him always to keep me in his sight. One day a woman came out of curiosity to buy some bread like the rest, and seeing me sit upon the counter, threw down before me 6 pieces of money, among which was one that was bad. I separated it presently from the good, and setting my paw upon it, looked in the woman's face as much as to say, "Is it not so?" The woman looking at me replied, "Yes, you are in the right, it is bad," and staying some time in the shop to look at and admire me, at last paid my master for his bread, and when she went out of the shop made a sign, unknown to him, for me to follow her. I was always attentive to any means to deliver myself out of so strange a metamorphosis, and had observed that the woman examined me with an extraordinary attention. I imagined that she might know something of my misfortune, and the melancholy condition I was reduced to. However, I let her go, and contented myself with looking at her. After walking 2 or 3 steps, she turned about, and seeing that I only looked at her, without stirring out of my place, she made me another sign to follow her. Without deliberating any longer, and observing that my master the baker was busy cleaning his oven to put bread into it, and did not mind me, I jumped off the counter and followed the woman, who seemed overjoyed. After I had got some way, she stopped at a house, opened the door, and called to me to come in, saying, "You will not repent following me." When I had got in, she shut the door and carried me to her chamber, where I saw a beautiful young lady working embroidery. This lady, who was daughter to the charitable woman who had brought me from the baker's shop, was a very skillful magician, as I found afterwards. "Daughter," said the mother, "I have brought you the famous baker's dog, that can tell good money from bad. You know I gave you my thoughts on that matter when I first heard of him, and told you I fancied he was a man changed into a dog by some wicked trick. Today I bethought myself of going to buy some bread of that baker, and was myself a witness of the wonders performed by this dog, who has made such extraordinary noise in Baghdad. What say you, daughter? Am I deceived in my conjecture?" "Mother, you are not," answered the daughter, "and I will make it appear so." The young lady immediately got up, put her hand into a basin of water, and throwing some upon me, said, "If thou wert born a dog, remain so, but if thou wert born a man, resume thy former shape by the virtue of this water." At that instant the enchantment was broken, and I became a man as before. Penetrated with the greatness of this kindness, I threw myself at my deliverer's feet, and after I had kissed the hem of her garment, I said, "My dear deliverer, I am so sensible of your exceeding and unparalleled goodness towards a stranger, as I am, that I beg of you to tell me yourself what I shall do to show my gratitude, or rather dispose of me as a slave, to whom you have a just right, since I am no more my own, but entirely yours. And that you may know who I am, I will tell you my story in as few words as possible." After I had told her who I was, I gave her an account of my marriage with Amina, of the complaisance I showed her, my patience in bearing with her humor, her extraordinary behavior, and the indignity with which she treated me out of inconceivable wickedness, and finished my story with my transformation, and thanking her mother for the inexpressible happiness she had procured me. "Sidi non man," said the daughter to me, "let us not talk of the obligation you say you owe me. It is enough for me that I have done any service to so honest a man as you are. But let us talk a little of Amina, your wife. I was acquainted with her before your marriage, and as I know her to be a magician, she also is sensible that I have some knowledge of that art, since we both learnt it of the same mistress. We often meet at the baths, but as our tempers are different, I avoid all opportunities of contracting an intimacy with her, which is no difficult matter, as she does the same by me. I am not at all surprised at her wickedness, but what I have already done for you is not sufficient. I will complete what I have begun. It is not enough to have broken the enchantment by which she has excluded you from the society of men. You must punish her as she deserves, by going home again and assuming the authority which belongs to you. I will give you the proper means. Converse a little with my mother till I come back." My deliveress went into a closet, and while she was there, I repeated my obligation to the mother as well as daughter. She said to me, "You see my daughter has as great skill in the magic art as Amina, but makes so good a use of it that you would be surprised to know the good she has done, and daily does with it. This induces me to let her practice it, for I should not permit her, if I perceived she made an ill use of it in the smallest instance. The mother began to relate some of the wonders she had seen her do, when she came into the room again, with a little bottle in her hand. "Sidi non-man," said she, "my books, which I have been consulting, tell me that Amina is now abroad, but will be at home presently. They also inform me, she pretended before your servants to be very uneasy at your absence, and made them believe that at dinner you recollected some business which obliged you to go out again immediately. That as you went out, you left the door open, and a dog came into the hall where she was at dinner, and she beat him out with a great stick. Take this little bottle and go home immediately, and wait in your own chamber till she comes in, which will not be long. As soon as she comes home, run down into the yard and meet her face to face. In her surprise to see you return so unexpectedly, she will turn her back to run away. Then be sure to have the bottle ready, and throw some of the liquor it contains upon her, pronouncing at the same time these words boldly: 'Receive the chastisement of thy wickedness.' I will tell you no more, you will see the effect." After these words, I took my leave of my benefactress and her mother, with all the testimonies of the most perfect gratitude, and a sincere protestation never to forget my obligation to them, and then went home. All things happened as the young magician foretold. Amina was not long before she came home. As she came up the yard, I met her with the water in my hand. As soon as she saw me, she shrieked out, and as she turned about to run to the door, I threw the liquor upon her, pronouncing the words which the young magician taught me, and she was instantly changed into the same mare which your majesty saw me upon yesterday. At that instant, in the surprise she was in, I seized her by the mane, and notwithstanding her resistance, led her into the stable, where I put an halter upon her head, and when I had tied her to the rack, reproaching her with her baseness, I chastised her with a whip till I was tired, and punished her every day since after the same manner. I hope, commander of the faithful, continued Sidi Non-Man, making an end of his story, your majesty will not disapprove of my conduct, and will think I have shown so wicked and pernicious a woman more indulgence than she deserved." When the caliph found that Sidi Non-Man had no more to say, he said to him, "Your story is very singular, and the wickedness of your wife inexcusable. Therefore I do not absolutely condemn the chastisement you have hitherto given her, but I would have you consider how great a punishment it is to be reduced to the condition of beasts, and wish you would be content. With that chastisement, I would order you to go and address yourself to the young magician, to waive the enchantment and metamorphosis she has inflicted, but that I know the obstinacy and incorrigible cruelty of magicians of both sexes, who abuse their art. And were I not apprehensive that the second effect of your wife's revenge would be more violent than the first." The caliph, who was naturally mild and compassionate to all sufferers, after he had declared his mind to Sidi Non-Man, addressed himself to the third person the Grand Vizier Ja'afar had summoned to attend him. "Khaja Hassan," said he, "passing yesterday by your house, it seemed so magnificent that I had a curiosity to know to whom it belonged, and was told that you, whose trade is so mean that a man can scarce get his bread by it, have built this house after you had followed this trade some years. I was likewise informed that you make a good use of the riches God has blessed you with, and your neighbors speak well of you. All this pleases me well," added the caliph, "and I am persuaded that the means by which Providence has been pleased to bestow these gifts on you must have been very extraordinary. I am curious to know them from your own mouth, and sent for you on purpose to have that satisfaction. Speak sincerely, that when I know your story, I may rejoice in your good fortune. But that you may not suspect my curiosity, and believe that I have any other interest than what I tell you, I declare that, far from having any pretensions, I give you my word you shall enjoy freely all you have got." On these assurances of the caliph, Khaja Hassan prostrated himself before his throne, with his forehead down to the carpet, and when he rose up again, said, "Commander of the faithful, any other person but myself might have been alarmed at having been summoned to appear before your majesty, but knowing that my conscience was clear, and that I had committed nothing against the law, nor your majesty, but on the contrary, had always the most respectful sentiments and the profoundest veneration for your person, my only fear was that I should not be able to support the luster of your throne. But nevertheless, on the public report of your majesty's receiving favorably, and hearing the meanest of your subjects, I took courage, and never doubted but I should have confidence enough to give you all the satisfaction you should require of me. Besides, your majesty has given me a proof of your goodness, by granting me your protection before you know whether I deserve it. Nevertheless, I hope you will retain the advantageous sentiments you have of me, when, in obedience to your command, I shall relate my adventures to you." After this little compliment to conciliate the caliph's goodwill and attention, and after some moments' recollection, Khaja Hassan resumed his discourse in the following manner. "The story of Khaja Hassan al-Habal. Commander of the faithful," said he, "that your majesty may the better understand by what means I arrived at the happiness I now enjoy, I ought to acquaint you, there are two intimate friends, citizens of Baghdad, now alive, who can testify the truth of what I shall tell you, and to whom, after God, the author of all good, I owe my prosperity. These two friends are called, the one Saadi, the other Saad. Saadi, who is very rich, was always of opinion that no man could be happy in this world without great riches, to live independent of every one. Saad was of another opinion. He agreed that riches were necessary in life, but maintained that the happiness of a man's life consisted in virtue, without any farther attachment to worldly goods than what were necessary in life, and to do good withal. Saad himself is one of this number, and lives very happily and contented in his station, and though Saadi is infinitely more rich, their friendship is very sincere, and the richest sets no more value on himself than the other. They never had any other dispute but on this point. In all other things their union has been very strict. One day as they were talking upon this subject, as I have since been informed by them both, Saadi affirmed that poverty proceeded from men's being born poor, or spending their fortunes in luxury and debauchery, or by some of those unforeseen fatalities which are not extraordinary. My opinion, said he, is that most people's poverty is owing to their wanting at first a sufficient sum of money to raise them above want, by employing their industry to improve it. For, said he, if they once had such a sum, and made a right use of it, they would not only live well but would infallibly grow rich in time. Saad could not come into his sentiments. The way, said he, which you propose to make a poor man rich is not so certain as you imagine. Your plan is very hazardous, and I can bring many good arguments against your opinions, but that they will carry us too far. I believe, with as much probability, that a poor man may become rich by other means, as well as by money. And there are people who have raised as great and surprising fortunes by mere chance, as others have done by money, with all their good economy and management to increase it by the best conducted trade. Saad, replied Saadi, I see we shall not come to any determination by my persisting in opposing my opinion against yours. I will make an experiment to convince you, by giving, for example, a sum of money to some artisan, whose ancestors from father to son have always been poor, and lived only from day to day, and died as errant beggars as they were born. If I have not the success I expect, you shall try if you will have better by the means you shall use. Some days after this dispute, these two friends happened to walk out together, and passing through the street where I was at work in my stall, at my trade of rope making, which I learned of my father, who learned of his, and he of his ancestors, and by my dress and equipage it was no hard matter for them to guess at my poverty. Saad, remembering Saadi's engagement, said, If you have not forgot what you said to me, there is a man, pointing to me, whom I can remember a long time working at his trade of rope making, and in the same poverty. He is a worthy subject for your liberality, and a proper person for you to make your experiment upon. I remember it so well, replied Saadi, that I have ever since carried a sufficient sum about me to do it, but only waited for an opportunity of being together, that you might be witness of the fact. Let us go to him, and know if he is really necessitous. The two friends came to me, and I, seeing that they had a mind to speak to me, left off work. They both accosted me with the common salutation, and Saadi, wishing me peace, asked me my name. I returned their salutation, and answered their question, saying to him, Sir, my name is Hassan, but by reason of my trade I am commonly known by the name of Hassan al-Habal. Hassan, replied Saadi, as there is no trade but what a man may live by, I doubt not but yours produces enough for you to live well. And I am amazed that the long time you have worked at your trade, you have not saved enough to lay in a good stock of hemp to extend your manufacture and employ more hands, by the profit of whose work you would soon increase your income. Sir, replied I, you will be no longer amazed I have not saved money, and taken the way you mentioned to become rich. When you come to know that let me work as hard as I can from morning till night, I can hardly get enough to keep my family in bread and pulse. I have a wife and 5 children, not one of whom is old enough to be of the least assistance to me. I must keep them and clothe them, and in our poor way of living they still want 1,000 necessaries which they cannot do without. And though hemp is not very dear, I must have money to buy it. This is the first thing I do with any money I receive for my work. Otherwise, if I should neglect to do so, I and my family must starve. Next. Now judge, sir, added I, if it is possible, that I should save anything for myself and family. It is enough that we are content with the little that God sends us, and that we have not the knowledge nor desire of what we want, but can live as we have always been bred up, and are not reduced to beg. When I had given Saadi this account, he said to me, Hassan, I am not so much surprised as I was, and I comprehend what obliges you to be content in your station. But if I should make a present of a purse of 200 pieces of gold, would not you make a good use of it? And do not you believe that with such a sum you could become soon as rich as the principal of your profession? Sir, replied I, you seem to be so good a gentleman, that I am persuaded you would not banter me, but that the offer you make me is serious. And I dare say, without presuming too much upon myself, that a much less sum would be sufficient, not only to make me as rich as the principal of our profession, but that in time I should be richer than all of them in this city together, though Baghdad is so large and populous. The generous Saadi showed me immediately that in what he said he was serious. He pulled a purse out of his bosom, and putting it into my hands, said, Here, take this purse. You will find it contains 200 pieces of gold. I pray God bless you with them, and give you grace to make the good use of them I desire. And believe me, my friend Saad, whom you see here, and I, shall both take great pleasure in finding we may contribute in making you more happy than you now are. Commander of the faithful, when I had got the purse, the first thing I did was to put it into my bosom. But the transport of my joy was so great, and I was so much penetrated with gratitude that my speech failed me, and I could give my benefactor no other tokens of my gratitude than to lay hold of the hem of his garment and kiss it. But he drew it from me, and he and his friend pursued their walk. As soon as they were gone, I returned to my work again, and my first thought was, what I should do with my purse to keep it safe. I had in my poor house neither box nor cupboard to lock it up in, nor any other place where I could be sure it would not be discovered if I had it. In this perplexity, as I had been used, like many poor people of my sort, to put the little money I had in the folds of my turban, I left my work and went into the house, under pretense of wrapping my turban up anew. And I took such precautions that neither my wife nor children saw what I was doing. But first I laid aside 10 pieces of gold for present necessaries, and wrapped the rest up in the folds of the linen which went about my cap. The principal expense I was at that day was to lay in a good stock of hemp, and afterwards, as my family had eaten no flesh meat a long time, I went to the shambles and bought something for supper. As I was carrying the meat I had bought home in my hand, a famished kite flew upon me, and would have taken away my meat if I had not held it very fast. But alas, I had better parted with it than lost my money. The fester I held my meat, the more the bird struggled to get it, drawing me sometimes on one side and sometimes on another, but would not quit the prize till unfortunately by my efforts the turban fell on the ground. The kite immediately let go his hold, and seizing on my turban before I could pick it up, flew away with it. I cried out so loud that I frightened all the men, women, and children in the neighborhood, who joined their shouts and cries to make the kite quit his hold. For by that means, these sort of voracious birds are often forced to quit their prey. But our cries did not frighten this kite. He carried off my turban, and we soon lost sight of him before he dropped it, and it would have been in vain for me to fatigue myself with running after him. I went home very melancholy at the loss of my turban and money. I was obliged to buy a new turban, which diminished the small remainder of the 10 pieces, for I had laid out a deal in hemp. The little that was left was not sufficient to give me reason to gratify the great hopes I had conceived. But what troubled me most was the little satisfaction I should be able to give my benefactor for his ill-placed generosity, when he should come to hear what a misfortune I had met with, which he would perhaps look upon as incredible, and consequently an idle excuse. While the remainder of the 10 pieces lasted, my little family and I lived the better for it, but I soon relapsed into the same poverty and the same inability to extricate myself from wretchedness. However, I never murmured nor repined. God, said I, was pleased to give me riches when I least expected them. He has thought fit to take them from me again almost at the same time, because it so pleased him, and they were at his disposal. Yet I will praise his name for all the benefits I have received, as it was his good pleasure, and submit myself, as I have ever done hitherto, to his will. These were my sentiments, while my wife, from whom I could not keep secret the loss I had sustained, was inconsolable. In my trouble I had told my neighbors that when I lost my turban, I lost 190 pieces of gold, but as they knew my poverty and could not comprehend how I should have got so great a sum by my work, they only laughed at me. About 6 months after this my misfortune, which I have related to your majesty, the two friends walking through that part of the town where I lived, the neighborhood put Saad in mind of me. We are now, said he to Saadi, not far from the street where Hassan al-Habal lives. Let us call and see what use he made of the 200 pieces of gold you gave him, and whether they have enabled him to take any steps towards bettering his fortune. With all my heart, replied Saadi. I have been thinking of him some days, and it will be a great pleasure and satisfaction to me to have you with me, as a witness of the proof of my proposal. You will see a great alteration. I expect we shall hardly know him again. Just as Saadi said this, these two friends turned the corner of the street, and Saad, who perceived me first at a distance, said to his friend, I believe you reckon without your host. I see Hassan al-Habal but can discern no change in his person, for he is as ill-dressed as when we saw him before. The only difference that I can perceive is, his turban looks something better. Observe him yourself and see whether I am in the wrong. As they drew nearer to me, Saadi saw me too, and found Saad was in the right, but could not tell to what he should attribute the little alteration he saw in my person, and was so much amazed that he could not speak when he came up to me. Well, Hassan, said Saad, we do not ask you how affairs go since we saw you last. Without doubt they are in a better train. Gentlemen, replied I, addressing myself to them both, I have the great mortification to tell you that your desires, wishes, and hopes, as well as mine, have not had the success you had reason to expect, and I promised myself. You will scarce believe the extraordinary adventure that has befallen me. I assure you, nevertheless, on the word of an honest man, and you ought to believe me, for nothing is more true than what I am going to tell you. Then I related to them my adventures, with the same circumstances I had the honor to tell your majesty. Saadi rejected my discourse and said, Hassan, you joke with me and would deceive me, for what you say is a thing incredible. What have kites to do with turbans? They only search for something to satisfy their hunger. You have done as all such sort of people as you generally do. If they have made any extraordinary gain, or any good fortune happens to them, which they never expected, they throw aside their work, take their pleasure, and make merry, while the money lasts. And when they have eaten and drank it all out, are reduced to the same necessity and want as before. You would not be so miserable, but because you deserve it, and render yourself unworthy of any good action done to you. Sir, replied I bear all these reproaches, and am ready to bear as many more, if they were more severe, and all with the more patience, because I do not think I deserve them. The thing is so publicly known in this part of the town, that there is nobody but can satisfy you of the truth of it. If you inquire, you will find that I do not impose upon you. I own, I never heard talk of kites flying away with turbans, but this has actually happened to me, as a great many other things, which do not fall out every day, and yet have actually happened. Saad took my part, and told Saadi a great many as surprising stories of kites, some of which he affirmed he knew to be true, insomuch that at last he pulled his purse out of his bosom, and counted out 200 pieces of gold into my hand, which I put into my bosom for want of a purse. When Saadi had told me out that sum, he said to me, Hassan, I make you a present of these 200 pieces, but take care to put them in a safer place, that you may not lose them so unfortunately as you have done the others, and employ them in such a manner that they may procure you the advantages that the others would have done. I told him that the obligation of this his second kindness was much greater than I deserved, after what had happened, and that I should be sure to make good use of his advice. I would have said a great deal more, but he did not give me time, but went away, and continued his walk with his friend. As soon as they were gone, I left off work and went home, and finding neither my wife nor children within, I pulled out my money, put 10 pieces by, and wrapped up the rest in a clean linen cloth, tying it fast with a knot. But then I was to consider where I should hide this linen cloth, that it might be safe. After I had considered some time, I bethought of laying it at the bottom of a great earthen vessel full of bran, which stood in a corner, where I imagined neither my wife nor children would look into. My wife came home soon after, and as I had but very little hemp in the house, I told her I should go out to buy some, without saying anything to her about the two friends. While I was out, a sandman, who sells scouring sand, which women use in baths, passed through our street and called sand ho. My wife, who wanted some, called him, but as she had no money, she asked him if he would make an exchange of some sand for some bran. The sandman asked to see the bran. My wife showed him the pot, the bargain was made. She had the scouring sand, with which she filled a linta which I had made to the house, and the sandman took the pot and bran along with him. Not long after, I came home, loaded with as much hemp as I could carry, and followed by 5 porters loaded also with the same. After I had satisfied them for their trouble, I sat down to rest myself, and looking about me, could not see the pot of bran. It is impossible for me to express to your majesty my surprise, and the effect it had on me at the moment. I asked my wife hastily what was become of it, and she told me the bargain she had made with the Sandman, which she thought to be a very good one. Ah, unfortunate woman, cried I, you know not the injury you have done me yourself and our children by making that bargain, which has ruined us quite. You thought only of selling the bran, but with the bran you have enriched the Sandman with 190 pieces of gold, which Saadi with his friend came and made me a second present of. My wife was like one stark mad when she knew what a fault she had committed through ignorance. She cried, beat her breast, and tore her hair and clothes. Unhappy wretch that I am, cried she, am I fit to live after so horrid a mistake? Where shall I find this Sandman? I know him not, I never saw him in our street before. Oh, husband, added she, you was very much in the wrong to be so reserved in a matter of such importance. This had never happened, if you had communicated the secret to me. In short, I should never make an end of my story, if I were to tell your majesty what her grief made her say. You are not ignorant how eloquent women often are in their afflictions. Wife, said I, moderate your grief. By your weeping and howling you will alarm all the neighborhood, and there is no reason they should be informed of our misfortunes. They will only laugh at us instead of pitying us. We had best bear our loss patiently, and submit ourselves to the will of God and bless him, for that out of 200 pieces of gold which he had given us, he has taken back but 190, and left us 10, which, by the use I shall make of them, will be a great relief to us. My wife at first did not relish all these my arguments, but as time softens the greatest misfortunes and makes them more supportable, she at last grew easy, and had almost forgotten them. It is true, said I to her, we live but poorly, but what have the rich which we have not? Do not we breathe the same air, enjoy the same light and the same warmth of the sun? Therefore what conveniences have they more than we, that we should envy their happiness? They die as well as we. In short, while we live in the fear of God, as we should always do, the advantage they have over us is so very inconsiderable that we ought not to regard it. I will not tire your majesty any longer with my moral reflections. My wife and I comforted ourselves, and I pursued my trade with as much alacrity as before these two mortifying losses, which followed one another so quickly. The only thing that troubled me sometimes was how I should look Saadi in the face when he should come and ask me how much I had improved his 200 pieces of gold, and advanced my fortune by his liberality. I saw no remedy but to resolve to submit to the confusion I should feel, though it was by no fault of mine, this time, any more than before, that this misfortune had happened. The two friends stayed away longer this time than the former, though Saad had often spoken to Saadi, who always put it off. For, said he, the longer we stay away, the richer Hassan will be, and I shall have the greater satisfaction. Saad, who had not the same opinion of the effect of his friend's generosity, made answer, you fancy then that your present will have been turned to a better account this time than before. I would advise you not to flatter yourself too much, for fear you should be more sensibly mortified if it should prove otherwise. Why, replied Saadi, kites do not fly away with turbans every day, and Hassan will be more cautious this time. I do not doubt of it, replied Saad, but added he, there are other accidents that neither you nor I can think of. Therefore, I say again, moderate your joy, and do not depend too much on Hassan's good success. For to tell you what I think and what I always thought, whether you like to hear it or not, I have a secret foresight that you will not have succeeded, and that I shall succeed better than you in proving that a poor man may sooner become rich by any other means than by money. In short, one day, when Saad and Saadi were together, and were disputing upon this subject, Saad observed that enough had been said. I am resolved, said he, to inform myself this very day what has passed. It is time for walking. Let us not lose it, but go see which of us has lost the wager. I saw them at a distance, was terribly concerned, and was just going to leave my work, and to run and hide myself. However, I appeared very earnest at work, made as if I had not seen them, and never lifted up my eyes till they were close to me, and had saluted me, and then I could not help it, I hung down my head, and told them my last misfortune, with all the circumstances, and that I was as poor as when they first saw me. After that, I added, you may say that I ought to have hid my money in another place than in a pot of bran, which was carried out of my house that same day. But that pot had stood there many years, and had never been removed, whenever my wife parted with the bran. Could I guess that a Sandman should come by that very day, and my wife would have no money, and would make such an exchange? You may indeed allege that I ought to have told my wife of it, but I will never believe that such prudent persons, as I am persuaded you are, would have given me that advice. And if I had put my money anywhere else, what certainty could I have had that it would be more safe? I see, sir, said I, addressing myself to Saadi, that it has pleased God, whose ways are secret and impenetrable, that I should not be enriched by your liberality, but that I must be poor. However, the obligation is the same as if it had wrought the desired effect. After these words I was silent, and Saadi replied, though I would persuade myself, Hassan, that all you tell us is true, and not owing to your debauchery or ill management, yet I must not be extravagant and ruin myself for the sake of an experiment. I do not regret in the least the 400 pieces of gold I gave you to raise you in the world. I did it out of respect to God, without expecting any recompense but the pleasure of doing good. If anything makes me repent, it is that I did not address myself to another, who might have made a better use of my charity. Then turning about to his friend, Saad, continued he, you may know by what I have said that I do not entirely give up the cause. You may now make your experiment and let me see that there are ways, besides giving money, to make a poor man's fortune in the way we both mean. Let Hassan be the man. I dare say, whatever you give him, he will not be richer than he was with 400 pieces of gold. Saad had a piece of lead in his hand, which he showed Saadi. You saw me, said he, take up this piece of lead, which I found on the ground. I will give it to Hassan, and you shall see what it is worth. Saadi burst out a laughing at Saad. What is that bit of lead worth? Said he. A farthing? What can Hassan do with that? Saad presented it to me and said, take it, Hassan. Let Saadi laugh. You will tell us some news of the good luck it has brought one time or another. I thought Saad was in jest and had a mind to divert himself. However, I put the lead in my pocket and thanked him. The two friends pursued their walk, and I fell to work again. At night, when I pulled off my clothes to go to bed, the piece of lead, which I had never thought of from the time he gave it me, tumbled out of my pocket. I took it up and laid it on the first place that was nearest to me. The same night it happened that a fisherman, a neighbor, mending his nets, found a piece of lead wanting, and it being too late to buy any, since the shops were shut up, and he must either fish that night or his family go without bread the next day, he called to his wife and bid her inquire among the neighbors for a piece. She went from door to door on both sides of the street, but could not get any, and came back again to tell her husband so. He asked her if she had been to several of their neighbors, naming them, and among the rest Hassan al-Habal's house. No, indeed, said the wife, I have not been there, that was too far off, and if I had gone, do you think I should have found any? I know by experience they never have anything when one wants it. No matter, said the fisherman, you are an idle hussy, you must go there, for though you have been there 100 times before without getting anything, you may chance to get what we want now. You must go. The fisherman's wife went out grumbling and growling, came and knocked at my door and waked me out of a sound sleep. I asked her what she wanted. Hassan al-Habal, said she, as loud as she could bawl, my husband wants a bit of lead to mend his nets with, and if you have a piece, desires you to give it him. The piece of lead which Saad had given me was so fresh in my memory, and had so lately dropped out of my clothes, that I could not forget it. I told my neighbor I had some, and if she would stay a moment, my wife should give her what she wanted. Accordingly, my wife, who was wakened by the noise as well as myself, got up, and groping about where I directed her, found the lead, opened the door, and gave it to the fisherman's wife, who was so overjoyed that she promised my wife that for the kindness she did her and her husband, she would answer for him we should have the first cast of the nets. The fisherman was so much rejoiced to see the lead, which he so little expected, that he very much approved his wife's promise. He finished mending his nets and went a-fishing 2 hours before day, according to custom. At the first throw he caught but one fish, about a yard long and proportionable in thickness, and afterwards had a great many successful casts, but of all the fish he took, none came up in size equal to the first. When the fisherman had done fishing, he went home, where his first care was to think of me. I was extremely surprised, when at my work, to see him come to me with a large fish in his hand. Neighbor, said he, my wife promised you last night, in return for your kindness, whatever fish I should catch at my first throw, and I approved her promise. It pleased God to send me no more than this one for you, which I desire you to accept of, such as it is. I wish it had been better. Had he sent me my net full, they should all have been yours. Neighbor, said I, the bit of lead which I sent you was such a trifle, that it ought not to be valued at so high a rate. Neighbors should assist each other in their little wants. I have done no more for you than I should have expected from you had I been in such a case. Therefore I would refuse your present if I was not persuaded you gave it me freely, and that I should offend you if I did so. And since you will have it so, I take it, and I return you my hearty thanks. After these civilities, I took the fish, and carried it home to my wife. Here, said I, take this fish, which the fisherman our neighbor has made me a present of, in return for the little bit of lead he sent to us for last night. I believe it is all that we can expect from the present sod made me yesterday. promising me that it would bring me good luck, and then I told her what had passed between the two friends. My wife was very much startled to see so large a fish. "What would you have me do with it?" said she. "Our gridiron is only fit to broil small fish, and we have not a pot big enough to boil it." "That is your business," answered I. "Dress it as you will, I shall like it either way," and then I went to my work again. In gutting the fish, my wife found a large diamond, which, when she washed it, she took for a piece of glass. Indeed, she had heard talk of diamonds, but if she had ever seen or handled one, she would not have known how to distinguish them. She gave it to the youngest of our children for a plaything, and his brothers and sisters handled it about from one to another, to admire the brightness and beauty of it. At night, when the lamp was lighted, and the children were still playing with the diamond, they perceived that it gave a light, when my wife, who was getting them their supper, stood between them and the lamp. Upon which they snatched it from one another to try it, and the younger ones fell crying that the elder ones would not let them have it long enough. But as a little matter amuses children, and makes them squabble and fall out, my wife and I took no notice of their noise, which presently ceased, when the bigger ones supped with us, and my wife had given the younger each their share. After supper, the children got together again, and began to make the same noise. Then I called to the eldest, to know what was the matter, who told me that it was about a piece of glass, which gave a light when his back was to the lamp. I bid him bring it to me, and made the experiment myself, and it appeared so extraordinary to me that I asked my wife what it was. She told me it was a piece of glass, which she found in gutting the fish. I thought no more than she but that it was a bit of glass, but I was resolved to make a farther experiment of it, and therefore bid my wife to put the lamp in the chimney, which she did, and still found that the supposed piece of glass gave so great a light that we might see to go to bed without the lamp. So I put it out and placed the bit of glass upon the chimney to light us. "Look," said I, "this is another advantage that Sadi's friend's piece of lead procures us. It will spare us the expense of oil." When the children saw the lamp was put out, and the bit of glass supplied its place, they cried out so loud and made so great a noise with astonishment that it was enough to alarm the neighborhood. And before my wife and I could quiet them, we were forced to make a greater noise, nor could we silence them till we had put them to bed. And after talking long while in their way about the wonderful light of a bit of glass, they fell asleep. After they were in bed, my wife and I went to bed by them, and next morning, without thinking any more of the glass, I went to my work as usual, which ought not to seem strange for such a man as I, who had never seen any diamonds, or, if I had, never attended to their value. But before I proceed, I must tell your majesty that there was but a very slight partition wall between my house and my next neighbor's, who was a very rich Jew and a jeweler, and the chamber that he and his wife lay in joined to ours. They were both in bed, and the noise my children made awakened them. The next morning the jeweler's wife came to mine to complain of being disturbed out of their first sleep. "Good neighbor Rachel," which was the Jew's wife's name, said my wife, "I am very sorry for what happened, and hope you will excuse it. You know it was the children, and they will laugh and cry for a trifle. Come in, and I will show you what was the occasion of all the noise." The Jewess went in with her, and my wife, taking the diamond, for such it really was, and a very extraordinary one, off the chimney-piece, gave it into her hands. "See here," said she, "it was this piece of glass that caused all the noise." And while the Jewess, who understood all sorts of precious stones, was examining this diamond with admiration, my wife had told her how she found it in the fish's belly, and what had happened. "Indeed, Ashach, which was my wife's name," said the jeweler's wife, giving her the diamond again, "I believe as you do, it is a piece of glass. But as it is more beautiful than common glass, and I have just such another piece at home, I will buy it if you will sell it." The children, who heard them talking of selling their plaything, presently interrupted their conversation, crying and begging their mother not to part with it, who, to quiet them, promised she would not. The Jewess, being thus prevented in her bargain by my children, went away, but first whispering my wife, who followed her to the door, if she had a mind to sell it, not to show it to anybody without acquainting her. The Jew went out early in the morning to his shop in that part of the town where the jewelers all resorted to. Thither his wife went to him, and told him the discovery she had made. She gave him an account of the size and weight of it as near as she could guess, and of its beauty, water, and luster, and particularly of the light which it gave in the night according to my wife's account, which was the more credible as she was uninformed. The Jew sent his wife immediately to treat, and to offer her a trifle at first, as she should think fit, and then to raise her price by degrees, but be sure to bring it, cost what it would. Accordingly his wife came again to mine privately, and, without supposing that she was determined to sell the diamond, asked her if she would take 20 pieces of gold for that piece of glass. My wife, thinking the sum so considerable for a mere piece of glass, as she thought it, would not make any bargain, but told her she could not part with it till she had spoken with me. In the meantime, I came from my work to dinner. As they were talking at the door, my wife stopped me and asked me if I would sell the piece of glass she had found in the fish's belly for 20 pieces of gold which our neighbor offered her. I returned no answer, but reflected immediately on the assurance with which Saad, in giving me the piece of lead, told me it would make my fortune. The Jew woman, fancying that the low price she had offered was the reason I made no reply, said, "I will give you 50, neighbor, if that will do." As soon as I found that she rose presently from 20 to 50, I told her that I expected a great deal more. "Well, neighbor," said she, "I will give you 100, and that is so much, I know not whether my husband will bear me out." At this new advance, I told her I would have 100,000 pieces of gold for it, that I saw plainly that the diamond was worth a great deal more, but to oblige her and her husband, as they were neighbors, I would limit myself to that price which I was determined to have, and if they refused to give it, other jewelers should have it, who would give a great deal more. The Jewess confirmed me in this my resolution, by her eagerness to conclude the bargain, and by coming up at several biddings to 50,000 pieces, which I refused. "I can offer you no more," said she, "without my husband's consent. He will be at home at night, and I would beg the favor of you to let him see it, which I promised." At night when the Jew came home, his wife told him what she had done, that she had got no forwarder with my wife or me, that she offered, and I refused, 50,000 pieces of gold, and that I had promised to stay till night at her request. He observed the time when I left off work and came to me. "Neighbor Hassan," said he, "I desire you would show me the diamond your wife showed to mine." I brought him in and showed it him. As it was very dark and my lamp was not lighted, he knew presently, by the light the diamond gave, and by the luster it cast in my hand, that his wife had given him a true account of it. He looked at and admired it a long time. "Well, neighbor," said he, "my wife tells me she offered you 50,000 pieces of gold. I will give you 20,000 more." "Neighbor," said I, "your wife can tell you that I value my diamond at 100,000 pieces, and I will take nothing less." He haggled a long time with me, in hopes that I would make some abatement, but finding at last that I was positive, and for fear that I should show it to other jewelers, as I certainly should have done, he would not leave me till the bargain was concluded on my own terms. He told me that he had not so much money at home, but would pay it all to me by that time tomorrow, and that very instant fetched 2 bags of 1,000 pieces each as an earnest. And the next day, though I do not know how he raised the money, whether he borrowed it of his friends, or let some other jewelers into partnership with him, he brought me the sum we agreed for at the time appointed, and I delivered to him the diamond. Having thus sold my diamond, and being rich infinitely beyond my hopes, I thank God for his bounty and liberality, and would have gone and thrown myself at Saad's feet to express my gratitude if I had known where he lived, as also at Saadi's, to whom I was first obliged, though his good intention had not the same success. Afterwards I thought of the good use I should make of so considerable a sum. My wife, with the vanity natural to her sex, proposed immediately to buy rich clothes for her and her children, and to purchase a house and furnish it handsomely. I told her we ought not to begin with such expenses, for, said I, money is made to be spent, so as that it may produce a fund which we may draw from without its failing. This I intend, and shall begin tomorrow. I spent all that day and the next in going to the people of my own trade, who worked as hard every day for their bread as I had done, and giving them money beforehand, engaged them to work for me in different sorts of rope making, according to their skill and ability, with a promise not to make them wait for their money, but to pay them as soon as their work was done. By this means I engrossed almost all the business of Baghdad, and everybody was pleased with my exactness and punctual payment. As so great a number of workmen must produce a great deal of work, I went and hired warehouses in several parts of the town to hold my goods, and appointed over each a clerk, to sell both wholesale and retail, and by this economy received a considerable profit and income. Afterwards, to unite so many warehouses in one place, I bought a large house which stood upon a great deal of ground, but was ruinous, pulled it down, and built that which your majesty saw yesterday, which, though it makes so great an appearance, consists, for the most part, of warehouses for my business, with apartments just necessary for myself and family. Some time after I had left my poor old habitation, and removed to this new one, Saad and Saadi, who had scarce thought of me from the last time they had been with me, as they were one day walking together, and passing by our street, resolved to call upon me. But how great was their surprise when they did not see me at work, as they used to find me. They asked what was become of me, and if I was alive or dead. Their amazement was redoubled when they were told I was become a great merchant, and was no longer called plain Hassan, but Khaja Hassan al-Habal, which was to say, merchant Hassan rope maker, and that I had built in a street which was named to them, a house like a palace. The two friends went directly to the street, and in the way, as Saadi could not imagine that the bit of lead which Saad had given me could have been the raising of my fortune, he said to him, I am overjoyed to have made Hassan al-Habal's fortune, but I cannot forgive the two lies he told me, to get 400 pieces instead of two. For I nor nobody else can attribute it to the piece of lead you gave him. So you think, replied Saad, but so do not I do not see why you should do Khaja Hassan so much injustice as to take him for a liar. You must give me leave to believe that he told us the truth, and disguised nothing from us, and that the piece of lead which I gave him is the cause of his prosperity, and you will find he will presently tell us so. In this discourse the two friends came into the street where I lived, and asked whereabouts my house stood, and being showed it, and considering the front, they had much ado to believe it. They knocked at the door and my porter opened it, and Saadi, fearing to be guilty of rudeness in taking the house of a nobleman for that he was inquiring after, said to the porter, We are informed that this is Khaja Hassan al-Habal's house. Tell us if we are not mistaken. You are very right, sir, said the porter, opening the door wider. It is the same? Come in, he is in the hall, and any of the slaves will point him out to you. I had no sooner set my eyes upon the two friends, but I knew them. I rose from my seat, ran to them, and would have kissed the hem of their garments, but they would not suffer it, but embraced me. I invited them to sit down on a sofa made to hold 4 persons, which was placed full in view of my garden. I desired them to sit down, and they would have me take the place of honor. I assured them that I had not forgot that I was poor Hassan al-Habal, nor the obligations I had to them. But were this not the case, I knew the respect due to them, and begged them not to expose me. They sat down in the proper place, and I over against them. Then Saadi, addressing himself to me, said, Khaja Hassan, I cannot express my joy to see you in the condition I wished you, when I twice made you a present of 200 pieces of gold, with which I mean not to upbraid you, and I am persuaded that those 400 pieces have made this wonderful change in your fortune, which I see with pleasure. One thing vexes me, which is, I cannot comprehend the reason why you should twice disguise the truth from me, alleging that your losses were the effect of misfortunes which still seem to me incredible. Was it not because, when we were together the last time, you had so little advanced your small income with each of the 200 pieces of gold, that you were ashamed to own it? I am willing to believe this, and wait to be confirmed in my opinion. Saad heard this discourse of Saadi's with impatience, not to say indignation, which he showed by casting down his eyes and shaking his head. He did not, however, interrupt him. When he had done, he said to him, Forgive me, Saadi, if I anticipate Khaja Hassan, before he answers you, to tell you that I admire your prepossessions against his sincerity, and that you still persist in not believing the assurances he has already given. You, I have told you before, and I repeat it to you once more, that I believe those 2 accidents which befell him upon his bare relation, and whatever you may say, I am persuaded they are true. But let him speak himself, and tell which of us does him justice. After this discourse of the 2 friends, I said, addressing myself to them both, Gentlemen, I should condemn myself to perpetual silence, on the explanation you ask of me, if I was not certain the dispute you argue upon my account cannot break that friendship which subsists between you. Therefore I will declare to you the truth, since you require it, and with the same sincerity as before. Then I told them every circumstance, as your majesty has heard, without forgetting the least. All my protestations had no effect on Saadi, to cure him of his prejudice. Khaja Hassan, replied Saadi, the adventure of the fish and diamond found in his belly, appears to me as incredible as the kites flying away with your turban, and the exchange of the scouring sand. Be it as it will, I am equally convinced that you are no longer poor, but rich as I intended you should be, by my means, and I rejoice sincerely. As it grew late, they got up to take their leaves, when I stopped them and said, Gentlemen, there is one favor I have to ask, and I beg of you not to refuse to do me the honor to stay and take a slight supper with me, and a bed tonight, and tomorrow I will carry you by water to a small country house, which I bought for the sake of the air, and we will return the same day on my horses. If Saad has no business that calls him elsewhere, said Saadi, I consent. Saad told him that nothing should prevent his enjoying his company. We have only to send a slave to my house, that we may not be waited for. I provided a slave, and while they were giving their orders, I went and ordered supper. While it was getting ready, I showed my benefactors my house and all my offices, which they thought very extensive, considering my fortune. I call them both benefactors without distinction, because without Saadi, Saad would never have given me the piece of lead, and without Saadi would not have given me the 400 pieces of gold, to which I attribute the rise of my good fortune. Then I brought them back again into the hall, where they asked me several questions about my business, and I gave them such answers as satisfied them. During this discourse, my servants came to tell me that supper was served up. I led them into another hall, where they admired the manner in which it was lighted, the beaufet, and the entertainment I had provided. I regaled them also with a concert of vocal and instrumental music during the repast, and afterwards with a company of dancers and other entertainments, endeavoring to show them as much as possible my gratitude. The next morning, as we had agreed to set out early to enjoy the fresh air, we repaired to the riverside by sunrise, and went on board a pleasure boat well carpeted, that waited for us. And in less than an hour and a half, with 6 good rowers and the stream, we arrived at my country house. When we went ashore, the 2 friends stopped to observe the beauty of the outside of my house, and to admire its advantageous situation for the prospects, which were neither too much limited nor too extensive, but such as made it very agreeable. Then I carried them into all the apartments, and showed them all the outhouses and conveniencies, with all which they were very well pleased. Next. Afterwards we walked in the gardens, where what they were most taken with was a grove of orange and lemon trees, loaded with fruit and flowers, which were planted at equal distances, and watered by a canal of fresh water, which was cut from a pleasant river just by. The close shade, the fragrant smell which perfumed the air, the soft murmurings of the water, the harmonious notes of an infinite number of birds, and many other agreeable circumstances, struck them in such a manner that they frequently stopped to express how much they were obliged to me for bringing them to so delightful a place, and to congratulate me upon my great acquisitions. With other compliments, I led them to the end of that grove, which was very long and broad, where I showed them a wood of large trees which terminated my garden, and afterwards a summer house, open on all sides, shaded with a cluster of palm trees, but not so as to spoil the prospect. Then I invited them to walk in, and repose themselves on a sofa covered with carpets and cushions. 2 of my boys, whom I had sent into the country, with a tutor for the air, left us to go into the wood bird nesting, and seeing a nest which was built in the branches of a great tree, they attempted to get at it. But as they had neither strength nor address to accomplish it, they showed it to the slave who waited on them, and never left them, and bid him climb the tree for it, who, when he came to it, was very much surprised to find it built in a turban. However, he took it and brought it down with him, and showed it to my children, and as he thought that I might like to see a thing that was so uncommon, he gave it to the eldest boy to bring to me. I saw the children at a distance, coming back to us, overjoyed to have gotten a nest. "Father," said the eldest lad, "we have found a nest in a turban." The 2 friends and I were very much surprised at the novelty, but I much more when I knew the turban to be that which the kite flew away with. After I had examined it well, and turned it about, I said to my guests, "Gentlemen, have you memories good enough to remember the turban I had on the day you did me the honor first to speak to me?" "I do not think," said Saad, "that either my friend or I gave any attention to it, but if the 190 pieces of gold are in it, we cannot doubt of it." "Sir," replied I, "there is no doubt but it is the same turban, for besides that I know it very well, I feel by the weight it is too heavy to be any other, and you will perceive this if you give yourself the trouble to take it in your hand." Then, after taking out the birds and giving them to the children, I put it into his hands, and he gave it to Saadi. "Indeed," said Saadi, "I believe it to be your turban, which I shall be better convinced of when I see the 190 pieces of gold. Now, sir," added I, taking the turban again, "observe very well, before I touch it, that it is of no very fresh date in the tree, and the state in which you see it, and the nest so neatly made in it, without having been touched by the hand of man, are sufficient proofs that the kite dropped or laid it in the tree ever since that day he took it from off my head, and the branches hindered it from falling to the ground. Excuse my making this remark, since it concerns me so much to remove all suspicions of fraud on my part." Saad backed me in what I urged, and said, "Saadi, this regards you and not me, for I am verily persuaded that Khaja Hassan does not impose upon us." While Saad was talking, I pulled off the linen cloth which was wrapped about the cap of the turban, and took out the purse, which Saadi knew to be the same he gave me. I emptied it on the carpet before them, and said, "There, gentlemen, there is the money, count it, and see if it be right," which Saad did, and found it to be 190 pieces of gold. Then Saadi, who could not deny so manifest a truth, addressing himself to me, said, "I agree, Khaja Hassan, that this money could not serve to enrich you, but the other 190 pieces, which you would make me believe you hid in a pot of bran, might. Sir, answered I have told you the truth in regard to both sums. You would not have me retract to make myself a liar. Khaja Hassan, said Saad, leave Saadi to his own opinion. I consent with all my heart that he believes you are obliged to him for one part of your good fortune, by means of the last sum he gave you, provided he will agree that I contributed to the other half by the bit of lead, and will not pretend to dispute the valuable diamond found in the fish's belly. I agree to it, answered Saadi, but still you must give me liberty to believe that money is not to be amassed without money. What, replied Saad, if chance should throw a diamond in my way worth 50,000 pieces of gold, and I should have that sum given me for it, can it be said I got that sum by money? They disputed no farther then, but we rose up and went into the house just as dinner was ready. After dinner, I left my guests together, to pass away the heat of the day more at their liberty and with greater composure, while I went to give orders to my housekeeper and gardener. Afterwards I went to them again, and we talked of indifferent matters till it grew a little cooler, when we returned into the garden for fresh air, and stayed till sunset. Then we all mounted on horseback, and got to Baghdad by moonlight 2 hours after, followed by one of my slaves. It happened by I know not what negligence of my servants, that we were then out of oats, and the storehouses were all shut up. When one of my slaves, seeking about the neighborhood for some, met with a pot of bran in a shop, bought the bran, and brought the pot along with him, promising to carry it back again the next day, the slave emptied the bran into the manger, and, dividing it with his hands among the horses, felt a linen cloth tied up, and very heavy. He brought the cloth to me in the condition that he found it, and presented it to me, telling me that it might perhaps be the cloth he had often heard me talk of among my friends. Overjoyed, I said to my two benefactors, Gentlemen, it has pleased God that you should not part from me before you were fully convinced of the truth of what I have assured you. There are the other 190 pieces of gold which you gave me, continued I, addressing myself to Saadi. I know it very well by the cloth which I tied up with my own hands, and then I told out the money before them. I ordered the pot presently to be brought to me, and knew it to be the same, and sent to my wife to ask if she recognized it, ordering them to say nothing to her of what had happened. She knew it immediately, and sent me word that it was the same vase she had exchanged full of bran for the scouring earth. Saadi readily submitted and renounced his incredulity, and said to Saad, I yield to you, and acknowledge that money is not always the means of becoming rich. When Saadi had done, I said to him, I dare not propose to return you the 380 pieces of gold which it hath pleased God should be found, to undeceive you as to the opinion of my honesty. I am persuaded that you did not give them to me with an intention that I should return them, and, for my part, I ought to be very well content with what Providence has sent me from other quarters, and I do not design to make use of them. But, if you approve of it, tomorrow I will give them to the poor, that God may bless us both. The two friends lay at my hours that night also, and next day, after embracing me, went to their own houses, very well pleased with the reception I had given them, and to find I did not make an ill use of the riches heaven had blessed me with. I thank them both, and look upon the leave they gave me to cultivate a friendship with them, and to visit them as a great honor. The Caliph Harun al-Rashid was so attentive to Khaja Hassan's story, that he had not perceived the end of it but by his silence. Khaja Hassan, said he, I have not for a long time heard anything that has given me so much pleasure, to see the wonderful ways by which God gave thee thy riches, to make thee happy in this world. Thou oughtest to continue to return him thanks, by the good use thou makest of his blessings. I am glad I can tell thee, that the same diamond which made thy fortune is now in my treasury. And, for my part, I am happy to know how it came there. But because there may remain in Saadi some doubts on the singularity of this diamond, which I look upon to be the most precious and valuable thing I am master of, I would have you carry him with Saad to my treasurer, who shall show it them, to remove Saadi's unbelief, and to let him see that money is not the only certain means of making a poor man rich in a short time, without taking a great deal of pains. I would also have you to tell the keeper of my treasury this story, that he may get it put into writing, and that it may be kept with the diamond. After these words, the Caliph signified to Khaja Hassan, Sidi Non-Man, and Baba Abdallah, by bowing of his head, that he was satisfied with them, who all took their leaves by prostrating themselves at the throne, and then retired. The story of Ali Baba and the 40 robbers, destroyed by a slave. In a town in Persia, there lived two brothers, one named Qasim, the other Ali Baba. Their father left them no great property, but as he had divided it equally between them, it should seem their fortune would have been equal, but chance directed otherwise. Qasim married a wife, who, soon after their marriage, became heiress to a plentiful estate, and a good shop and warehouse full of rich merchandises, so that he all at once became one of the richest and most considerable merchants, and lived at his ease. Ali Baba, on the other hand, who married a woman as poor as himself, lived in a very mean habitation, and had no other means to maintain his wife and children but his daily labor, by cutting of wood in a forest near the town, and bringing it upon 3 asses, which were his whole substance, to town to sell. One day, when Ali Baba was in the forest, and had just cut wood enough to load his asses, he saw at a distance a great cloud of dust, which seemed to approach towards him. He observed it very attentively, and distinguished a large body of horse coming briskly on, and though they did not talk of robbers in that country, Ali Baba began to think that they might prove so, and, without considering what might become of his asses, he was resolved to save himself. He climbed up a large thick tree, whose branches, at a little distance from the ground, divided in a circular form so close to one another that there was but little space between them. He placed himself in the middle, from whence he could see all that passed without being seen, and this tree stood at the bottom of a single rock which was very high above it, and so steep and craggy that nobody could climb up it. This troop, who were all well mounted and well armed, came to the foot of this rock and there dismounted. Ali Baba counted 40 of them, and by their looks and equipage never doubted they were thieves. Nor was he mistaken in his opinion, for they were a troop of banditti who, without doing any hurt to the neighborhood, robbed at a distance and made that place their rendezvous. And what confirmed him in this opinion was, every man unbridled his horse, and tied him to some shrub or other, and hung about his neck a bag of corn, which they brought behind them. Then each of them took his portmanteau, which seemed to Ali Baba to be full of gold and silver by their weight. One, who was most personable amongst them, and whom he took to be their captain, came with his portmanteau on his back under the tree in which Ali Baba was hid, and making his way through some shrubs, pronounced these words so distinctly, "Open, Sesame," 100 that Ali Baba heard him. As soon as the captain of the robbers had uttered these words, a door opened, and after he had made all his troop go in before him, he followed them, and the door shut again of itself. The robbers stayed some time within the rock, and Ali Baba, who feared that some one or all of them together should come out and catch him, if he should endeavor to make his escape, was obliged to sit patiently in the tree. He was, nevertheless, tempted once or twice to get down, and mount one of their horses, and lead another, driving his asses before him with all the haste he could to town, but the uncertainty of the event made him choose the safest way. At last the door opened again, and the 40 robbers came out. As the captain went in last, he came out first and stood to see them all pass by him, and then Ali Baba heard him make the door close by pronouncing these words, "Shut, Sesame." Every man went and bridled his horse, fastening his portmanteau and mounting again, and when the captain saw them all ready, he put himself at their head, and they returned the same way they came. Ali Baba did not immediately quit his tree, for said he to himself, "They may have forgotten something and come back again, and then I shall be taken." He followed them with his eyes as far as he could see them, and after that stayed a considerable time before he came down. Remembering the words the captain of the robbers made use of to cause the door to open and shut, he had the curiosity to try if his pronouncing it would have the same effect. Accordingly he went among the shrubs, and perceiving the door concealed behind them, he stood before it and said, "Open, Sesame." The door instantly flew wide open. Ali Baba, who expected a dark, dismal place, was very much surprised to see it well lighted and spacious, cut out by men's hands in form of a vault, which received the light from an opening at the top of the rock, cut in like manner. He saw all sorts of provisions, and rich bales of merchandises, of silk, stuff, brocade, and valuable carpeting, piled upon one another, and, above all, gold and silver in great heaps, and money in great leather purses. The sight of all these riches made him believe that this cave had been occupied for ages by robbers, who succeeded one another. Ali Baba did not stand long to consider what he should do, but went immediately into the cave, and as soon as he was in, the door shut again. But this did not disturb him, because he knew the secret to open it again. He never regarded the silver, but made the best use of his time in carrying out as much of the gold coin, which was in bags, at several times, as he thought his 3 asses could carry. When he had done, he collected his asses, which were dispersed, and when he had loaded them with the bags, laid the wood on them in such a manner that they could not be seen. When he had done, he stood before the door, and pronouncing the words, "Shut, Sesame," the door closed after him, for it had shut of itself while he was within, and remained open while he was out. He then made the best of his way to town. Next, when Ali Baba got home, he drove his asses into a little yard, and shut the gates very carefully, threw off the wood that covered the bags, and carried them into his house, and ranged them in order before his wife, who sat on a sofa. His wife handled the bags, and finding them full of money, suspected that her husband had been robbing, insomuch that when he had brought them all in, she could not help saying, "Ali Baba, have you been so unhappy as to be quiet?" Wife, interrupted Ali Baba. "Do not frighten yourself. I am no robber unless he can be one who steals from robbers. You will no longer entertain an ill opinion of me when I shall tell you my good fortune." Then he emptied the bags, which raised such a great heap of gold as dazzled his wife's eyes. And when he had done, he told her the whole adventure from the beginning to the end, and, above all, recommended it to her to keep it secret. The wife, recovered and cured of her fears, rejoiced with her husband at their good luck, and would count the money piece by piece. "Wife," replied Ali Baba, "you do not know what you undertake when you pretend to count the money. You will never have done. I will go and dig a hole and bury it. There is no time to be lost." "You are in the right of it, husband," replied the wife, "but let us know as nigh as possible how much we have. I will go and borrow a small measure in the neighborhood and measure it while you dig the hole." "What you are going to do is to no purpose, wife," said Ali Baba. "If you would take my advice, you had better let it alone, but be sure to keep the secret and do what you please." Away the wife ran to her brother-in-law Cassim, who lived just by, but was not then at home, and addressing herself to his wife, desired her to lend her a measure for a little while. Her sister-in-law asked her whether she would have a great or a small one. The other asked for a small one. She bid her stay a little, and she would readily fetch one. The sister-in-law did so, but as she knew very well Ali Baba's poverty, she was curious to know what sort of grain his wife wanted to measure, and bethought herself of artfully putting some suet at the bottom of the measure, and brought it to her with an excuse, that she was sorry that she had made her stay so long, but that she could not find it sooner. Ali Baba's wife went home, set the measure upon the heap of gold, and filled it and emptied it often, at a small distance upon the sofa, till she had done. And she was very well satisfied to find the number of measures amounted to so many as they did, and went to tell her husband, who had almost finished digging the hole. While Ali Baba was burying the gold, his wife, to show her exactness and diligence to her sister-in-law, carried the measure back again, but without taking notice that a piece of gold stuck at the bottom. "Sister," said she, giving it to her again, "you see that I have not kept your measure long. I am obliged to you for it, and return it with thanks." Thanks. Ali Baba displaying his treasure. As soon as Ali Baba's wife's back was turned, Kasim's wife looked at the bottom of the measure, and was in an inexpressible surprise to find a piece of gold stuck to it. Envy immediately possessed her breast. "What," said she, "has Ali Baba gold so plentiful as to measure it? Where has that poor wretch got all this gold?" Kasim, her husband, was not at home, as I said before, but at his shop, which he left always in the evening. His wife waited for him, and thought the time and age. So great was her impatience to tell him the news, at which he would be as much surprised. When Kasim came home, his wife said to him, "Kasim, I warrant you, you think yourself rich, but you are much mistaken. Ali Baba is infinitely richer than you. He does not count his money, but measures it." Kasim desired her to explain the riddle, which she did, by telling him the stratagem she had made use of to make the discovery, and showed him the piece of money, which was so old a coin that they could not tell in what prince's reign it was coined. Kasim, instead of being pleased at his brother's prosperity, conceived a mortal jealousy, and could not sleep all that night for it, but went to him in the morning before sunrise. Now Kasim, after he married the rich widow, never treated Ali Baba as a brother but forgot him. "Ali Baba," said he, accosting him, "you are very reserved in your affairs. You pretend to be miserably poor, and yet you measure gold." "How, brother?" replied Ali Baba. "I do not know what you mean. Explain yourself." "Do not pretend ignorance," replied Kasim, showing him the piece of gold his wife had given him. "How many of these pieces," added he, "have you? My wife found this at the bottom of the measure you borrowed yesterday." By this discourse, Ali Baba perceived that Kasim and his wife, through his own wife's folly, knew what they had so much reason to keep secret. But what was done could not be recalled. Therefore, without showing the least surprise or trouble, he confessed all, and told his brother by what chance he had discovered this retreat of the thieves, and in what place it was, and offered him part of his treasure to keep the secret. "I expect as much," replied Kasim haughtily, "but I will know exactly where this treasure is, and the signs and tokens how I may go to it myself when I have a mind. Otherwise I will go and inform against you, and then you will not only get no more, but will lose all that you have got, and I shall have my share for my information." Ali Baba, more out of his natural good temper than frightened by the insulting menaces of a barbarous brother, told him all he desired, and even the very words he was to make use of to go into the cave and to come out again. Qasim, who wanted no more of Ali Baba, left him, resolving to be beforehand with him and hoping to get all the treasure to himself. He rose early the next morning, a long time before the sun, and set out with 10 mules loaded with great chests, which he designed to fill, proposing to carry many more the next time, according to the riches he found, and followed the road which Ali Baba had told him. He was not long before he came to the rock and found out the place by the tree and other marks his brother had given him. When he came to the door, he pronounced these words, "Open, sesame," and it opened, and when he was in, shut again. In examining the cave, he was in great admiration to find much more riches than he apprehended by Ali Baba's relation. He was so covetous and fond of riches that he could have spent the whole day in feasting his eyes with so much treasure, if the thoughts that he came to carry some away with him, and loading his mules, had not hindered him. He laid as many bags of gold as he could carry away at the door, and coming at last to open the door, his thoughts were so full of the great riches he should possess that he could not think of the necessary word, but instead of sesame, said open barley, and was very much amazed to find that the door did not open, but remained fast shut. He named several sorts of grain, all but the right, and the door would not open. Qasim never expected such an accident, and was so frightened at the danger he was in, that the more he endeavored to remember the word sesame, the more his memory was confounded, and he had as much forgotten it as if he had never heard it in his life. Before, he threw down the bags he had loaded himself with, and walked hastily up and down the cave, without having the least regard to all the riches that were round him. In this miserable condition we will leave him, bewailing his fate and undeserving of pity. About noon the robbers returned to their cave, and at some distance from it saw Qasim's mules straggling about the rock, with great chests on their backs. Alarmed at this novelty, they galloped full speed to the cave. They drove away the mules, which Qasim had neglected to fasten, and they strayed away through the forest so far that they were soon out of sight. The robbers never gave themselves the trouble to pursue the mules. They were more concerned to know who they belonged to. And while some of them searched about the rock, the captain and the rest went directly to the door, with their naked sabers in their hands, and pronouncing the words, it opened. Next, Qasim, who heard the noise of the horses' feet from the middle of the cave, never doubted of the coming of the robbers and his approaching death, but was resolved to make one effort to escape from them. To this end he stood ready at the door, and no sooner heard the word sesame, which he had forgotten, and saw the door open, but he jumped briskly out, and threw the captain down, but could not escape the other robbers, who with their sabers soon deprived him of life. The first care of the robbers after this was to go into the cave. They found all the bags which Qasim had brought to the door, to be more ready to load his mules with, and carried them all back again to their places, without perceiving what Ali Baba had taken away before. Then holding a council, and deliberating upon this matter, they guessed that Qasim, when he was in, could not get out again, but they could not imagine how he got in. It came into their heads that he might have got down by the top of the cave, but the opening by which it received light was so high, and the top of the rock so inaccessible without, besides that nothing showed that he had done so, that they believed it impracticable for them to find out. That he came in at the door they could not satisfy themselves, unless he had the secret of making it open. In short, none of them could imagine which way he entered, for they were all persuaded that nobody knew their secret, little imagining that Ali Baba had watched them. But however it happened, it was a matter of the greatest importance to them to secure their riches. They agreed therefore to cut Qasim's body into 4 quarters, and to hang 2 on one side, and 2 on the other within the door of the cave, to terrify any person that should attempt the same thing, determining not to return to the cave till the stench of the body was completely exhaled. They had no sooner taken this resolution, but they executed it, and when they had nothing more to detain them, they left the place of their retreat well closed. They mounted their horses and went to beat the roads again, and to attack the caravans they should meet. In the meantime, Qasim's wife was very uneasy when night came, and her husband was not returned. She ran to Ali Baba in a terrible fright and said, I believe, brother-in-law, that you know that Qasim, your brother, is gone to the forest, and upon what account? It is now night, and he is not returned. I am afraid some misfortune has come to him. Ali Baba, who never disputed but that his brother, after what he had said to him, would go to the forest, declined going himself that day, for fear of giving him any umbrage. Therefore told her, without any reflection upon her husband's unhandsome behavior, that she need not frighten herself, for that certainly Qasim did not think it proper to come into the town till the night should be pretty far advanced.